One day, Earth changed forever. Countless dangerous monster dungeons erupted across the globe, threatening to wipe humanity out. People could only hide and run in fear. But not this guy. He sends a wolf flying with a single, casual punch. Giant poisonous spiders? They were just an appetizer to him. He'd charge right into a goblin den and demolish every last one. This all began 2 years ago. Minjun was summoned by a system to another world. There, he became a Dark Mage, the Empire's ultimate weapon, and hit #1 on the server. But on the very day he was set to return home, the Saintess herself appeared, begging him to stay. She promised endless wealth and glory for his continued service. Anything he wanted, he could have. But Minjun was way too sharp for that, seeing right through the Saintess's malicious little trap. Not today. In reality, she just wanted him to stick around and do the Empire's dirty work. Once he was no longer useful, he'd be framed as the scapegoat. He knew this game all too well. Trust the powerful, and you'll end up with nothing. He remembered he hadn't had a single good meal in years. Every day was the same rock-hard biscuits. Even a dog would refuse. And most importantly, there was no internet for him to grind some League of Legends. The Saintess, knowing she couldn't keep him, finally agreed to let him go. The catch? Minjun would be stripped of all his power, every ounce of strength he'd gained. The Saintess began releasing the so-called Holy Seal from his hand, but he knew it was just a simple magic trick. A trick designed to stop him from attacking her. The moment that seal vanished, all restraints on Minjun would be gone. And it happened fast. Minjun immediately spun around, summoning death energy to blindside the Saintess from behind. His dark power completely paralyzed her, locking her in place. This woman actually tried to trick him into giving up his power. Big mistake. Being outplayed by a mere human, the Saintess was beyond furious. She screamed in pure rage, claiming that without her light magic, Minjun could never open the portal to go home. But before she could even finish her threat, he hit her with a hard slap across the face. How on earth can a Dark Mage also use light magic? It was completely insane. If no one would open a portal for him, he'd just make one himself. The Saintess never saw that coming. Before he left, Minjun made sure to give her a parting message. A promise that if they ever met again, he would beat her down on sight. Amidst her angry and helpless screams, Minjun stepped into the portal, vanishing completely from that world and its modern skyscrapers. Back on Earth, on the balcony of a brick apartment, purple lightning began to crackle against the window, the energy growing more intense. It formed a brilliant halo that filled the room. From within the light, a figure collapsed onto the floor. Minjun, in his tattered Dark Mage robes. His body still trembled from the aftershocks of the journey. He gasped in pain, sweat pouring down his pale and exhausted face. Minjun mumbled in a daze that the dimensional travel was rough. So rough, he almost didn't make it back in one piece. Struggling to his feet, he looked around the familiar room in total disbelief. The modern furniture, his computer, it was all there. His bookshelf and comfortable bed came into view. Minjun stood silently, his eyes glued to the desk where his phone was still charging. He rushed over and grabbed it, a massive grin spreading across his face. His wage slave days were over. It was time to become a gaming god again. Seeing the familiar dungeon power fighter game on the screen, Minjun laughed with pure joy. It was his phone. It was really his. He couldn't contain his excitement and just let out a huge laugh. He was finally back. He had finally returned from that hellish world, but the smile on his face froze when he read the text on the screen. Cannot connect to network. Please check your connection and try again. At that same moment, down on the streets below, a squad of soldiers in combat gear hurried through the dark alleyways. One of them spoke up. It went this way, right? His comrade confirmed. Yeah, the observer pinpointed its location for us. But another soldier seemed worried. Sir, isn't this mission a bit insane? Why are grunts like us out here dealing with something this crazy? The sergeant just snapped back. How the hell am I supposed to know? Go ask the commanding officer. They moved with extreme caution, sweat dripping from their faces. Just then, their commander ordered them, move out. The team immediately charged forward with their rifles raised. Suddenly, one soldier froze in his tracks, his eyes wide with terror at what was ahead. Back to Minjun. He'd changed into a gray hoodie and was casually walking down the street in a pair of flip-flops, lost in his own thoughts. It had really been 2 years since he'd been summoned to that hell. He was still shocked that he'd actually made it back. His phone even worked, thanks to data sync, but he realized he had no one to contact. Annoyed, Minjun held his phone up, trying to find a signal. Was the Wi-Fi in the whole neighborhood dead? All he wanted was to play a game, but the constant buffering was seriously depressing. From a distance, the soldiers spotted him and were completely stunned. Hey, is that a civilian? They couldn't understand why an ordinary person was just wandering around inside a restricted zone. Meanwhile, Minjun was still thinking about how much time had passed on Earth when a soldier shouted, "Hey kid, over here." Minjun turned, a massive question mark over his head. He saw the soldiers and wondered why the army was in a residential area. Figuring it was just a training drill, he scratched his head and chuckled. They seemed a lot stricter than he remembered. He thought they were probably just practicing patrols around the neighborhood or something. He waved his hand, replying, "Sorry, I just need to pass through." Suddenly, the soldier screamed in pure desperation, "Kid, run!" Directly behind Minjun, a massive black wolf monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth was charging straight for him. In this life-or-death moment, Minjun simply turned his head. "Get out of the way!" The soldier's desperate scream echoed through the street, but it was no use. Kim Minjun stood there, his expression a perfect mask. He felt the killing intent behind him and threw a glance over his shoulder. A giant, black wolf monster, all gnashing teeth, was lunging straight for him. In his mind, he sneered. This stupid dog wasn't even worth the effort of a punch. Minjun went to unleash his power to end it, but his eyes widened in absolute shock. He stared down at his hands, feeling a bizarre emptiness. Wait a second. Where was his mana? What kind of timing was this? To lose his connection right now? But even without magic, the instincts of a man who'd returned from hell were still razor-sharp. Just as the monster closed in, Minjun's hand shot out, grabbing its head and powerfully slamming it straight into the pavement. A sickening crunch echoed through the street. The ground shattered under the immense force as the monster let out a weak, pathetic whimper. Witnessing a young man take down a monster bare-handed, the soldiers behind him froze completely, their eyes wide with utter disbelief. Minjun coldly ground the beast's head into the rubble. The scene turned gruesome as the monster lost all ability to fight back. He stared it down with pure malice and repeated, "Stupid dog." Sheer terror was etched across the soldiers' faces. They trembled before the overwhelming power of this seemingly normal guy. Minjun then casually sat beside the corpse, pulling out his phone while letting out a sarcastic scoff. He muttered to the dead beast, "Thought I'd be helpless without my magic? Even nerfed, a small fry monster like you is no challenge for me." This moment reminded him of the brutal training back at Iska, where he was pushed past exhaustion under the watchful eyes of terrifying beings. The thought crossed his mind this was just like his training days in Iska. Staring at the monster's corpse in a pool of blood, Minjun's gaze turned grim and suspicious. "But why are you in this world?" He quietly stood, his hands still stained from the fight, and walked right past the shell-shocked soldiers. Just as Minjun was about to leave, a soldier named Cho In-ho called out, stopping him. "Excuse me, sir." The man was still in shock, the horrified screams of his comrades still echoing in his mind. A short time later, Minjun was sitting in a military vehicle rolling down the road. The driver, In-ho, muttered, "How did this kid get so lost?" "You're lucky my commander is in a good mood," he told him, "or else you'd be in a cell for wandering into a restricted zone." Seeing Minjun quietly wipe his face with a towel, he added, "Since the commander told us not to make a big deal of it, you're free to go." But something still felt off. In-ho had to ask, "Seriously though, do you really have no idea what's been going on lately?" Minjun offered a slight smile and replied, "Yeah, I've been abroad." But in his mind, he thought, "More like another world. This isn't the Korea I remember." A massive question burned in his mind. What in the world happened these past 2 years? He remembered when the first dungeons appeared around the time he was 7. Monsters began pouring into the real world, and the army had to fight them off just like now. Along with the dungeons came the awakened superhumans, who possessed abilities far beyond any normal person. They joined the newly formed Hunter Corps at military bases, quickly wiping out any monsters the second they appeared. Minjun remembered it all clearly. Before that clueless Saintess dragged him away, the world had been at peace. So why were monsters now running around like it was a festival? It was as if the whole world had been reset. He frantically pulled out his phone, staring at the game icon for Power Dungeon Fighter. It still showed no network connection. He worried. The server isn't gone for good, is it? The more he thought, the more agitated he became, his face twisting with rage. No, not after everything he'd been through to finally return. He started tapping the screen like a madman. "I want to play Power Dungeon Fighter. I really need to play that damn game. This stupid network. Just tell me if the server is back online. Come on." Seeing Minjun's bizarre expression in the rearview mirror, In-ho's suspicion grew. The whole world was a mess, and this guy had no idea? It was highly suspicious. But one look at the murderous glint in the young man's eyes, and he quickly squashed his curiosity. He decided he didn't want to know the guy clearly had his own story. Seeing that Minjun still looked completely lost, Cho In-ho spoke up. Hey, Minjun. At that moment, with a dead serious face, Minjun leaned forward, asking, Hey soldier, are the game developers still alive? Did anyone evacuate them? So they can fix the bugs and reopen the server for me? That game is my reason for living. In-ho calmly replied, I'll tell you what I know. After all, I got an A in monster theory and dungeon theory back in college. Hearing this, Minjun was absolutely stunned. Wait, what? Colleges have dungeon theory now? In-ho just laughed. It's harder to find one that doesn't. He then began to explain why things had gotten so bad. The reason the situation had gotten so much worse was due to a strange phenomenon that began appearing at the dungeons. 2 years ago, dungeons started showing up more frequently, and their scale grew larger and larger. The biggest problem, however, was the massive increase in giant monsters pouring out from these bizarre new gates. As he drove, In-ho continued his story. Because of this, the army completely lost control of the dungeons. The situation deteriorated, forcing them to quarantine entire residential areas. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, his voice low. Since then, we've tried various methods to fight back, but we're severely understaffed. Hearing this, Minjun was completely frozen in shock. He cursed inwardly. This is insane. It can't be this bad. His only real worry now was whether the game developers had been wiped out in the chaos. They couldn't just abandon the game. Suddenly, In-ho asked, How old are you now? Minjun hesitated before answering. I think I'm 21. In-ho's response was blunt. Oh, that means you need to enlist immediately. Half of your 20s are about to disappear. Minjun was horrified. What? 5 years for the Hunter Corps and a 3-year military enlistment? In-ho gestured to the desolate city around them. Because the situation has worsened these last few years, all military personnel are now required to serve for 5 years. It's not just the Hunter Corps. If you're 21, you've probably already got a draft notice waiting for you. Minjun was speechless, sweat dripping down his face. 5 whole years? Wait, this is pretty serious, isn't it? Just when he escaped slavery in Iska, he gets slapped with this soul-crushing grind all over again. Where's the time to play games anymore? Just then, a notification pings. A message from the government. Minjun checks his phone, completely stunned. What the hell is this? An enlistment notice? He screams in pure desperation. Tomorrow is his enlistment day. Is this seriously his draft letter? The timing is just perfect. In-ho just laughs, confirming it's for real. Minjun still can't believe this cruel reality. Hello? How can they draft someone without even a health checkup? In-ho explains again. Like I said, we're short on people. He'll get his physical exam right at the training center. And that notification? He probably just saw it late. Seeing Minjun so devastated about his game, In-ho suggests he check it at the PC Bang near the base. At the words PC Bang, Minjun's eyes practically bulge out of his head. The scene shifts to the Forgotten Canyon in northern Iska, deep inside a dark, gloomy cave. Kim Minjun walks alone, muttering to himself about the cruel fate of his profession. This whole Dark Mage business, he thinks. It's just an endless pit of chaos. He slumps down, placing a hand on a dead spider monster, and complains that there's no worse character class. You see, Minjun explains the bitter difference between classes. Sure, they have insane skills, but the second they run out of dark energy, they're useless. It's nothing at all like a normal mage's mana, which is always there, always regenerating. Dark energy is a luxury. He grits his teeth. It doesn't recover naturally. He has to constantly harvest it by defeating monsters that have it. Looking at the dead slime monsters scattered all around him, Minjun realizes the ridiculous irony. Using dark energy to replenish dark energy is just horribly inefficient. Plus, because his class has such a bad rap, he can never find a single teammate. Completely alone, he thinks to himself if he ever runs out of dark energy in a dungeon, he'd be a dead man. Suddenly, he raises a finger with a sly smile and poses a question. Using magic to farm mana is the stupidest loop in existence. So he asks the viewers, how can a dark mage refill his tank without even trying? The space falls silent, with only the crackling of fire breaking the stillness. Minjun sits alone on a giant spider corpse, surrounded by dozens more in pools of green goo. He lets out a frustrated sigh. No one's answering him. Is it because they're all dead? Just then, a sharp spider leg slams into the ground, signaling the arrival of the nest's leader. Minjun narrows his eyes with pure excitement. Before him stands the colossal spider queen of the Forgotten Canyon. Instead of fear, he breaks into a huge grin, like he's meeting an old friend. What took you so long? I thought I was going to die of boredom. The monster roars and charges. It opens its hideous mouth, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun just casually leans back with a snarky comment, answering with that stinky mouth, "Bad move, honey." As the spider's attack shatters the ground, he throws a single punch that explodes its head. Clenching his bandaged fist, a violet-black aura begins to erupt. It surges violently around his body as he loudly declares the final answer. The trick is to overwhelm the monster with 100% of your power. This was 645 days before Kim Minjun officially returned to Earth as the absolute pinnacle of dark magic from Iska. Back in the present, a military commander places his coffee cup on the table. The interrogation begins. "You said your name is Kim Minjun?" Across from him, Minjun gives a calm, short reply. "Yes." The battalion commander pours him some water, telling him to wait there for a team from the Hunter Corps. Minjun is impressed by the high-ranking officer's service. "Oh, the battalion commander himself is doing it? Thanks." Taking a sip of his coffee, the commander eyes him with curiosity. "You seem eager. Any special reason for joining the Hunter Corps?" Minjun just smiles, thinking to himself about how bad the situation has gotten for everyone, and how many people with special abilities are now rejoining the military. He answers casually, "If I'm being honest, you'll think I'm joking. I'm incredibly experienced. I'm not some clueless rookie." His words break the silence, and the commander suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Minjun laughs right along with him, right? But then, Minjun's face turns deadly serious. He takes a cold sip of coffee and mutters, "Stop laughing, old man. I'm not kidding. The reality in Korea right now is that the military manages all the dungeons. Priority for monster subjugation obviously goes to the Hunter Corps. It's where the most highly skilled individuals are gathered. There are no limits to advancement here. You can rank up no matter your service time, as long as you can prove your skill." A perfect plan starts forming in Minjun's mind. He'll join as a hunter, then secretly farm mana. He's absolutely certain he can clear out the monsters by himself. And most importantly, he'll hunt for monsters with dark energy to recover his lost power. Lost in his imagination, Minjun sees himself getting promoted at lightning speed, reaching the 10-star rank in just 5 years, and becoming a public hero with a massive salary. Just as he's lost in his daydream, a sharp knock echoes at the door. Cutting through his thoughts, a soldier in a stern black uniform enters and salutes sharply. "Report, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps." The commander smiles. "Ah, you're finally here. This is the new recruit we told you about." Sergeant Lee Sung-ho looks Minjun over with an expression full of doubt. The battalion commander continues formally. "You really have hunter abilities?" He explains that if he's awakened, Minjun should be able to open a status window. "Please, show me all of your stats." Staring at the soldier before him, Minjun thinks, "What the hell is this guy's problem? Are all the soldiers in the Hunter Corps like this?" Despite his doubts about the sergeant's actual skill level, he decides he has to comply. In the military, an order is an order. He's reminded of his time in Iska. He knew hunters there had status windows to track their own abilities, though he had almost never used his own. It only ever provided dry statistical values, but Minjun was curious to see what it would show in this world. He quietly says, "Status window." A virtual panel appears instantly, but his expression quickly shifts to one of complete and utter shock. Seeing his strange reaction, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho anxiously asks, "What's wrong? What is it? Just spit it out already. Why are you stuttering like that?" Minjun awkwardly scratches his head, stammering, It's saying there's an error." On the screen, a single line of bright red text glows. Witnessing this absurd sight, Lee Sung-ho breaks into a sweat, his eyes widening as he blurts out, "Hey, are you seriously trying to troll me right now? How could a status window just suddenly crash and burn like that?" The story then shifts to a base somewhere in Gyeonggi, inside the Hunter Corps Training Battalion commander's office. A fateful meeting is currently underway. The commander stands by the window, gazing at the setting sun and remarks, "It's been a while. The last time I saw you was in Washington, so that was about 15 years ago, right? I never expected to see you here. First off, why don't you have a seat?" The person standing before him is a female soldier. With an incredibly stern expression, the commander asks to confirm, "Hunter Sun Unio?" The girl immediately snaps to attention, correcting him, "I am not a hunter yet, sir. Just like everyone else who enlisted here, I am simply a new recruit." She looks the commander directly in the eyes, making her stance perfectly clear. "Just treat me like any other rookie. I'm not a fan of nepotism." Faced with the young woman's firm attitude, the commander offers a reassuring smile. "I may have given you the wrong impression. This is a separate matter, and you will obviously not receive any special treatment during your training. The Hunter Corps is no easy organization. You should know that from your father, shouldn't you? The commander seems a bit flustered as he continues to explain. It's just that such a famous rookie has enlisted, so as the training commander here, there's no way I wouldn't be interested, right? He quietly observes the young soldier's reflection in the window, his voice dropping with sincerity. You gave up a comfortable life as a CEO to suffer as a grunt. But that dedication of yours? I deeply admire it. We are always short on people like you on the battlefield. I thank you, as a citizen of this nation and as a fellow soldier. Hearing the sincere praise, Sun Yunio can't help but blush. She bows her head slightly. Thank you for the encouragement, sir. In her heart, however, she's screaming from embarrassment. This is so mortifying. As the military vehicle speeds down the road, the commander gazes out the window, lost in thought. He suddenly turns to Sun Yunio. Come to think of it, I received a rather funny report today. He gives the young soldier a mysterious, knowing smile. You might be getting a very interesting comrade. Would you like to come with me to meet him? The sudden offer leaves Yunio completely baffled, her face a mask of confusion. At a massive state-of-the-art training facility, Kim Minjun stands stunned in the grand lobby, amazed by the military's budget. Wow, they really poured our tax money into this place. This facility gives off some serious high-tech vibes. More importantly, is there a computer room so I can play a few rounds? Seeing the recruit's casual attitude, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho coldly reminds him, don't get too excited, rookie. Your admission into the Hunter Corps hasn't been decided yet. Leading the way with heavy footsteps, Sung-ho states, because you're a special case, I will be the one to personally test you. If it weren't for the decision from headquarters, I wouldn't have brought you here and would have sent you straight to Yongchang. He shoots Minjun a threatening look. You better make sure you perform well. If I find out you're all talk, get ready for a long stay in military prison. There's no escaping it. Minjun mutters under his breath. Man, this guy is so uptight about everything. So what is the test? Sung-ho stops before a massive, glowing red crystal, and he declares, this. If you can manage to move this thing even a single inch, you pass. His eyes are sharp, filled with skepticism. I will give you 10 minutes. All right, if you have any talent as a hunter, prove it now. This chunk of mineral is called a bloodstone. It's a byproduct from dungeons, known for being extremely dense and heavy for its size, making it nearly impossible for a regular recruit to budge. Contrary to the sergeant's expectations, Minjun flashes a confident smirk. That's all? I'm glad the test is so simple. Watching Minjun's back as he casually walks toward the stone, Sung-ho scoffs with contempt. There's no way to check someone else's status window. There are always scumbags who try to take advantage of the Hunter Corps with their mediocre abilities. He crosses his arms, still refusing to believe what he'd heard about Minjun. A 5-meter vertical jump, a status window error. It's all complete nonsense. That's him, the battalion commander says quietly, observing Kim Minjun from above with Sun Yunio. He explains more about this bizarre case. He apparently displayed incredible physical abilities in front of the battalion commander at the rookie training center, but his status window simply reads as an error. Standing before the giant bloodstone, Minjun is completely unaware that he's being watched so closely. The commander continues thoughtfully. I have never heard of a case like this as the training commander of the Hunter Corps. I have high hopes to see just how unique this recruit will turn out to be. Minjun places a hand on the rough surface of the glowing red stone, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I thought this was something special, but it's just a common byproduct you find all over Iska. It's heavy, sure, but one good punch is all it takes to shatter it, let alone just push it a little. Without hesitating, Minjun backs up to get a running start, witnessing the recruit's sudden move. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, standing nearby, can only let out a cry of disbelief. Even Sun Yunio on the balcony squints, stunned by that display of pure, raw physical power. A thunderous boom echoes through the hall. The bloodstone, once considered immovable, is suddenly covered in a web of cracks before it explodes into tiny fragments. Amid the shower of falling red crystals, Minjun cracks a sinister and utterly satisfied grin. It would have been a real shame if nothing happened. Just look at Sergeant Sung-ho's face, frozen solid. You have to admit, it's hilarious. He must be wondering if he's dreaming or if this kid just hacked the game right in front of him, don't you think? The shock is just that massive. Looking at the pile of smoking rubble, Minjun gives a smug little smile, thinking to himself, that was insane. However, after carefully inspecting the debris, his expression quickly turns to disappointment. He waves his hand through the empty space where the stone used to be and mutters, this useless rock was a total bust. Turns out his goal wasn't to show off his strength. He was searching for any traces of leftover dark energy, but the result was a big fat 0. As time passes, the Hunter Corps' hellish training officially begins. And while other recruits like In-hyuk are going through a near-death experience, pale-faced and gasping for air, but Minjun, he was on a completely different level. In-hyuk glanced around, desperation in his eyes, thinking something was very wrong here. He knew this training wasn't just a drill, real combat awaited them the moment this course ended. All the rookies were pushed to their absolute limits for 4 straight weeks. It started with hauling heavy sandbags and climbing 6,000 steps up an impossibly steep incline, and the pressure only got worse with the demon instructor, Lee Chung-ho, constantly hovering nearby with a stopwatch, mercilessly tracking their time. With this kind of brutal training, most recruits could only raise their stats by a tiny fraction, even while running on fumes. In-hyuk stumbled forward, thinking to himself, I thought everyone had to suffer through this as new members of the Corps, but man, was I wrong. Because in that exact moment, Minjun blasted past them like a hurricane with a huge grin on his face, leaving everyone else to suffer in his dust. Witnessing this absurd scene, his teammates could only scream internally, what the hell is wrong with that freak? Are we the problem here? While everyone else saw this as hell on earth, Minjun felt incredibly refreshed. These sandbags were just a warm-up. If he had a little magic, he'd be teleporting to a fried chicken joint. He bounded up the stone steps, heavy weights strapped to his legs, feeling as light as feathers. For Minjun, this training was absolutely perfect. He couldn't help but compare it next to the ragged clothes he wore in Iska. This military uniform was definitely his style. And it wasn't just the outfits. Even the food at the base was a feast. A world away from the dry, tasteless crackers he survived on in that other world. After stuffing himself, Minjun and his comrades gathered in the lecture hall to begin the next part of their training. The training schedule here was absolutely brutal, starting at 6 in the morning and not finishing until 9 at night. However, the instructor announced that once the schedule was over, instead of night watch duty, the rookies would have complete and total free time. Hearing this, Minjun's face lit up. He'd heard a rumor that the base had a PC room with some seriously high-end rigs, just as good as any outside. As long as they didn't try to sneak out, they were left alone. At first, Minjun had planned to use his remaining magic to escape if he hated it here. But now, things had changed. This place offered him training, great food, good pay, and most importantly, gaming. He was so excited he shouted, "The Hunter Corps is the absolute best!" A 10 out of 10, no notes. Meanwhile, his teammates could only watch his speeding figure from behind and sigh in exhaustion. Is he getting even faster? How is that possible? It was just completely and utterly unbelievable. The sound of heavy footsteps thudding against the ground echoed across the area, startling instructor Lee Seung-ho and making him whip his head around. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that?" In the distance, Minjun was charging toward him at a terrifying speed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Skidding to a stop, Minjun casually checked the weights on his legs and asked, "So, am I done?" Seung-ho was frozen solid, not believing Kim Minjun was already at the finish line. He was stunned. What kind of monster is this guy? It usually takes rookies an hour, yet he finished while the instructor was still in shock. Minjun, however, was just chilling and enjoying the view. He walked over to Seung-ho and said, "Hey boss, is that deal for a pass for finishing in under 30 minutes still valid? By the way, how many seconds did my little jog take?" Seung-ho silently pulled out a pass and handed it to him. Holding the ticket, Minjun grinned, already wondering where he was going to use it. Seeing the rookie's triumphant smirk, Seung-ho just let out a subtle, knowing smile, looking at the stopwatch which read 21 minutes. No rookie had ever received a pass before, he thought. However, high stats and a good physique aren't the whole story. What's most important is the ability to react and deal with actual monsters. He stared coldly at Minjun's back. "I'll be watching you closely, Kim Minjun." Back in the barracks, the air was thick, with the stench of exhaustion as recruits lay sprawled across the floor, complaining, "If this keeps up every day, I'm gonna die. My back!" Suddenly, his friend In-hyuk yelled with joy while looking at his status window. "My stats went up! My stamina increased by 1. Minjun smiled and congratulated him. "Wow, that's awesome." But internally, he was completely bewildered, staring at the error message on his own screen. He thought to himself, "Did I hear that right? They're happy about a single stat point?" Minjun recalled his training days in Iska, getting beaten mercilessly by giants. "You want to raise your stats?" Back then, his stats jumped by 10 points a day after each near-death beating. Snapping back to the present, his teammates crowded around him asking about the pass. One of them said with envy, "I heard the instructor say that no one has ever gotten an outing pass from Sergeant Lee before." The recruits surrounded Minjun with eyes full of admiration. One curious soldier asked, "Do you exercise on a regular basis?" Another one just exclaimed in amazement, "That's absolutely unbelievable." Looking at all the bright faces around him, Minjun was a little stunned. Wait, are they all gathering around me like I'm some kind of celebrity? He was used to being a loner in Iska. Getting this kind of support felt totally foreign. Memories of his days as a dark sorcerer back in Iska suddenly came flooding back. At that time, whenever he appeared, people would shrink away in fear. Some would even secretly point fingers, refusing to make eye contact because they thought he was a bad omen. Returning to the present, Minjun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He realized that just chatting in real life was pretty fun, unlike in Iska, where everyone logged out the second they saw his face. Just then, a friend cheerfully announced, "The PC room is open, are you going?" Another rookie groaned back, "I don't have any strength left to play." Minjun's eyes immediately shot wide open as he yelled, "The PC room is open? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" He bolted like a lightning storm, leaving everyone else behind in total confusion. In the PC room, the frantic sound of keyboards clicking filled the air. Minjun was completely lost in the virtual world with a look of pure excitement. The clock hit 9 p.m. He figured he should get at least 2 hours of sleep. In Iska, getting even 1 hour was a luxury, 2 was a massive reward. He decided then and there that he would blow off his daily fatigue with these gaming sessions. Behind him, other soldiers gathered and began to gossip. Was he playing League of Legends? Did people still play that game? The next morning, the air at the training grounds was unbelievably tense. The instructor's voice blasted through the speakers, "Don't fall behind, maintain your speed." The threat was made crystal clear: if any rookie fails to finish 40 kilometers in 2 hours, they wouldn't be eating breakfast, got it? The entire unit roared, "Yes, sir." But amid the sea of gasping soldiers, Minjun's face was completely fresh. He casually held his water bottle, thinking, "I hit max level 10 yesterday." A teammate stared at him in utter disbelief. "Wow, Kim Minjun, you're not even sweating a single drop." Minjun just chuckled. "This is just a walk in the park." Seeing the guy was still in shock, he asked, "But you really gamed all night for 4 weeks on just 2 hours of sleep? Are you some kind of monster?" Minjun shot back a joke. "What monster? I was about to give you some water, but if you're going to call me a monster, you can stay thirsty." Seeing his friend was absolutely parched, he casually tipped the bottle and poured it right into the guy's mouth, making him choke. "I just said you have monstrous stamina, sir, my dear teammate." Immediately, a whole pack of other recruits rushed over, mouths wide open like baby birds begging for food. "Please bless us with the holy water." Minjun beamed and gave an order. "Form a neat line, my little chicks." The rhythmic stomping of boots echoed. The entire platoon assembled. "Attention!" A lieutenant on the platform declared with a grim face. "The lieutenant is very disappointed in all of you. Even though this is the final training course, you are the worst platoon of them all." Hearing this, Minjun wondered why he was speaking in the third person. The lieutenant continued, "If you were deployed to combat, I'd bet half of you would be dead in 6 weeks. You think I'm lying?" His sharp eyes glared down at the recruits. "With that mindset, you think you can finish this final phase?" And then, completely out of nowhere, he introduced a new concept: custom dungeon training. Minjun was baffled. "Wait, what is custom dungeon training?" According to the explanation, dungeons usually vanish after the boss is killed, but sometimes, a dungeon remains. When that happens, it becomes a converted dungeon. Its internal structure changes every single day, making it the perfect training ground for any environment. A map appeared with a big red X. That was the objective for their practical test inside the converted dungeon, also known as custom dungeon training. The moment they heard the words custom dungeon training, the recruits completely freaked out. Faces went pale, and pure panic erupted through the ranks. "Whoa, is this custom dungeon really that tough? We have to do it right now?" Some were already in despair, shouting, "We're so dead." Watching the chaos from his platform, the lieutenant smirked. "They're on edge," he thought. "Good, they need to maintain this level of stress." He was making an interesting comparison in his head. Handling recruits is like training racehorses when they need discipline. You pull the reins tight, and when they get too stressed, you comfort them with a carrot. He immediately switched tactics, flashing a fake, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, if you use your heads, you'll be fine." To sweeten the pot, he dangled an irresistible prize. The person with the highest score will receive a 3-day, 2-night vacation pass. He held his breath, waiting for the explosive cheers, thinking, now they'll get excited. But all he got were dull, lifeless faces. The soulless faces of exhausted recruits. The silence made the lieutenant panic, and he roared loud enough to shake the entire base. "Did you hear me? It's a premium prize, a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Is no one going to even try for it?" He looked down, totally confused. They were all just standing there like statues. What the hell is wrong with these guys? He cursed. Do they want to die here? Amid the sea of grim faces, only a single recruit, number 156, Park Myung-jin, grinned and shouted, "Awesome." The lieutenant could only let out a helpless sigh. Why is only one person excited? Soon after, the army moved to a lush valley, where the real test awaited. Standing before a massive, shimmering portal, Kim Minjun just scratched his head and asked, "What is that?" The others were just as stunned. Is this dungeon on steroids or something? Why is it so ridiculously huge? A swirling vortex of blue magic pulsed before them, radiating overwhelming energy. Someone whispered in a shaky voice. That's the dungeon? The custom dungeon training was about to begin. Standing by a military truck, one rookie asked nervously, "What are we supposed to do in there?" The guy next to him just snorted. "I think we're supposed to go camping." But that dream of a peaceful camping trip was shattered by a massive explosion. The 2.5-ton army truck was thrown into the air and flipped over violently. Everyone panicked, but Kim Minjun remained perfectly calm. He acted like nothing happened. In front of them, a giant iron gate crackled with purple lightning. It materialized out of thin air. As the gate opened, glowing eyes and sharp teeth were revealed. Those were hounds, the terror of any hunter. Seeing this, the recruits started screaming, "Monsters!" One guy fell down in terror, sweating buckets. I've never seen them this close. But amid the chaos, Kim Minjun stood with his arms crossed, strangely calm. He looked at the monsters and thought, seriously? Everyone's losing it over these mutated chihuahuas? Guess I'll go take a quick look. Lieutenant Lim Yiyan Cheon's roar cut through the panic. You rookies, why are you so afraid? These are the monsters you have to fight. A stunned recruit shouted back. Are you kidding, sir? You want 4 of us to fight one of those things for an hour? That's just insulting. He roared back with intensity. If you get injured, raise your core strength. If you're afraid, then use your brain and focus on the fight. Is that clear? The troops all roared. Yes, sir. The lieutenant waved his hand. Then move it. Go on, one by one, and engage. The recruits get equipped with the Mid-Hunter Corps' exclusive protective armor, a suit designed to be extremely crude and heavy, with its only purpose being mechanical protection for the body. Its weight had many of them groaning, thinking their legs were about to snap. They wondered if this was all they were getting. Minjun picked up the armor, examining it with pure disgust. This 50 million won outfit looked utterly pathetic. It was heavy, it stunk, and he'd probably pass out from the heat before a monster even got to him. Looking at his teammates struggle into the gear, he silently judged them. They must have really put it through its paces for it to be this expensive. He could smell their sweat and dedication. What a fantastic piece of gear, he thought, not that he liked it at all. Unexpectedly, Minjun spoke up, asking what would happen if he cleared the map instantly. Would he be allowed to take off this useless suit and get some air? The arrogant question stunned the lieutenant. Well, aren't you a cocky one, rookie? But as soon as he recognized him, his tone changed. Oh, it's you, the number 1 ranked rookie, Kim Minjun? Fine, if you want. But remember, this is a team training exercise. You can't just go outshining everyone by yourself. He wondered aloud if the top rookie Kim Minjun would actually stick with his teammates. Meanwhile, Minjun's squad members were incredibly anxious. One of them, holding a dagger, trembled and asked how they could possibly face hellhounds with just this. They needed a plan. Seeing this, Minjun casually replied that it was simple. He told them to listen up, because he was about to lay out his strategy. He began his instructions to his skeptical teammates. He told them to just let the things pounce, and not to flinch. Then they should just grab their legs and snap them in half like a cracker. Any that were still twitching, they could just rip apart like chicken. Easy, right? Minjun asked again after his monstrous guide to breaking spines, leaving the whole team speechless. They could only respond with a collective, huh? Just then, Lieutenant Lim Yong-cheon gave the order, "Release them." The iron gate on the truck was thrown open and giant hounds rushed out. But instead of attacking the humans, they ran for their lives, straight into the glowing blue magic vortex. Seeing his teammates still shaking, Minjun calmly explained that they were entering the dungeon instead of attacking them. He said they'd been held captive all day, and their home just reappeared. Why wouldn't they go back? Hearing this, the rookie's eyes lit up. They nodded in admiration, agreeing that his logic was sound. One of them couldn't help but ask how he understood the monster's psychology so well. He just smiled faintly, thinking to himself that it was because he'd done it before. Lost in their chat, the team flinched when Lieutenant Lim roared with fury, asking if they were joking around on this sacred training ground. "Do you want to die?" he bellowed. The whole group could only bow their heads and stammer, wondering why the lieutenant was getting so worked up. The lieutenant's rage hadn't subsided. He pointed a finger and declared with an iron will that they had just decided the first team to enter would be them, while his teammates screamed in panic. "We're the first team?" The instructors were already brandishing their batons, yelling, "Get in!" Under the clear blue sky, Minjun's team began their advance into the dungeon. Amidst the extreme tension of the other members, Minjun alone remained calm, telling himself the boss was overreacting by sending them to check on these pups first. This way, they might finish early, get some rest, and he could take off this pathetic suit for some fresh air. Seeing his confidence, a teammate worriedly asked, "Are you sure?" Outside, Lieutenant Lim used his radio, ordering the guide team to be ready to control the situation if the rookies ran into any danger. Inside the dark dungeon, 2 guide soldiers were on watch. One suddenly realized something was happening and looked down from his high perch on the cliff. They silently observed the 4 small figures beginning to move deeper into the dangerous area inside the gloomy dungeon. Corporal Kim Ho-jun was listening to a report from his subordinate. "Corporal Kim Ho-jun, the rookies have arrived. It's a team of 4, no other parties." When asked if there was anything else, the soldier broke into a cold sweat and hesitated, replying, "That guy is with them." Ho-jun's gaze immediately fell upon Kim Minjun, who was leading the group. The rookie team walked with incredible confidence. Watching from the high cliff, Ho-jun noted to himself that Kim Minjun, the special person of interest, was here. He recalled the outstanding power Minjun had displayed in the previous round, along with his excellent scores over the past 4 weeks. However, looking into the deep darkness of the dungeon, where glowing eyes were lurking, Ho-jun was still doubtful. Could he really stand out in this dungeon? As they ventured deeper into the icy cave, the giant shadows of a wolf pack began to close in on the rookie team. Minjun casually scanned his surroundings and wondered if they were ready to come out yet. He figured they must be very impatient. He already had a plan in his head. He could end it all by smashing their skulls the moment they lunged. But looking over at his teammates, who were trembling from inexperience, Minjun couldn't help but worry. "Man, this is concerning," he thought. He lightly tapped a teammate's shoulder to warn him. He told them the puppies were about to close in for an autograph, and that they should get ready to die. While his friend was still asking, "Huh? What's coming?" From out of the darkness, 3 giant wolves with glowing blue eyes and sharp fangs shot out. The sudden appearance of these monsters sent the entire team into a panic. One of them screamed, "They're here!" Amidst the desperate cries, Minjun remained calm, reassuring them. He said this 50 million won outfit was tough, and these pups had no chance of piercing their armor. He decided to step forward and provoke the beasts. "I think I'll go first. Which one of you wants to come at me?" The wolves charged forward with terrifying speed. Minjun swiftly dodged an attack from a wolf that was baring its fangs, about to pounce on him. He spun around, aimed at another one, and growled. "Is it you?" Minjun unleashed a thunderous punch straight into the monster's head, causing it to collapse on the spot. He saw the motionless wolf with its tongue hanging out, as the word "dead" appeared confirming the kill. However, on the other side, another wolf had already closed in, and it attacked a team member. The poor teammate could only scream in despair. "Everyone, save me!" as the monster bit down hard on his protective armor. The attack left him frozen in terror. Instantly, Minjun rushed in, delivering a powerful sidekick that sent the wolf flying. A thunderous crash echoed as the monster collapsed instantly. The word "dead" appeared again, cold and final. Through the settling dust, Minjun turned to harshly lecture his trembling teammate. "If they bite you, you're supposed to fight back. Stop shaking like a leaf. They'll think you're easy prey." The rookie mumbled in response. "Right, I understand." Minjun's expression immediately softened into a friendly one. "Hey, why the formal talk? We're on the same team, man." The kid just awkwardly scratched his head. "My bad." But just as quickly, the serious look returned to Minjun's face. He snapped at the team. "If that had been a real situation, 2 of you would be dead already." He instantly began laying out the battle plan, reminding them of their numerical superiority. "We have more people, so let's use that advantage to pressure them. They'll start to panic. Keep pushing and wait for their defenses to drop." Watching from a high vantage point, the 2 instructors were absolutely stunned. One of them blurted out, "Is that kid really just a rookie?" The other confirmed, "You're talking about Kim Minjun?" Usually, fear completely paralyzes the new recruits, making them totally useless in a fight. But under Minjun's sharp leadership, the once timid rookies had conquered their fear, even managing to subdue monsters with their bare hands. His performance was so incredible it made one instructor wonder, could that be the name of the Hunter Corps sergeant who regressed to the day before he enlisted? His colleague just laughed. "Come on, Stuff like that only happens in novels. They were both deeply impressed by Minjun's abilities. He wasn't just relying on his own strength, he was also a natural leader, encouraging and cooperating with his teammates. Because of that, Kim Minjun earned the highest score, while the others received an average grade. The battle was over. While his teammates were collapsing from exhaustion, Minjun was perfectly fine. "The instructors are here, right?" he asked, walking right up to them. "You were secretly grading us, weren't you?" "So did I win the vacation pass or not, sirs?" He was spot on, and the instructor roared, "Shut your mouth. You think we'd tell you that?" Unfazed, Minjun just teased him even more. "Wow, you guys really care about us rookies. You act all tough, but I bet you're just a big softy on the inside, huh?" The comment left the soldier totally speechless. Suddenly, a violent tremor shot up from the ground, followed by a bizarre cooing sound that echoed all around them. Then, a massive burst of bright green energy erupted, sending everyone into a panic. The two instructors immediately freaked out. One yelled into his radio, "Corporal Kim Ho-jun, get on the external radio frequency, hurry!" Amid the quake, a terrified rookie asked, "What's happening? Is this an earthquake?" Minjun narrowed his eyes at the swirling green energy and stated flatly, "This is no earthquake, dude. This dungeon, it's getting a live update right this second." Meanwhile, at the exit, arcs of magic lightning began to envelop the portal as a rookie screamed, "The exit is closing by itself." Absolute chaos erupted. No one could believe their eyes. What in the world was going on? Even the instructor in the red cap went pale, utterly helpless. In stark contrast to everyone's fear, Minjun calmly watched the gate vanish. "Looks like we're not getting out of here anytime soon." A heavy magical pressure filled the air, forcing him to mutter, "This is bad." The panicked instructor turned to his partner. "Corporal Kim, the radio's dead. The dungeon is changing way too fast." Corporal Kim was just as panicked. "The structure isn't supposed to change for another month. How is this happening?" He immediately gave an order. "Get the rookies to a safe place first." The transforming gate sealed itself completely shut. Only a faint tremor from the shift remained. "Trying to quell the rising panic," Corporal Kim said. "As you can see, there's been an incident. But don't worry, we'll wait about an hour and see if the entrance reopens." Hearing that, the rookies calmed down a little. "Really? We just have to wait an hour?" one asked. Corporal Kim's face was extremely tense, but he forced a smile. "Ha ha, I'm sure the team outside is already assessing the situation. The lieutenant will find a solution, so we just need to wait patiently." Minjun watched from a distance with his arms crossed, thinking, "Is that right? You can lie to these kids, but you can't fool me." He guessed they chose this location because it was supposed to be a completely stable dungeon where nothing unexpected could ever happen. An image of a door wrapped in countless iron chains flashed in Minjun's mind. He then saw the instructor rush over to Corporal Kim, saying, "Corporal Kim!" Before the instructor could finish his sentence, Corporal Kim cut him off. "Wait, let's go somewhere else." Every single one of their actions was caught by Minjun. He was right. The instructors knew just how bad this was. They were acting calm, but they likely had no real protocol for a situation like this. Minjun retreated to a corner to think. If this dungeon has become a closed gate type, it's going to be harder to beat than I imagined. But this is just complicated. Not the worst case scenario, because I'm here. Corporal Kim stroked his chin. "I'm sure you realize this has become a closed gate dungeon." The other instructor was horrified. "A closed gate? Seriously? Nobody warned us about this." Kim explained there are two reasons a gate disappears. First, the dungeon has been defeated. Second, it's a closed gate. The portal vanishes when someone from outside enters. It changed while we were inside, which means the gate is gone, and more monsters are definitely coming. The only way out of a closed gate dungeon is to kill every single monster inside. There's no way to get support from the outside. 4 inexperienced rookies and 2 instructors. The 6 of us have to conquer this dungeon alone. He considered using the rookies in heavy gear as bait to draw monster aggro for the instructors to kill, but he quickly rejected that idea. These kids trusted us and endured all that brutal training. Using my juniors as human shields, my pride won't allow it. From behind, Kim Minjun looked bored. But then something caught his attention, and he turned to listen. The instructor asked, surprised, "Rookie Kim Minjun, is something wrong?" At that moment, Minjun was staring ahead with a look of pure shock. Everyone heard the strange noise nearby. In front of them, Corporal Kim was clutching his head and screaming like an animal. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground, thrashing helplessly as white foam frothed at his mouth. "Sir Kim!" the instructor yelled, running toward him despite Minjun's warning. "Don't move," Minjun said calmly. "It's too late to run." The instructor gets close, and he gets paralyzed too. He should have listened. Now both of them are down, making things even worse for the squad. The instructor, are you all right? Minjun stops the other recruits, yelling, everyone back. If you get any closer, you'll end up just like them. Minjun approaches the two instructors, thinking they've just passed out. He's not surprised he recognizes that familiar smell in the air. He quickly grabs both instructors and hurls them towards the recruits. Hey, teammates, catch. Don't follow me, just stay near the exit. The recruit, Huang Shichu, catches an instructor and shouts in panic, where are you going? Stop, it's too dangerous. Even the instructors fainted. Kim Minjun ignores him, sprinting towards the source of that strange scent. He feels a rush of excitement. It actually exists here on Earth. As he runs, Minjun smirks. He alone recognized the dark energy that took them out. For a Dark Mage, that stuff is basically a portable power bank. Finally, Minjun finds the source. Before him is a massive, pulsing well of energy, surrounded by huge amethyst crystals. Without hesitation, Minjun steps inside. Reaching the bottom, he's surprised by the silence, then looks up with a confident glint in his eye. You think this smell can hide you from a Dark Mage? Directly above him is a dark hound monster with 4 eyes and razor-sharp teeth, clinging to the crystals and staring down hungrily at Minjun. Minjun remembers this beast. He first met this monster a year after being summoned to Igas, and it nearly killed him. He'd never seen anything like it on Earth. Back then, he barely survived its attack. Now, in the present, the dark hound lunges. Minjun braces himself and throws a single punch. The force is so immense it sends the hound flying, shattering its teeth. So much for its dark energy. The beast was a threat before he was geared up, sure. But now that he's the strongest player on the map, not a chance. A massive amount of dark energy pours out after the monster dies. Minjun explains that this is why dark hounds are so tough, their blood is poison. A normal person would rot on contact. He raises a hand, absorbing the energy, his veins bulging ominously. Of course, this doesn't apply to a 7th level Dark Mage. He feels a jolt, guessing he's just charged up about 5%. He wonders, why are dark hounds even here? They didn't cross dimensions. He realizes this could only be the work of someone like him, someone who's mastered dark magic. After quickly absorbing the energy, Minjun seals the source, thinking, maybe he's overthinking it. Is this the first time a dark hound has appeared in Korea? He runs off to find the body for his report. The scene shifts back to Sergeant Kim. He's lying unconscious when he hears a voice calling out, "Instructor." He slowly opens his eyes to see everyone anxiously calling his name. He sits up. What? Is everyone okay? Anyone hurt? Damn it. What the hell just happened? The other instructor asks. The 2 recruits reply, we're all fine. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun had gone deeper into the cave alone. Sergeant Kim jumps up in a panic and shakes Hong Shichu. So that's what the bastard did? How dare he act so recklessly? That attitude alone is enough to get him kicked out. But does he have the right to say anything? He fainted instead of protecting them. He decides he needs to rescue Kim Minjun. Just then, someone shouts, Instructor, look. They all turn to see Kim Minjun carrying the massive wolf. Is everyone okay? The 2 instructors point in shock. What the hell is that? Is that a hound? They move in for a closer look. This is the thing that knocked us out? The other recruits are terrified. Did Kim Minjun really defeat a monster this big all by himself? If the one they fought was a lightweight, this thing is a heavyweight. Hearing this, Minjun just gets bored. This thing wasn't strong. 1 punch and it was done for. Sergeant Kim walks over, patting his shoulder in disbelief. Did you really take down that hound alone? Minjun just smiles and nods. Kim sighs. I understand. He turns to the other instructor. Escort the recruits out of here. I'll follow behind. After everyone else leaves, only the 2 of them remain. Sergeant Kim says, Kim Minjun, once you get outside, I want you to report everything in detail to the center. Don't leave anything out, including how useless we instructors were. Even if it lands me in military prison, everyone is safe thanks to you. I appreciate that. Kim Minjun blushes, embarrassed. You're making me feel awkward. As a man, I have to own up when things go bad. Anyway, we should get back. The sergeant complains, damn it, now I have to write a report about what knocked me unconscious. Kim Minjun thinks to himself, getting praised at the end of training. I guess it's time to leave. Suddenly, a system window appears. Error has been fixed. Minjun is furious. What the hell is this? What kind of error? Before he can finish cursing, another message appears. Kim Minjun, the founder of the Luminana Church, is my favorite character. What? The Luminana Church is my favorite character? He remembers creating that church as a joke, just to get rid of some followers. He can't reach his goal if this keeps up, he reassures himself. He reached the pinnacle of dark magic in Igas once. He can do it all over again. The goal is clear: regain his power as fast as possible because his gaming company is on hold. With that, he finally leaves the dungeon. The entire training center is in chaos because the dungeon gate has closed. Recruits who were supposed to be promoted are now stuck. The gossiping begins. We're cursed. When will we get out of this time loop? Did Kim Minjun really catch that hound himself? It was freaking huge. I thought it was a cow. The scene shifts to the reporting office, where Kim Minjun stands at attention. Private Kim Minjun, here to report. He enters to see the instructor being punished, as Mr. Choi approaches with a smile. A first lieutenant who doesn't properly inspect a dungeon has to be punished, don't you think? Hearing this, Kim Minjun immediately snaps to attention and responds firmly. Private Kim Minjun reporting, "Yes, sir." Mr. Choi pats his shoulder and says, "All right, let's cut to the chase. Private Kim Minjun, I called you here because I have something to discuss. As the person with the highest score, I have a special offer for you. Are you interested?" This situation reminds Choi of an old saying about a crane among chickens. He thinks to himself he's lucky to be alive to witness this. A talent this exceptional can't be wasted in the regular army, especially when they need more soldiers to fight monsters. Mr. Choi continues. He'd heard Kim Min-chun wanted to rank up fast. By the book, a private had to serve a full year before taking the promotion test, but an exception could change everything. Commander Choi continued his pitch. If he volunteered for the Hunter Corps at the Gangwon outpost, the commander would use his authority to grant him that exception. No need to wait another year. The offer was so tempting that Kim Min-chun fell silent, not knowing how to answer. The air grew thick as both men were lost in thought. The commander worried if fear would make him refuse, or if the special promotion simply wasn't enough. While the commander fretted, Kim Min-chun weighed his options. He recalled a warning from a teammate about the 104th Division. It was a place of bitter cold and endless snow, hiding constant surprises from dungeons and monsters. But he thought to himself, isn't this perfect? As long as he got promoted, where he trained didn't matter, especially since this was a special case. His goal was to rank up at any cost. The higher the rank, the more freedom he'd have, and clearing dungeons was the fastest way there. With his mind made up, Kim Min-chun answered firmly, "I'll go." Commander Choi let out a sigh of relief, then yelped in shock. "Wait, what?" He was floored that Kim Min-chun agreed for so few benefits. He had no idea that for our guy, rank was irrelevant. As long as he could play his game, he was ready for anything. After the meeting, Kim Min-chun received his orders. He quickly packed his bags and was on his way. Outside, his teammates were preparing to leave. A close friend tearfully told Kim Min-chun, "You have to call me when you get there." Kim Min-chun calmly replied, "You worry too much. You'll probably call me first." "Why would you volunteer for a place everyone avoids?" he asked. Kim Min-chun just smiled. "You guys don't know," he said. "I have a much bigger goal." His colleagues wondered if that goal was hitting max level 100 times. Kim Min-chun replied, "I hit 30 yesterday, so 100 is nothing." He gave a cheerful wave and turned away, thinking to himself that the loudest guy was finally gone. He stood alone in the silence until he heard an engine approaching. The vehicle stopped in front of him, and a man with a stern face stepped out. "Have you been waiting long?" "The snow's thick, so I'm a bit late." Kim Min-chun answered politely. "Private Kim Min-chun, no problem at all." Then he looked out and it hit him. "Snow? What season is it?" "Damn, it's snowing already?" The man turned away, his voice echoing. "All right, let's head to base. Get in." Kim Min-chun thought this guy was incredibly strange. Once settled in his seat, he began thinking about the new life ahead. He was ready for the brutal training and monster fights, but one thing truly worried him: bullying. He wondered if he'd end up in some horrible TV drama scenario, because he simply didn't have the patience to put up with any of that. But let's be real. Who would dare bully this guy? The man was overthinking things. Even so, Kim Min-chun clenched his jaw, telling himself he had to endure, because if he started a fight with a superior, he'd be thrown in military prison like any common soldier. The truck finally delivered Kim Min-chun to the new base, a place buried in snow. He walked through the rusty barracks gate, impressed by the vast white landscape. An old iron sign clearly marked the Hunter Corps, Gangwon Military District, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. The strange man led him to a room. He shoved Kim Min-chun inside and yelled to the others, "The new recruit is here. Teach him a lesson." In the room, surprised eyes turned towards him. One guy asked, "What's your name?" "Private Kim Min-chun." "If you're Kim Min-chun, Then you must be that super soldier from the rumors, the one who single-handedly defeated a hound. Immediately, someone snatched his bag and tossed it to a friend. Hey, let's see what the new guy brought. Kim Minjun recognized them as the two ringleaders of the barracks. They stared at him with an amused look, like they had just found a new toy. One of them asked, "With scores that high, why didn't you pick a rear-line post?" Kim Minchun answered, "I heard the front line is the best place to get combat experience and the fastest way to get promoted." Hearing this, the two bullies froze for a second before bursting out laughing. "You're insane!" The teasing started from all around. "Do you have any sisters?" "No." "A girlfriend?" "Single since birth." "Then show us your talent." Kim Minchun thought to himself, maybe if he showed off, they would back off and leave. He decided, "I'll perform a one-handed push-up." To everyone's surprise, their jaws hit the floor. Kim Minchun used just a single finger and started doing push-ups. Vertical? He can do vertical push-ups? Can anyone in our platoon do that? Just then, someone else walked in. It was Sergeant Lai Sung-ho, who had returned looking completely drained. The red-haired bully asked, "Lai Sung-ho, why are you so exhausted? When all you had to do was be a tour guide?" The brown-haired bully added with a smirk, "Didn't you enjoy your break with the kids?" "How many days off was that?" Lai Sung-ho angrily yelled. 4 days, okay? Now stop bothering me and leave me alone." The brown-haired guy muttered as he walked away. "You're a real buzzkill." The red-haired one flipped him the bird and said, 4 days is way too long. Eat this, you bastard." Lee Sung-ho grumbled to the soldier beside him. "They keep provoking me, but it's not like I'm scared." After those guys left, Lee Sung-ho sighed, collapsed onto his bunk, and pulled out his phone to watch a video. The screen showed a volcano erupting as a voiceover explained. "As you can see, the volcano dungeon has a naturally high temperature that can cause immediate harm." Seeing this, Kim Minchun silently wondered, is this guy the head of the barracks? He debated whether or not he should make a move. Even in this tiny room, the rank difference was massive. This wasn't the 1980s. Lai Sung-ho shouted, "Dongqin." Lai Dongqin stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." Lai Sung-ho continued, "He's a new soldier under your command, so guide him thoroughly." Lai Dongqin shouted, "Yes, sir." He then turned to Kim Minchun and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Lai Dongqin." Kim Minchun thought, "This is my superior?" Lai Dongqin continued, "Let's talk after we eat. I just got permission to take you to the canteen." Kim Minchun was surprised. "What? I can't go to the canteen by myself?" Lai Dongqin pointed. "Just pick whatever you want to eat." "Are you sure?" "I eat a lot." "Of course, don't worry about it. Just choose and eat as much as you like." Kim Minchun thought he seemed like a genuinely good guy. At the register, the clerk said, "That'll be 3,000. Lee Dongjin looked completely bewildered, his hand trembling as he offered his ID card, even asking if the guy had a cold. After grabbing a pile of snacks from his new friend, Minjun asked while munching, "So, are we not normally allowed here?" Lee Dongjin explained that privates could only visit on weekends. On top of that, you had to be a private first class to use the gym, and at least a corporal for the advanced shooting range. Wait, why a corporal for the shooting range? Are you kidding me? Lee Dongjin just sighed. It makes no sense, but those are the rules, and a guy like him couldn't change a thing. You just have to get used to it. Isn't there any other way to change things? Lee Dongjin looked a little surprised. You'd have to get promoted to at least corporal. A sergeant might have a shot, but even that's a long way off. Kim Minjun thought it over. Staying put was bad enough, but being barred from the shooting range was intolerable. So promotion was the only way? Lee Dongjin hesitated. Besides, becoming a sergeant in the Hunter Corps isn't exactly a walk in the park. I've failed the promotion test so many times. I've been a private first class for 3 years now. Pathetic, right? Kim Minjun just shook his head. No way, you'll get it next time. Thanks for the encouragement, Lee Dongjin replied. But just then, Sergeant Kim Gwang-sik appeared, slinging an arm around Lee Dongjin's neck. Who's this? A rookie and a private. Lee Dongjin immediately panicked, offering, Sergeant Kim Gwang-sik, please, join us for a meal. The sergeant grinned. Well, this is a bit plain, but I won't turn down an invitation. He sat down and started eating like he'd been starving for days. Who even invited this guy to freeload? Back in his old world, Minjun would have taught him some manners right away. Kim Gwang-sik turned to them, his voice laced with threat. I won't say anything about you two slacking off, but only if you perform perfectly in tomorrow's weapons training. You'll both answer to me otherwise, and I won't go easy on you just because you're new. He glared at Minjun. You do know how to aim, right? Lee Dongjin awkwardly cut in. Yes. I just explained the weapons training to him. It's only a little different from the other types. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sik's face hardened. Oh, really? So you're saying I only care if you do well, Private First Class Lee Dong-jin? Then how are you still a private? Are all the other candidates just idiots? Kim Minjun had heard enough. This pig was getting on his last nerve. He decided to use his ability on Kim Kwang-sik, a faint pink aura flowing from his hand toward the sergeant. And he thought, why don't you vomit up every last thing you just swallowed? One moment, Kim Kwang-sik was gloating, the next. Something felt very, very wrong. He shot to his feet, hands shaking, his face slick with sweat. Lee Dong-jin was confused. Huh, what's wrong, sir? Kim Kwang-sik snatched the bag of food and drink, checking them over and over. Ugh, damn it, this is weird. Minjun watched him, thinking, is he actually checking the expiration date? Kim Kwang-sik's face went dark as he stammered, it's nothing, you two should head back soon. Sergeant Kim Kwang-sik, Lee Dong-jin called out, but he was already gone, clutching his stomach and muttering, damn it, what is wrong with me? It can't be the food, so what is it? A small victory for Kim Minjun. That's what you get for mooching. He then turned back to Lee Dong-jin. So, what's this weapons training you guys were talking about? Lee Dong-jin explained. Oh, that? You'll be using a KX-2 rifle with yin rounds. We're using a new warhead with way more power. If the training rounds were a normal horse, these are a wild stallion, a completely different class. The sound is more like a cannon. The next day, the weather was perfect for it. The shooting range echoed with thunderous cracks. A soldier had just nailed nearly every shot. Right in the center, it was Kim Minjun. He muttered to himself, I missed one. Too bad. A soldier waved the flag, announcing the official score, 19 hits, 1 miss. The crowd went wild, whispering in disbelief. A private just hit 19 shots. Is he a machine or something? That can't be a fluke, can it? But Kim Minjun just stood there, stewing over that single missed shot. A red-haired soldier spoke up. My record is 14, and that's already way above the team average. The soldier next to him nodded. No kidding. Watching from above, Sergeant Kim Min-yi gasped in amazement. My God, 19 shots, all to the head. Sergeant Ha replied, I heard he was exceptional. Looks like the rumors were true. The red-haired soldier shouted down to Kim Minjun, how did you do that? Kim Minjun answered calmly, I just followed the instructions. The kind of answer you always hear from a total prodigy, right? Everyone had to applaud his insane skill. Later, in the bustling mess hall, Lee Dong-jin was still marveling at his performance, insisting Minjun was born to be a soldier. In response to all the praise, Minjun humbly pointed out that Dong-jin's score of 13 hits was actually a very good result too. Dong-jin just scratched his head, admitting he had a little prior experience, but his technique was still far from perfect. He stressed that Sergeant Lee Sung-ho was the real monster marksman on the team, averaging an incredible 17 hits. Yeah, the guy was on a whole other level. Minjun did the math while he ate. With a team average of 10, Sung-ho was definitely a beast, but he also realized that meant he had just quietly taken the #1 spot. Dong-jin excitedly encouraged him, saying he'd dominate the upcoming special weapons training. When Minjun suggested they team up, Dong-jin explained that the teams were actually decided by the executive director. He then dropped a surprising piece of information: the teams would be split up randomly using a ladder lottery game at the specialized training grounds. Pure luck. The commander's voice boomed across the area, announcing that training would begin in 5 minutes and ordering everyone into their bulletproof vests. Minjun looked over and saw his partner, Sergeant Kim Kwang-sik, the same arrogant bully who clearly hadn't learned his lesson. He swaggered over, getting in Minjun's face. He demanded Minjun finish the mission in 3 minutes, the team average. Make sure you do it in 3 minutes, or you will regret it. Seeing Minjun's silence, Kwang-sik sneered, assuming that his earlier score of 19 hits must have been a lucky fluke. Minjun just sighed, thinking to himself that Kwang-sik was nothing more than a pathetic failure. He replied calmly, no problem, I'll do my best. But Kwang-sik shot that down, saying he only cared about results. He warned, if you finish later than me, you're done for, okay? Just then, a commander walked over to inspect them. Kwang-sik's entire demeanor changed in an instant as he reported loudly, no problems here, sir. A moment later, the commander ordered all units to prepare for the mission. On command, platforms began to lower them deep into an underground facility. This was going to be a full-blown tactical exercise. The objective was to clear out monsters and protect a civilian target. But in reality, it had devolved into a fierce competition between the soldiers. Their goal was to finish the challenge as fast and clean as possible, hitting the finish button before their rival. Then, the starting bell rang. The clock began its countdown. Watching the control screen, Minjun noticed the monster markers were all distinctly different sizes. A soldier next to him explained that the marker size changes based on the monster type. The bigger the mark, the higher the danger. He stressed the point. This was basic knowledge everyone should have. Each lane had 2 preset monsters, but which ones you faced was completely random, leaving the soldiers guessing. The moment he entered, one soldier froze, facing a massive, hideous toad monster. The creature suddenly launched its long tongue in a powerful attack, forcing him to dodge as he cursed. Damn it all. Watching from the outside, Minjun noted the soldier in lane 1 was fast but incredibly unlucky to run into this tough monster. That bad luck could let his opponent catch up. Meanwhile, in lane 2, another soldier was unloading his clip into a giant mutated rat. Taking down his target easily, he reloaded his gun with a smug grin. This is going to be an easy win for me. Time to clear the next stage in a flash. But the moment he stepped through, he froze. Before him was a giant desert worm, its mouth full of sharp teeth. At the same time, back in lane 1, gunshots were still ringing out as the soldier desperately fought the giant toad. He screamed in despair, realizing his luck was so bad he had to face 2 of those disgusting toads in a row. Talk about a terrible draw. Minjun silently assessed that the opponent in lane 2 had surely finished the mission by now. And sure enough, the soldier from lane 2 quickly cleared the challenge and slapped the finish button. The clock stopped at 2 minutes and 24 seconds, a shocking result. The crowd buzzed, talking about how he'd faced a desert worm, a monster known for its insanely high defense. The winner started trash-talking his defeated teammate. What took you so long? How are you supposed to protect the country like that? The other guy could only pant in frustration, cursing him for being a lucky bastard. I'm still better 'cause I won. You're buying at the PX. He then pointed at the target, mocking him for being slow and hitting the civilian cutout. Witnessing the entire exchange, Minjun suddenly spoke up. Oh ho, I'm guessing you two had a bet? As Kwang Zich stared blankly, Minjun stepped closer. So how about we make a bet of our own? Kwang Zich was dumbfounded, asking if he heard that right. But Minjun remained perfectly calm, stating the loser would do whatever the winner wanted, like a real man. Hearing this, Kwang Zich burst out laughing, thinking Minjun was way too confident just because the seniors liked him. He accepted the challenge with a cunning look. All right, let's bet. If a subordinate insists, how can I possibly refuse? However, Kwang Shich's greedy nature showed when he declared his demands weren't something a private could fulfill. So, he demanded 3 months of Minjun's salary if he lost. Despite seeing his opponent's greed, Minjun agreed without hesitation. Fine. If I lose, my salary is yours, but good luck trying to get it. The tension between the two was so thick you could see sparks, making Li Dongjin worry for Minjun from afar. Just then, the commander loudly ordered the next team to get into position. Standing between the 2 lanes, he sternly asked if there were any reports before training. Both Minjun and Kwang Shit shouted back, "No, sir." The order was given, and a lift began lowering them into the dark cellar. Minjun stood firm, fully aware he was being cheaply provoked and that standing out here wasn't smart. But faced with Kwang Zix's pure arrogance, Minjun told himself that even though he knew better, this time he absolutely would not back down. Minjun's hand tightened, and a purple energy began to radiate, surrounding his entire body. He told himself he wasn't mature enough to just sit still while someone was deliberately trying to pick a fight with him. Up in the observation room, the crowd started murmuring about the lopsided bet between a sergeant and a private. They scoffed with disbelief. How can a private beat a sergeant? Forget winning. Can he even kill a monster? Someone even wondered if First Sergeant Kim Minji would have to personally step in to rescue the rookie. Li Dongjin and the others were stunned. Suddenly, a massive tremor rocked the entire training area, shaking it so violently that dust rained down from the ceiling. The soldiers scrambled to find something to hold on to. Li Dongjin yelled out in fear, "What was that? An earthquake?" Another soldier immediately denied it. On the control monitor, 2 high-level monster icons appeared, flashing ominously as the shaking continued. Minjun gripped his weapon, feeling that terrifying vibration right next to him. Minjun's eyes narrowed, sensing a terrifying presence behind the door. A giant monster with a single eye and long, gruesome horns slowly revealed itself. It was chewing on its prey, leaving behind horrifying wounds. Facing this massive creature, Minjun stood his ground, weapon ready. "Bring it on, I can take you all." Seeing the hideous creature chewing on another monster right in front of him left him stunned. Huh? What the hell? Is it eating another monster? The creature let out a terrifying roar. It suddenly launched a powerful lunging attack, a streak of blue light tearing through the air. Minjun dodged nimbly, but the pressure from the attack was so strong it still tore the hem of his shirt. In this tense situation, he calmly thought about dinner. Ah, The menu tonight is fried chicken, right? I need to finish this quick so I can eat. Minjun glanced at the distant target, telling himself his only goal was to miss the shot and get disqualified. Actually hitting it would be a huge pain. But the monster let out a deafening roar and charged, forcing him to backpedal. Seeing how aggressive it was, Minjun clenched his fists tight. Purple energy wrapped around his entire arm as he muttered in annoyance, wondering why the damn thing was causing so much trouble. The wave of power sent the creature flying. It shrieked in pain, seriously injured. Seeing his opponent finally staggering, Minjun let out a sigh of relief. Time to put this thing down. But right on its wound, purple flesh began to squirm and writhe, regenerating at an impossible speed. The one-eyed monster roared in absolute fury. Its body now radiated a deep blue spiritual power, even stronger than before, ready for a fight to the death. On the monitoring screens, alarms started blaring non-stop. The soldiers watching were thrown into chaos. They started buzzing, worried that a terrible accident had happened to the new recruit. The commander in sunglasses stared at the course map, stunned to see a highly dangerous entity appearing on track number 2. He gasped in horror when he recognized it, a Cyclops, also known by the infamous title of the Gluttonous Demon. A monster capable of using energy to regenerate, and it only gets stronger after digesting its prey, becoming ridiculously tough. The commander's face tightened with worry as he realized just how wrong this was. This creature wasn't supposed to attack unless its own life was threatened. But even worse, it had broken out of its containment cell and was on the loose. It was in a berserk state after eating another monster right on the training grounds. Yet facing this beast, Minjun remained unbelievably calm. He just smirked, wondering what could have possibly provoked it to this level. The Cyclops roared, swinging its massive claws. Slashes of green energy tore through the air, heading straight for him. Minjun dodged the attacks with ease, mocking how slow his opponent was. He was confident he could crush it, but this was a weapons drill, so he decided to follow the rules. Immediately, Minjun took a combat stance and opened fire. Blue sparks erupted from the muzzle, blasting straight toward the target. The bullet slammed into the monster's head, making it scream in agony. Seizing the opening while his opponent was stunned, Minjun slid across the ground to close the distance. He noticed its eye was regenerating slower, now he had to end this. But even while injured, the Cyclops swung a powerful slash aimed precisely where Minjun stood. He dodged back just in time, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. It seemed this bastard could still pinpoint his location somehow. He wondered if it could see him, or if it was sensing him through sound or some other special sense. "You can't see, but you can still aim this well? Are you using hacks?" the monster roared, slamming its energy blade into the ground with world-shaking force. Minjun barely had time to shout before scrambling out of the impact zone. He knew something was very wrong here. There was no way the military would use a monster this violent for a simple training exercise. Even though he had blinded it, the creature had still managed to find him. It had pinpointed his location accurately twice in a row. Noticing the dark energy radiating from his own body, Minjun smirked and questioned the beast. "Are you reacting to my dark energy?" Outside, the commander hurriedly equipped heavy weaponry, his face etched with pure anxiety. He blamed himself for letting this disaster happen to a rookie, knowing a private couldn't possibly defeat an energy-using Cyclops, not with just a gun. He sprinted toward the training area, praying under his breath, "Kim Minjun, don't you die. Just hold on a little longer." But in stark contrast to that panic, Kim Kwang-sik was jogging along with a smug smile on his face. He glanced down at his watch. He was confident he'd finish in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, mocking Minjun for being unable to keep up. He was already lost in a fantasy of victory. Kwang-sik started daydreaming about spending Minjun's 3-month salary on his next vacation, but that smirk froze solid the second he reached the finish line. Minjun was already there, just waiting for him. Kwang-sik's jaw dropped as he screamed, "How are you still here?" In response, Minjun just gave him a knowing smile. Then he casually hit the finish button right in front of him. Kwang-sik stood there, mouth agape, sweat pouring down his face, unable to process what was happening. That rookie was an absolute phantom. Even Commander Lee Song-ho, who had rushed to the scene, froze at the horrifying sight before him. Looking at the massive corpse of the Cyclops slumped amid the wreckage, he was stunned, wondering, "How in the world did you manage to take this thing down?" A huge cheer erupted from the central building, signaling the shock of everyone who was watching. News of this unprecedented feat spread like wildfire, shaking the entire base with applause. Everyone was showering him with praise, saying no one had ever completed the special weapons training in under 2 minutes, calling Minjun a true monster. Amid the excited crowd, Lee Dongjin rushed over, worriedly checking on his friend. Minjun, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? But Minjun kept his usual calm demeanor, reporting loudly, Private First Class Lee Dong-jin. I'm fine, sir. Not a scratch on me. Sergeant Seo Ung-ho approached Minjun, looking relieved but still full of questions. He had to know how he managed to defeat that monster. Minjun answered calmly, I just defeated it the way you taught me. The answer left the sergeant completely stunned, repeating the words in disbelief. The way I taught you? Seeing the tension, another soldier spoke up about their bet, declaring that the victory clearly belonged to the new guy. This was like a bucket of ice water on Kwang-sik's pride. He turned red with fury and suddenly punched the soldier who spoke, just to vent his anger. Kim Kwang-sik roared furiously. Are you trying to die? That wasn't fair, so the bet is off. This blatant attempt to back out left Lee Dong-jin and everyone else around them completely speechless. You're calling it off? He stammered. Kwang-sik continued to make excuses for himself. He argued there was no way he could have finished faster than a rookie under these conditions. Kwang-sik explained that the course was designed to kill 2 monsters before reaching the goal. While he had taken down the required number, Minjun had only faced a single creature. He then grabbed Dong-jin by the collar. He gets aggressive, shouting, So what about the rookie? He only faced 1, you see? That's not fair. If I'd faced just 1, I'd have finished way faster. He screams right in Dong-jin's face, trying to force him to agree. Dong-jin, why aren't you saying anything? Is it fair? Facing his superior's fury, Dong-jin can only stammer in fear. Well. Kwang-sik shoves his face even closer, growling through clenched teeth. Hurry up and say something, or do you want to die? Witnessing this, Minjun sighs, thinking that Kwang-sik has to be the worst person he has ever met. The guy was just completely immature, even though Minjun initially felt uncomfortable taking down monsters with his fists, and was planning to call off the bet. Kwang-sik's cowardly behavior right now made him change his mind. While Dong-jin miserably pleads, Corporal Kim Kwang-sik, please let me go, Minjun wonders why he's taking his anger out on his friend instead of confronting him directly. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chaos. Aren't you ashamed? The rookie took on a higher risk. Kwang-sik whips around, startled, and yells, Huh? Who the hell is that? A figure approaches, explaining that a Cyclops is normally docile, but once it turns on you, the danger level increases dramatically. The person emphasizes that Minjun had actually faced a much tougher challenge than Kwang-sik ever did. As the shadows clear, Kwang-sik is stunned to realize the speaker is none other than Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, who glares at him with piercing eyes. Sung-ho exposes his bullying. Are you trying to pull rank on a junior? You're the one who started it. Kwang-sik's tone changes instantly, forcing a smile. Trying to smooth things over, he says, Hey, all right. Don't embarrass me in front of the kids. It was just a joke. Don't be so serious. However, Sung-ho had no intention of letting it go. He coldly questions if everything that doesn't go his way is considered a joke. Turning his back, Sung-ho leaves a final, biting remark. Anyway, it must be nice having a higher rank, Corporal Kwang-sik, because stubborn mules who were once his seniors now acted surprisingly obedient in front of him. Witnessing the lesson, Minjun smirks, realizing the value of rank in the army. Meanwhile, Kwang-sik stands frozen to the spot, his face burning with humiliation and rage. He wanted to fight, but knew he'd lose, getting shut down by a superior in front of rookies. Kim Kwang-sik was furious, beat red in the face, but he couldn't do a thing when Sergeant Sung-ho turned back with a sharp look and asked, Did you have something to say? Kwang-sik's attitude flips on a dime, waving his hands with a sycophantic laugh. Haha, no, of course not. Sung-ho just replies with a cold, meaningful line. That's right, Kim Kwang-sik, before turning away for good. He doesn't forget one last warning, telling Kwang-sik that it's best not to say anything more, to avoid humiliating himself further. Under the brilliant sunset covering the base, Minjun and Dong-jin walk. They start talking about what just happened. Minjun curiously asks about Sergeant Lee Sung-ho getting a 2-rank jump in promotion. Dong-jin confirms it was an extremely rare case, because he achieved the highest score in that year's advancement exam. However, he also reveals that the special 2-rank promotion rule no longer exists. The reason? A sergeant who was promoted too quickly ended up causing a catastrophic incident inside a dungeon. This led the military to scrap the rule entirely, and Seung-ho was one of the very last soldiers to receive that privilege. Hearing this, Minjun can't help but wonder if there are any other ways to get a special promotion. Dong-jin explains that there are exceptions. For instance, performing a great deed like rescuing civilians in an emergency, or achieving an exceptionally outstanding record during monster hunts. But Dong-jin also stresses that all those criteria are subjective, and advises Minjun that it's best to forget about it, to just assume that rule doesn't exist. So far, no hunter has ever been promoted through such special means, because basically, every guy who tried it that way ended up 6 feet under. Minjun nods thoughtfully as if he understands, but deep down, he starts analyzing that the final decision really lies with the commanders, even though he himself doesn't crave that kind of power. But Minjun has no desire to see monsters attacking and endangering innocent people. Looking at the peaceful scenery around him, he thinks to himself that even though people say monsters appear daily since the North Korean army collapsed, this place still seems incredibly quiet. Feeling that 2 days as a private was more than enough, Minjun silently wishes he could get promoted immediately. Seeing his friend distracted, Dongjin offers some encouragement, saying that with the way Minjun is performing, he'll definitely get promoted soon. Just as Minjun was wishing for a monster gate to appear so he could prove his worth, a piercing alarm suddenly rips through the air. Both of them freeze as the broadcast from the control center urgently blares out. An emergency order, announcing that a massive number of mid-tier bat monsters have suddenly appeared at the oil reserve. Immediately, all hunters are ordered to assemble at the scene to form a defensive shield. Dongjin's face pales, and he hurries Minjun along, because the situation is becoming incredibly serious. But contrary to his teammates' worry, Minjun is just stunned, unable to believe his wish came true so incredibly fast. It seems like even the heavens are on his side now. Mid-tier bats are monsters about the size of a small child. They usually hide in deep caves. While a single one isn't a huge threat, they possess terrifying speed. Even more dangerous, this monster species can spit deadly fireballs from their mouths, which is why their appearance at the oil reserve is a worst-case scenario. This is a high-level emergency, because one small mistake could blow the entire military camp to pieces in an instant. At the gate to the reserve, the soldiers on guard are horrified by the number of bats swarming the sky. One panicked soldier raises his rifle to shoot, but his comrade immediately stops him. "Are you crazy? You can't open fire near the oil reserve," he worriedly asks back. "What if they attack us right here? You're telling me we just have to watch them?" A fellow soldier tries to keep everyone calm, explaining they have to wait for the defensive shield to be set up. The monsters hadn't actually reached the oil depot. Still, absolute fear gripped the soldiers. They could just imagine the creatures breathing fire and igniting the entire place. All before the defense shield could even be put in place. Just picturing a massive, nuclear-sized explosion leveling everything was enough to make these veteran soldiers shake. As the bats swarmed frantically and the soldiers stood frozen in despair, a single, calm voice suddenly cut right through the chaos. "I will get their attention." A soldier recognizes him and blurts out in shock, "Wait, aren't you that new recruit from the 2nd Corps?" And indeed, it was Kim Minjun. With a completely emotionless face, Minjun heads straight into the danger zone without any weapons, and the other soldiers just start yelling, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're not even carrying any gear. Get back here right now." But Minjun just continued on, completely unfazed. He thought to himself that gear was useless. After all, these valuable guests were just waiting to help him get a promotion. He was aiming for the title of the private who single-handedly stopped a disaster, and all the sweet experience points that came with it. A burning purple energy began to cover his hand. Minjun flashes a confident smile, completely ready to face the monster horde. The mid-level bats scream in a frenzy, swarming and blackening the entire sky. Standing right in the middle of the monster swarm, Minjun remained completely calm, that purple energy still blazing from his hands. He knew everything was going exactly as planned. As the monsters reacted violently to the dark energy radiating from his body, Minjun let out an arrogant smile. His eyes narrowed, staring down the swarm before making his declaration. Then, "All of you are mine." Behind him, the soldiers were scrambling to move the heavy equipment chests. They yelled at each other to move faster and avoid damaging the gear. But suddenly, one soldier stops dead. His eyes completely fixed on something, his face filled with shock. Seeing their teammate stop so abruptly, the others turned around asking, "Hey, why'd you stop over there? What's going on?" And then they all froze, stunned by the scene in front of them. Right at that moment, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho shows up. He roars with anger, "What are you guys doing? Don't just stand there staring. Set up the shield now." One soldier stammers out a report in a total panic. "Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, sir, it's..." Right now, Private Kim Minjun is. To the absolute astonishment of everyone there, Minjun was diving right into the bat swarm, taking them all on alone and viciously ripping the monsters apart with his purple glowing hands. Seung-ho couldn't believe what he was seeing. He turned and started yelling at the soldiers who were just standing there. "Hey, you idiots! A private is drawing all their attention, and you guys are just standing around watching him? Meanwhile, Minjun was continuing the slaughter. He uses his dark power to tear a bat in half in midair. As the attack wave ends, Minjun sighs in exhaustion, muttering a complaint to himself. Tearing each one apart by hand was way too time-consuming, and he wondered if there was a more useful tool he could use. Witnessing his subordinate's reckless behavior, Seung-ho completely loses it and rushes forward, shouting, "Kim Minjun, you idiot! Swallow your pride and get back. What do you think you're doing? You're not even wearing a bulletproof vest." But ignoring the warning, Minjun mentally scoffed at what the sergeant was calling pride. His eyes still burned with the desire to fight, silently declaring that all these monsters were his and no one else could interfere. Suddenly, Minjun's eyes fixated on the stun baton in Seung-ho's hand. He let out a little gasp of interest, realizing that item looked pretty fun. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho was gritting his teeth, fighting through a sudden stomach cramp. He cursed to himself, "Why is my stomach giving out on me right now?" Seeing his superior hunched over, Minjun walks over and asks, "Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, is something wrong, sir? Are you okay?" Even though Seung-ho managed to say he was fine, Minjun quickly assessed the situation and made a suggestion. "Are you sure? Then let me just borrow that for a second." Looking at the stun baton in Seung-ho's hand, he ignores the order to fall back and boldly declares his intentions. "Don't worry about me, I'll be right back after I deal with them." Holding his new weapon, Minjun was clearly delighted. Comparing it to an electric fly swatter, he cracks a sinister grin. "All right then," Minjun yells, "let's go," and dashes right back into the middle of the swarm. With the electric baton in his hand, he creates arcs of lightning, absolutely crushing the mid-level bats in an instant. Witnessing the absolute thrashing the rookie was giving the monsters, Seung-ho just stood there, completely stunned. He couldn't believe a new recruit could be this powerful. Minjun continues his attack, powerfully slamming the body of another monster into the ground. But suddenly, a soldier screams in terror, having spotted a much larger creature flying in. Ugh, that bat. It's a gigantic bat with blazing red eyes, spitting out pillars of fire that burn everything in their path. With the situation on a knife's edge, Seung-ho gives a decisive order to the machine gun squad. "Open fire! I'll take full responsibility, so just shoot." The trembling soldiers get into position, ready to unload everything on the monster hovering in the air. Before the barrel of a gun, all creatures are equal. Just as one soldier was about to fire, he suddenly stops, completely bewildered. Huh? Right behind the giant bat, Minjun had suddenly appeared, calling out, "Hey, you mid-level bat!" He cracks a defiant smile. "Haven't you ever heard? If you play with fire, you're going to get burned." Against the night sky, a massive burst of deep blue electricity explodes violently, incinerating the monsters amid their terrible screams. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the defense system is finally activated. The sound of machinery hums to life as massive cables are connected. This raises a massive, honeycomb-shaped energy shield that covers the entire area, ready to block any future attacks. Back at the scene, soldiers are rushing to collect the bat corpses, piling them up high on massive tarps. An officer is shouting for them to hurry. His subordinates carefully inspect the cables and quickly finish clearing the battlefield, asking how much longer it will take to gather all these corpses. Right then, Captain Sanjun-shik, the officer in charge of the mission, finally makes his appearance. The moment he arrives, he has to cover his nose, grimacing from the powerful smell of roasted bats. "Ugh, this smell is terrible." Jun-shik nods, satisfied with the report that a total of 30 monsters were taken down. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about their origin, since the radar system detected absolutely nothing. And just like that, the captain finally decided to make an appearance. Minjun silently judged him. An awakened hiding during an emergency, only to pop up after it's all over? Pathetic. He probably just watched the whole thing on a monitor from the safety of the control room. Turning to Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, Captain Jun-sik automatically assumed he'd cleared out the bats, promising to report his heroic deed to the battalion commander. But Seung-ho immediately shut him down. "It was not me." That answer left Jun-sik stunned. He couldn't believe anyone else in the battalion was better with an electric baton than Seung-ho. The sergeant then explained that while the electricity didn't kill all of them, all 30 bats were taken down by a single person. He roared, "What? Are you kidding me right now? You're saying the same person tore these bats apart too?" While Jun-sik was still wondering who this mysterious person could be, steady footsteps approached from behind. Minjun walked up, gave a sharp salute, and held out the item in his hand. "Hello, sir. I came to return this electric baton." Staring at the now shattered baton as it smoked and sparked, he looked at Seung-ho with a worried expression and asked quietly, "So, Is this thing expensive? Over in the company commander's office, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. In response to Minjun's firm no, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho stared him down, pressing him on whether he was a regressor. But all he got was another cold denial. With a deadly serious expression, Seung-ho warned him, "If that is not the case, then do not pull another thoughtless stunt like yesterday." He stressed that his victory was just pure luck, and as a hunter, Minjun couldn't possibly know the dangers that lie ahead. Hearing this lecture, Minjun simply thought to himself, "I should not have just stood still." Seung-ho started explaining the unique structure of the 104th Hunter Corps, an organization completely different from normal units, composed of just 4 elite companies. The number of soldiers here is much smaller than in a regular corps, because not every awakened person is qualified enough to enlist. Minjun couldn't help but wonder why he was suddenly being told all this. Seung-ho continued, confirming something Minjun could hardly imagine. In the Hunter Corps, from the lowest private to the division commander, every last one of them is an awakened. Although not all of them fight on the front lines, as most officers handle administration, monster research, or weapons development. But at their core, all of them possess special abilities. Most importantly, Hunter soldiers aren't promoted based on time in service, but entirely on their actual skill and combat achievements. In short, you eat what you kill. If you don't perform, you get nothing. Minjun figured this was a huge opportunity, though being called to the command office this early just to hear about training times still felt a little suspicious. Company Commander Lee Jun-byum looked at him with eyes full of expectation and stated, "I'm expecting great things from you, Kim Minjun." At that exact moment, a luxury car with a 2-star insignia rolled onto the base. This was a visit from a living legend, the hunter who had killed more monsters than anyone in the history of the 104th Division. The car door swung open. A large man with a full beard and an undeniable aura of power stepped out, commanding the attention of every saluting soldier. Company Commander Lee Jun-byum bellowed, "Loyalty." He executed a perfect military salute to welcome the powerful commander who just stepped into his company's area. The corps officers of the 2nd Company were all present, including Captain Song Jun-sik, the operations officer, and Captain Seo Jong-un, the 2nd platoon leader, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Chun-min, and Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. The 2-star commander approached Sung-ho, shook his hand, and offered praise. "I heard you handled the situation with a calm head yesterday. You worked hard." Sung-ho replied sharply, "Thank you, Commander." The commander looked around with a smile. "It has been a while, everyone." Watching from afar, Minjun felt an intense pressure. The man's gaze was lethal. He couldn't help but wonder what it took to earn 2 stars in the Hunter Corps. Suddenly, the commander strode right up to him. "Are you Kim Minjun?" He immediately snapped to attention and reported, "Private Kim Minjun? Yes, sir." Right after, he seized Minjun's hand with a crushing grip, making the air around them feel like it had frozen solid. Minjun instantly realized, "Oh, he's using a lot of force in this handshake." The commander suddenly erupted in laughter, shattering the tension. "All right, everyone relax," he boomed, slapping Minjun's back in a friendly gesture. Immediately after, an emergency military briefing began. He asked for the exact location of the monster gate. An officer reported, "The gate has been confirmed on a hill to the northeast, 1.2 kilometers from the barracks. Forces are currently securing the perimeter and assessing its rank." The commander ordered them to report directly to the division commander's office once it was verified. However, he was not happy that the radar system failed to sound an alarm until monsters had already penetrated deep inside the base. After hearing that the equipment was working normally, he concluded the problem was coverage and requested that the military district install a new radar system. "If we are lacking in quality, we make up for it with quantity. Right, men?" An officer shouted, "Yes, sir." The commander then turned to Minjun, his expression stern. "Kim Minjun, what you did yesterday was courageous. Your initial reaction was quick, but you need to think about yourself, too. You should have had your gear with you." Minjun bowed his head, accepting responsibility. "Private Kim Minjun, it was my fault." He silently worried that if these manpower shortages continued, the army would collapse soon. The commander began to walk away, asking a subordinate to confirm that Minjun had handled 30 monsters by himself. When the officer confirmed it, adding that the fuel tank could have exploded without his quick response, he nodded. Satisfied. "Very good. The division commander has a gift for you." Abruptly, the commander reached out, ripped off the old rank insignia, and pinned a new one to Minjun's chest. "Congratulations on the promotion. You would normally have to pass a test, but a soldier with such overwhelming results deserves a reward," he announced. "Private First Class Kim Minjun." Minjun replied respectfully, "Thank you, sir." But he wasn't finished. The commander then ordered the company captain to grant him a 3-day, 2-night leave to recover. Minjun shouted, "Yes, sir!" And just like that, he suddenly had a 3-day vacation to go home and grind video games. He couldn't contain his excitement. A promotion in vacation time? Army life was getting more interesting by the day. On the way back, Li Dongjin excitedly ran up to congratulate him. "Nice work, kid." He pointed out that Minjun had just arrived and was already getting results, which made him look good too. Minjun just smiled back with a simple, "Thanks." "You just enlisted and you're already going home?" a comrade asked, seeing Minjun getting ready to leave the base with a huge grin. "What are you going to do out there?" He gave a vague answer before stepping out of the barracks gate. Minjun then blended into the bustling city streets, his first target already locked in the internet cafe. An internet cafe was the only real option, he figured, since the connection back home was completely restricted. He vowed to make the most of these 3 days and 2 nights. This was a well-deserved break before getting called back. Walking down the street, he spotted 2 men drinking on the sidewalk, the one in the green hat complaining non-stop. "Don't even get me started on those damn soldiers," the man grumbled. "I wasn't even going in the cave, just picking some mushrooms nearby, and they stopped me. I already paid the owner of the mountain and got permission." His friend told him to just have a drink and relax, but the man refused, saying he still had to drive. The friend then warned him about a guy named Zhang San, who snuck in before it was forbidden and went insane after inhaling toxic gas on the mountain. "You go in there, and the same thing will happen to you," he stressed. But the man in the green hat was overconfident, convinced a gas mask was all he needed. Just then, Minjun suddenly appeared from behind them and asked coldly, "Where is that place?" His sudden appearance made both men jump in surprise. "Whoa, where'd you come from? You scared me." After a bit of convincing, Minjun managed to hitch a ride with them on their truck, heading toward Huaqian. Sitting in the truck bed, he stared thoughtfully at the distant mountains, wondering if he could find what he was looking for. When the truck stopped, Minjun politely thanked them. "Yeah, thanks for the ride." The driver warned him that going any further would get him stopped by the military, then asked doubtfully, "Are you really going up there to deal with that?" Minjun calmly confirmed, "Yes, I should be able to head up the mountain by tomorrow." The men's eyes fell on his name tag and the 104th Hunter Division patch on his chest. A wave of concern washed over the 2 men. They urged him to be extremely careful and to never, ever mention that they were the ones who brought him here. "Don't worry about it," Minjun said, waving as the truck drove off. Now alone in the gloomy landscape, he stared at the mountain, shrouded in a strange purple mist. He stood silently before the barricade, preparing for his secret mission. Ditching the internet cafe, Minjun had come to this remote area with a look of pure anticipation. The moment he smelled that familiar scent in the air, he knew for certain it was magical power. Right in front of him was a massive, swirling vortex of purple energy. The vortex churned violently among the trees. A victorious smile spread across Minjun's face. He had finally found the target he'd been searching for. However, the entrance was guarded by 2 soldiers armed with gas masks and rifles. Anyone who tried to get past them was going to get a face full of lead. Watching from the bushes, Minjun noticed the security around the dungeon entrance was actually pretty lax. He reminded himself that he'd just been promoted to private first class. Causing a scene or drawing too much attention would be a bad move. Purple energy began to gather in Minjun's hand as he prepared to infiltrate. The purple aura silently crept along the ground toward the 2 guards. Instantly, one of the soldiers clutched his stomach, wincing. "Why does my stomach hurt all of a sudden?" His partner groaned as a sudden wave of pain hit him too. "My stomach hurts, too." They stared at each other miserably through their gas masks. Unable to bear it any longer, one of them urged, "You too? I'll try to hold it." "Sorry, I don't think I can." Seeing the emergency, the other agreed. "Look, nobody ever comes here anyway. Just go take care of it, quick." The first soldier replied, breathless. "I'll be back in 5 minutes." Both guards quickly abandoned their posts and ran off, leaving the dungeon entrance completely unguarded. With the purple mist still lingering on the ground, Minjun seized his chance. He swiftly slipped past the security fence and ventured deep into the dark cave. Stepping into a space filled with an ethereal purple glow, he let out a satisfied smile, touching the ground to feel the immense power. Minjun was briefly surprised. Huh? Why are there no signs of monsters? However, he quickly realized the concentration of magic in this place was unbelievably dense. A smirk played on his lips. Well, this will do just fine. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood in the center of the light and spread his arms wide. He began to absorb the colossal energy source, his entire body becoming engulfed in a brilliant column of purple light. His face showed pure exhilaration as the power flowed into him. System notifications began to pop up one after another, confirming that Minjun's magic stat was climbing, point by agonizing point. "It's rising!" he shouted with glee. Moments later, another message announced that the power of his decay skill had been greatly enhanced. But even better, the system declared that the Nightwalker skill had officially been unlocked. Minjun's eyes flashed with a powerful blue light, like something out of observation hockey. A sinister smile stretched across his face as he felt the new power coursing through him. The system confirmed that the magic absorption had met the requirements. It had strengthened his decay skill and successfully activated Nightwalker. Minjun smirked to himself, thinking how lucky he'd gotten. His status window appeared. His agility and stamina were both at 60, while his magic stat was a mere 15. He was thrilled to realize he could use this new skill completely free of charge. Minjun immediately raised his hand to summon Nightwalker, a shadow beast known for its terrifying ability to hide in plain sight and assassinate its targets. This was a highly sought-after and incredibly useful entity back in Iska. However, maintaining it required a corresponding amount of magic. "Appear," Minjun commanded. He believed this summon was more than worth the price. But instead of a colossal monster, a tiny, minuscule creature materialized before him. Minjun just stood there, frozen for a few seconds, staring at the tiny shadow at his feet. He wondered if this was some kind of punishment for a spatial distortion, or maybe it was simply because his current magic stat was pitifully low. He couldn't help but feel this was just pathetic. The thing in front of him was so scrawny it looked like it would melt. Even a single ray of sunlight seemed like a threat. But then, as Minjun took a closer look at its tiny form, he paused. The little creature let out a faint, weak cry. "So hungry. So, anything to eat?" He began to wonder if this was truly the shadow-hiding spirit beast he'd been searching for all this time. With his leave over, Minjun returned to the unit, a new rank shining on his chest. He snapped a sharp salute, formally reporting for duty. Private First Class Kim Minjun was back. His return sent a ripple through the company, everyone buzzing about how this hunter ended his private days way ahead of schedule. Whispers flew that the division commander himself had personally authorized and awarded him the promotion. Minjun walked calmly through the chatter, a testament to his natural talent. Then, he spotted Li Dongjin. He handed him a small gift bag, saying, "I bought a bottle of lotion, you should use it." Dongjin was floored, asking excitedly, "Wait, for me? You brought all this back?" Li Dongjin couldn't hide his joy, holding the moisturizer from Minjun. "Thanks. I'll definitely put this to good use." Just then, a burly man walked in with an impressed look on his face, commenting on how their brotherly bond was truly something to see. He moved closer to Minjun, eagerly asking about the item he'd requested, a Maxim magazine. But suddenly, a red-haired soldier chimed in. "Oh right, rookie. I was passing by the admin office and saw the list for the promotion exam. Your name's on it." The news absolutely stunned Minjun. He knew for a fact the registration deadline had passed before he even got back. The red-haired soldier found it odd too. After all, new recruits with less than a year of service usually aren't allowed to apply. Everyone started wondering if the division commander had pulled some strings for him, but when they thought about the timing, it just didn't add up. News of Minjun's promotion exam spread like wildfire. The entire battalion was in an uproar. They couldn't believe a new guy was testing so soon, especially since he wasn't the fresh meat anymore. He was a private first class now. Faced with everyone's questions, Minjun revealed the truth. The training center's battalion commander had suggested it to him. Minjun remembered the commander's shocked face, how he'd even called him a crazy son of a gun for wanting to take the exam a full year early. But that's just how it is with the newbies. The red-haired soldier's jaw practically hit the floor. He realized that since Minjun was already a private first class, his next target was corporal. He also explained that anyone testing on Saturday had to join a pre-exam training session, which included main weapon drills tomorrow. The red-haired soldier got hyped, inviting everyone as the other corporals started joking about whether they planned on staying at their current rank forever. But amid all the noise, Minjun actually looked a little lost. He heard the term main weapon and wondered if it was any different from the standard issue rifles they all carried. Inside the 105th Division's training hall, a seasoned officer began a briefing on the hunter promotion test scheduled for the next day. He sternly ordered the experienced soldiers to quit messing around, so the first-timers could actually focus and listen up. The officer explained, the hunter promotion exam was split into two main parts, a written test and a practical skills test. And while the written portion was pretty easy, as long as you knew the basics, you'd pass easier than a driver's test, even. But the practical exam? That was the real monster. Strolling down the hallway, Minjun mentally broke down the contents of the practical test, which included main weapon proficiency. There was also a status check and monster response evaluation. Passing was practically guaranteed for him, but what Minjun really cared about were the perks, especially the ones that came with a perfect score. A confident smile flickered across his face. Minjun decided he'd push himself a little, just to see what his limits really were this time around. A case was opened, filled to the brim with melee weapons, swords, daggers, even trench knives. The commander's voice boomed. From this moment, the main weapon practical training begins. He then gave a stern order to the privates and private first classes. They were forbidden from choosing any other weapon they had to pick up a sword immediately. The entire troop roared back, "Sir, yes sir." Meanwhile, the corporals were permitted to grab their own weapons and head to their individual training zones, followed by a sharp threat. "If I catch any of you slackers sneaking a smoke, you are dead." On the training grounds, the commander began explaining the importance of basic swordsmanship within the Hunter Corps' combat doctrine. He stressed that this training wasn't just about blindly copying moves. The real goal was to adapt the techniques to fit your own personal style. After he yelled, "Got it?" the entire unit shouted back, "Yes, understood." The commander then demonstrated a few flawless swings, not forgetting to add a reminder. "Newbies, keep your eyes glued on this, absolutely no looking around." Staring at the cold steel in his hand, Minjun let out a small smile. He had already figured out the real point of this entire exercise. He knew that trying to face high-level monsters with a crummy rifle was just plain idiotic. You'd be dead on the battlefield before you could even get a shot off. While his comrades were still awkwardly following instructions, Minjun executed a sword swing. It was so powerful it literally tore through the air. He thought to himself that the sword skills from the isekai world were still way better. Minjun continued his display. Each swing was both graceful and powerful, leaving everyone around him completely stunned and frozen in place. He figured that what weapon you choose really just comes down to personal preference, anyway. Suddenly, the commander ordered the entire unit to halt and called for Kim Minjun to step forward. He immediately snapped to attention, yelling, "Private First Class Kim Minjun, sir," and marched forward, leaving his squad mates completely baffled. The training officer announced that based on his observations, everyone's movements were still clumsy and disconnected. So, he ordered them all to watch Private First Class Kim Minjun, to learn how to do it right. Despite being a bit surprised by the sudden demand, Minjun stepped up and unleashed a series of sword forms. They were sharp, impossibly smooth, and utterly flawless, forcing the commander to watch his every single move. After his impressive demonstration, Minjun flopped down in a corner of the training yard. Wiping away sweat, he was complaining to himself about the brutal heat. That's when the training officer approached him with some words of praise. For his excellent performance, the officer pulled a small pack of snacks from his pocket, handing it to Minjun and telling him to enjoy it himself. Holding the gift, Minjun watched the commanders retreating back with curiosity. He wondered if the guy just always carried sweets around with him. During their break, Li Dongjin came over with a look of pure admiration. He asked if Minjun could give him some pointers, admitting he'd been watching closely. After seeing Minjun's swordsmanship, he desperately wanted feedback on his own fighting stance. During the break, Li Dongjin decided to open up. Even though the sword was his main weapon, he admitted he always felt anxious, never satisfied with his performance whenever he had to face a monster. Seeing how earnest his friend was, Minjun happily agreed to help. He snacked on his reward while carefully watching every one of Li Dongjin's swings, searching for flaws. Minjun silently noted that Li Dongjin's moves were actually textbook perfect. It proved he'd been training incredibly hard, following the Hunter Corps regimen to the letter. But he quickly realized the real problem wasn't his technique. What Li Dongjin was truly missing was simple self-confidence. A knowing smile crept across Minjun's face. He thought to himself that he was something of an expert when it came to fixing these kinds of mental blocks. Minjun was confident that when the time was right, he could mold Li Dongjin into a top-tier hunter strong enough to take down the most brutal monsters all by himself. "Don't worry, I've got this." Saturday morning arrived. The day of the final promotion evaluation had finally dawned. While some soldiers were still relaxing, watching TV or playing basketball to ease their nerves, an announcement from the administrative officer's office suddenly shattered the calm. Ahem. This is a message from the administrative officer's office. All hunters scheduled for the promotion evaluation, please report to the training area immediately. I repeat. The soldiers' expressions shifted instantly as they hurried to fix their uniforms. In the crowd, Minjun appeared, looking sharp in his black uniform. His eyes burned with determination as he thought, "It's time to become a non-commissioned officer." At the assembly grounds, soldiers already stood in perfect formation. Lieutenant Kim Chun-min's voice boomed across the field. All right, is everyone here now? As their guide for the day, he sternly introduced himself. He demanded everyone listen to his words carefully. After the squad reports, he urged them all to move quickly so they could board the buses. Lieutenant Kim Chun-min announced the day's itinerary. As you know, the promotion evaluation will be held at the 105th Division in Gapyeong. He also reminded everyone that they could use the travel time to go over the practice questions one last time. At the back of the bus, things got lively as the soldiers started chatting. One excitedly revealed, "Hey, did you guys hear? Squad 4 is coming today too." The news made another soldier light up. "What? So we'll have some girls to look at today?" he asked with a smug grin. He was confident that the slick weapon skills he had practiced for a year would have all the girls begging for his number. Sitting nearby, Minjun remained calm. He looked out the window thinking, "That's right, give it your all." The bus sped along the scenic route. The bus entered the headquarters of the 105th Division in Gapyeong. In written examination room number 7, the promotion test officially began. The atmosphere was incredibly tense as the candidates focused intently on finishing their exams. Right after the written exam, an officer holding the results announced sternly, "Aside from Cho Jung-kook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Ordnance, everyone has passed." The loudspeaker then blared, ordering all hunters, except for Cho Jung-kook, to proceed to the practical examination room immediately. The others laughed and mocked Cho Jung-kook for failing the written test, something they considered easier than a driver's license exam. The poor guy could only bow his head in humiliation amidst the noisy crowd. Minjun, meanwhile, just strolled by, whistling a relaxed tune. He had no idea he'd just caught the eye of a sharp-looking female soldier named Sun Un-se. In the hall, Lieutenant Lee Chan-ju declared the next phase would begin. With the goal of finding the best candidates for all 3 divisions, the officer droned on and on about fairness and healthy competition. Minjun, on the other hand, was getting incredibly sleepy and just wished the test would start already. A nap at home sounded way better than this. Suddenly, the mood grew tense as Lieutenant Lee Chan-ju announced 2 special exceptions to the rules, Kim Minjun and Sun Un-se. These 2 were eligible for the test, despite having served for less than a year. Minjun was slightly surprised to see his fellow exception. He never expected there'd be another genius who'd also received special treatment. Around them, soldiers began whispering about the reputation of the 104th Division. They talked about the insanely high scores of those who'd signed up for the front lines. All eyes in the room now searched for Kim Minjun, the guy who made private first class in record time. Amidst all the curious and jealous stares, Minjun and Sun Un-seo's eyes finally met. A tense moment passed between them before they both coldly looked away. Suddenly, Captain Dong Sang-xian roared, demanding everyone give it their all. He announced the first part of the test would be a trial of strength with one simple rule. All you have to do is push back the examiner, and just like that, a gigantic man with bulging muscles stood before them like a brick wall, ready to challenge the limits of every single candidate. The strength test was kicking off, and the rules were simple. Just move the examiner, and you pass. The candidates whispered, thinking the challenge sounded way too easy. But with a time limit of only 1 minute, the mood tensed up. Scoring was on a 10-meter scale. Private Kim Jin-hyo was first to step up. He gave it everything he had, punching, kicking, pushing until his face turned purple and veins bulged in his neck. But his opponent stood like an immovable wall. The result? A big fat 0. Just as expected, it wasn't going to be that easy. The judge coldly crossed his name off the list. Model, Kim Jin-hyo, 0 points, eliminated. And the judge makes it clear, anyone under 40 points gets kicked right out of this promotion exam. A brutal chain of 7 failures follows, with Kang Won-ho scoring just 10 points and Lee Mi-ju getting 20. Jung Ju-na doesn't even score a single point. The crowd starts to lose hope, cursing in despair as the massive judge refuses to budge even an inch. The entire mood finally shifts the moment Seon Woo-nyo from the 104th Division is called to the stage. With one powerful shove, she sends the judge sliding back 5 meters. 50 points a pass. The announcement makes the whole hall erupt. The crowd can't stop praising her stunning looks and insane strength. People even start whispering she inherited elite hunter genes from her commander father. Seon Woo-nyo walks past Minjun with an icy stare, making him realize that she's an outlier, just like him. Immediately after, Private First Class Kim Minjun's name rings out. He casually steps forward as every single eye locks onto him. Minjun tells himself not to go overboard like last time, but the idea of a bonus for sending the guy flying over 10 meters changes his mind. He gets into his stance, channels all his power into his palms, and unleashes an earth-shattering push. A huge boom echoes as the floor beneath the judge splinters apart. The immense force sends the giant man flying backward, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the floorboards. The judge grits his teeth in shock, trying to hold his ground but completely helpless against Minjun's suffocating power. Is this kid even human? The entire hall falls into a stunned silence. The announcer stammers out the result: Private First Class Kim Minjun, 100 points. While Xian Wu Nyo and the others are still frozen in shock, Minjun calmly walks back to his spot, thinking it's a shame there was no bonus for that. Private Yu Zhenghua quietly leaves the field with a mere 20 points, officially receiving her elimination notice. Witnessing this brutality, the soldiers around him start to worry, whispering about how this exam is far harder than they ever imagined. Standing high on a platform, the commander bellows for silence, declaring the strength test officially over. He announces that the entire group will immediately proceed to the speed test with no breaks, ordering the eliminated to quickly leave the field. Instantly, the training ground becomes a hive of activity as soldiers haul metal bars and set up massive green nets. Shouts echo out as they align the nets perfectly. But when a heavy machine gun is rolled out and locked into position, the crowd begins to panic. They stare in disbelief, wondering if the next test is actually dodging bullets. How in the world is anyone supposed to survive this setup? Sensing their fear, the commander gives a sinister smirk and reassures them. Don't worry, they're only rubber bullets. He then adds a warning. But they'll still hurt like hell, so you'd better be determined to dodge them all. While everyone else is trembling, Minjun just smirks with a look of pure excitement. He thinks to himself that this is a pretty fresh challenge. At the end of the course, a soldier aims the heavy machine gun toward the test area. The commander announces the maximum time for the speed test is 1 minute. The objective is to survive inside the netted area for that entire duration without escaping. He emphasizes that while this is a speed test, if they're confident in their dodging, he will acknowledge their superior agility. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun, the soldiers are sweating buckets, their faces etched with extreme tension. Only Xian Wu Nyo remains completely focused. The commander coldly announces the minimum passing time is 30 seconds. Anyone who leaves the net early or is seriously injured will be disqualified immediately. After the test begins, a soldier steps into position. Suddenly, someone calls out Minjun's name. He turns around, shocked to see Li Dongjin waving at him. Dongjin just grins, asking why he looks so surprised to see him. He explains he thought Minjun had already been eliminated in the stats test. All the other privates, besides Minjun, have passed this exam at least once, so it's rare for them to fail. Dongjin also adds a reminder that the promotion standards are higher now, so it's going to be a little tougher. Looking toward the gun, he warns, Minjun. These rubber bullets fly at nearly standard speed, so don't try to dodge them with your eyes. From his experience, the key is to predict the trajectory by watching the subtle movements of the gun barrel. Don't just use your eyes, feel it with all your senses. Just as he finishes his advice, a loud, heavy impact rings out. A soldier screams in pain and collapses to the ground as blood begins to seep from his wound. The judge coldly announces, Private Yoon Ji Tae, eliminated immediately. Medics rush in to carry the injured soldier away, clearing the space for the next person. Watching this, Minjun narrows his eyes in thought. Getting eliminated on the very first part of the test? Is the pass rate really that low? But then he remembers the massive, ferocious monsters he used to fight, and figures this level of difficulty still isn't enough. Compared to his old world, this is a joke. Another contestant, Private Ji Young, gets eliminated after failing to hold out against the barrage. On the platform, Captain Kang Sang-cheon roars with rage. Why are the abilities of these hunters so pathetic this time around? He yells that the promotion exam happening next door is unimaginably difficult, making the performance of the candidates here completely unacceptable. How can you ever expect to get promoted like this? Kang Sang-cheon screams. Over the bitter laugh of a failed contestant, the captain calls the next name, Private Xian Wu Nyo. Xian Wu Nyo walks out confidently. She cracks her knuckles, preparing for the challenge. The moment the gun fires, rubber balls rip through the air at blinding speed. To the absolute amazement of the crowd, Xian Wu Nyo moves with incredible grace, perfectly dodging every single bullet. The countdown clock ticks down from 39. 20 seconds pass, and she's completely unfazed. The soldiers around them can only gawk, witnessing this incredible display of skill. Captain Sang-cheon cheers excitedly. That's it, just like that. Yunio continues her flawless acrobatic performance, easily passing 57, then 58 seconds. She finishes the test with a perfect 60-second score, earning the absolute admiration of everyone present. Sun Yunio's perfect score sends a ripple of awe through the entire hall. As she walks past the ranks, whispers about her, and Minjun make Yunio wonder. She glances back at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. What did this guy do now to get the rumor mill spinning like this? So annoying. Just then, the loudspeakers call out Kim Minjun's name. As Minjun steps into the test area, Yunio stares without blinking, making him wonder if she's mad or just waiting for praise. But Minjun decides to put that aside and focus on the challenge ahead. Facing a machine gun as its barrel begins to spin, Minjun casually scratches his head, waiting. The first rubber bullet rips through the air, and he dodges it effortlessly, leaving Yunio stunned. He coolly shoves his hands in his pockets, deciding to show everyone the true difference in their power levels amid the bullet storm. Minjun doesn't just dodge, he calmly starts walking forward. Seeing this unbelievable sight, the crowd starts freaking out, screaming in disbelief. Even from the sidelines, Yunio breaks into a cold sweat at his terrifying speed and composure. The rookie, Minjun, casually steps over the finish line, silencing the entire hall. The examiner stares at his stopwatch, lets out a gasp of shock, and orders the ceasefire. He immediately announces that Kim Minjun has completed the speed test with a flawless, perfect score. The commander urges them on. All right, next. Out on the training grounds, a glowing blue portal suddenly opens, signaling the start of a new trial. Standing before the neat rows of soldiers, the examiner with the clipboard sighs, "You've all worked hard. Next up is the physical fitness test." This was the final test, and it was pitched as something incredibly simple. The moment they step into the waterlogged dungeon, a system notification pops up, confirming their entry. Minjun and his comrades quickly dash through the portal to start the race. They have a 40-minute time limit. The test requires contestants to run a sequential route. The commander raises his walkie-talkie and gives the order, "Contestants, begin." The rules of the test were straightforward. Participants just needed to run to a checkpoint, get a stamp from the instructor, and then return. The only problem? No one knew how far away the checkpoint was. The commander kept that detail a complete secret, making the race tense. As he ran, Minjun thought to himself, "It's just the beginning, so I should probably pace myself, right?" He noticed everyone else was also conserving their energy, but this slow pace was starting to frustrate him. He considered breaking away from the pack but worried it might cause trouble for the others. Being too strong is its own kind of problem. Suddenly, a faint whistle from behind makes him whip his head around. Minjun is surprised to see Sun Yunio closing in on him. He thinks to himself, "Her again? What is it this time?" Without a single word, Yunio suddenly accelerates, shooting forward like an arrow. She leaves the main group of soldiers in her dust, determined to take the lead. Witnessing her sudden, dramatic burst of speed, Minjun mutters, "All right then." His face lights up, his eyes widening with pure excitement. Minjun instantly understood her intention. She wants to test our strength, huh? With terrifying speed, he bolts forward like a flash of lightning, shocking every soldier he passes. The soldiers left behind could only gasp in amazement as Minjun's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. He maintains an unbelievable pace, quickly catching up to Yunio in the lead. Seeing him suddenly appear right beside her, Yunio is completely stunned, her eyes wide with shock. Minjun casually glances at her and mutters, "Nothing special, huh?" When Yunio stammers, trying to ask what he meant, he just smiles and says, "Oh, just talking to myself." He then throws out a sarcastic remark, saying he's trying his best, just like her. Then he accelerates again, leaving Yunio far behind as he vanishes over the horizon. Yunio is left frozen in place, gasping for breath, her face still etched with disbelief at her rival's impossible speed. The scene flashes back to the barracks. Yunio's arrival causes a stir among the female soldiers. "Oh, she's here?" They gossip about how she was summoned by the company commander right after arriving. Teased about being shy, Yunio just blushes and stammers an awkward reply. Her new teammates eagerly ask for her help in the future. As Yunio walks away, the whispers follow her, commenting on how she isn't arrogant at all, despite her prestigious background. They were sure the title of best soldier this time would undoubtedly go to her. In the locker room, Yunio silently changes, her expression becoming dead serious. The image of Minjun shattering the bloodstone with a single punch haunted her. What does this guy eat to be so strong? He must be hacking. Yunio's eyes narrow in thought as she wonders who that man really is. A loud announcement echoes, "White team wins!" But just then, Sun Yunio, in a black uniform, proudly raises a blue flag atop the tower. The blue team had brilliantly snatched the objective back from their rivals in impressive time. The instructor shouts, "White team, take a 10-minute break. Blue team, assemble in front for commendation." He declares that 3 minutes and 34 seconds is a new training camp record. After praising everyone's hard work, he lets the team rest but orders them not to leave their positions. Yunio's teammates surround her, showering her with praise. That was amazing. Honestly, we didn't do much at all. It was all thanks to our classmate, wasn't it? A round of applause erupts for Yunio, who just stands there silently, her face covered in sweat. But as she returns to the locker room to rest, a blonde female soldier bursts in with a panicked expression. She screams out some shocking news. The record we set this morning, it was just broken in the afternoon training session. Yunio is stunned, but even more absurd was the new time. Just 1 minute and 2 seconds. While the other girls were still wondering who could have pulled off such a feat, Yunio immediately thought of one name. Could it be? Did Kim Minjun from Squad 4 break the record all by himself? And just like that, the legends of Minjun began to spread like wildfire, how he fired 10,000 rounds straight during a weapons test. People said he could run twice as fast as anyone else without breaking a sweat, but the stories were getting wilder. Someone even claimed he single-handedly took down a demon elephant in a dungeon. Yeah, right, an elephant, not a mouse. Seriously? All these rumors were piling the pressure on Unseo. Exhausted, she just collapsed onto her bed, tuning out her friends' constant chatter. It was midnight, but sleep wouldn't come. Unseo just stared into the darkness, her mind racing as fragmented memories began to surface. She saw a soldier lacing up his combat boots, a powerful and broad back, and a small girl standing all alone in an empty hall. The man in the hunter's uniform reached a large hand out to the girl, but a blinding light from behind completely hid his face from her memory. Unseo still remembered the warmth of her father's hand on her head right before he stepped through that gate of light and vanished forever. Her father's memory fueled her vow to become stronger. Now, after 4 grueling weeks of training, Unseo was a full-fledged hunter. In the company commander's office, the captain looked at her with concern. He said he wanted to speak with his old superior's daughter. He kindly asked her, "Are you doing all right, Hunter-son Unseo?" She responded formally, "Yes, sir, thank you for asking." The commander nodded, satisfied, then asked if she'd chosen where she wanted to be stationed after her training ended. He noted that with her outstanding record, she'd get priority placement in any of the top-performing divisions. He then assumed, "I suppose you'll be joining General Sun's 107th Division?" Unseo was quiet for a moment, a thoughtful look in her eyes. But instead of answering, she brought up a name out of nowhere, Kim Minjun. Seeing the commander's surprise, she quickly corrected herself. No. Where will the new recruit, Kim Minjun, be assigned? Unseo knew it was a strange question, driven by a childish sense of competition. She felt absolutely ridiculous, getting worked up like a kid who just couldn't stand the thought of losing to someone. As Unseo sprinted wildly through the puddles, her mind was a battlefield. The image of Minjun's calm face was a constant challenge. Was she jealous? She knew she had to face that truth head-on. "Son Unseo," she told herself, "you've always wanted to be stronger. It's not about being number one." Meeting someone truly powerful was a chance to push herself, to learn, and to earn his respect. She resolved to stop acting like a child. Pushing herself to the brink, she finally reached the finish line, completely exhausted and gasping. Just then, Minjun's teasing voice cut through. "See? I told you to hurry. Not a bad time, right?" He casually held up his stamped hand with a smug grin. When Unseo finally reached the checkpoint, Minjun praised her for a job well done. But his totally relaxed vibe felt like he was mocking her. He looked like he'd been waiting so long he'd nearly fallen asleep. In a flash of fury, she snatched the stamp and slammed it down hard. Unseo immediately spun around and took off, muttering about his stupid, smug face. Minjun was just left there completely baffled. "Huh? I didn't even do anything," he thought. Meanwhile, at the dungeon exit, other soldiers were stumbling out, exhausted and gasping for air. But in stark contrast to the worn-out crowd, Minjun strolled out looking like he'd just been for a walk. It wasn't him being strong, it was them being weak. The official announcement boomed. Private Kim Minjun, 29 minutes. First place. The commander then proudly announced Unseo had taken second with 32 minutes. He approached Minjun, unable to hide his astonishment, confirming that he had achieved a perfect score in every single category. Minjun just calmly accepted his results with a brief word of thanks. The commander then officially declared the conclusion of all tests. He announced promotions for those who passed, ordering them to assemble on the training grounds at 1 p.m. after their meal. As everyone was dispersing, Minjun happened to make eye contact with Unseo, and then he playfully stuck his tongue out. The move left her completely frozen in shock. But Minjun paid her no mind, casually turning to chat with his other teammates. And with that, he and his friends walked off, leaving Unseo rooted to the spot, watching him go with incredibly mixed feelings. A small smile touched Unseo's lips as she realized she was the only one who'd been treating this like some intense rivalry, even if it stung a bit. She had to bitterly admit it, she was completely outclassed by Minjun's insane level of skill. A true defeat. There were no more excuses. Calmly, she straightened her uniform, adjusting it perfectly before pulling her cap down low to hide her determined eyes. Proud and resolute, Unseo walked forward alone, ready to face whatever new challenges her hunter career would throw at her. We cut to the 105th Division base, where the air was thick with tension as ferocious green monsters began their hunt. He wiped sweat from his brow, but his expression remained ice cold, even while completely surrounded. Suddenly, another monster lunged from behind, claws outstretched for a sneak attack, but his hands were already gripping his sword, ready to counter. His eyes were laser-focused, tracking every single move the monsters made. They were raging all around him. In the suffocating arena, Li Dongjin faced down two ferocious goblins, breathing heavily from the exertion. He clutched his sword, remaining on high alert. And up in the stands, Minjun watched the entire thing unfold with a thoughtful expression. This was part 2 of the practical exam, the special weapons proficiency test. Dongjin was giving it his all, showcasing his hard-earned skills. He fought hard before the Hunter Corps judges, and just like that, the weapon skills portion of the exam came to a close. With precise power and agility in every move, Dongjin scored exceptionally high. Most candidates chose swordsmanship for this test, and Dongjin was no exception. His movements were fluid, his slashes decisive, making the examiner behind him grin with excitement. But the real challenge was the final part, handling actual monsters. While other privates only faced 4 hounds, first-class privates like Dongjin had to fight 3 goblins with their chosen weapons. One wrong move, and it's game over, instantly. After taking down the last target, the examiner coldly glanced at his watch and announced the time. Private First Class Li Dongjin, you took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster subjugation test. Return to your position. Dongjin just stood there, sweat pouring down his face, his chest heaving with every ragged breath. Even after defeating the monsters, Dongjin was panting with exhaustion, cursing under his breath. Watching from above, Minjun realized he'd had plenty of chances to finish them off faster. But every single time, Dongjin hesitated. Memories of fear and panic at the claws of his enemies prevented him from delivering the final, decisive strikes. Minjun looked on, wondering if the guy truly had no faith in his own power. Dazed and drenched in sweat, Dongjin walked right past Minjun without a single word. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Next, Private First Class Kim Minjun, please enter the field and prepare. Minjun walked out calmly, a silent message in his head for his friend. Watch this, and learn. He was brimming with confidence, sure that today he would become a corporal and show Dongjin exactly how dangerous that habit of hesitation could be. Minjun's smile turned sharp and challenging, making those around him wonder if this guy was really just a rookie. Even the supervising officers were stunned by his arrival. Instead of a sword like the others, he casually hoisted a giant spiked club onto his shoulder with a smug look. One officer thought to himself that even with Minjun's perfect scores, choosing a blunt weapon like this was a huge mistake. He was certain the kid was about to have a very hard time. But Minjun just smirked. He knew exactly what this test really demanded. The moment the dungeon gate opened, 3 ferocious goblins, led by a massive green orc, charged out screaming. For Minjun, this test was simple. It was a brawl. He watched the stampede of monsters with pure excitement in his eyes. Minjun's hands tightened on his club until his veins bulged, ready for a thunderous strike. Before the enemy could even get close, Minjun swung the club, creating a streak of blue light like a mighty eagle swooping down on its tiny prey. Minjun stood firm as the monsters closed in. The 3 savage goblins and the giant green orc roared, charging straight for him with murderous intent. In a single flash, an incredible wave of power completely annihilated the monsters, blowing them to pieces on the spot. On the examiner's hand, the stopwatch was frozen at an astonishing number, 4.121 seconds. The hall erupted with a shocked scream. 4 seconds! Are you kidding me? The supervising officers were frozen, unable to believe the terrifying power this rookie possessed. Was someone this good really in the 104th Division? They began murmuring about how Minjun had achieved a perfect score on every single practical exam, an unprecedented feat for a private first class. Cheers echoed from the stands, while Sun Yunio could only stand there, staring at Minjun in absolute shock. At the center of all the attention, Minjun remained coolly composed before breaking into a cocky grin. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the glory, and declared loudly, "Look at me." Sun Yunio watched his back, a burning curiosity rising within her. Who in the world is he? Under a brilliant sunset covering the entire base, all the soldiers stood in neat rows, awaiting the final announcement. The commander praised everyone's spirit, but he put special emphasis on the name Kim Minjun. He then announced an immediate, on-the-spot field promotion. A flicker of surprise crossed Minjun's face, quickly morphing into a beaming smile as he received his new rank insignia. His comrades surrounded him to celebrate, laughing and teasing him about his luck and his ridiculously fast promotion. The commander laughed heartily, clapping Minjun proudly on the shoulder and telling him to keep up the great work. He revealed that the battalion commander was extremely pleased with the report, as no private first class had ever achieved a perfect practical score in history. The crowd cheered wildly, convinced that without Minjun's incredible performance, the entire squad might have been in danger. A few soldiers joked that he'd better not bully them when he becomes a sergeant, given how crazy his promotion speed was. Minjun just replied, "Yes, sir," with a faint, knowing smile, thinking to himself, "We'll see how this goes." He walked off with his teammates, ready for the new challenges of a corporal. Minjun turned and clapped his friend on the shoulder, calling out softly, "Private First Class Lee Dongjin." But right after that friendly smile, his face suddenly turned terrifying, his voice dropping into a dark promise. "As soon as we get back, we're going to put you through a special kind of training." The declaration left Dongjin trembling in absolute fear. Meanwhile, on the bus getting ready to depart, the soldiers noticed Son Yunio standing in the distance, watching them with a thoughtful look. His mind flashed back to Yunio fighting with incredible ferocity, wiping out monsters with skillful swordplay during her own test. He'd thought to himself before that she had performed incredibly well in the monster test. Her sword work was seriously impressive. She must have passed the promotion exam. Minjun casually sat down, but he immediately froze when he noticed something unusual happening outside the bus window. Under the setting sun, Yunio was still there watching the bus, her lips moving silently as she told herself that this was an opportunity she had to take. Unseo worked up the courage to apologize for the stats test, but before she could get the words out, her eyes went wide with sheer terror. Minjun suddenly lunged forward, slamming his hand against the bus window with a furious expression that made Unseo flinch. He glared, pointing right at her and seething, "If you provoke me again, you're dead." The threat left Unseo absolutely stunned and speechless. The bus immediately roared to life and sped off, leaving the young woman standing in a cloud of dust, watching as the vehicle vanished down the road. Unseo was still in shock from his aggressive attitude, muttering to herself, "Is that guy insane?" Meanwhile, on the bus rolling into the sunset, the mood was far more chaotic. The teasing was aimed squarely at Minjun, with one soldier asking what he did to make Sun Unseo stare at him the entire test, even suspecting a secret relationship between them. Surrounded by his comrades, Minjun calmly replied, "She provoked me a little, so I just crushed her fighting spirit." His casual answer sent the whole squad into an uproar. They couldn't believe her intense gaze was considered a provocation, and started demanding to know what he did to the most popular girl in the 104th Division. One guy even got angry that Minjun would dare mess with his dream girl. Soon, his teammates were in a fiery debate about their own ideal types. Minjun, finding it all a nuisance, flatly declared Unseo wasn't his type. When pressed for who was, he coldly replied, "Lax." The unfamiliar name left the whole bus completely baffled. Was she a member of some K-pop girl group? Minjun didn't hesitate to clarify she was the #1 beauty from the game League of Legends. He was genuinely surprised that none of his teammates knew who she was. Facing their utterly dumbfounded stares, he calmly made his point. With total conviction, he announced, "She's the one I like. This guy is way too deep in the game." And with that, the bus continued its journey into the evening sun. Leaving the unfinished gossip behind, night fell on the barracks. The soldiers were digging into a massive fried chicken feast, leaving nothing but boxes of clean-picked bones. As they ate, they reminded each other to hurry and clean up the evidence to avoid getting caught. Right then, their squad leader walked in with 2 more full bags of chicken. He held them up and enthusiastically told everyone to eat their fill. Seeing this rare generosity, the soldiers started whispering this was the first time they'd ever seen him in such a good mood. He was practically glowing. In the middle of the lively party, a teammate gave Minjun an excited thumbs up, telling him to eat a lot. It was, after all, thanks to his performance that the whole team got this feast. Minjun just casually took a sip of his soda and thanked everyone. Looking at the new insignia on Minjun's chest, a red-haired soldier was amazed he already had 3 stripes, saying at this rate, his promotion to corporal wouldn't be far off. Minjun just nodded silently in acknowledgement while enjoying his drink. To him, rank really didn't matter that much. As long as he could play his games, everything was perfect. Suddenly, The sound of firm footsteps outside the door made everyone jump. It was Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. He appeared holding a case of drinks and sternly ordered all of Team 2 to gather in the break room immediately. The soldiers scrambled to obey, but inside, they were completely confused about what was happening. Lee Sung-ho explained that he had just come back from the administration office. After reporting the platoon's party, he had managed to make it official by claiming it was to celebrate a team member getting a perfect score on the promotion exam. Minjun listened with a look of surprise while sipping his drink. A moment later, Sung-ho pointed at the red-haired soldier and yelled, asking what the hell he was doing with that beer. Even as the soldier tried to laugh it off and remind him of a promise, Sung-ho's face remained grim. He announced these drinks were actually a reward, a promotion bonus sent by the platoon leader specifically for Kim Minjun. Then he coldly ordered everyone not involved to get out. The crowd grumbled as they were forced to leave. They didn't forget to mutter about their superior's disrespect. Later that night, a full moon shone down on the quiet base. Minjun walked alone, pacing along the red brick walls. His eyes scanned the surroundings, making sure no one was following. After stopping in a dark corner and clearing his throat, he gave a firm command, "Appear." Instantly, a mysterious purple smoke began to swirl, enveloping Minjun's hand. From within that dark energy, a strange entity started to form, radiating power. Plumes of black smoke billowed into the night. The dark entity took shape a small, deep purple creature with mischievously glowing eyes. Seeing his little friend, Minjun smiled warmly and asked how it was doing. He thought back to the very first time he summoned this being. He remembered being utterly baffled because its cute appearance was nothing like the cold-blooded assassin he had expected. But Minjun quickly realized that in this world, an assassin wasn't what he needed anymore. Pulling off an assassination here would be a nightmare. A brand new idea sparked in his mind. He decided to give the creature a new role, one better suited to his current situation. Since he was stuck in the military without freedom of movement, Minjun would use it as his personal proxy. He pointed, ordering the little demon to focus and stop messing around. Its mission now was to move secretly throughout the base. Whenever it spotted someone with a high-ranking insignia, it was to follow them and gather intelligence. He also warned the little shadow to be extremely careful not to be discovered. Watching it scamper off with such excitement, Minjun couldn't help but worry about the chaos that would ensue if the military actually managed to capture the little guy. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "What are you doing out here?" Breaking into a cold sweat at the near miss, he turned around with a forced smile. He explained he was just getting some fresh air since it had been a while since he'd had a beer. When asked about his low tolerance, he awkwardly denied it. Not really. In truth, Minjun knew a basic dark magician could never get drunk. His body could neutralize any toxin at will, whether it was alcohol or actual poison. The senior spoke up, congratulating him on the promotion. Minjun replied politely, "Thank you," but the man immediately warned him not to get too relaxed. He had to maintain his current level of performance. After Minjun nodded, the senior told him, "If your tolerance isn't low, don't come back too late, especially not after everyone else has passed out." He then silently turned and walked away, leaving Minjun relieved he wasn't caught, but knowing he had to be more careful. Watching the senior's back, Minjun thought to himself that the guy was definitely a serious type. Still, he didn't mind that kind of personality at all. Minjun stretched under the bright moonlight before walking inside. A new day dawned, sunlight washing over the entire military base. Inside the command room, Officer Choi Sung-byum stared at the results on his tablet, completely blown away. The kid was a flat-out genius, no doubt about it. He'd made sure this evaluation was tough, supervising it himself, yet some rookie still aced it. First Lieutenant Sell, standing nearby, confirmed it. In the recent monster combat test, Kim Minjun set a mind-blowing record of 4 seconds, the best on the entire server. Choi Sung-byum burst out laughing, completely ecstatic. "Ha ha ha, this kid." As the head of the training center, Choi had nothing but praise. Just what had he done? He was even better than expected. Choi recalled how Minjun had cleanly handled those mid-tier bats at the fuel depot. He was a rare talent, no question. First Lieutenant Sell added with a serious expression, "Yes, Sergeant Kim Minjun was confirmed to be the first one to finish." Minjun's promotion to sergeant in less than a month left even the veteran officers stunned. They all knew this kind of advancement was incredibly unusual. It shattered every existing record at the training center. Choi Sung-byum concluded that this kid was definitely more than he appeared to be. He figured it was just a matter of time before rumors spread. And when they did, the other side would definitely start paying attention to Kim Minjun. First, Lieutenant Sell wondered aloud if he meant the Hunter Special Operations Brigade, receiving a firm nod from his superior in response. Choi Sung-biom declared that out of the countless hunters he'd seen, only a few true monsters ever became legends in the Hunter Corps. And now, it seemed like a new monster was about to emerge right here. The scene cuts abruptly to a desolate, dusty canyon, baked by a scorching sun. The silence is broken by growls as a pack of lizardmen ferocious reptilian warriors slowly emerges from behind the rocky cliffs. Huge stone creatures, golems, began to rise from the ground, shaking the very earth with their emergence. A single figure stood his ground, a spiked mace resting on his shoulder. It was Minjun, surrounded by towering monsters, all screaming like they wanted to tear him to shreds. Minjun narrowed his eyes at the enemy horde, a cocky smirk playing on his lips. "Is that everyone?" he asked casually, tapping his helmet with the mace. A sharp, dry sound cut through the air. Facing dozens of raging monsters, he showed absolutely no fear. In fact, his eyes blazed with a thirst for battle. A defiant grin spread across his face. "Come on, if you want some, step up." Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho was battling a nasty hangover. He desperately chugged a hangover remedy, trying to snap out of it. Seeing this pathetic sight, Lee Dong-jin worriedly checked in on his superior. In complete contrast to the miserable vibe in the room, Kim Min-jun strolled in, shower caddy in hand. He was even humming a happy tune. Noticing Seung-ho on the ground with dark, sleepless eyes, Min-jun called his name. Seung-ho looked up at the rookie, bewildered. "Are you all right?" he asked. Minjun just flashed a bright smile, confirming, "Yep, I feel great." The answer left Seung-ho completely stunned into silence. He couldn't believe Minjun's insane tolerance for alcohol. "Dude, you're a monster." A bit later, Minjun saw a sweat-drenched Lee Dong-jin return and checked in on him. He asked if his hangover was any better. Dong-jin nodded while wiping away sweat. "Yeah, sweating like this helps. I'm good now." Looking at Dong-jin's solid, muscular build, Minjun couldn't help but be impressed. Now that was the body of a real soldier. He got curious and asked if Dong-jin had ever been to the unit's gym, but the man said he hadn't had a chance yet. Dong-jin kindly told Minjun not to worry about it and to use the facilities freely, since he was officially a sergeant now. Minjun happily replied, "Yeah, got it." Then, Dong-jin suddenly paused, like he just remembered something important. He revealed that the unit's combat simulator was seriously impressive, and he recommended Minjun should definitely give it a try. At the word simulator, Minjun's eyes lit up with pure excitement. "A simulator?" he repeated. Dong-jin explained it was the VR room just for the Hunter Squad, the very same one that everyone had been gossiping about. Minjun's mind immediately raced with the possibilities. Without a second's hesitation, Minjun found the area marked Gymnasium Number 2. Standing before the massive door, he was filled with anticipation, a smile spreading across his face as he reached for the handle. As the door opened, a modern, high-tech space appeared before his eyes, leaving him absolutely floored. Minjun stepped inside, glancing around. "Oh," he said, impressed. "This is actually pretty cool." He stood in the middle of the vast room. He was ready for a new challenge in this promising VR environment. Standing at the simulator's control panel, Minjun wondered to himself, "All right, how do you use this thing?" He started by selecting the monster type, deciding on orcs for his training session. When the system prompted for a number, a wide, excited grin spread across his face. His hands became a blur, spamming the increase button. "More, give me more." But a warning immediately flashed on the screen. Quantity limit exceeded. The max was only 30, making him cry out in surprise. "Huh?" A little disappointed he couldn't go all out, Minjun still continued to set up his weapon. Seeing the system included a whole arsenal of weapons, he got even more excited. "Whoa, weapons too? This is amazing." Once all his selections were locked in, Minjun put on the VR headset and gripped the controllers tightly. The second the words "Battle Start" flashed, the entire space around him instantly transformed into a desolate canyon. He found himself standing alone, decked out in full military gear, and holding a spiked mace, ready to fight. You can practically feel the pain just looking at that mace. Minjun took a deep, satisfying breath, a look of pure exhilaration on his face as the countdown began. 3. And the first massive orcs started to appear, and they looked absolutely savage. Even facing the suffocating pressure from the enemy horde, Minjun just kept that cocky grin. He swung his weapon wide and let out a thrilled shout. This was absolutely perfect. The battle erupted as Minjun unleashed thunderous strikes, effortlessly sending orcs flying. The realistic crunch of each impact was incredibly satisfying. He felt good, moving smoothly through the enemy swarm. He launched attack after attack, each one a wave of blue energy that tore through the enemy ranks. His arrogant laughter echoed across the virtual battlefield. Minjun was completely lost in the moment. "Ha ha ha! This feels just like the real thing. His eyes burned with intensity. He was laser-focused on every move the raging monsters made around him. And just like that, system notifications flooded the screen, confirming the battle was over. Looking at the results screen, Minjun let out a disappointed sigh. Only 30 kills? Man, that ended way too fast. 30 was a low number for this guy? Not everyone gets a cheat-like power-up, I guess. A wild idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he grinned. What if I do this? Without hesitation, Minjun flew across the control panel, selecting 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen warriors all at once. The monsters' ferocious roars echoed through the virtual space, signaling the start of an absolutely insane free-for-all. Minjun adjusted his helmet. He gripped his weapon, face filled with pure excitement. Now this is a real monster hunt. He stood before the massive army advancing from the end of the canyon. He didn't even flinch, instead flashing a cocky, challenging smile. Watching the horde surround him with bared fangs, Minjun calmly asked, "Is everyone here?" The second the countdown ended, the monsters charged in a frenzy, making the very ground shake. Minjun bolted straight towards the enemy and let out a yell. "Welcome!" He leaped into the air, raising his spiked mace with a look of pure joy. Minjun let out a triumphant roar, bringing the mace down in a fatal strike. He crushed a stone. Golem's head then moved fluidly, delivering powerful blows that left orcs and goblins screaming in agony. Minjun was a whirlwind of destruction. Everywhere he stepped, a mountain of monster corpses was left in his wake. One final, mighty swing crushed the last raging creature. He single-handedly cleared the entire map in a show of complete domination. Standing in the wreckage, Minjun coolly watched the victory notification pop up. Taking off the VR headset, he was back in reality, standing in the middle of an empty room. He couldn't help but say it out loud. That was insane. He smiled, thinking, that's the most fun I've had since I played League of Legends. Suddenly, a blue notification window appeared, announcing he had successfully activated the crude weaponry technique skill. Minjun just stared, confused. Huh? What's this? Seeing his weapon proficiency had shot up, he realized this was a massive, unexpected bonus. Even if he couldn't enter real dungeons directly, the fact that he could still earn skills through a simulator was shocking. This is awesome. Minjun walked out of the simulation room with a smug look, promising himself he'd come back every day to master more new weapon skills. Lost in his plans, he stopped dead in his tracks. Li Dongjin was waiting for him, looking completely stunned while staring at a computer screen. Minjun was confused. What's up?" Dongjin stammered and pointed at the display. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, this is." Minjun followed his finger, asking, "What is it?" It was the results screen from the second simulation he had just completed. The stats displayed on it would shock just about anyone. It recorded 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen all eliminated. Even Minjun froze for a few seconds. Staring at Minjun's insane record, Dongjin asked again, his voice trembling, "Sergeant Kim Minjun, you did all of this, by yourself? See me for a minute." Dongjin cried out in panic. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, wait. What did you say before?" But his protests were ignored. Minjun just smiled and said, "The more you sweat, the better," before firmly closing the door. The click of the lock echoed, signaling a special training session. A storm was about to begin. The next day at the administration office, Sergeant Kim Minjun reported loudly, "Loyalty, I have arrived as ordered." He walked in with a formal posture. A soldier at a desk stood up cheerfully. "How's life as a sergeant? It's been a week, right?" "Pretty good, I'm having a great time," Minjun replied. "Congratulations on the promotion." The soldier handed him a folder. "This is why I called you today. The battalion commander sent this for you. It was for handling that incident and scoring perfectly on the promotion test." "Thank you." Kim Minjun opened it. It was an award of excellence. Sergeant Kim Minjun, recognized for outstanding performance in the year 2020, Hunter Corps, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, signed by Lieutenant Colonel Jun Bong. "Don't be upset, I'm giving it to you like this. We try to avoid too many official events in the Hunter Corps. But don't worry, all of this will be counted towards your experience." "Experience?" Minjun asked in surprise, turning to look at the soldier. "Does that mean this could help me get other exceptions?" Minjun's face lit up with hope. He didn't need a big reward. Just a few days off to grind some games would be perfect. The soldier gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I guess so," he continued. "Still, this isn't an easy award to get. Not many hunters receive one this early, and even fewer get multiple awards like this." Fired up, Kim Minjun asked excitedly, "If I get 10 of these, can I get another promotion?" The soldier's smile froze. He was caught off guard by this strange sergeant. Did this guy think these awards were coupons for fried chicken or something? A few days later, on a road, a commanding voice shouted, "Attention! Everyone ready your weapons!" The soldiers lined up in perfect formation. They were preparing for the upcoming mission. One soldier brought out a chest as another continued. As you've all been briefed, the dungeon we're conquering today is a monster rat's nest, also known as the sewer. Everyone's face went pale. The dungeon wasn't rated as highly dangerous. However, it was known to spawn over 200 monsters. The narrow tunnels made using firearms impossible, turning it into a very complex dungeon. Entrance 1 is the platoon's entry point, with the second entrance on the other side. The rat's nest is right in the middle. Before entering, everyone was given a gas mask. These guys are from the Hunter Corps, so they're unaffected by the putrid smell. Platoon 2, Squad 2's Private Du Xiaomi steps forward with the bait crate. And the bait for today's trap? Lieutenant Kim Cho-min. Reaching in, Trong Han-jong pulls out a rotten banana and gags. This smell is foul. No wonder these things eat this kind of garbage. Meanwhile, everyone else scrambles to plant the bait in their designated spots. Right here? That's good. Set out as much as you can, Lieutenant Kim Cho-min commands. But then, Private Du Xiaomi spots something. A scene of pure desolation appears before them. Piles of bleached white bones litter the ground. A soldier stands frozen, observing the horrific scene, and whispers in complete and utter shock. What is this? Suddenly, the atmosphere becomes incredibly tense as a shout rings out. They're here! A soldier frantically reports in. The majority of the rat monsters are approaching from the forward entrance. The order to engage is given loud and clear. All units, prepare for battle. Proceed to the forward entrance. The soldiers rush to draw their weapons, moving quickly to engage the enemy head-on. The thud of heavy boots echoes as the privates get their orders. Privates, take up defensive positions in the rear with the deputy squad leader. The soldiers fan out to their strategic positions, shouting in unison, "In position!" The situation is getting intense. Yet one soldier stays optimistic, making a bet with his buddy. A bowl of pho says the one with the lowest kill count pays. The other just smiles and agrees. Okay. He pats a nervous junior's shoulder. Don't be so tense. The rookie asks curiously, is the platoon leader in on this too? And then, without warning, a massive swarm of giant rats with glowing yellow eyes and sharp fangs charges forward like a flood. That is a lot of rats. How many hot pots could you even make with that? The platoon leader roars an order to keep the line steady. Hold your positions. Do not charge forward. Stay in place and engage. While everyone else struggles under the immense pressure, Kim Minjun just grips his club tightly with a sinister look on his face. He thinks to himself, buzzing with excitement, I can hardly wait. The battle erupts into total chaos. Corporal Kim Mun-ki of Platoon 3, Squad 2 strikes. He unleashes a lightning-fast slash that tears the first monster in two. Right after, Corporal Trong Han-jong of Platoon 2 shows off his own expert skill. He wipes out waves of monsters in the blink of an eye. Amid the chaos, Minjun quietly observes the true strength of his comrades. With a stone-cold glare, Corporal Kim Trong-tae of Platoon 4 swings his club with devastating force, while Platoon 3 leader Cho Tae unleashes a flurry of brilliant sword strikes to beat back the horde. Kim Minjun silently watches his teammates' power and makes a simple assessment. Everyone's pretty damn good. The demon rats screech as they're wiped out by the squad's overwhelming power. Minjun realizes the key players are the two holding the rear. Those two in the back are really cleaning house. He means Deputy Squad Leader, Sergeant Kim Minji, and Squad Leader, Lieutenant Kim Cheonmin. With their razor-sharp swordplay, they effortlessly cut down any enemy in their path. Minjun muses, carrying the whole team. No wonder their ranks are so high. Just then, a call for backup rings out. We need one person for support over here. Minjun immediately answers, I'll go, before dashing off, his sword clearing the monsters swarming his comrade. But as the battle hits its climax, Minjun suddenly freezes, sensing a new killing intent from behind. They're flanking us from the rear, everyone. He realizes with horror that this is a violent tremor shaking the entire cave. He screams a warning. They're coming from underground. Right after, a massive pillar of blue light erupts from the earth, blasting the soldiers away. Terrified screams echo through the rubble. Someone yells, "Get back!" Through the thick smoke and dust, a horrifying creature begins to take shape, making one soldier freeze in pure shock. It's an irregular monster, a mutant of immense size with a killing aura that completely dwarfs the previous monsters. The mutant monster snarls, baring its grotesque, sharp teeth and ferocious, blazing purple eyes. He glances at the piles of white bones scattered around. The soldier has a horrifying realization. So, this big guy is responsible for all these bones? It has been standing here, silently hunting and eating the other monsters. Its own kind, the rat monsters. What in the world possesses such terrifying size and power? The colossal beast casts a dark shadow. It falls over a soldier cowering at its feet. He lets out a single, desperate cry before meeting his end. Another soldier screams out, "Quang Shich!" He realizes that at this rate, Quang Shich is going to die. But ironically, his own body is frozen solid by pure, unadulterated fear. He curses himself. My legs won't move. In this critical moment, a sharp voice yells from behind, "Quang Shich, wake up! Are you just going to let it eat you?" Then comes another urgent command, "Get out of the way." Quang Shich looks up, dazed and helpless, as the monster swings its massive arm down. The arm glows with a sinister purple energy, ready to crush him in an instant. Suddenly, a figure rushes in. A scream rips through the air. Ah! A powerful club strike slams directly into the evil creature, creating an energy blast that rocks the cave. The monster is sent flying from the overwhelming power. Helping his comrade up, the soldier snaps. "You have to dodge. Now get up." Quang Shich is completely stunned. He looks up at his savior and stammers in disbelief. "Li Dong Jin." The mutant rat roars madly, its oppressive killing intent terrifying them both. A soldier charges forward, screaming. The monster's massive tail whips like lightning towards the soldier carrying shield number 104. It has 4 eerie, glowing purple eyes. The giant creature advances, its dark shadow covering the tiny figures trembling at its feet. Kim Minjun quietly observes the being before him. He sees the danger in its crazed eyes and its unnatural strength. Just as I thought, demonic energy. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light cuts through the darkness. It strikes down from above like a divine spear. An earth-shattering explosion erupts as the beam pierces the monster's head, creating a massive pillar of light. The blast sends soldiers flying. Through the chaos and swirling dust, Minjun squints, trying to get a look at this strange new power. In the heat of the moment, a confident hand signal appears with a shout of praise. "Nice, nice." What? Was he trying to clean house all by himself? The one who pulled off that spectacular finisher was none other than Li Dong Jin. But the situation was still incredibly tense, making the other soldiers sweat bullets. Seeing Kim Minjun charge forward, the commander roared out an order. "Minjun, that area's too dangerous. Fall back and let the senior officers handle this." He immediately started reorganizing the formation. "Only the sergeants will follow me. The rest hold your positions." But despite the warning, Minjun's face remained cold, ready to face the evil entity head-on. The mutated monster let out a ferocious scream, fighting back wildly under a torrential downpour of purple energy. A series of explosions rocked the cavern, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. And through the rubble, a satisfied voice called out, "Hey, good job, kid." Taking advantage of the chaos when no one was looking, a small smirk played on Minjun's lips as his eyes glowed with a sinister purple light. He thought to himself, "Perfect, there's no one here to get in my way." Minjun used shield number 104 to block his opponent's lightning-fast pounce, then unleashed a powerful counterattack. A brilliant blue shockwave erupted, slamming right into the monster's chest. It let out a horrific shriek and collapsed instantly. Seeing the vile creature twitching on the ground, Minjun began the final step of his plan. He held out his hand. He began to absorb the true spoils of war from the corpse. A tide of dark purple magic was sucked clean into the palm of the former dark sorcerer. Immediately, a system notification popped up. With the magic secured, it was time to level up. Looking at the now completely still monster, Minjun curled his lip into a sinister smirk. "Oh, you had some value after all." He let out a satisfied smile and casually offered his final thanks. "Not bad, I appreciate it." Meanwhile, back at the assembly point, the exhausted soldiers were collapsed on the ground after the intense battle. One soldier, catching his breath, turned to his comrade and asked, "You give up yet?" In another corner, the squad leader was urgently reporting over the phone. Yes, it was a mutant-type monster. The squad members have already evacuated the dungeon. We've confirmed there was one, and a squad member has already subdued it. Our main character, however, was pinching his nose with a grimace, muttering in disgust. "Ugh, so annoying," he thought to himself. "This entire front line is bizarre. From the smell to the monsters, nothing here is normal." As he dusted off his clothes, his ponytail-wearing comrade sat down next to him and said gratefully, "Hey, seriously, we're only alive thanks to you. The moment I saw that thing, I was so scared I couldn't even move." The young man humbly replied, "No, I'm sorry for charging in on my own." But his comrade just waved it off. "Sorry for what?" Anyone could see it was a surprise attack. "If you hadn't handled it so quickly, Kwang Shich and Dong Jin would have been toast. He looked Minjun over with concern and asked, "Did you get checked out? You sure you're not hurt anywhere?" Just then, the squad leader approached with a stern look on his face. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the young man quickly assured them, "I'm fine, really. I just need to absorb a little more magic energy." The commander let out a sigh and spoke in a cold tone. "When you get back to the unit, you're coming to see me." Watching the squad leader's back as he walked away, the long-haired comrade thought worriedly, "The boss doesn't seem to be in a good mood." But just then, the squad leader received a call from a soldier in dark glasses reporting on the situation. During the escort back, no one was seriously injured. Dong Jin just finished his checkup and is returning, and Kwang Shich only has a minor head injury. He should be able to return to the unit by tomorrow. Hearing that his men were all safe, the squad leader closed his eyes, a heavy burden lifted from his shoulders. As his comrade put a comforting hand on his shoulder, the commander in the dark glasses yelled, "Squad 2, listen up." He gave the order right there on the scene. He announced loudly, "Due to the unexpected situation, this dungeon raid will end here. Everyone, check your gear and prepare to move out." In response, a powerful, unified shout echoed, "Sir!" Under the setting sun, the team quickly withdrew to their base. Back in an administrative office, Minjun was facing his superior to explain what happened. The officer pushed a report towards him and said, "Nothing else. I called you here about this report. I need you to explain the process. Tell me how you took down those monsters." Holding the pen, Minjun looked completely baffled. What am I supposed to write here?" he wondered. "Can I really just write that my shield couldn't kill it, so I had to use my fists?" He thought to himself, "Who would even believe that?" Seeing Minjun hesitate, the superior officer slammed a water bottle on the table. "My view was obstructed, so I didn't see it clearly. Did you really take it down with your bare hands?" "Hit right on the mark." Minjun flinched slightly and gave a forced laugh. "Ha ha! It was just getting on my nerves, so my fists kind of moved on their own." The officer was quiet for a moment, then asked him directly, "Minjun, what exactly are your stats?" When he replied, "Strength 65, Agility 60. The man was absolutely floored. He mentally compared them as a first lieutenant. "My average stats are barely over 40, and yet a regular soldier has strength and agility stats over 60. He leaned back in his chair, completely astonished. "That's more than double the level of other soldiers." A look of regret for the soldier's wasted talent crossed his face. "Ha! With skills like yours, you could get into the Hunter Academy. It's such a shame. I see your file says you dropped out of high school. That makes getting into the Officer Academy difficult." But right after, he enthusiastically offered another suggestion. "Hey, Minjun, your goal is to be a leader. Why not consider taking the college entrance exam? There are all sorts of programs for evaluating your abilities, like starting as a sergeant or becoming a teaching assistant in the military. Go to school and become an officer. I can pull some strings for you." But at his superior's offer, Minjun just scratched his cheek and flatly refused. "I don't like studying. Getting promoted based on my achievements is enough for me." Seeing his firm attitude, the officer could only respect his wishes. "All right, it's your decision. I won't force you, but if you change your mind, let me know." Minjun bowed his thanks and gathered his things. Before he left, the officer looked at him with trust in his eyes. "I won't forget your hard work." The young man gave a sharp salute. "Yes, sir. Permission to be dismissed. Loyalty." He placed his hat on the table and walked out. But just as Minjun's hand touched the doorknob, the commander suddenly called out, "Minjun, Private First Class Kim Minjun." He froze, stunned. The officer's voice was heavy. "You saved the lives of your squad members today. No matter what, we could have faced the worst-case scenario." He remembered the terrifying moment the monster bared its fangs, ready to pounce on the soldier trembling in fear. He admitted with bitterness, "The truth is, I couldn't react in time. Thank you." Minjun offered a small, relieved smile and gave a humble reply. It was just the natural thing to do. Walking out of the admin office, he thought to himself, "Yep, this is the right move." He'd gain their trust and score some achievement points. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp, way more calculating. See, kindness is great, but achievement points are essential. Minjun headed straight for physical training room number 2. The moment he walked in, he saw 2 of his teammates, one with a bandage wrapped around his head, staring in utter shock. Minjun crossed his arms and cut right to the chase. "You asked for special training? With Private Lee Jong-jin?" The other soldier stammered back. "How did you know we were training here?" Minjun smirked, staring his opponent down. The young master has a few scrapes, and suddenly he's focused? The jab hit home, and all the guy could say was, well, about that." Minjun flashed back to a chaotic battle, sharp blades slicing clean through monster corpses. Li Jongjin, you've gotten way stronger. You're actually starting to look useful now. Isn't it all thanks to this training? Kwang Shich declared, full of fighting spirit. This time, it's my turn to get stronger. But that fiery determination was met with nothing but a mocking smirk from Minjun. He calmly shot back. And you think I'd agree to that? Minjun stepped closer. He looked the flustered corporal dead in the eyes and added, besides, everything has an order to it, right, Corporal Kim Kwang Shich? The mood in the room instantly dropped. Kwang Shich's head sank. Then he suddenly bowed low to Jongjin and mumbled, thank you for saving me. Also, I'm sorry, Jongjin. This act sent Jongjin into a complete panic as he waved his hands around. No, don't do that, Corporal Kim Kwang Zish. But Kwang Zish's expression remained sincere. He continued to confess, I'm sorry for everything I've done. I don't know if you'll accept it, but I truly want to join the training with you. So, it turned out the guy had ambitions of his own. I have my reasons. My goal is to become a warrant officer. Jongjin glanced over at Minjun, as if asking for permission. Minjun nodded. I see. He turned to Jongjin and asked, is it okay if we train together? Hearing this, Jongjin's face lit up. Corporal Kim Minjun. But his smile didn't last long. Minjun threw a bucket of cold water on his hopes. In your dreams, buddy. Nothing in life is that easy. Seeing Minjun's firm refusal, Kwang Shish looked devastated. I accept what I've done, so it's natural for everyone to feel uncomfortable. Anyway, thanks. I'm only alive because of you two. I'll be going now. The guy dejectedly turned to leave, much to Jongjin's dismay. But right then Minjun spoke up unexpectedly. There is one condition. Kwang Shich's ears perked up, and he spun back around, full of hope. Minjun stared him down and let out a single, simple word, pigeon. Seeing the confused look on his face, Minjun gave a wicked smile. Be a pigeon for 24 hours, then we'll talk. Hearing that, Kwang Zich's face flushed beet red with anger. He gritted his teeth and yelled, what did you just say? Minjun was totally unfazed, asking lightly, you don't want to? Kwang Shich froze, an intense battle raging in his mind. In the end, for the sake of his promotion, he threw his dignity away, clenched his fists, and forced out a coo sound. Jongjin could only stare at his senior, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. So much for his image as a tough guy. Meanwhile, Minjun was absolutely losing it, cracking up at the ridiculous scene, knowing his prey had fallen right into the trap. Another one joins the team. Minjun cheered triumphantly. Under a strange night sky lit by two moons, a massive, ancient castle stood menacingly on a high cliff. Inside its cold stone hallways, a burly soldier in a full helmet silently pushed a heavy cart covered by a gray canvas tarp. The grinding of wooden wheels on the stone floor echoed until a woman with flowing golden hair approached. She saw the soldier diligently doing his work. You've worked hard, she said softly. The soldier stopped, remaining silent for a long moment under the woman's cold gaze. She noticed he seemed hesitant. She asked him directly, is there something you wish to say? After a moment of deliberation, the soldier asked in a low voice, how long do you plan to keep this up? The woman didn't answer right away, instead turning to walk. The clicking of her high heels echoed with authority on the stone floor. Let's see, she murmured. Approaching the cart, her slender hands slowly pulled back the cover to reveal what was inside. Within was a pair of glowing purple eyes, burning with hatred, a growl rumbling from the darkness. But faced with this terrifying creature, the woman's face remained strangely calm. The soldier called out worriedly, Saintess, but she seemed to pay him no mind. She raised her hand, and instantly a circle appeared. A brilliant purple magic circle materialized at her feet, pulsing with powerful energy. Her eyes sharpened as she declared, this is a gift for him, the one who left this place of his own free will. The soldier panicked, but his words were cut off by the haunting expression on her face. With her eyes wide with extremism, she whispered, no matter what I do, it will never be enough. The tense atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a loud scream. Ah! Right after, a military boot slammed down on a shovel, driving the blade deep into the dry, hard ground. They hadn't been back from the dungeon for very long at all. Kwang Shich had to grit his teeth as he slammed the shovel down again, complaining, first we fight rats, now we dig holes. What a blessed life. Right behind him, Jongjin was also working hard, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. He clicked his tongue, thinking, this battlefield is definitely meant for fighting monsters, but he couldn't help wondering if he could even be of any real use here. Just then, a heavy military truck rolled into the area, catching everyone's attention. Kwang Shich let out a tired groan. Ugh, we're just servants. The stones are finally here. The soldiers quickly gathered around the truck and began unloading heavy, square-cut gray blocks onto the road. Minjun strained as he hauled a huge block, sweat pouring down his face. His hands were already getting scraped from the rough surface of the material. He panted as he explained this weird supply to his teammate. Servant is just what we call ourselves. This is called ironstone, because nobody knows if it's stone or iron. He emphasized that while they looked simple, they were incredibly heavy and solid, which is why they were used to build fortifications on the battlefield. Minjun revealed, "This stuff is made in the dungeon. Its real name is way cooler." He trailed off, suddenly stopping as his teammate turned to him. The man asked doubtfully, "What did you just say to me?" Minjun looked around, confused, and replied, "Huh? What are you talking about, man? I didn't even open my mouth." Turns out it was just the curiosity of a few others nearby about the strange mineral, causing them to hear things that weren't there. The backbreaking work continued until the squad leader in the black glasses yelled, "All right, everyone, take 10. Instantly, the exhausted soldiers let everything drop. They all collapsed onto the asphalt, taking advantage of the precious few moments of rest. At that moment, a soldier approached the squad leader with a long scar on his face. A soldier bursts in to deliver some critical intel he overheard while picking up supplies at division headquarters. He reveals the bombshell news. A suspected hollow dungeon has just appeared in the 104th Division sector. The mere mention of a hollow dungeon sends the entire room into chaos. One soldier freezes mid-motion while others can't hide their shock. "You're kidding, right?" The deputy squad leader, Sergeant Minji, completely loses his cool, grabbing his commander's leg and starting to wail. Sergeant Minji, "No way. If we go in again, this will be the third time for me and Corporal Do. It's not really happening, right? Pride is gone, survival is all that matters now." Faced with his desperate subordinate, the deputy squad leader can only grimace, trying to peel the panicked soldiers off him. "It's still under investigation, so calm down, all of you." But amidst all the chaos, Minjun just sits on the floor, completely clueless. Seeing this, the guy next to him, Kwang Shich, starts to explain. He breaks down the concept of a hollow dungeon. They're dungeons that are way bigger on the inside, and though the number of monsters is higher, their defining feature is that there's no final boss, no single, ultra-dangerous monster waiting at the end. In the hunter world, this makes them perfect for grinding combat experience, which is why the military often runs training exercises there. Division-level drills, right before soldiers get sent on real conquest campaigns. Kwang Shich adds, "It's the infamous mobile hunter training," but Minjun just stares blankly at him, prompting Kwang Shich to scratch his head. Sir? Were you having an internal monologue or something?" He mutters that he only explained because he thought Minjun looked curious. But Minjun just smirks, whispering, "Mobile hunter training. Huh? This isn't the kind of training he needs right now," he thinks. Across the room, Minji is still crying his eyes out. "We just got back from a dungeon." He wails that he and his teammates absolutely hate this specific drill. Losing his patience, the commander grabs Minji's cheeks and yells, "So what? It's a division-level exercise. This is a chance to earn a ton of contribution points." The words contribution points finally get Minjun's attention. Ah, that's right. Contribution points. Suddenly, all Minjun can see are merit awards and achievement scores dancing in his head, his eyes lighting up. A look of pure excitement spreads across his face as he clenches his fists. What a sweet deal. Farming points on the front lines is the perfect plan. But then he freezes, noticing a tiny black shadow, with glowing purple eyes and a creepy smile lurking by his feet. He squints suspiciously, thinking, "What are you doing there?" After a moment's hesitation, Minjun just stomps hard on the weird shadow, making it squeal. "What's this now? Huh?" He just clicks his tongue in annoyance. Meanwhile, at headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway, the sound of urgent footsteps echoing down the hall. A female officer reports, requesting aid. Yes, it's an irregular monster. The call for backup is from the gate investigation team in Yanggu. Her commander asks grimly, "A dungeon spawned inside a military zone?" The officer nods. Yes, not a civilian area, but two of the investigators suddenly went insane. It's that strange phenomenon we've been getting reports on. Her voice is filled with concern. This could be a dungeon requiring an emergency response. The commander, however, makes a different call. Have the regular army secure the area as usual. Order the hunters in Yanggu to fall back. The dungeon in the Hongshan residential area is the priority. All units move in there. The officer bows. Understood. Back with Minjun, he stands there for a moment, before a calculating smirk appears on his face as he glances down at the shadow under his foot. "Oh well, whatever," he thinks with a shrug. He stands up, stretching with satisfaction under a brilliant blue sky. A new plan is already forming in his head. I guess I should use my vacation time for once, huh? Under the clear sky, Minjun quietly starts packing for his leave. He swaps his stiff military uniform for a comfortable black hoodie, zipping it up and checking his reflection. A warm family photo sits on the television. In it, Minjun is smiling happily next to his parents. Back at the base, his squad leader spots him in uniform, ready to head out. Trying to slip away on leave early, are we? I was wondering why you were hauling several times more iron than anyone else during construction. You just wanted to finish up to use your leave, huh? You're really something else. Good work, he says. Minjun replies politely. Yes, thank you. But in his head, he's thinking, that's probably not a compliment. The commander then turns and asks about his last break. So where did you go? When Minjun admits he just stayed at a PC cafe, his commander lets out a heavy sigh. A true gamer, wasting his vacation like that. Not wanting his talented subordinate to wander aimlessly, he pulls out a key. Here, stay at this place. He explains it's his parents' old apartment, now empty since they moved. I use it myself during my leave, so don't worry, it's clean. Minjun tries to refuse, saying he'll be fine, but the squad leader just shoves a paper with the address into his hand. Fine, my butt. Go get some proper rest instead of wrecking your back at a net cafe. Minjun looks at the paper Chuncheon City. Chuncheon, huh? That's convenient. His commander waves goodbye. He walks into the admin office, calling out, just take it and enjoy your leave. The door swings shut behind him. The squad leader sighs, a troubled look on his face. He sits down at his desk and opens Kim Minjun's personal file. On the stark white paper, the family information section is heartbreaking. Next to both father and mother is a single word: missing. The commander stares at the file, his eyes filled with a deep, pensive sadness, a somber expression on his face. Meanwhile, Minjun has already changed, pulling on his black hoodie and zipping it up high to hide his face. Time to go, he mutters. After leaving the unit, Minjun arrives at the Yanggu bus terminal. Instead of finding a place to rest like he was told, he walks silently down the empty streets, a mysterious figure. At the same time, in another area, a female agent urgently reports a dungeon location over the phone, an abandoned school in Yanggu district. Her orders: do not approach within 1 kilometer, but only to control the roads. At the scene, the army had set up a tight perimeter with trucks and heavily armed soldiers to completely block the entrance. Spotting one soldier slacking off, Minjun saw his opening. He nimbly vaulted the fence, landing softly behind them without making a single sound. Hiding behind concrete pillars, Minjun watched the brilliant blue energy pulsing from a dungeon gate. He whispered, "Is that it?" Without a second of hesitation, he casually strolled past the warning line, heading straight for the anomaly. He wondered, which punk am I dealing with this time? Minjun walked with purpose, his mind fixed on one thing: finding out what kind of monster had escaped. He stood before the dungeon gate, crackling with blue electricity. He just clicked his tongue. If it gets dangerous, he'd just bail. What's the big deal about a tiny dungeon? The moment he stepped inside, a system notification confirmed his entry. He found himself in a dark, cold forest filled with dead trees under a silent night sky. Minjun walked quietly down the path. He frowned at the humidity, thinking, seriously, this feels more like a sauna than a dungeon. He suddenly stopped in his tracks when he spotted a single sword lying on the ground. Minjun crouched, studying the area to assess the situation. A fight happened here? He squinted into the dark bushes ahead before calling out, "Hey, you're not very good at hiding, just come on out." In response, a powerful wave of pressure erupted from the darkness, forcing Minjun to take a cautious step back. A massive monster with gray skin and glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. Minjun was surprised. A goblin? But he immediately knew that wasn't right. My mistake, he thought. Turns out it's a huge kobold. Looking at its muscular build, he couldn't help but remark, "Man, this thing is massive." Minjun then understood why the previous investigation team had struggled so much just to make it out of here alive. He dropped into a fighting stance, his eyes turning cold. The monster roared and lunged from above. Minjun swiftly dodged the pounce and instantly charged forward. He poured all of his strength into a single punch, unleashing a massive pillar of blue energy that completely engulfed the kobold. Minjun eyed his opponent, then immediately threw another heavy punch straight into the monster's face, completely deforming it. Before it could recover, he followed up with a powerful hook kick to the jaw, launching it skyward with a savage yell. Landing solidly, Minjun assessed the creature. A really tough one, he thought. He stood up, his gaze challenging the giant beast. "You can take my punches?" The monster swung wildly, tearing through the air, but Minjun just nimbly somersaulted away from the attacks. He let out a soft, "Oh," then a sly grin spread across his face. "Watch your step, buddy. That's a death trap." Just as he predicted, the kobold stepped into a strange energy field on the ground. The skill notification for decay popped up as the earth beneath it rotted and gave way. With his opponent off balance, Minjun rushed in like a hurricane, unleashing a flurry of punches so fast they became a blur. He said with interest, "Oh, you're tough." But his powerful blows rained down on the monster's body, heavily injuring it and forcing it backward. Suddenly, however, a surge of purple energy exploded from the kobold. Minjun paused, thinking, "Huh?" The monster roared, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sent him flying. Minjun skidded across the ground before finally coming to a stop. He looked down to see his hoodie sleeve was torn. His expression turned deadly serious. He slowly walked over and picked up the lone sword from the ground. Gripping the hilt, Minjun mused, "Everyone I've met since I came back has been about as strong as an ant." He looked right at the kobold and sneered, "And you must be a horned beetle, right?" The monster roared and charged with terrifying speed, but Minjun calmly dodged the attack. The monster growled with contempt. "Even so, a bug is still just a bug." Instantly, a massive gray hand shot out and crushed down on his head. The monster grinned, thinking it had finally captured its prey. "What are you going to do now, you little pest?" But instead of fear, veins started bulging on Minjun's forehead. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're going to pay for my hoodie, right now." A thunderous punch slammed into the monster's body, making its eyes roll back as it screamed. The force of the punch sent the massive creature flying, collapsing to the ground, defeated. Minjun stood silently over the body, still breathing heavily. From the monster's corpse, a stream of dark demonic energy began to flow out, pulling straight into the palm of his hand. Immediately, system notifications flooded his screen. He had absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy, and his magic stat was rising fast. "Oh, nice." But it didn't stop there. The system announced he had unlocked a new skill called Dark Arrow, enhanced his night movement, and even created basic swordsmanship. He was completely stunned. Minjun gasped, "Holy crap, my status window got an upgrade." His info panel showed impressive stats: strength at 65, agility and stamina at 60, and magic power at 32. He excitedly checked his new skills. Dark Arrow let him fire invisible magic arrows, while basic swordsmanship greatly increased his proficiency with all bladed weapons. A huge, satisfied grin spread across Minjun's face. "I finally have a ranged attack skill." He laughed, feeling like he'd just won the lottery. But when he looked back at the corpse, he noticed something strange. A sword was stuck deep in its back. He wondered, was it already hurt before I got here? Without hesitating, he reached out to pull the strange object from the creature's gray flesh. He thought, what was that glowing thing from earlier? As the object came free, Minjun's eyes widened in pure shock. Staring at his hand, now covered in thick black blood, he murmured. It was a sharp piece of metal, resting right in the palm of his hand. Minjun turned the fragment over, wondering, isn't this arrowhead a piece of a broken knife? Maybe a hunter from the investigation team stabbed something with it. But the more he stared, the stronger the feeling of familiarity became. He frowned. He was sure of it, he'd seen this somewhere before. Suddenly, growls from behind cut through his thoughts, and Minjun spun around. He spotted two more goblins lumbering toward him. Instead of fear, a grin spread across his face. Perfect timing, he thought. I was itching to test out my new toy. He stood up, his gaze a sharp challenge. Come and get it. The monsters snarled and charged their prey, clueless that death was waiting. Minjun held out his hands. A dark, swirling mana began to gather in his palms. He thought, let's give them a little taste of an E-rank skill. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted. It swept away everything in its path, swallowing the monsters in an instant. Standing in a brilliant purple aura, Minjun casually noted, well, the main job is done. But since I'm here, I might as well clean up a bit before I go. His eyes fell upon the last trembling monster, and his expression turned utterly terrifying. With a sinister grin, Minjun looked even more monstrous than the actual monster. He growled, where are your friends? And just like that, somewhere in the city, a glowing blue dungeon gate began to tremble violently. From within the light, the silhouette of a young man slowly stepped out. Minjun set foot on the pavement, casually dusted himself off, and announced, okay, dungeon cleared. The blue energy around him slowly faded. It revealed a sinister smile and one glowing purple eye, filled with mystery. He wasn't tired after the fight, he was energized, muttering to himself. Work's done, time for some league to de-stress. His satisfying vacation now over, Minjun steeled himself to return to his unit, still lost in the moment. He was basking in those days of freedom, crushing monsters 1 minute, and slurping instant noodles in front of his computer the next, but reality was about to hit him like a ton of bricks. When he returned to his unit, the atmosphere felt more like a funeral home. The moment they saw him, a teammate rushed over, face pale, and yelled, "Minjun, it really is a hollow dungeon." Another soldier, unable to hide his panic, added in despair, "We're so screwed, Minjun. They're going to work us to death in that hollow dungeon." And just as planned, the large-scale practical training began. The division-level exercise was quickly deployed. Starting from random points in their squads, the soldiers had to march across treacherous terrain. Their objective was to reach a specific point. They had to get to the rendezvous in the dungeon's center, all while dealing with monsters and any other unforeseen, sudden threats. While on the move, the commander suddenly froze, his face changing as he stared at the locator. He roared, "All units, prepare for combat! The hill ahead!" Instantly, the soldiers snapped into formation, rifles raised high. The call echoed through the valley, "Get ready, monsters incoming!" In contrast to his team's worried faces, Minjun remained perfectly calm, slowly drawing the sword from his back. From high above, a swarm of dark, spherical creatures with mouths full of razor-sharp teeth dove down. A soldier screamed in terror. "It's the Dakbon!" The commander quickly barked an order. "All units, load and prepare to fire. Aim and get ready." The soldiers dropped to one knee in unison, forming a solid defensive wall. Amid the chaos and gunfire, Minjun narrowed his eyes at the descending dark orbs. A confident smirk touched his lips as he thought, "Just as I expected, this is better than I imagined." As the commander's roar faded, dozens of rifles spat fire at the incoming monster swarm. The dark spheres of the Dakbon began taking direct hits. They exploded amidst the bullets and brilliant blue energy. The commander, a long scar on his face, yelled a warning. "The Dakbon have thick, elastic hides. Close-range weapons will have a hard time, so take them out before they get near." Under his tight command, the whole team formed a line. They created a dense wall of fire to stop the frenzied attack of the round, sharp-toothed monsters. However, when only a few monsters remained dangerously close, the commander signaled to cease fire. "All units, prepare for close combat," he warned with concern. He saw the last 3 monsters coiling up to leap. 3 left. If they latch on and start draining your blood, it'll be hard to get them off, so be careful not to get bitten. Standing at the back, Minjun quickly analyzed the situation. He understood immediately. Getting bitten meant instant elimination from the drill. If too many soldiers were taken out, the squad's final score would hit rock bottom. His gaze turned ice cold. Minjun gripped his weapon, vowing to himself, "Not happening. You touch my team's points, you deal with me." Just as a Dakbon lunged forward to attack, a loud shout rang out. Corporal Lee Seung-ho. Lee Seung-ho shot forward like a flash, landing a thunderous kick right on target. The impact was so strong it sent the monster flying high into the sky. As his teammates stared in shock, Minjun simply watched with a confident smile. He thought, "If I were sniping these with dark arrows, this would have been over in a second." Still, he let his teammates coordinate their attack, taking advantage of the monster suspended in midair. The soldiers immediately opened fire to support him. The commander nodded in satisfaction, shouting, "Nice work! All units, fire on the airborne Dakbon." A series of accurate shots followed. The monster exploded into pieces, its remains raining down on the dry earth. The battle ended quickly, and the team stood firm on the hilltop. Under the clear blue sky, the commander sighed in relief and ordered the soldiers, "Everyone, rest here for 10 minutes and check your gear. See if any squad members are injured." After the check, each squad reported in. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, a teammate approached. He put a hand on Minjun's shoulder, causing him to turn around in surprise. While Minjun and his comrade shared a relaxed, ready gesture. In another corner, 2 soldiers were slumped on the ground, completely exhausted. The red-haired guy wiped away sweat, complaining, "Why is this drill so intense? Just a few rounds and I'm already out of breath." His companion beside him looked tired but thoughtful. "I'm not so sure. There's a rumor this isn't a hollow dungeon." Seeing his friend's confused expression, he lowered his voice. "Actually, there used to be a boss monster in this dungeon. The rumor is, it wasn't killed, it was captured alive and is being held at the rendezvous point." The dungeon was left completely shattered. There stood a colossal commander, a thick beard framing his face, standing triumphantly over a monster's corpse. The man was an absolute giant. He casually wiped his hands, a challenging smirk on his face. Now the real training can begin, right? Their story left the two soldiers crying, terrified for their own fate. Just then, a soldier in dark glasses walked by, slapping them both hard on the shoulder. "Let's move, comrades. Break time's over." The two could only whimper and obey, shuffling away under the amused gaze of Kim Minjun. He watched the legendary commander's back, sizing him up. So this was the Legion's famous Dusta. He definitely looked the part, and then some. As the team marched across the hills, a piercing scream for help suddenly echoed from the distance. Everyone looked around, completely clueless about what was happening. Kim Minjun stared at the blinking injured text on his map. And that location, it belonged to none other than Dusta, sitting motionless in an open field. A legend, taken down this early in the game? Meanwhile, in a peaceful village, an old blacksmith sat quietly, smoking his pipe on a weathered porch. Sensing a familiar killing intent, he squinted at the silhouette of a massive warrior in full armor, his head bowed low in shame. The old man sighed, not even bothering to turn around. "Back so soon? Did you break it already?" The soldier remained silent, his guilt palpable. The old man just clicked his tongue. "Forget it. I know you were just backing that woman up." He took the chipped short sword from the warrior's hand. "Still, this is a little more serious than usual." At the tomb's central command post, the atmosphere inside the tent was unbelievably tense. Lieutenant Colonel Go Jong Cheon, the 3rd Battalion commander, stared at his screen, worried. "I told you. There have never been this many monsters before. What I'm trying to say is, we can't afford any accidents." Opposite him, Colonel Seung-jun of the 1st Battalion seemed far more relaxed. "Is the division commander suggesting the division's average combat power is declining?" he asked. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tent, Colonel Lee Jun-bel from the 2nd Battalion shared a similar thought. "I don't think we're putting too much pressure on them." Just then, a soldier rushed in. "Sir, do you know where the division commander went?" The question made the officers burst out laughing. Colonel Seung-jun chuckled heartily as he answered, "Ha ha, now you know the boss. When he wants to do something, no one can stop him." The soldier just stood there, stunned and stammering. Even so, why would he suddenly join a training exercise? And out of the entire Legion, why did he pick our unit? Lieutenant Colonel Go Jong Cheon adjusted his glasses. His face turned grim as he revealed the truth. The big boss threw out a few words and snuck off to play the part of an extra. Turns out, the real reason the big boss went undercover was simple. "There's a soldier I want to observe with my own eyes." And that soldier was Kim Minjun, the very man causing a huge stir throughout the entire division. Back in the training zone, a suffocating silence fell over the squad in the darkness. A soldier trembled as he spoke up. "Will there be a penalty during this training, platoon leader?" The leader was already sweating buckets. His face was pale from the immense pressure as he thought in despair. "I knew we had to transport an injured person, but this particular injured person," seeing the massive silhouette of Du-Sak Yong following right behind them with a murderous aura, the platoon leader could only curse his luck. "The director told us someone from command would be joining. He just failed to mention it was the division commander himself." The division commander, his thick beard and glowing eyes piercing the darkness, stared intently at his target, chilling the air around them. "Hey, platoon leader, you'd better take good care of me," Division Commander Du-Sak Yong said, wearing a sign that read, "Injured person." A sinister smile spread across his face, instantly dropping the temperature. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min was sweating and shaking. He gave a stiff, awkward salute. Reporting, "Commander, I am Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min." The surrounding soldiers, unable to hide their terror, shouted in unison. "Yes, yes, sir." Looking at the commander's massive frame, one soldier complained internally. "He's so tall. Can we even lift the stretcher?" Despite the pressure, Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min tried to stay calm and follow protocol. "Commander, we will now move you onto the stretcher." But Du-Sok Yong's expression suddenly changed. "I don't need it." He glared at his subordinates, who were frozen in shock. "Don't you know me by now?" Faced with weak protests about his role as an injured soldier, he waved them off decisively. "I don't care. I don't like stretchers. Any objections?" "Didn't think so." Du-Sek Yong waved his hand, signaling the squad to move on. "Don't worry about me. Just continue the training." Watching this entire drama unfold from the back, Kim Minjun paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and a grin spread across his face. "Ah, so that's how it is." Kim Minjun was beyond excited, realizing the true nature of this test. This damn training exercise just got interesting. From that point on, a series of hilarious situations unfolded in the rugged mountains. Of course, Monsters still popped up everywhere to block their path. To support the large-scale drill, the division had also deployed specialized equipment, from airdrop supply crates to advanced gas masks for the soldiers. These were for dealing with contaminated zones. The whole training exercise had basically turned into a bizarre playground, led by some very odd characters. Even when a monkey monster jumped on his head, Division Commander Du Seok-yong remained completely unfazed. Kim Minjun, on the other hand, was full of energy. He carried the commander on his back, dashing through glowing magical minefields. But this insane pace began to wear the other soldiers down completely. They couldn't stop panting for air. Lee Byung-jin was practically crying as he ran. We're all soldiers, so how is he such a beast? Just then, a monster. A giant lizard with a grotesque, long tongue lunged from the bushes. In a flash, a brilliant green sword strike split the monster clean in two mid-air. The monster tried for a jump scare and ran into a certified killer. On this brutal battlefield, many soldiers were so exhausted their eyes were rolling back. A soldier collapses onto the grass, completely spent, as grotesque toad monsters relentlessly attack with their long, disgusting tongues. Minjun unleashes a sharp, blue sword strike, slicing through the enemy's attack in an instant. A system window immediately pops up. Basic swordsmanship. Rank E, a minor boost in his ability to wield sword-type weapons. He quietly analyzes it, wondering if it's a basic skill from his power increase. Is this training actually leveling up his skills? Seeing a comrade on the ground, Minjun pulls the exhausted man to his feet amid the chaos. Surrounded by monsters, the soldier pants gratefully. Man, thanks. I would have been a goner without you. Minjun just watches in silence. Across the training grounds, screams and the clash of weapons echo as soldiers fight with everything they have. Green. Division Commander Du Seok-yong observes the entire battlefield with an incredibly stern gaze. This was known as the most intense training session in the history of the Hunter Corps. Suddenly, a toad monster tries a sneak attack from behind, but Du Seok-yong doesn't even turn, sending it flying 10 meters with a single powerful punch. He announces, "We're done here. Form up and rest. Keep up the good work, everyone." Minjun turns to the soldier he helped. "Still breathing over there?" The man gives a firm thumbs up. "I'm good." Meanwhile, Commander Du Seok-yong stares at Minjun with a sinister smirk, thinking, "However, you're quite impressive, Kim Minjun." At the same time, in the northern part of the city, another squad is deep in a tense battle against shadow monsters. A team of female soldiers is struggling. They're exhausted, they're breathing heavy and labored. All of a sudden, a black, spherical entity bares its razor-sharp teeth. With a bright red tongue, it charges forward in a frenzy. A female soldier quickly uses her riot shield to block the monster's pounce. While her squadmate fumbles with her rifle, Private Sun Young-seo sees the danger and grits her teeth. Veins bulge on her hands as she tightens her grip on her sword's hilt. With cold determination in her eyes, she leaps forward, unleashing a slash that tears the air. A brilliant blue wave of sword energy erupts, slicing the monster clean in two mid-air. It dissolves into a cloud of toxic black smoke. Sun Young-seo lets out a tired breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her brunette teammate watches, completely amazed by her skill. "That's Sun Young-seo for you, what a clean cut." But just behind them, a piece of the defeated monster suddenly twitches and begins to mutate. It lunges straight for the distracted soldier. The attack is so fast, the girl can only stare in horror, her praise turning to panic. A massive impact sends her helmet flying. She's thrown to the cracked ground with a sickening thud as Young-seo instantly reacts. She swings her sword, blocking another attack from the lurking black monsters. Young-seo's eyes widen in terror as she feels a thick, killing intent fill the air, taking over the space. From the deep shadows, more dark entities begin to rise, letting out menacing growls. Under a brilliant red sunset, the entire platoon rests on a hillside after a grueling march. A soldier proudly reports to his superior. All members of the platoon have arrived without any serious injuries. Just then, Commander Du Seok-yong appears with a sinister smile. A huge injured sign hangs on his chest, leaving his subordinate completely baffled. What is the commander up to now? Despite the sign, Du Seok-yong radiates an overwhelming aura. Kim Minjun remains humble, insisting, "It was all thanks to them." The commander claps his shoulder. "It's due to your own ability as well." He gives a knowing smile. "Please guide me well until this training ends." "Yes, sir," Minjun replies, standing at attention. Suddenly, Du Seok-yong spins around, grabs a sergeant in sunglasses by his collar, and roars. "What kind of sergeant panics like that? Were you just going to leave the new recruits to fend for themselves?" The sergeant turns pale with fear, stammering, "I'm sorry, sir." I'm so sorry. In another area, Sergeant Lee Sanju and his squadmate are resting when the man asks him a question. Hey, Sergeant Lee Sanju, about the second part of this training. Can I ask you something? But his teammate coldly shuts him down. No, don't ask. Sanju persists, pointing to a sign marking a restricted zone. It reads Acceso Prohibido. He asks, what's over there? His squadmate glances over and casually replies, oh, that is, a pit. Immediately, the order to move out is given. All right, let's go. Everyone to your positions. The soldiers shout, Sir. As they walk, Sanju mutters in disbelief. You said that's a pit? His teammate confirms it with certainty. That's right, a pit. A crypt pit, to be exact. You don't know what that is? Did you sleep through the training lecture? Private Lee Dongjin pushes up his glasses and begins to explain to the others. He says that currently, the most accepted theory is that a crypt is a phenomenon. It's a gate that can connect their space with another dimension. An illustration shows a young boy on a beach suddenly falling into a blue vortex. He lands on a strange alien planet, totally bewildered. Hearing this, his squadmate asks, so it's basically an infinite link. To an endless space? Dongjin nods in confirmation. Exactly, but even crypts have specific boundaries. He points to a topographical map. He explains the endpoint of that spatial connection. In some cases, the link is severed at a very unexpected point, and that is what's known as a crypt pit. Hearing this, the soldier next to him curiously asks, so what would happen if you crossed that crypt's boundary? Or jumped into a crypt pit? Dongjin pushes up his glasses, thinking, who knows? But the rumor is, one jump and you're transported to another world. Just as he finishes his sentence, a loud bong startles them both. Suddenly, chaos erupts throughout the entire encampment. Under the sunset, terrified screams ring out. What the hell just fell from the sky? The soldiers all scramble toward the commotion. What in the world just happened? Through a thick cloud of dust and smoke, every soldier stared wide-eyed, all asking the same thing. What? There, lying unconscious on the ground before them, was a female soldier with long green hair, her helmet thrown to one side. The team was stunned. They recognized her as Sun Unseo, looking like she'd just fallen out of another dimension. After her rescue, Unseo rested on a hillside. Along with the other soldiers, she quietly sipped some water, trying to recover. Corporal Lee Sung-ho was on the radio, reporting, I've informed the 4th Battalion, so don't worry, just rest. Noticing Unseo's anxious expression, he gently asked how she was. Unseo looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow and desperation, pleading, can you please check if my teammates are okay? Seung-ho offered a reassuring smile. They're fine, but they were definitely worried about you, he explained more to put her mind at ease. They were about to halt training to start a search operation, but since we reported your situation, they'll probably resume. Sun Unseo let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank you. Now I can rest easy. But the second she tried to move, a sharp pain shot up from her ankle, forcing her to collapse back down. Her face twisted in agony. Looking down at her heavily bandaged left foot, Unseo couldn't help but worry about her own condition. Seeing this, a nearby officer spoke up sternly. With a leg like that? What training are you thinking about? Just rest and heal. He then emphasized a vital rule for all hunters. Taking care of your body is just as important as strengthening your combat skills. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho also stepped in to reassure her. That's right, we've already contacted the 4th Battalion, so the rescue team will be here soon. He knew how passionate she was, but had to stop her. I know you're disappointed, but about the training. Unseo looked like she was about to protest, but instead lowered her head in silence, her heart filled with regret. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice echoed from behind. How is she? The entire squad jumped, spinning around to salute as the imposing division commander Du Sokyeon strode toward them. The second the boss showed up, the atmosphere froze solid. Unseo's eyes went wide, a million questions exploding in her mind. Wait, Division Commander Du Sokyeon? Why is he here? I thought this was just platoon-level training. A soldier immediately snapped to attention to report. Reporting, sir. No critical injuries, but we suspect a fracture in her left ankle. I believe it'll be difficult for her to continue training. Hearing this, Du Sokyeon clicked his tongue. Is that so? The training program is almost over, too. What a shame. His intense gaze locked onto Unseo. You, soldier, what happened? Startled, Unseo scrambled to her feet, stammering her report. Private Sun Unseo, sir. While fighting monsters, I fell from a cliff and lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, I was here. Du Sokyeon mused. You fell into a tomb's boundary? Or perhaps a sinkhole tomb. In any case, I'm glad they found you quickly. All of a sudden, the division commander stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. He asked urgently, "Wait, what's your name?" Unseo repeated clearly. "Private Son Unseo, sir." Instantly, Du Seokyeon's face twisted in pure shock. His mind was screaming, "Son Unseo? The Son Unseo from the 4th Battalion? 4th Company? Santeho's daughter?" Confused, Unseo just nodded her head, confirming, "Yes, that's right." Realizing the true identity of the injured girl, Division Commander Du Seokyeon suddenly started panicking, running around frantically while his soldiers stared in confusion. Then, a loud shout rang out, "Hey, Corporal Kim Minjun!" Minjun immediately sheathed his sword and reported, "Corporal Kim Minjun, present." He froze, stunned by the sight of Unseo sobbing into her hands in front of the restless division commander. "Is that really Kim Minjun? Why is he here?" Son Unseo covered her face, in utter disbelief to see him appear. "Corporal Kim Minjun, you will carry her from now on." The commander had lost his mind, ordering a soldier to be her personal taxi. Minjun stared blankly at his superior, thinking, "Are my ears broken? Did he really just order me to carry her?" Seeing his top soldier hesitate, Du Seokyeon bellowed, "You will carry this injured soldier. Is that clear?" Unseo could only hang her head in shame. The surrounding soldiers were sweating bullets under their raging commander's pressure, quickly trying to intervene. "Sir, please calm down. Can't you see his performance score? Don't punish him anymore." But then, Minjun broke into a bright smile as if he'd just figured everything out. "Ah, so that's it. I get it now." He snapped a sharp salute. "Understood, Commander." Walking over to Unseo, Minjun casually crouched down and told her, "Get on." Completely stunned, a blushing Unseo yelled back, "I refuse." Minjun's expression suddenly turned deadly serious. He delivered a cold ultimatum. "Either get on my back or get wiped from the rankings and lose all your points. Your choice." Faced with a threat to her score, Unseo could only grit her teeth and swallow her pride. She sighed quietly. "Sorry to trouble you." Minjun gave a victorious smirk. Seeing her finally give in, the onlooking soldiers couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, Kim Minjun actually got her to agree. But is he even strong enough to carry her? Someone else scoffed, "That guy isn't human." Minjun effortlessly lifted Unseo onto his back, then gave orders to his squad. "Just follow me with the vice captain. Report immediately if you get tired." While carrying her, Minjun was already doing the math in his head. "Carrying her will definitely get me some extra points. I think you're misunderstanding my intentions." While Unseo was blushing furiously from embarrassment, Minjun's mind was only on performance points. "I have to get every last one." He suddenly took off at an insane speed, causing Unseo to let out a startled scream. Watching them go, Du Seokyeon looked on thoughtfully. His subordinate reported, "They're probably already saying she's getting special treatment because she's another division commander's daughter." Du Seokyeon just crossed his arms calmly. There's no rule against helping an injured soldier. Besides, this is all part of the training. His eyes turned ice cold as he mentioned a certain powerful figure. "And besides, you don't know him, but that bastard Sun Tae-ho is not a simple man." Beneath the crimson sunset, the company continued its grueling march across the rolling hills. Unseo glanced back, sweat pouring down her exhausted face. She complained silently to herself, completely drained. "This is such a pain." Witnessing this, Division Commander Du Seokyeon watched silently with a knowing look in his eyes. Unwilling to let her suffer, Kim Minjun approached. "If something's wrong, you need to tell me." Blushing, Unseo struggled to get down. "I'll walk on my own." But Minjun didn't even flinch, just kept walking and teased. "Don't worry, carrying you is way lighter than the boulders I usually haul." The bizarre comparison left Unseo stunned, stammering, "What boulders?" Minjun just casually replied, "Yeah, a rock that size probably means she weighs around 50 kilos. Hearing this, Unio lets out a mortified shriek as her squadmates glance over with a mix of curiosity and pity. Utterly humiliated, Unio just covers her face and mumbles, "I'll shut my mouth, so please, just don't say anything else." Meanwhile, Division Commander Du Seokyeon watches from behind with a satisfied smile. Watching the interesting dynamic between the two youngsters, her eyes suddenly softened. Grateful for his help despite the teasing, she quietly thinks, "Because you helped me, I'll find a way to repay you for this." But any budding romance is immediately crushed by Minjun's wicked laugh. "Oh really? I'm looking forward to it." Inside the former dark sorcerer's mind, there was only cold, hard calculation. "Just remember, repayment is converted into performance points for me," Minjun continues, refusing to drop the subject. "I already told you, 50 kilos or a boulder, It's nothing to me. Yunio finally snaps. Please, just shut up. Their argument echoes across the hill, all under the watchful eye of Du Sek-yong. The goateed commander watches their backs with a look of pure satisfaction, while the soldier next to him stays silent, baffled by his boss's strange excitement. But as night falls over the field, the atmosphere of the training exercise suddenly becomes tense and suffocating. Soldiers race against time in the dead of night, their faces twisted with a mixture of fear and pure exhaustion. One of them quickly checks his equipment. Trembling from the dungeon's strange vibrations, a red-haired soldier groans. I wish all these monsters would just go to sleep. The teammate beside him could only let out a weary sigh. This is hell. Someone had secretly cranked the training difficulty from normal straight to purgatory mode, making the air thick with tension. While the new recruits are practically crying from the pressure, Commander Du Sek-yong just smirks and asks, "You called me?" Just then, a soldier checks his device and reports in. About 2 kilometers left. Don't lower your guard, stay focused until the very end. The order is quickly passed down the line, relay that to the rear. We're almost there. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ik-yoon and Sergeant Lee Kite freeze at an unusual disturbance. A terrified scream echoes through the ranks. Platoon leader, report, monsters in the sky. A swarm of dark winged creatures begins to blot out the night sky. The commander is forced to yell, monsters dead ahead, weapons ready. They're flying monsters, they're black birds. The sudden appearance of the monsters leaves everyone completely stunned. Observing from the rear, Du Sek-yong quietly assesses the situation. He thinks to himself, they got this far with a wounded soldier, only to get lucky that their opponents are just black birds. Though they're only the size of a parrot, their teeth and claws are sharp enough to tear right through human flesh. While a demon hunter won't die easily to them, they're still an incredibly annoying opponent. They have a nasty habit of clinging to you like leeches, even when ignored. The pitch-black darkness severely limits visibility. Du Sek-yong mutters, I can't see a thing, it's too dark. In front of him, the soldiers are struggling, their glowing swords cutting through the dark to fend off the monster's frenzied assault. He sees this as a major problem. From his viewpoint as both an injured man and a supervisor, this weak response could easily lead to a total mission failure. The dark of night or the soldier's exhaustion are not valid excuses because they are demon hunters. Du Sek-yong continues his harsh observation. He concludes that even if everyone were at peak condition, it likely wouldn't change a thing. In fact, their broken formation is the very thing making them so weak. Right now, the soldiers can only trust their platoon leader and wait for orders in the heat of battle. Kim Minjun grinds his teeth in anger, ignoring the shouts of, "Wait, Hunter Kim Minjun, where are you going?" as he dashes off with Sun Un-seo on his back at an incredible speed. "Platoon leader, let me clean up this battlefield," Minjun boldly suggests while still carrying Sun Un-seo. A stunned platoon leader Cheon-min breaks into a cold sweat and asks back, "Are you insane? You plan to solo this while carrying someone on your back?" Minjun's eyes turn ice cold, radiating a destructive aura. He states firmly, "Everyone is at their limit. They can't last much longer, but I can do this." Watching the Blackbird's frantic attack, Cheon-min grits his teeth and finally makes a decision. "Then what's your plan?" After hearing Minjun's insane idea, the entire platoon is in shock. A voice shouts in disbelief. "What? What did you say?" Yunio covers her mouth, unable to believe her ears, while Cheon-min decides to bet everything on this last play. "All right, I'll trust you this time. But if this fails, you better be ready to write a full report." Minjun's reply is ice cold. "Understood." Yunio can only scream internally at them. "You two idiots! Does he even understand the situation we're in?" High above, the flock of black birds continues to circle the sky, ready to dive down and tear them to pieces. Cheon-min roars, "Right now, bring the wounded over here." But Minjun immediately and decisively cuts him off. "We don't have time for that. The time is now, platoon leader." Seeing the raw confidence in his soldiers' eyes, Cheon-min issues a clear order. "Everyone, follow Corporal Kim Minjun. Prepare covering fire." Watching from a distance, Division Commander Du Sek-yong is stunned by the command. What, covering fire? He plans to hunt them with rifles? Despite the widespread doubt, Minjun readjusts Sun Un-seo on his back and warns her, "Hold on tight, gorgeous, or you'll get knocked off." He begins to load his rifle, preparing for his one-man show surrounded by monsters. Sun Un-seo shuts her eyes tight, thinking with a mix of worry and irritation. Seriously, this jerk, what is he planning? She has no idea that Minjun's eyes are now glowing with a magical purple light. For a dark sorcerer, hunting in the shadows is pure instinct, something burned into his very soul. In an instant, A blackbird dives straight down. Its horrifying screech rips through the night as Minjun aims his rifle right at the calmly circling flock of monsters. This is as easy as a rookie's first hunt, he assesses. They're dead. Through his long-range scope, he begins to channel his power using the Dark Arrow skill. Immediately, the status window confirms. Dark Arrow, E rank. An explosion rings out, but what tears through the night isn't a bullet, it's a bolt of pure, violet-tinged dark energy. Minjun smirks at his own plan. I can hide this skill in a long-range rifle and fire it. The bolt of dark energy shoots forward like a phantom in the darkness. It pierces through the blackbirds one by one, causing them to explode in midair. Witnessing this insane spectacle from his back is Sun Unseo. Minjun's eyes flew wide with shock. A direct hit? Looked like it. A menacing purple light flared in his eyes as he realized just how deadly this move was. It was nearly impossible to dodge his dark energy bullets, especially since no one could see them in the dead of night. His dark arrows were the perfect weapon here, as gunfire echoed non-stop. With Yunio secure on his shoulders, Minjun calmly unleashes a hail of bullets, clearing the entire sky. High above, the monsters are shredded, exploding into pieces amidst toxic black smoke. Down below, his teammates are completely floored by this impossible reality. They can only stare, jaws agape, and mutter, "What the hell?" Monster corpses rain down around the platoon, making one soldier shudder in awe. That guy is on another level. After clearing every threat, Minjun just cracked a cocky smirk. He casually strolled toward his comrades with his gun and Yunio on his back, smiling as he announced, "All clear, everyone. Let's head back and get some rest." Witnessing this totally overwhelming one-man show, the commander could only stand there speechless, thinking, you might be showing off just a little too much. The unit's heavy march finally ended as they reached the base gate. One man basically carried the entire team's score. In the quiet of the night, the soldiers sighed in relief, one of them whispering, "It's finally over." Their commanding officer stood tall and declared the results of the brutal training. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, you have all passed. Cheers erupted across the assembly area. You could see the sheer joy on every soldier's face. Kim Minjun himself broke into a massive grin hearing those words all passed. Immediately, the next order was given. To ensure everyone's health, the medical team will conduct checkups. The injured will be seen first. Medical personnel rushed forward with stretchers, quickly getting to the soldiers who were wounded during the intense battle. The officer offered his sincere praise for the team's incredible effort. You all worked hard. Thank you for enduring to the very end without leaving anyone behind. From behind, the entire squad roared back, "You worked hard too, sir." The commander in sunglasses gave a satisfied nod. "Excellent. You're not even showing signs of fatigue." Everyone moved to the temporary barracks and rest. "Let's go." The troop began making their way into the tent area to recover after their long and difficult journey. Just then, an officer approached and called his name, Kim Minjun. He looked at him with total respect and said, "You worked harder than anyone, always leading the charge, even while carrying Sun Yunio." Minjun casually tried to soothe the blushing girl. "Don't worry about it. Think of it as a strength training exercise. You're light as a feather." Yunio just mumbled a quiet thanks and asked to be put down. She was then transferred onto a stretcher for the medical team to handle. Yunio spoke up apologetically, "I'm sorry for being a burden to the platoon." "Thank you." The commander just smiled. "We all finished the training safely. That's what's important, so don't you worry." But at that exact moment, the booming laughter of Division Commander Du-Suk Yong shook the entire area. "Ah ha ha, outstanding work," he bellowed, striding towards them with a huge grin on his bearded face. So the entire platoon made it through the training safely after all. Du-Suk Yong then gave Minjun a massive slap on the back that almost knocked him off his feet. "And it's all thanks to you," he said enthusiastically. Minjun could only sweat bullets and agree. Suddenly, the division commander snapped to attention and saluted sharply. "Loyalty!" Minjun flinched, suddenly feeling an ice-cold presence approaching. "Huh?" A female officer with a seriously imposing aura just glided right past them. That was Colonel Ujihei, commander of the 4th Battalion from the 104th Division. Watching her go, Minjun couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Colonel Ujihei walked directly to Yunio and questioned her coldly. "Private, how were you injured?" She addressed her by her full name, Private Sun Yunio, prompting the girl to sit up and report. "Nothing abnormal, ma'am. My left ankle just fell into a dungeon pit. I suppose I was lucky." "Get her to the medical tent immediately." A sharp, "Yes, ma'am," was the reply. Nearby, Colonel Ujihei watched Yunio get carried away with a thoughtful expression on her face. She then approached the division commander and opened the conversation. How did you find the training observation? With a knowing smile, she continued. May I ask you a few questions? Du Shokyong seemed hesitant. Now? When the colonel confirmed with a yes, he pressed on. Why the rush? I haven't even had a chance to catch my breath. Ujihei's face turned completely serious and ice-cold as she emphasized every word. Yes, now. Meanwhile, after all that intense training, Kim Minjun was sitting all alone in the quiet cafeteria, just frantically stuffing his face to get some energy back. A cook approached his table, carrying a huge, glorious tray of fried chicken, and asked, Hunter Kim Minjun, would you like some chicken? Minjun's eyes immediately lit up as if he'd struck gold. He asked with pure hope in his voice, Is this whole tray really for me? The cook just smiled and explained, That's right, everyone else is asleep, so they probably won't eat. Without a second thought, Minjun happily took the tray. Well, since you cooked it, I'll eat all of it. Thanks. As he ate, the cook started making small talk. Hunter Kim Minjun, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon. I heard your platoon is considered a first-class division. Minjun just mumbled through his food. Is that so? The cook continued with what he'd heard. That's right. I overheard the officers talking while they ate. The company commander was praising you for being so active out there. He then got curious about Minjun's fight against the bats. I heard you took care of that whole swarm of flying bats at night all by yourself. Is that true? Minjun calmly confirmed it. Yeah, it is. The cook was floored. You took them down at night? You're incredibly skilled. He then commented on how hard the test was. I heard this mobile hunter training was terrifying. They said that 70% of the divisions failed. But Minjun couldn't have cared less about the statistics or the praise he was getting. He was trembling with pure emotion, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. This amazing taste. High scores were one thing, but fried chicken was on a whole other level. Footsteps echoed down a quiet corridor as 3 officers in black uniforms walked by. The leader, an older man with graying hair, whistled calmly as he looked out the window, taking in the quiet barracks. He remarked softly, The barracks are unusually quiet today. It's almost as if that hellish training never even happened. Huh. Right behind him, an officer named Sel explained, Yes, sir. As of this morning it's free time, so all the soldiers are sleeping in. The older officer just smirked. Time for breakfast. This training session was rough on everyone. The officer notes with satisfaction that the division commander was deeply impressed. Just then, Captain Kim Chi-yu, leader of Company 1, rushes over to join in. Hey, I heard the division commander came to watch Company 2's training personally. Platoon 2 is absolutely beaming as Kim Chi-yu heaps praise on the big boss. Our division commander may not be authoritative, but he's so cool. This naive remark leaves both accompanying officers completely stunned, sweating bullets from the sheer awkwardness of it all. Noticing the atmosphere suddenly freeze over, Kim Chi-yu asks blankly, Did I say something wrong? In truth, that coolness is causing a massive headache. Their minds flash back to Colonel Yuji. He's slamming her desk and roaring furiously. It wasn't your fault. Because of that incident, the 4th Battalion's commander absolutely lost it yesterday. Faced with the colonel's wrath, the other officers could only stand there and tremble. Kim Chi-yu wonders aloud nervously, just how tough is the 4th Battalion's commander that he dare challenge the division commander in front of everyone? The older officer closes his eyes with a weary sigh, admitting the harsh reality. She wasn't wrong. He left his post without filing a report. How are we supposed to protect the kid? He shudders, recalling the image of the female colonel with her menacing katana, and confesses, To be honest, just seeing her holding that katana sends a chill right down my spine. But he quickly shakes off his fear, returning to his pride in the unit. In any case, we have Kim Minjun to thank for this one. Another officer nods in agreement. That's right. His performance was overwhelming. He was even praised by the commander himself. He offers a knowing smile and thinks to himself, I'm really looking forward to the next monthly meeting at the 104th Division headquarters. A new storm is brewing. In his quiet office, Division Commander Du Sekyong is carefully reviewing a stack of files. Across from his stern expression, Colonel Yuji, he sits calmly on the sofa, enjoying a rare moment of peace while sipping her tea. He sets the documents down, his voice heavy. The dungeon schedule is set. How is Private Sun Yun Seol doing? Yuji. He gently places her cup down and delivers her report. No broken bones, thankfully. Her recovery is going very well. She can finish treatment and return to duty tomorrow. Hearing this, Du Sekyong gives a slight nod. He stares out the window, murmuring thoughtfully, She's just like her father. Suddenly, a phone rings, shattering the silence. Du Sekyong quickly answers it with a firm voice. Hello. Du Sekyong speaking. A mocking, provocative voice immediately fires back from the other end. Hey there, Goatbeard. Still haven't bothered to shave that patch of grass off your face? Du Sekyong's face darkens as he snarls through gritted teeth. What? Who is this? An arrogant shadow appears as the voice replies, It's me. Has old Goatbeard forgotten my voice already? Staring at the unfamiliar number, Du Sekyong's eyes bulge in terror as he screams, You? Beside him, Yu-ji. He is stunned by this violent reaction. Her commander stammers in utter disbelief. It couldn't be. You? From the other end of the line, a middle-aged man covered in battle scars sits solemnly in his office, confirming with a sinister smile. That's right, it's me. It's none other than Major General Sun Tae-ho, commander of the 107th Division, and also Sun Yun-seol's father. His eyes blaze with killing intent as he delivers a shocking challenge. Let's have a match. I heard you took extra special care of my daughter, you bastard. At the direct provocation, Du Sekyong roars with pure rage. Sun Tae-ho, what the hell are you calling me for? And what did you call me? Goatbeard? Tae-ho calmly replies, Well, you do have a goat beard. Forget that. Let's just fight. Where's a good spot? Du Sekyong clutches his head, exhausted. Old man, are you doing this because your daughter got hurt? I knew I shouldn't have carried her. Seeing her commander cornered, Colonel Yuji, he fixes her gaze on him and speaks up. Aren't you also a soldier? And a general? Sun Tae-ho's stance remains incredibly firm. Yes, as a soldier and a general, I need a sparring partner. Enough talk, give me the location. Du Sekyong roars into the phone. Stop being so childish. I'm sorry your daughter got hurt, but that's what training is for. What can you do? Suddenly, Sun Tae-ho fires off a fatal personal attack. What would an old bachelor like you know about it? The words hit a raw nerve, sending Du Sekyong into a total rage. He crushes the phone screen in his hand while roaring like a madman. Where are you? Say something. Why aren't you answering me? You're in Daejeon, right? Don't move a muscle. In his towering fury, Du Sekyong screams, I'm not married because I don't want to be. Du Sekyong slams the table in anger, bellowing, Do you hear me? The line is dead silent. He yells into the receiver, Hello, did he actually hang up? Standing behind him, Colonel Yuji, he reports. He blocked your number, sir. The only one hearing your shouts now is me. Du Sekyong clicks his tongue in frustration. He turns and orders, Do you have Sun Tae-ho's number? Call him for me now. Yuji, he can only sigh, exhausted. She advises, Please calm down, Commander. I think Major General Sun has every right to be angry. Du Sekyong spins around, stunned. What? Are you taking his side now? Did you tell him his daughter was injured? Yuji? He explains calmly. Because the patient had to be evacuated, the hospital was required to report it to her guardian. She continues to lay out the facts. And he also heard that his daughter was injured during training, but wasn't treated immediately, because she was receiving special treatment to easily pass the training. That's what people are saying anyway. At this, Du Sekyong is rendered speechless. Well, that. Yuji, he offers a knowing smile. Even if an apology isn't required, an explanation certainly is. And besides, don't you want to show him the true power of Platoon 2, Company 2, and the entire 2nd Battalion? Her words hit their mark. The division commander clears his throat. Yes, that's right, model. He finally backed down, admitting he'd seen them moving the wounded. But since there was clearly a misunderstanding, he offered to explain the whole situation. Yuji, he quietly prepared her phone and made the announcement. I'm putting this on speaker. She placed it on the table, and the static of the line buzzed from the other end. Sun Tae-ho's voice dripped with sarcasm. What's going on, Colonel Yu? Are you with that old monster? Yu Ji-hee replied with perfect military courtesy, reporting, Major General, this is Yu Ji-hee. I'm using my device because the division commander's phone just died. Sun Tae-ho sighed. Du Sekyong quickly tried to explain, claiming it was an unforeseeable situation while he was observing platoon training. He paused for a moment, then his attitude shifted completely. No, I was wrong. I don't have a daughter, but I cannot accept this. The idea of his daughter receiving such treatment. Du Sekyong clenched his fists tightly, bowing his head in shame. As a result, I've hindered your daughter's potential. I offer my formal apology for this incident. Back in the office, Colonel Yu Ji-hee asked, utterly baffled, What are you talking about? The atmosphere suddenly dropped. A suffocating silence fell between the two officers. On the other end, Major General Sun Tae-ho's scarred face scowled into the phone. You seem a little tense, he growled. Just calm down. Now, the kid who gave my daughter a piggyback ride. What's his name? Division Commander Du Sekyong was stunned. What? Sun Tae-ho completely lost it. I haven't even carried her, and you let some punk haul her around? You've got some nerve. The unreasonable pressure continued. You're going to compensate me for this one way or another. What's the brat's name? Yoo-ji started to sweat, staring at the phone vibrating nonstop. With the angry shouting, Sun Tae-ho growled a threat. You'd better spit it out. Then, the line went dead. Do Seok-yong was now trembling with absolute rage. He muttered in frustration. Division commander? Special treatment? An apology? Yoo-ji backed away from the terrifying pressure, pleading, Sir, please calm down. Do Seok-yong's hands gripped the chair so hard his veins popped. Through gritted teeth, he ordered, Prepare the car. Now. Seeing her boss fuming, Yoo-ji nervously asked, Where are you going? Do Seok-yong's face was beet red with fury, his eyes blazing as he yelled, You're canceling your plans too. We're going to Daejeon immediately. Ji-hye could only sigh in frustration, cursing to herself. This was exhausting. When would these old men stop causing trouble? Meanwhile, in the barracks hallway, Kim Minjun was completely carefree. He strolled along, humming happily to himself, totally relaxed. He had no idea about the storm brewing among the commanders. Minjun casually walked past a water cooler as a small shadow creature hid behind a cabinet. It was watching him. As he made his way down the hall, Kim Minjun suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. He felt a sneaky presence following close behind him. He spun around instantly, catching the little shadow entity in the act. It was hiding behind the water cooler. It even gave him a cheeky, innocent little wave. Minjun's face immediately darkened, veins popping in annoyance. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the annoying little pest by the head and dragged it off, ignoring the confused stares from the other soldiers. To avoid any more attention, Minjun took his summon to a deserted spot behind the red brick building. He crossed his arms, staring it down and snapped. I told you to stay hidden, so why do you keep showing your face? The little shadow thing just stared back blankly, with question marks practically floating over its head. Right after, it started waving its arms and legs frantically, trying to act out something extremely important. Minjun squatted down. He rested his chin on his hand and listened with a bored expression. Yeah, I know no one's around, but aren't you bothering me? At that, his subordinate's face fell, completely dejected. Minjun let out a soft sigh. He held out his hand, releasing a swirling mass of dark purple energy and gave an order. Eat. The little shadow creature lit up, immediately gobbling down the energy greedily. Minjun watched quietly, then asked, What is it this time? Make it quick. As soon as it finished absorbing the power, the tiny entity held up a finger. Minjun focused his mind, touching his own finger to it. To begin sharing the information, a sudden vision washed over him, making Minjun gasp, What is this? His mind filled with a catastrophic scene. It was a desolate, ruined city that looked like the aftermath of a huge battle. A monster attack? Minjun wondered. He saw images of soldiers fighting back in a panic. The scene was terrifyingly real. Were they ambushed? His gaze landed on a torn sign that read, Hwacheon, 200 meters. Minjun paused, touching a hand to the ground. Damn it, Hwacheon again. He jumped to his feet and turned to his summon. By the way, have you been there yet? The shadow creature puffed out its chest proudly. Immediately, a status window popped up, displaying the Nightwalker's skill. Seeing his subordinate's progress, Minjun flicked his wrist, rewarding it with another ball of dark energy. He quietly turned and walked away, stroking his chin with a sinister smile. Now what's a good excuse to sneak away? Minjun stood before the dormitory entrance. He couldn't help but wonder. Suddenly, requesting a holiday seemed a bit suspicious. It'd be a waste to use fixed vacation days over a hunch. If only the center would reward him with a day off. As he opened the door, he was blasted by a loud cheer from his comrades. He's here, Minjun asked, confused. What's going on? The commander announced with a huge smile. Congratulations, Kim Minjun. You've been chosen as the division's best soldier in this combat training exercise. Minjun replied happily. Thank you, sir. The commander continued. They also said there will be a reward this time. Another teammate added. You collect rewards like their discount coupons. Anyway, thanks to you. The entire platoon is getting a reward vacation. Hearing the word vacation, Minjun's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked his question. Can I use the reward tomorrow? The platoon leader broke into a sweat, stammering. That's a little sudden. Is something wrong? Minjun put on a bright, reassuring smile. No, nothing's wrong. I just want to use it tomorrow. Faced with his top soldier's resolve, the commander gave in. All right then. I'll see what I can do. Minjun cheered. Thank you, platoon leader. You're the best. And just like that, Minjun was in Hwacheon, exactly as planned. But the scene before him was absolutely shocking. The entire city was nothing but a pile of desolate ruins. Minjun walked through the wreckage, watching a team of 5 hunters. They were disinfecting and cleaning up the scene. He wondered to himself, what is this? Is it already over? Why are there so many hunters here? While Minjun was preoccupied with his summon's ridiculous mana consumption, give me back my mana, you glutton. A familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Hunter Kim Minjun? A female soldier removed her gas mask, revealing a beautiful face staring at him in complete and utter shock. The outskirts of Wakion, once a residential area, were now nothing but a desolate wasteland after the recent monster attack. Amidst the devastating scene, special hunter teams rushed to decontaminate and clean up, as one exhausted female soldier let out a heavy sigh. When is this ever going to be done? Her teammate reminded her their company's performance had just dropped during the last hunter mobility training, so their captain was probably furious. A pink-haired girl couldn't stop complaining. This is exhausting. Why did a gate have to open the second training ended? Hearing her teammate count her blessings for not being on the assault team, she advised her to be more careful with her words since this was still an active scene. Just then, another female soldier approached Sun Yungse with concern. Yungse, are you okay? You're not overdoing it, are you? I'm fine. Her incredible recovery speed amazed her comrades, but they still urged her to take it slow just in case. As they were talking, the team's attention suddenly shifted to a strange figure who had just appeared. Who's that over there? And wow, he's handsome. A buzz went through the crowd. Is he from our division? Which company? But Son Yung-seo just froze, recognizing that familiar face. Hunter Kim Minjun. Minjun was just as shocked, a storm of questions exploding in his mind. What is she doing here? Yung-seo approached him, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. Hunter Kim Minjun, what business do you have here? I thought our company was the only one assigned to support. Faced with her interrogation, Minjun put on a perfectly nonchalant face and gave a short reply. I'm on leave. And that answer only made Yung-seo even more annoyed. She looked him up and down, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You're not lying, are you? Who wears a uniform and comes to an active site while on leave? She was getting suspicious. Could he be a deserter? And honestly, you and I would probably be thinking the same thing. To prove his case, Minjun silently pulled out his leave papers and held them up for her. But she still wasn't satisfied. He answered confidently, It's real leave, why are you so suspicious? But she kept pressing, Then why would you come here while you're on vacation? Don't you know this is a restricted area? Minjun, flustered, tried to think of an excuse. What is with this woman? Seriously, it's not like he could just admit he was there to feast on demonic energy. So Minjun calmly explained his presence to Yung-seo. I had some business to take care of in Wachion. I heard it was an emergency, so I thought maybe I could help. While the two were talking, a terrifying incident suddenly erupted in the middle of the street. A bright green electric energy tore through space, forming a dungeon gate right before their eyes. Minjun just smirked, absolutely thrilled. A gate! In stark contrast to his calm, Yoon-seo screamed in panic. That's a gate! The scene devolved into total chaos, with the other soldiers falling into despair. Another gate had appeared. What is this? We just dealt with one gate, and now another one shows up? This means even more cleanup. A soldier yelled out the order to evacuate immediately. Fall back for now and report to the platoon leader. Everyone run to the platoon leader's position. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Yoon-seo urged Minjun along. Hunter Kim Minjun, we have to get out of here now. But Minjun just calmly observed the swirling demonic energy and made a bold decision. Let's see. I'll stay here and buy some time. Yoon-seo was stunned, protesting. What? That's impossible. Do you know what could come out of there? Let's go. But Minjun calmly explained his reasoning. It looks like the assault team already left the area, so if monsters pour out, everyone is in danger. He reassured the worried girl. I'll bolt at the first sign of trouble, so don't worry. Minjun was still concerned about her old injury. Besides, your leg hasn't fully healed yet, so you need to get out of here. Minjun simply offered a confident smile and declared, I will stop it. Faced with Minjun's determination, Yoon-seo bit her lip, handed him her weapon, and gave a stern warning. If you're in danger, you have to run immediately. I'll be back with the platoon as fast as I can. Watching Yoon-seo run off to report, Minjun quietly walked towards the glowing portal, his mind already analyzing the characteristics of the monsters. Among monsters, some types refuse to leave their natural habitat. If the gate held those, then no monsters would come out at all. Minjun tightened his grip on the weapon. But then there are other types of monsters, especially those with a herd mentality. And right on cue, from the epicenter of the green gate, A dark entity with fiery purple eyes suddenly poked its head out. A giant monster pig with glowing purple eyes and long, sharp tusks charged out furiously. Looking at the ferocious beast growling before him, Minjun calmly assessed the situation. Like these boar types right here. Immediately, an entire herd of demon pigs burst forth. Facing the foaming at the mouth monsters, Minjun let out a sinister smirk. All that demonic energy made you red pigs pretty lively, huh? As the herd closed in, Minjun launched himself into the air, narrowly dodging their thunderous charge. Mid-air, he activated his skill, Dark Arrow. Streams of shadowy energy shot forward, slamming directly into the massive bodies of the demon pigs. The impacts created a series of earth-shaking explosions. Landing firmly on his feet, Minjun squinted to observe the result, muttering, "Their hides are that thick? The arrows didn't even work?" Without giving them a moment to breathe, he shot forward again. Minjun flipped through the air, gripping his short sword and issuing a cold challenge. "Besides that thick skin, what else have you got?" He hit the ground and unleashed a series of brilliant magic slashes that tore through the space around him. The demon pigs glared with pure hatred, roaring in fury as they were cornered. Standing in the middle of the monster swarm, Minjun just smirked confidently. "Gotta admit, your skin really is tough." He glanced at the lurking monsters and posed a sinister question. "But I wonder, what's it like on the inside?" Instantly, a deadly black aura enveloped his body. As Minjun activated his decay skill, the demon pigs began to shriek in agony as their bodies disintegrated from within. Minjun just flashed a scornful smile. He watched the devastating scene unfold. So, the demonic energy wasn't to its taste, huh? The monster staggered forward, its body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to resist the decaying power eating away at its very soul, a demon pig made a final, desperate charge in utter agony. The beast slams into its own ally with a massive bone-shattering crash. Minjun casually approaches the scene, his hands still glowing with that eerie, dark purple magical energy from his previous attack. He just shrugs and says, "Wow, taking out your own kind? Thanks for the help." The monster collapses, totally defeated at the former Dark Mage's feet. Minjun pulls out his military dagger, eyes cold and sharp. "All right, time for the butcher shop, you pigs." He wipes out the demon boars in a heartbeat. System alerts flood in instantly. You have absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy. His demonic stats surge rapidly, while his Nightwalker skill and basic swordsmanship are both leveled up and heavily reinforced. Walking through the crackling blue sparks, Minjun thinks to himself, "Surely that's not all? If any more of you are hiding, come out and face me right now." Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Hunter Kim Minjun!" He's caught off guard as a group of female soldiers comes rushing toward him in a total panic. He curses under his breath, thinking they got here fast. Suddenly, Lieutenant Jun from the 104th Division lunges forward to check on his condition. She asks frantically, "Corporal Kim Minjun, right? Are you okay? Any injuries?" Once she sees he's fine, she loudly announces that the corporal is safe and unharmed. But then, Jun starts scolding him. "Seriously? If a gate appears, you should retreat and report it. Why did you leave your post?" Minjun just stays calm. "I didn't know what was coming out, so I stalled for time so my comrades could escape." Seeing his work, the other female soldiers are totally starstruck. "Who is that hunter?" June snaps. "Quiet. You guys are making this a mess." She turns back to Minjun, demanding to know what he's even doing out here. "What's your unit?" Minjun shows his ID and reports loudly, "Corporal Kim Minjun, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company." June is left speechless by his professionalism. On leave? She wonders why someone on vacation is at a dangerous scene like this. "Do you live nearby, or is there another reason you're here?" Minjun explains he had business in Hwacheon and wanted to see if he could help out after hearing about the gate being destroyed by the monsters. After thinking it over, June gives the order. "Fine, no casualties. Just help clean up the monsters that spawned. We're going to pull back from the area." She adds that the strike team and investigators will be here soon. Meanwhile, the female soldiers won't stop crowding around him, completely obsessed with his strength. "You took out 5 demon boars all by yourself with just this tiny little knife?" They won't stop praising his strength, while June just sighs at her noisy subordinates' chatter. Meanwhile, Minjun is feeling totally drained. He rubs his head, exhausted. "Man, these girls are giving me a massive headache with all this loud cheering." The group leaves the scene as their laughter fades away. Seriously, guys, the main character's harem is getting way too big at this point. Back at the office, the air gets tense when someone suddenly shouts, "What?" An officer is on the phone, his face twisted in pure disbelief at the news. He asks again, "Are you really talking about Kim Minjun? The same Corporal Kim Minjun from the 2nd Platoon?" Second company? The confirmation from the other side leaves him completely stunned. Yeah, he's one of ours and he's currently on leave, but… The officer jumps up, knocking over his files in a panic. He gasps out, "Wait, what? You said Huaqian, in Gangwon province? He's out there taking down Red Boars alone and now he's helping the civilians? This is absolutely insane for a vacation." Yes, the gate is under control for now. We are currently busy disinfecting all the nearby homes that were damaged during the attack. She looks over at Minjun, who is working hard, and continues her report. Corporal Kim Minjun is volunteering to help. This is actually the first time I've ever seen anything like this from a soldier on leave. Nearby, a pink-haired soldier stares at Minjun with literal heart eyes. She whispers in awe that the hunter is actually supposed to be on vacation right now. So he's helping us while he's on break? Oh man, that's so cool. See guys, when you're handsome, everything you do looks epic. She's still totally stunned. How did he take down those boars with just a knife? Little does she know, Minjun is actually over there grumbling to himself in total annoyance. These pigs are ruining my plans. Whatever, I'll just play the hero for now and get out fast. Suddenly, someone shouts his name, making him jump. Did I almost spray you? Please step aside for a bit. Once the work is done, the blue-haired girl looks at Minjun seriously and asks if they can chat. Minjun scratches his head, asking what's up. She tucks her hair back, looking away awkwardly, before asking if he was the one cursing at her from the window. Minjun freezes, wondering what she's talking about. Then it clicks. Oh, that. I wasn't actually cursing at you back then. I swear it wasn't what it sounded like. I just said if you kept causing trouble, you would be left behind. She snaps back that it's still an insult, then sighs deeply before suddenly bowing her head. I admit I was the one who started trouble that day. It was exhausting. Please, just accept my apology. Minjun simply waves her off while walking away, saying it wasn't a big deal. Just forget about it. If you're done, I'm heading out. But she stops him in his tracks with a question that feels a lot deeper than it sounds. There was once a private who passed the promotion exam with a perfect score. Do you happen to know who that legendary person was? Minjun stops, looking back confused. You talking about me? She shakes her head. No, besides you, there was only one other person. Now, I guess there's two. Minjun asks who it is. She smiles proudly, explaining that her father was the only one who rose through the ranks from a simple soldier to the top. I wanted to be like him, so I enlisted too. Hearing this, Minjun starts connecting the dots, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he realizes the truth. So her dad is the legendary senior who pulled it off first? Interesting. But then, a sudden realization hits him, and his expression completely changes in an instant. Wait. Gates appeared, and the Hunter Corps started when I was only 7 years old. Does that mean the division commander actually re-enlisted as a private after he awakened his powers? Seriously? He volunteered to go back to the army? What an absolute legend. Not exactly. My dad said he was always very sickly when he was younger. She clarifies the info, explaining that due to health issues, her father was actually exempt from his service. But thanks to awakening, his health improved, and he decided to volunteer anyway. She gives a proud little smile as she continues telling her father's story. He always says he was lucky to awaken, because it let him protect me and my mom. Hearing those heartfelt words, Minjun simply listens in silence. Minjun looks at her radiant face and thinks to himself that he really wants to meet this division commander at least once. The girl happily continues, saying if they meet, her father would be thrilled to meet a hunter like Minjun Kim because he loves strong soldiers. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Division 107 Dong, specifically the Hunter Gym, the tension is thick. Did you fall already? Are you late because you were scared, old man? My division isn't as idle as yours. Scared? What's that? Something you eat. Why won't you tell me his name? Is it Minjun Kim? Suddenly, the scarred Okedu Seo roars. Tell me, who gave you that name? His rival just smirks and scoffs in response. Do you think I wouldn't find out? The two clash in a fierce duel. Each strike creates massive pressure that makes the arena floor tremble. Watching this terrifying scene, Colonel Songjin Lee holds his head in panic, shouting that this is no joke. At this rate, no one can stop those two. Personally, I would be looking for a place to hide. Just as things go out of control, Captain Ji Hai-yu leaps between the two monsters, blocking their heavy punches with her bare hands. She calmly announces that the 5 minutes are up and the fight ends. The two rugged old men catch their breath, staring at each other. Not dead yet? Feeling better? Both had to admit that even though the real fight hadn't started, they had certainly blown off some steam. Looking at the destroyed floor filled with deep craters from their clash, one of them grumbles about the other being way too petty. Under the light of a full moon at the military base, Colonel Okedu sits peacefully on a stone bench. Just then, a female soldier approaches to report that Company Commander Ba has finished clearing the Red Pig Gate. Okedu nods in satisfaction. Company Commander Ba worked hard, and you did a great job as well. After the female soldier salutes and leaves, Commander Sun finally breaks the silence, asking what the real reason for this visit is. Something has to be up, right? Okedu pauses for a long moment before finally admitting the truth. I plan to give Minjun Kim a special promotion to Staff Sergeant. Hearing this, Sun loses his cool, shouting about promoting the kid who carried his daughter. Okedu roars back, defending his choice. You should be thanking him for helping your daughter out in that mess. After their heated argument, both sit back to catch their breath. Sun sighs, wondering how a guy who was just a private could rise so fast. What are you thinking? Okedu reveals an even bolder plan. He wants to make the kid an officer. Sun scoffs, saying that's going to attract way too much attention. He worries about a certain powerful figure. Will he just sit still? He warns that over-recognizing a rookie will definitely spark jealousy in everyone else. Okedu seriously suggests that's why he's telling him now. He wants Sun to join his side later. However, the division commander remains cautious, refusing to take such a risk based on words alone. They sit there, lost in their own schemes under the night sky. Meanwhile, in Huaqian, Minjun stands alone in the desolate mountains under the moonlight. He suddenly freezes, eyes wide with shock at the unusual presence before him. Minjun stammers, asking who it is. From thin air, a swirl of brilliant purple demonic energy begins to spiral, forming a powerful dark shadow. A mysterious figure in a black cloak appears, with long white hair and a chilling murderous aura. The stranger slowly looks up, flashing a wicked grin with sharp teeth, staring intensely at Minjun. With the battle over, the military bus is waiting at the stop to take the soldiers back. One by one, they board the bus under the dim streetlights. Inside, a pink-haired girl waves energetically and shouts toward Minjun. Hunter Minjun Kim, thanks for today. You worked so hard. She flashes a bright smile and suggests a date. Let's grab a meal together next time. Her friend immediately covers her mouth, shouting out her own phone number. While her friends cause a scene, a blue-haired girl in the back just watches silently with a mysterious smile. The bus slowly pulls away, leaving Minjun alone. He adjusts his beret and sighs in relief, thinking about all the merit points he just earned. But the peace is short-lived. Minjun's eyes widen as he senses a strange presence right next to him. Behind him, a tiny black creature with glowing purple eyes suddenly appears, making cute, needy little noises. Minjun turns to glare at the dark shadow with a look of pure annoyance. He doesn't hold back. Begging for demonic power again? Have you no shame? You've gone and ruined everything. The little creature looks apologetic, but suddenly freezes as its purple eyes flash with alertness. It starts gesturing wildly with its hands, as if signaling a major emergency. Minjun presses for answers. What's wrong? He focuses his senses and is stunned by what he discovers. No way. Who dares to cross the border without even using a dungeon gate? I wonder if his scouting ability is just that much stronger now because his Nightwalker skill finally reached rank C. A cold smile spreads across his face as he looks at his subordinate. Turns out you're a better radar than an assassin. The air grows thick as Minjun and his little creature head deeper into the dark forest. Late at night, he stops and scans the area. Is it here? Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes violently. A mysterious purple-black energy vortex bursts out of thin air. Dark electricity surges, tearing through space and leaving Minjun and the little creature in shock. From the center of the energy, a dark figure emerges. Minjun stammers in disbelief. Could you be? Under a mysterious black cloak, a figure with long white hair and a murderous aura appears. He smirks wickedly, his glowing eyes locked onto Minjun as he whispers, "Found you." Faced with this threat, Minjun grinds his teeth in total tension and annoyance. But just as the tension reached its peak, the absurdly handsome stranger's entire demeanor suddenly and completely changed. He started blubbering, snot and tears streaming down his face, then launched himself like an arrow, trying to cling to him while wailing pathetically. Minjun was completely stunned and massively annoyed by this display. He flew into a rage. This absolute lunatic needed to back off immediately. The stranger tumbled to the ground, collapsing in a pathetic heap. Minjun stalked over, grabbing him by the shoulders and scolding him furiously. "You idiot, I told you to forget about me, didn't I? Why did you come here?" In response, the white-haired man just looked up with tear-filled eyes. He timidly whispered the name, Master Minjun. Minjun could only sigh, his mind flashing back to the first time they ever met. Back then, he was all alone in a desolate wasteland. Among the dry skeletons scattered at the foot of a cliff, A grotesque creature with bat wings and a scorpion tail suddenly appeared, growling at the intruder. Just as the monster was about to strike, a brilliant burst of purple demonic energy shot straight for its head. A loud explosion followed, and the creature's head vaporized into purple smoke. In an instant, it was over. Minjun stood there calmly, dark energy still swirling around his hand. He glanced at the guy on the ground and wondered, they have leftovers here too? Approaching the mysterious man, he squinted and pressed on. Who are you? Seeing the survivor trembling, Minjun silently assessed the situation. Are they all dead? He took a closer look at the white-haired man's face and couldn't help but think to himself, damn, but why is this guy so ridiculously handsome? Seeing the man remain silent, he pressed him again. Why aren't you answering? Can't you speak? Suddenly, the man looked up, his eyes wide with shock, and stammered a question. Are you the great sorcerer, Mino? Minjun froze, completely baffled. Wait a second, you can talk? And how do you know who I am? Immediately, the man burst into tears. With tears streaming down his face, he sobbed, the hope of all sorcerers. Is it really you? Faced with this over-the-top reaction, Minjun just grimaced in annoyance. Are you a sorcerer too? This weak? You should go home and raise chickens, not take up space in a dungeon. He stood up, dusted himself off, and spoke bluntly. And what's this about hope? Just forget it. If you're this weak, don't ever come to a dungeon like this again. Minjun turned to leave without another word, but then paused as if remembering something. Oh, but what's your name? The man bowed his head, hesitated, then mumbled his reply. I don't have a name. Looking at the nameless weakling trembling before him, Minjun's eyes narrowed mockingly. Weak and nameless, huh? How pathetic. He raised a single finger, a calculating smirk on his face. Then I'll give you one. From now on, your name will be. Back in the present, in a dark forest, Minjun, now in a uniform, grabs the dimension hopper by the shoulders and shakes him. He roars, Li Bonggu, have you lost your mind? How dare you cross dimensions to get here? The man choked back sobs. After you left with only a single note, the cult fell to the brink of collapse. How could you just leave without a word? Hearing this only made Minjun angrier. He yelled right in Bonggu's face, You weirdos were constantly clamoring to follow me. I'm not crazy enough to tell you I was leaving, without any mercy. He shoved Bonggu, sending him tumbling to the ground. And you still dared to crawl your way here, you bastard. Bonggu lay on the ground, crying while trying to justify his loyalty. You should have brought me with you from the very beginning. I am your capable right-hand man, after all. Minjun just clicked his tongue, disgusted by his subordinate's delusional level of confidence. So capable, huh? All I ever see you do is cause trouble. He took a closer look at Bonggu's pathetic state and asked, Anyway, why do you look so messed up? Seeing his subordinate was badly injured, Minjun held out his hand. A brilliant purple energy erupted, enveloping Bonggu's body. The dark power quickly healed him, and Bonggu shot up, fully revitalized. He immediately dropped to his knees in reverence. Thank you, Master Mino. You've saved my life again. I will be indebted to you until the day I die. Minjun cut off the sappy display. Cut the drama and talk. Why did you come here? And don't you dare leave a single detail out. He began his tale. It was all thanks to the miracle created by my unwavering faith in you, Master Mino. My only wish was to serve you and be by your side. Minjun coldly waved it off. Skip that part. Seeing Bonggu was about to continue, Minjun narrowed his eyes and pressed him. How did you cross dimensions with your skill level? Tell me the truth. Bonggu scrambled to reaffirm his absolute loyalty. We, the devout, follow no one's command but yours, Master Mino. His evasiveness was wearing on Minjun's patience. Enough with the flowery speeches. Are you going to tell me the truth? Or do you want a permanent new home 6 feet under? Under pressure, Bonggu finally broke. Yes, well, after you left, I was keeping an eye on the Saintess, because of a strange rumor. The memory came flooding back. After Mino left, a black crow flew silently past the ancient holy temple in the dead of night. It slipped through a stone window, guiding a shadowy figure inside. Bonggu, clad in black, landed silently on the cold stone corridor. Bonggu hid behind the stone pillars, secretly watching a squad of guards push carts covered with thick tarps. Beneath the cloth, a monster with glowing purple eyes growled in the darkness. Rumor had it they were capturing large numbers of monsters and taking them deep inside the temple. Bonggu watched anxiously as the carts moved through the dark, cold hallways. But then he realized a horrifying truth: there was no trace of the monsters leaving. It was as if they were never brought out of the temple. Even when passing the Saintess, the guards continued their bizarre work without leaving any openings. Yet at the scene, There were no bones, no skin, not even a single piece of flesh from the monsters left behind. Standing before a magic circle radiating dark energy, he wondered how they got rid of the creatures so completely. Bongu stated his conclusion to Minjun with certainty. Just as I thought, she was shipping those monsters straight to you. Hearing this, Minjun furiously grabbed Bongu by the collar, demanding more answers. Is what you just said the truth? Bongu stared directly into his master's eyes and answered decisively. I would never lie to you. Mino mulled it over. Could she really be trying to pull something right now? Do you have any idea what this is? Bongu carefully observed the fragment in Mino's palm before giving his assessment. Based on the design, this looks exactly like the blade fragment used by the temple's guardian. You remember those guys' weapons, don't you? He clicked his tongue, admitting, yeah, those bastards. How did you even get here anyway? What if that portal had dumped you somewhere else? Plus, 1 second too slow and you're stuck in that void forever. That's a death sentence. Even the big boss gets scared sometimes, right? Ignoring Mino's worry, Bongu just grinned and said he didn't know. Watching his subordinate's clueless face, Mino realized this guy was never exactly normal. He stared at the blade fragment. What is their endgame? It has been 1,224 days since Minjun returned to Earth from Iska. Under the glowing sunset, near an ancient temple, a woman with flowing golden hair stood silently on the edge of a towering cliff. Spotting her, a weary Minjun asked why she had summoned him to a place like this. She turned slightly, looking toward the horizon with a mysterious smile. It is good to get some fresh air occasionally, don't you think? That casual answer made a vein pop on Minjun's frustrated forehead. He snapped, saying he had spent enough time sleeping outdoors lately. Talk fast so I can go to bed. Seeing his temper, she bowed apologetically. I wasn't thinking clearly. After all, I still cannot leave the temple. Minjun stayed cold, crossing his arms with total impatience. So, why did you call me? Her tone shifted to something much more serious. I heard several of your teammates were injured in the Parcus dungeon. He remembered those people calling Lady Lumi their favorite character and flatly rejected it. They aren't teammates or some kind of cult. He explained those people just followed him around and got hurt by those hounds specifically, the ones they call the Parcus. But they've all been treated, so no one's dying. She laughed at his phrasing. You mean the night hounds? Just be yourself, Mr. Minjun. Minjun walked off casually. He explained that on Earth, those concepts don't exist. Back home, if something bites, we just call it a dog. It's more affectionate that way. Suddenly, Minjun's expression turned dead serious. He looked right at her and dropped his voice. But seriously, is there really no connection between Iska and the monsters back on Earth? Faced with his questioning, she simply nodded. She explained that gates and monsters had actually started appearing in Iska hundreds of years ago. If there was a link between Iska and Minjun's world, it was simply the fact that both worlds were suffering through the same mysterious phenomenon together. Standing on the cliff under the sunset, the Saintess spoke. It makes sense that you are curious about all of this. The monsters you saw there exist here too. More importantly, you reached Iska through a gate yourself. She added that space travel isn't easy. Even summoning him took a massive amount of time and a lot of preparation. Moving a huge number of monsters to create a dungeon is incredibly difficult. Minjun narrowed his eyes, starting to piece it all together. Turning his back as his cloak billowed, he coldly declared, I get it. When it's over, she'll send him home. The Saintess just smiled mysteriously. Don't change your mind and beg to stay when it is time to go. Back in reality, on a mountain in Guachon, Minjun sat deep in thought. He had never trusted that Saintess from the start. He'd secretly discovered that Iska had actually been dealing with serious gate trouble for a long time. Moving dungeons across dimensions was possible, but not easy for someone with her skill level. Minjun broke into a cold sweat as a theory formed. But why now? Why would she use such a massive amount of holy energy just to keep sending all those monsters through? Could she even be using sacred relics? An image of the Saintess surrounded by mystical artifacts flashed through his mind, leaving him wondering, was she really pulling all these stunts just to catch him? His thoughts were cut short when he saw Li Bongu kneeling at his feet. Bongu declared, I, Li Bongu, will serve you until my death, Master Mino. Please, accept my loyalty. Minjun groaned, holding his head. He couldn't send him back yet. Fine, but stop calling me that. My name is Kim Minjun, not Mino. Bongu beamed with worship. Thank you, King Minjun. I will remember your kindness until the very day I finally pass away. Actually, even after that, Minjun snapped. King who? Just call me Kim Minjun. You can still use that copy-paste trick, right? Of course. Thanks to your charitable energy fund, I am overflowing with power, Kim Minjun. Minjun glared. Don't lie, no more freebies. He barely had enough for himself, let alone to share. Bongu quickly apologized. Truth is, right now, I can only turn into small animals. That is fine. Lee Bongu, why don't you try transforming into one? Bongu's face went dead serious. If that is what you wish, instantly, dark energy erupted. Bongu transformed into a black crow with haunting, glowing purple eyes. Minjun gave an approving nod. Nice. Now, play the spy, and follow that Nightwalker for me. The crow let out an obedient caw and took flight to find the target. The tension was thick as they glared at each other like they wanted to rip each other apart. Minjun had to intervene. Cut it out. Bongu cawed loudly at his master's voice. Minjun sighed, thinking to himself, talk like a human, you absolute maniac. Bongu startled and quickly switched back to a human voice. Yes, sir. As Kim Minjun's right hand, we need to establish a hierarchy. Minjun cut him off immediately. He smirked with a devious look. Forget it. Stop with the overacting and just listen. Shake hands and get to work already. Under his cold gaze, the two subordinates just stared at each other in silence. Finally, the Nightwalker reached out a dark hand and tapped Bongu's wing. Minjun started assigning their tasks. As for you, Nightwalker, if Bongu tries anything dangerous or draws any attention, you stop him. Immediately. He added with a deadly serious tone. Safety is the #1 priority. Clear? While Nightwalker gave a sharp salute, Bongu could only let out a quiet, resigned chirp. Seeing that everything was settled, Minjun waved his hand. All right, you're dismissed. The two shadows scurried away as the crow Bongu took flight. He soared into the bright, moonlit night sky. Minjun let out a huge sigh of relief, taking a slow walk through the forest. All he could think about was getting a good meal, maybe some jajangmyeon, and then heading to sleep. He just hoped something was still open. A few days later at the military base, a loud scream suddenly shattered the evening calm. It was Kwang Shich, his hair practically standing on end with excitement as he barged into the soldiers' break room. Seeing his frantic state, one soldier sighed. What's he freaking out about now? Another one scoffed. He's a lost cause. I saw him pretending to be a pigeon the other day. So, what's up? With a smug grin spreading across his face, he dropped the hot news. The quarterly activity rankings for the platoon are posted outside the admin office. That announcement immediately sent a jolt through the room. One soldier quickly adjusted his glasses, getting ready to go check out the situation for himself. Staring at the newly posted rankings, Lee Seung-ho couldn't hide his annoyance. That bastard got first place again? This quarter was packed with training and raids, so everyone's scores were wild. Noticing his comrades staring, Seung-ho closed his eyes, completely exhausted. Hey, you guys talk as if I'm some kind of productivity machine. And right after that, the official results were confirmed. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, this quarter you earned 75 points. The surrounding soldiers gasped. What? No way? He's at the top of the squad again. Someone even declared, no, he's probably #1 in the whole company. And while most guys were just happy they scored over 50 points, to avoid getting punished, one soldier leaned in conspiratorially. He got close to his comrade's ear to reveal a shocking truth. Bad news for Lee Seung-ho, he's only the king of second place. The information made a red-haired soldier freeze for a second before bursting out laughing. For real? That's amazing news. He immediately wanted to know who in the squad could have possibly beaten Seung-ho's insane score of 75. Just then, Kim Minjun appeared in the doorway. Reporting for duty. Corporal Kim Minjun returned from leave. The entire room went dead silent. A soldier stammered, his voice trembling. Don't tell me. And then the truth was revealed. 99 points. Is this a joke? Was he on vacation or was he power leveling? The number 99 made every single person in the room stare wide-eyed, their jaws on the floor. A score that high was just unbelievable. Into the chaotic atmosphere, Captain Kim walked in with a radiant smile. Everyone enjoying their meal? He asked in a friendly tone. He waved to the entire team. Second platoon, feel free to relax. Turning to the man of the hour, he asked enthusiastically. Kim Minjun, how was your leave? Minjun replied loud and clear. It was excellent, sir. The commander let out a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha, glad to hear it. And right after that, he held up a small device, his voice full of mystery. Minjun, over here. I've got something special for you, straight from the big boss. At the sight of the object, everyone, the soldiers in the room were so stunned they couldn't even speak. One of them finally stammered out, Sir, is Kim Minjun getting another special promotion? The red-haired guy yelled out in complete disbelief. Twice in such a short amount of time? Captain Kim calmly explained that they had received official orders from the division commander. As of today, he began, It's because Minjun didn't just earn the award for top individual in the recent hunter exercise. He was also recognized for his volunteer service at Watchan during his leave. This is a special request from the division commander himself. Congratulations. Minjun grinned, genuinely happy, and sent a silent thank you to the brother who had helped him, CEO Young. Minjun carefully removed his old rank insignia, replacing it with the gleaming four-striped badge of a sergeant. Witnessing this lightning-fast promotion, the soldiers in the room burst into applause, even though a few were still confusedly asking, "What's this about Watchan?" only to get a shrug in reply. As the crowd cheered, Minjun quietly pulled a small piece of paper from his pocket. He glanced at the long list of names under Han Yang's debt ledger and smirked. Damn, this little black book is pretty thick, huh? Seeing Kim Kwang-shich's awkward smile, Minjun clapped him on the shoulder. Thanks for this. I'll put it to good use. Though Kwang-zich was clearly regretting it, he had to play along. Haha, you got me. All right, take the whole thing. But then the atmosphere shifted as Minjun, looking imposing in his uniform, stepped closer. He stared hard at Kwang-shich, his voice dropping low, reminding him of his new position. Hey Kwang-shich, you know I'm a sergeant now, right? Sweat started pouring down Kwang-shich's face as he trembled under the new sergeant's pressure. Corporal Kim Kwang-shich. Yes, I'm aware. Minjun casually flipped through the paper. He inquired about the secret betting pools in the unit. Heard you ran a pretty lively operation while I was gone? He got a blunt confirmation. Yes, I won. Minjun couldn't help but be impressed by the massive sum collected. Wow, what's the total take from all this? That's some serious cash. He watched Kwang-shich's face turn ghost white. Minjun leaned in close, a dangerous, sly smile on his face. Be smart about this. Later, Sergeant Kim Minjun entered the weight room with a knowing look. Underneath a heavy barbell, a soldier was straining, his face beet red as he gritted out, I'll give you 30%. What do you think? Minjun's reply was casual and laced with sarcasm. Huh? What are you talking about? Anyone might think you're doing this for money. Everyone said you were doing great, so just keep at it. Seeing that his opponent wasn't backing down, the soldier gritted his teeth and made a new offer. Fine, 40%. Just give me a break, sir. Minjun stood up straight, looking down at the face contorted from the pressure, and continued his psychological attack. You're not doing this for money, are you? You guys can just bet on me like that and not feel guilty at all? The question hit its mark, and the soldier could only stammer in desperation. No, Minjun casually whistled, lightly pressing on the barbell to multiply the pressure. After the brutal workout, the other soldier collapsed onto the bench, gasping for air in agony. Without breaking a sweat, Minjun lifted the heavy barbell with just one hand, his expression unchanged. He then offered a simple explanation with an innocent-looking face. I only want what is best for your health, so do not look at me with those dying eyes. Minjun smirks before asking, who is next? Seeing Minjun's terrifying power, the soldiers break into a cold sweat and wave their hands in refusal. We are fine, Sergeant Kim Minjun. We will just train on our own. They desperately try to retreat to save their lives. Thanks for the advice. We will be going now. But as they try to slip away, the air in the gym suddenly freezes. Minjun's gaze turns ice cold, radiating a terrifying pressure that pins them to the spot. He speaks in a low tone, his words dripping with pure and absolute menace. Such a shame. Truly. I do not think you actually have the right to refuse. Then, agonizing screams tear through the air, echoing all the way down the hallway. Inside, the soldiers are sprawled across the floor, gasping for breath from exhaustion and fear under Minjun's relentless and inescapable brand of hellish training. Seeing his juniors trembling, Minjun approaches with a mysterious, calculating smile. Lucky for you, I actually have a small favor I need you guys to handle. Looking at his scheming face, Zhang and his teammate turn pale with fear. Zhang stammers out a nervous question. What kind of favor do you want? The purple-haired soldier next to him quickly chimes in. Just name it, as long as it is not more training. Minjun crosses his arms, looking stern while laying down the law. Anyone below private first class is banned from the simulator. While his juniors stare with confusion, he drops a series of other completely ridiculous and unfair bans. No gaming, no phones, and no crafting for anyone under that rank. Basically, do not even breathe unless I give you the okay. Witnessing Minjun's absolute tyranny, Zhang and the purple-haired soldier just exchange frustrated looks. Zhang snaps, "This is totally insane. It is just not fair. It is honestly shocking that such nonsense still exists in this modern era." They both agree they need to put a stop to this right away, but just a second later, they are laughing and making a ridiculous bet. This is crazy, right? Hey, want to bet on who survives the longest? Minjun suddenly looms behind them, his sharp eyes making them freeze. Do not overdo it. Under his intense aura, Zhang and his friend immediately bow their heads in submission. Understood. Zhang tries to salvage things with a promise. I will try my best to convince them, he mutters, before timidly asking if they can finally leave. The purple-haired teammate quickly adds on, you can count on us. So, are we good to go now? With a wave of Minjun's hand and a mocking smirk, the two of them bolt out of the gym instantly, running like they are escaping from a tiger's den. Elsewhere, Guangsik appears looking deathly pale and gaunt like a literal ghost. The officer standing before him flashes a friendly yet terrifying smile, while announcing a sudden and major change in their personnel roster. The squad leader told you, right? Because of the new roster, you have been moved to second squad. Guangsik stands there in total shock, sweating buckets. When he hears the captain's loving final words about training together from now on, Guangsik's face twists in pure and unadulterated despair. He can already see the dark days ahead of him. Poor guy looks like he lost everything. Meanwhile, news of a new monster called the Snake Mai is suddenly released. These creatures look exactly like snakes but have very different traits. They mostly operate underground, hiding and waiting for the perfect moment to strike their prey. Unlike common snakes, the Snake Mai has no venom, but their sheer size and aggression make them a threat that nobody should ever take lightly. For anyone who accidentally wanders into their territory, these snakes possess one extremely dangerous and unique characteristic. They explode the moment they die. Because of this, you must remove the tail, which acts as their detonator, before finishing them off. Otherwise, a massive chain reaction will trigger, wiping out everything in the area. That is why the Snake Mai dungeon is considered the gold standard for training. It serves as a testing ground for inexperienced recruits to learn the ropes of real combat. As a glowing red monster lunges at a teammate, Minjun throws a heavy punch. The monster does not even have time to react. He casually grabs the beast and crushes the detonator on its tail, while everyone around him watches in total shock. What? Looking at the creature squirming in his hand, Minjun thinks back to his time in Iska, where he used to grill these worms for dinner. While the other soldiers are still struggling, Minjun has already stuffed his backpack with monsters, but he tells himself that just one is enough for the mission. After the intense battle, the commander gives the order to the entire team. All right, everyone, take 10 minutes to rest up. While his teammates rest under the shade, Minjun pulls out a newly acquired sword. A system window immediately pops up, announcing an E-rank agility boost of 5 points. Staring at the sharp blade in his hand, he figures that while it lacks high-end skills, that extra 5 points in speed is a nice bonus. Minjun smirks with total satisfaction. It turns out every dungeon is a treasure chest. But while standing in formation, someone suddenly calls out to him, Minjun. Master Kim Minjun has detected demonic energy. I can sense a massive amount of it nearby. Minjun focuses, scanning the area for the source. He excitedly clenches his fist, wondering where the enemy is hiding. Far off in the sunset, a black crow with glowing purple eyes perches on a wire. I am currently in Incheon, it replies. Minjun is totally stunned. Incheon? You have got to be kidding me. A few days later, on a weekend night, Minjun arrives at a gloomy mansion in Incheon, wearing a black hoodie. The crow quickly lands on his shoulder. Minjun asks in a low voice, what is the status? The crow reports that it followed orders and only observed the target without taking any rash actions. Since it could not sense the monster's presence directly, it suspects this might be the aftermath of a collapsed dungeon. Minjun asks how many people are inside. The crow looks at the house with its purple eyes and notes that, while it was empty yesterday, there is now one person inside. Minjun frowns with regret, thinking things would have been much simpler if he could have made it here yesterday. Being a soldier makes traveling hard. Since the hunters have no base here, Minjun stands before the iron fence, pulling up his black mask while trying his best to stay cool. He tells himself that, while this looks like illegal trespassing, he is actually just clearing out dangerous threats from the property. The crow nods along in agreement, but it cannot help but warn him to avoid getting dragged away to the police station in handcuffs. Minjun slips into the pitch-black house, creeping silently down the hallway. He eases a door open and suddenly freezes at the sight of something. Inside the room, a glowing purple crystal sits prominently in a glass display. Minjun watches in awe as he feels waves of energy pulsing from it. This demonic energy smells incredible, almost like high-grade refined fuel. He reaches out toward the crystal with curiosity, but just as his hand nears the glass case, a cold female voice rings out from behind him. Freeze! Minjun spins around, startled, and finds himself staring at a girl with long blue hair. She is locked in a combat stance, wearing athletic gear. Her eyes are sharp and filled with suspicion as she glares at the intruder. Jumping back a bit, late at night in a luxury villa, that same blue-haired girl is relaxing on her bed, busy texting her mother. Her mom texts saying she and dad are headed home after a late movie. When Yunzeo asks why they stayed out so late, her mother laughs. Haha, I do not know, your father bought the tickets early. Reading the messages, she smiles. Haha, dad can be pretty cute sometimes. Mom asks how she likes having the house to herself, and she types back, it is fine. Heading to Dragon Ridge tomorrow. Suddenly, she stops. Her eyes narrow as she hears a strange sound by the door. Sensing something is wrong, she creeps out of bed and sneaks down the dark stairs. Down in the living room, a mysterious figure is rummaging through things. Oh, Minjun, how embarrassing. Yunseo wonders if it is just a common thief. Fearless, she shouts, don't move. The intruder jumps and turns to face a girl locked in a highly professional combat stance. She growls, asking who still robs houses these days. Identify yourself and your purpose now. Minjun stares at the girl in front of him. He is stunned by her intense aura. Wow, this girl. He gazes at her solid stance and begins to wonder about her identity. What is this? The air in the room grows deathly silent. Minjun gasps internally as the ironic truth finally hits him. The house they broke into to find dungeon-exclusive demonic artifacts belongs to Sun Yunseo? How on earth is that even possible? On the balcony, the Black Crow is trembling in panic. When Minjun questions it telepathically, it swears it checked Google Maps correctly. Who knew this cursed address was the home of that fierce commander? Minjun reasons that if this is a Hunter Division leader's house, having dungeon loot lying around is actually quite normal. But he wonders why she is even home at a time like this. Remembering the Huazhong incident, he senses something strange. Meanwhile, Unseo tightens her stance and yells for him to put his hands up. Seeing the intruder refusing to cooperate, she grits her teeth. I warned you. Minjun knows things are messy, but he refuses to give up. He cannot go home empty-handed after all this effort. As soon as he twitches, Yunseo lunges forward with a fierce attack. I told you to stay still. She rains down heavy strikes, shouting for him to listen. Minjun expertly weaves through the onslaught. He dodges her wind-cutting kicks with ease. While moving, he secretly pulls a small item from his pocket. Yunseo keeps up the pressure. She roars, hey, then throws a dangerous high kick. Minjun lets out a surprise sound. Watching her, he is actually quite impressed. Her form is decent, a bit more effort, and she could serve as his sergeant. However, the power gap between them is simply massive. When Yunseo throws a direct punch, Minjun casually catches it. He smirks, thinking that she still has a long way to go. Yunseo is shocked to see her strongest move neutralized so easily. Minjun grabs her arm, pinning her down and completely overpowering her. Panicked, she asks if he is just playing with her. The more they fight, the more she realizes this guy is no ordinary person. Watching his lightning-fast movements, Yunseo is terrified. With martial arts this refined, he must be a high-level awakened. She puts everything into one final, desperate kick. Minjun moves like a shadow, easily avoiding the strike as it cuts the air. Spirit energy grazes his face, leaving a glowing trail in the dark room. Minjun's eyes flick toward the table nearby. The purple crystal sits there, radiating mesmerizing energy under the glass. Sensing an opening, Yunseo pours all her remaining strength into her next move. She thinks he cannot possibly dodge this time. But just as her kick is about to land, Minjun vanishes like a ghost. With terrifying speed, he dodges and swipes the purple crystal right off the table. Talk about professional-grade thievery skills. Yunseo watches in shock as the shadow leaps over the balcony. She rushes forward, screaming for him to wait, but it is too late. Minjun performs a perfect high-altitude jump, vanishing into the silent night with the Black Crow leading the way above him. Yunseo stands there dazed, a strange feeling rising in her chest. He did not even fight back. Then, she realizes something is in her hand. A crumpled piece of paper was slipped to her during the struggle. Yunseo slowly opens it, her eyes widening as she reads the note. I am just borrowing this. I will return it later. Fury explodes as her face turns red from the disrespect. She screams in frustration. You absolute jerk. Get back here. Her voice echoes through the streets, but the intruder is long gone, leaving only a fading shadow. Escaping into the city lights, Minjun stops at a quiet park under the moonlight. He stares intensely at the glowing purple crystal. This thing holds way more demonic energy than normal monsters. He figures if a level 2 hunter like Yunseo can keep it at home, then it must be safe for humans to be around. Minjun lets out a soft chuckle at his own deductions. Haha, that is just my theory. Is this a monster core? Suddenly, the dark silhouette of the crow appears right behind him. Powerful monsters. The size of their crystals depends on the creature's age and danger level. They contain mana, with the amount directly proportional to the crystal's size, making them one of the most valuable items you can get from a hunt. Minjun stared at the purple crystal inside the glass case, but he'd never heard of this before. A monster crystal that contained demonic energy was unheard of. Without a second thought, his hand shot out and shattered the protective glass. The crystal fit neatly in Minjun's palm before shattering under his power, releasing a brilliant purple energy. He wondered why something like this would even exist in this world. Instantly, system notifications flooded his vision. A certain amount of demonic energy has been absorbed. The demonic energy stat increased by 1. The numbers kept climbing, forcing him to focus. He thought, that Saintess trying to trick me with these cheap parlor tricks? Not a chance. It's time to focus on grinding. As the last fragment vanished into his palm, a new notification appeared. The skill, Singularity. Mana Sense has been created. The skill, Singularity. Demonic energy has also been created. Kim Minjun couldn't help but be shocked. Whoa, 2 skills developed at the same time. He immediately opened his status window. Name, Kim Minjun. Strength 65. Agility 60. Stamina 60. Demonic energy 30. The skill list was now ridiculously long, with names like Skinrot, Walker, Shadow Arrow, Singularity, Demonic Energy, Mana Hand, and many other basic skills. Minjun smiled, satisfied. Nice. The skill list was as long as a phone bill. But this new quiet mode was the real prize, especially the Singularity, Demonic Energy skill. It allowed him to change his own demonic energy to be colorless, odorless, and have no effect on his surroundings. It could be turned on or off at any time. He analyzed the situation. As his demonic energy stat rises, the energy inside his body becomes harder to control. Even though he was careful, he still worried it might affect those around him. This was exactly what he needed. He decided to test the combination with Mana Hand. Minjun reached out, snatching a tiny creature that was trying to escape, and thought, perfect, but he felt a slight concern as he tested its strength. Can it only catch something this light? Well, it must have its uses. He'd figure it out later. Looking at his 2 small minions, Minjun gave his command. Go to the suspected dungeons and find any items containing demonic energy for me. Responding to the order, both the crow and the small creature shouted in unison, yes, sir, then gave a sharp salute in the dark forest. Minjun was testing out his new skills with his 2 loyal subordinates. The black crow and the tiny creature were bickering, but they quickly made up, showing a ridiculously close bond. Minjun turned to his subordinate, Bonggu, let your boss enlighten your taste buds. Just don't get any ideas about settling down here after you eat. Their destination was a quiet bone broth soup restaurant under the city lights. When the steaming bowl of soup and bright red kimchi dishes were served, Li Bonggu, now in his handsome human form, was instantly stunned. The moment the first spoonful of soup touched his lips, he couldn't hold back his emotions. Tears and snot streamed down his face, shocking everyone around him. In the middle of the crowded restaurant, Bonggu cried his eyes out while devouring the food, making the owner extremely nervous. He sobbed out, "Oh my God, this is so good, it's so delicious." Kim Minjun could only watch this scene with a helpless grimace. He yelled, "Hey, pick one, crying or eating. Slow down." Watching Bonggu suffer from sheer deliciousness, Minjun felt a bit of sympathy. He remembered the rock-hard biscuits back in Iska and figured it was no wonder the guy was crying over soup. He recalled the tasteless dry rations of the old world, where a decent meal seemed like an impossible luxury. In the middle of the meal, Minjun's pocket suddenly buzzed non-stop with notifications. He squinted, pulling out his phone. "Talking all night, huh?" He turned on the screen, and his eyes were met with a flood of messages from the second platoon's group chat. Kwang Zich was spamming messages, demanding a reply. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, please answer." The chat was pure chaos, as members were constantly leaving and being re-invited. Kwang Zich sent an urgent message. "Minjun, we're so screwed. Next week's training schedule is insane." But it was the last message that truly made Minjun's expression change. The division's drill instructor has been arrested. For a hunter corps made up of awakened individuals, being sent to a military training ground was a completely new challenge. A drill instructor with a cool red hat and black sunglasses watched them with a stern gaze. For them, this guerrilla training held immense significance. Under the harsh sun, soldiers with numbers on their hats performed high-intensity physical exercises non-stop. They strained through push-ups, doing sharp jumping jacks in unison. Heavy breathing echoed across the field until everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, all under the strict supervision of the red-hatted instructors. But in the crowd of exhausted soldiers, one with the number 222 was grinning, excited. It was none other than our main character. The third exercise was crossing a rope bridge. While others struggled, he crossed the ropes with pure enthusiasm. His face showed no fear. Right after, he continued with a rope swing and cleared a wall with skillful ease. The most brutal challenge began when they all had to wear gas masks and enter the chemical chamber. Heavy, ragged breathing could be heard behind the foggy glass. In the thick white smoke, the soldiers cried out, trying to sing the national anthem. On the fourth verse, as ordered, they coughed violently while shouting their service to the army. This training was on a whole other level. Compared to normal training, for new hunters, this guerrilla warfare exercise was nothing short of a nightmare. As night fell, the new soldiers still couldn't adapt to the harsh conditions. They lay scattered on folding beds inside the tents, red eyes and streaks of tears. This misery wasn't just from the brutal training, it was the meal. Simple mixed rice served in a pathetic, plastic-wrapped bowl. The red-haired soldier choked back his words. A hunter's life. And we end the year eating from a plastic bag? This is just cruel. The soldier across from him looked just as wrecked. You don't think the commander's got us on his blacklist, do you? He asked nervously. Shoveling rice into his mouth, the redhead muttered in despair. What could we have possibly done? We haven't even met the guy. When could they have messed up? The whole team suffered through an endless night, forced to eat and sleep in the middle of the field. Looking at his own pathetic meal, Kwang-sich turned to his sergeant. Hey Sarge, you trying to become immortal or something? Not touching your food? Eating too much meant a trip to that place. And right now, all he could picture was the horrifying field latrine, something every soldier here dreaded. After the unsettling military meals, darkness quickly fell over the base. At the assembly point, Captain Sale Jung-gun made his appearance. He was the commander of the 2nd Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 104th Division. With an imposing presence, he watched the soldiers snap to attention. Report, 2nd Battalion is reorganizing. The commander gave a slight wave. At ease, men. It's been a long day of training. He warned the entire unit that night duty was on the schedule, along with even more training, so they all needed to get some proper rest. But then, Captain Sale's eyes turned sharp as steel. He declared, "There's more. The real reason we're doing this hunter-guerrilla training. This time, we will win it all in tomorrow's trench battle." He clenched his fist, shouting with absolute power, "The trench battle." The rules of trench warfare were actually simple. The moment the bell rang, the whole stadium absolutely erupted in a massive roar. Let's go, brothers. Knock 'em flying. It's a brutal pushing contest. You win if you can shove everyone except your own teammates out of the four-sided fighting pit. Or, if you can completely disable your opponent, that also counts as a victory. In the pit, a mountain of a man with rippling muscles was dominating everyone. Flashing a sinister grin, he easily hoisted an opponent into the air. With his massive arms, he tossed the poor guy out of the ring like a toy. The man flew. Brutal collisions echoed one after another. Soldiers fell, piling up on each other while trying to stay in the ring. It was over in a flash. "Finish!" the ref yelled. The Giants' team stood victorious. Amid the stunned silence of the losers, the loudspeaker boomed. "1st Platoon, 1st Squad, 2nd Regiment, 1st Company, wins the 3rd match of the round of 16. The ref in the red cap sternly repeated the strict rules. "This battle bans all weapons. It's meant to be a simple test of pure strength. Not even fists were allowed." Here at the guerrilla training camp for awakened hunters, part of the 104th Division's 4 companies, the trench battle carried a very special kind of weight. In the stands, the commanders watched the events unfold with intensity. Colonel Jun Byom, commander of the 2nd Company, nodded approvingly. "That guy really stands out, doesn't he? Last year's winning platoon. Was his platoon too, right?" Beside him, 1st Company Commander Seung-gu smiled smugly. "Ah, that's right. Back then, Choi Seung-gu was a private, now he's a private 1st class." The officers couldn't help but be impressed by his overwhelming power. Seung-gu himself had crushed 9 platoons just in the morning qualifiers. They all wondered, what in the world are his stats to be that monstrous? Just then, Lieutenant Colonel Go Jungchin, 3rd Company Commander, suddenly spoke up, revealing some shocking information. "I heard something recently. Private 1st Class Choi Seung-gu already passed the promotion exam for corporal. Thing is, the 1st Company's commander is delaying it." Hearing this, Colonel Junbyom was stunned. "What?" He whipped around to confront Seung-gu. "Is what the 3rd Company commander said true? You planned this, didn't you? If he were a corporal, he couldn't fight in the trench battle, right?" Cornered, Seung-gu denied it all in a panic. "You've got it all wrong. I'm not a psychic. How could I know the big boss would order sudden guerrilla training? Besides, who expected this with the weather we've been having all month?" He tried explaining it was just a chance for the companies to compete, but Lieutenant Colonel Go Jungchan cut him off completely. Hey, where'd you get that ridiculous conspiracy theory? Amidst the fiery debate, Colonel Yugi, the 4th Company's commander who'd been quiet, finally spoke up. I heard something too. Just then, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Next up, Platoon 4, Squad 4, 4th Regiment of the 4th Company. In reality, this whole thing was a battle of pride between the company commanders. And for the 4th Company, only one platoon made it past the qualifiers. Colonel Yugi couldn't believe it. Only one? It was a platoon made up of female soldiers, all of them sporting some serious muscle, and powerful expressions to match. According to regulations, any platoon whose performance drops will have their training intensity multiplied. Meanwhile, down in the camp, the air was buzzing with cheers. Minjun was walking along when a massive figure suddenly blocked his path. It was Choi Sung-gu himself. He flashed a bright, friendly smile. "You're Hunter Kim Minjun from 2nd Company, right?" Minjun stopped dead in his tracks. He turned, looking at the giant with suspicion. "Yeah, that's me. What about it?" Sung-gu laughed, sticking out a huge hand. "Whoa, meeting a celebrity. Heard you ranked up like you were hacking the system. Had to come see for myself." Minjun remained calm, giving a slight nod. Thanks," he said, turning to leave. Choi Sung-gu's face twisted into a contemptuous smirk. He stared right at Minjun and sneered. "What's this? The rumors got my hopes up, but you just look dumb." That remark hit a nerve. Both of Minjun's teammates snapped, shouting in unison. "What was that?" They got right in the giant's face. "Hey, you giant meathead! Watch your mouth. You trying to start something with us?" One of them went to grab his arm, while the other moved in close, ready for a fight. But before the two could even react, Choi Sung-woo moved like a flash, his massive arms grabbing both of them by the collar and hoisting them into the air as he let out a strange, guttural growl. He then stared down his opponents with a sinister grin. "Whatever you're thinking, stop it now." His hands tightened like a vice, the fabric of their shirts wrinkling under his terrifying strength. They realized with horror that they were completely overpowered. "What is this? I can't even move with this kind of strength." Choi Seung-woo just laughed, dropped them, and casually walked away. "Sorry about that, we can talk later." Watching Choi Sung-woo and his squad walk off laughing, one of the soldiers yelled out in fury. "What's with those guys?" His teammate couldn't stay calm either, clenching his teeth as he demanded, "Sergeant Kim Minjun, are you just going to let that slide?" Unlike his furious subordinates, Minjun calmly held up a finger with a knowing smirk. "Calm down, little brother. Just let them have their laugh for now. He who laughs today, cries tomorrow." The soldier shouted, "Nothing? What do you mean it's nothing? I'm going over there to break that guy's legs." But he froze mid-step. A cold sweat ran down his back when he saw Minjun's expression. Sergeant Kim was now sporting a dark, twisted smile. Minjun repeated in a low voice, "I said, it's nothing." He stood surrounded by a brilliant purple aura, pointing to the sky with a calculated look. "We'll all meet up there again anyway." Butcher mode. Activated. Over at the waiting area for 4th Platoon, 4th Company, the tension was thick before the match. Lance Corporal Jang Marie, with her vibrant pink hair, looked exhausted as she sighed. "Ugh, what is all this?" Marie was filled with frustration after an already exhausting day, and now she had to face one opponent after another. Sitting right next to her, Lance Corporal Ayun Hiju agreed. "Right?" Suddenly comparing team scores. "If we do poorly, we'll get chewed out." Jang Marie looked worriedly towards the arena. She wondered if this was really how they planned to pick the Gorilla King. At the same time, she knew her squad had to pass the qualifiers, no matter what. Hiju added more pressure to the atmosphere, saying, "If we don't, the company commander is going to lose his mind." In the command area, the officers were also arguing. A heated debate was raging over ridiculous rumors, which only made Jang Marie panic even more. Her face went pale with fear. What do we do? What if he really gets mad? Just then, a powerful figure walked past and calmly reassured them. What's there to worry about? The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. Next up, 4th Platoon, 4th Company, 4th Squad, 4th Team. And the squad leader, Sergeant Oset Byun, with her high blonde ponytail and bulging muscles, leading the way. The whole team marched onto the field, fired up and ready to go. She declared with absolute confidence, "Just knock them all out and bring that Gorilla King title to me." The trench battle had officially begun. Jang Marie let out a determined shout to hype herself up. Immediately, Yoon Hee-ju rushed in, using her raw strength to dominate and push back her opponent. In the middle of the chaos, Marie quickly ordered her teammates to run. In another corner, Privates Kim, Noon, and Ha-jun were struggling against a massive enemy soldier. The two of them braced themselves, but the man's strength was overwhelming, and they were quickly losing steam. Seeing her teammates in danger, Oset Byun charged in like a tornado. She sent the giant flying, making him scream in pain. "Goodbye. See you in the hospital." The soldier collapsed to the ground. He could only let out a helpless groan against the sergeant's overwhelming power. Oset Byun instantly closed in from behind, executing a powerful takedown. The soldier had no time to react. His eyes just widened in shock before he was slammed straight onto the arena floor. After taking down her target, Oset Byun casually stood up and dusted off her hands, looking as if she'd just finished a light warm-up. On the other side, another soldier excitedly grabbed a shoulder. Jang Marie's shoulder, to be exact, as he cheered, "Got you!" But his smile vanished instantly as Marie grabbed his arm, using his momentum to flip him over her shoulder. It was a flawless throw. The soldier was launched into the air before crashing back down to the ground. Watching from a distance, even Oset Byun was stunned for a moment. Marie looked down at the guy on the ground, whose eyes were now X's, and said wearily, "Got who? I told you not to follow me, but you didn't listen. Now you fly, sweetie." Meanwhile, Heju was being held in a lock by a gray-haired soldier. Seeing that Heju was occupied, another blonde soldier tried to launch a sneak attack, rushing forward and yelling, "Your flank is wide open, but my arms and legs aren't. Farewell and good luck." However, just as he got close, Heju had already turned the tables. Before the blonde soldier knew what was happening, he found himself flipped upside down in midair, looking down in terror to meet her eyes. Heju's challenging gaze and sinister smile were the last things he saw before getting slammed to the ground. And with that, the last girl in the group had secured her victory. Watching the scene unfold, the pink-haired girl clicked her tongue, looking dissatisfied. Down on the field, a bald soldier was mocking the defeated team. "4 of you couldn't take out one of them?" He smugly said their weakness surprised him, and that always relying on their superiors was a bad look. The bald guy strode confidently onto the field, telling everyone to watch closely. Who the hell was Choi Seung-woo anyway? He and his team charged forward, declaring this year would be different. He was going to make everyone witness his true power. Closing in on his target, the bald guy grabbed Oset Byun's shoulder, smirking. "What? You're all alone?" But his smile vanished instantly, replaced by a face twisted in agony and a pained groan. Ugh. He was horrified by the incredible strength of the woman in front of him as she controlled both him and his teammate at the same time, forcing his ally to scream out, "Wait a minute." Oset Byun just smirked, a challenging smile on her face, and asked, "Who said I was alone?" The moment she finished speaking, the other 3 members of the female squad charged in like arrows. They combined their strength for a massive ramming attack, creating an energy blast that swept their opponents off the field. The bald soldier was sent flying into the air, his face completely distorted with shock. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring victory for the 4th squad. Team 4 of 4th Company had won, much to the disbelief of the defeated soldiers lying on the ground. From a distance, others watched the entire match in thoughtful silence. People were impressed by the female squad's teamwork and incredible stamina. Another soldier had to nod, admitting their unit's strength was no joke. Looking at the tournament bracket, a soldier with gray hair worriedly mumbled, "That team is up against Choi Seung-woo in the quarterfinals. At this rate, he's going to lose." But his ponytailed teammate instantly dismissed it. "Let that guy Sung-yu crawl into the finals. That way, we can be the ones to completely wipe the floor with him." The gray-haired soldier could only reply, "Oh really?" He wondered if their own team could even make it to the finals. But one glance to his side reassured him Sergeant Lee Seung-ho and Sergeant Kim Minjun were right there. Losing wasn't an option. These two were the team's absolute juggernauts. From a distance, the pink-haired Jang Mari spotted Minjun and waved excitedly. The hunter, Kim Minjun. Her wave left the whole group baffled, wondering what was even going on. The gray-haired soldier scratched his head, asking, "Is she waving at us?" Meanwhile, the long-haired guy confidently declared, "She's obviously looking at me." Minjun stayed silent at his teammate's narcissism, watching Mari still waving enthusiastically. He thought to himself, "On second thought, I'm not ready to teach anyone just yet." Hearing this, his 2 teammates quickly changed their tune. "That's right. You can do it whenever you're ready. I guess I can let Choi Seung-yu off the hook." They decided to put the training on hold. "Yeah, we can always train later. From now on, I'm rooting for Company 4. Faced with his team's lightning-fast flip-flopping, Minjun could only sigh in defeat. Unbelievable. Over at the command area, a spectacled officer let out a disappointed sigh. "I had so much confidence in that team. Oh well." In stark contrast, the older commander next to him let out a hearty, satisfied laugh. "Goodness me. I thought it was a perfect match. Right?" Captain of Company 4? The female captain, Yuji. He kept her ice-cold expression and didn't say a word. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, cutting through the atmosphere. Round of 16, Match 5. Platoon 2, Company 2, Squad 2, Squad 2, Company 1, Platoon 3, Squad 4 report to the field. A glint of anticipation flashed in Yuji's eyes as Minjun and his team walked onto the stage. Amidst the whispers from surrounding soldiers about the name Kim Minjun, his long-haired teammate leaned in and asked him quietly, "Hey boss, I heard the winner gets a pass to go out and party. How about you carry us so we can get some leave?" Minjun bluntly replied, "But I don't want to go out with you guys." The gray-haired soldier chuckled teasingly. "Oh, so you don't care about first place?" Minjun paused for a moment, then suddenly turned back with a smirk. With a sinister smile, he said, "If we go out and go our separate ways, that's fine." A thunderous roar erupted from the stands as the two squads took their positions. Facing off in the middle of the arena, every soldier wore a tense expression, their eyes burning with determination. Before the start, the red-capped referee shouted loudly, "Get ready, the match begins on my signal. Time to clean house, boys." The moment the whistle blew, the atmosphere exploded. Both sides crashed into each other like wild beasts, creating a chaotic scene of powerful collisions. Minjun and his team quickly got into formation, weaving through arms trying to grab them. In the middle of the chaos, a soldier with gray hair let out a contemptuous smirk and said, "What is this?" He immediately grabbed an opponent's belt and effortlessly hoisted him into the air. He laughed, mocking the other soldier. "You're this weak and you dare step on the stage? Go home to your mommy, kid." Without a hint of mercy, he slammed the poor soldier onto the floor, who could only let out a cry of pain before lying motionless. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming power, Minjun's teammates began to worry, but Corporal Kim remained strangely calm. His eyes scanned the battlefield, quietly assessing the strength of everyone present. Not bad at all. A bold idea flashed in Minjun's mind as he looked at his own hand. Should I try that thing? Just then, a soldier rushed in from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Minjun's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes turning sharp and calculating. I still haven't fully mastered this yet, but still. A mysterious dark purple energy began to swirl at his feet and spread across his body. A system notification immediately popped up, Skill Dark Authority. The charging soldier suddenly froze, his eyes widening in terror as he felt an immense pressure radiating from Minjun. Before he could even react, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted. Minjun just flicked his wrist, and the soldier completely lost control of his body, flipping upside down in midair in total shock. Minjun calculated internally, "Doing this should make my opponent lose his center of gravity." The soldier fell backward, completely astonished. However, no one else could see this dark power. They only saw his opponent suddenly collapse for no reason. The enemy could only groan helplessly as Minjun closed in. He easily grabbed the guy and tossed him out of the competition area. Seeing his dazed opponent, Minjun let out a satisfied smirk, but he quickly wiped the expression from his face, reminding himself, "Crap, I almost blew my cover." To avoid suspicion about his true power, Minjun decided to switch tactics. "All right, let's play around a little." He began to dash forward, using agile movements to dodge his opponent's attacks. With superior speed, Minjun quickly circled behind his target, locking him in a tight hold. He powered up, lifted the soldier, and spectacularly threw him into the air. Before the guy flew out of the ring, Minjun even gave a playful wave. Bye. As expected, Minjun's squad easily crushed their opponents and advanced straight to the final match. But as they sat resting on the red benches, every face was tense and silent. Everything had gone as Wang Sik and Han Jiang had hoped, as their formidable rival, Squad 4, had been unexpectedly defeated. The final round begins now. The red-capped referee's shout echoed through the stadium, signaling the most intense moment had arrived. "Both teams, get on the stage and give me a bloodbath." As military boots stomped across the ground, the air grew thick with tension before the fateful clash. Choi Sanju led his squad out with a smile full of arrogance and absolute confidence. Seeing that provocative look, Minjun's ponytailed teammate narrowed his eyes and asked, "Was that guy always a fighter?" The person next to him nodded, confirming, "I heard he fought all through high school, then stopped when he awakened." He continued to observe and assess their opponent. Judging by the way he moves, that guy is definitely a skilled warrior. He dropped another bombshell, stunning everyone. This guy was a national champion back in the day, no joke. The long-haired teammate could only stammer back, "Seriously?" His eyes blazed with fury as he growled through gritted teeth. "So you're saying even though he's good, he still uses dirty tricks?" The rage was practically burning off him. Fury is written all over the faces of the Second Company soldiers. The reason for that rage? Choi Sanju's highly controversial quarterfinal match. Sanju stands in the center of the arena, casually exhaling as if he just finished a light jog. It was not just about his squad winning, but how it actually happened. Sergeant Se-yoon is currently struggling to stand up despite her severe injuries. Her face is a clear mask of intense pain and deep resentment. The final score was a crushing 6-0 lead for Sanju's team. More importantly, not a single one of them was disqualified for leaving the combat zone. Instead, every single member of the female squad was brutally knocked unconscious right where they stood. They lay scattered on the floor, unable to resist Sanju's overwhelming power. Talk about a clean sweep. Watching the female soldiers fall without mercy, Minjun remains completely stone-faced. To him, this event is not some simple sports game. It is a session of raw combat training. He silently notes that it was not Sanju's fault for winning or following the basic rule of protecting his own squad members. Minjun's gaze turns ice-cold as he reaches a final conclusion. It was the other squad's fault for not being strong enough to hold their ground. Looking at the fourth squad cheering in vain, a cruel reality sets in. They failed simply because they were too weak to even strike back. Minjun stands still, letting out a weary sigh at the massive power gap, but his teammates are not letting it slide. One soldier roars with absolute fury. "My blood is boiling. Let's just crush these guys." Hearing his senior's outburst, Minjun just sighs. This is going to be a long day. On the other side of the battlefield is Choi Seung-gu. This arrogant squad leader wears a sinister, satisfied smile after trampling his opponents. His philosophy is simple and cruel. If you do not like something, just destroy it. The arrival of Minjun's squad turns the heat up to a breaking point. Soldiers all around the arena start whispering. Why are they so worked up? Seung-ho walks over to Minjun with a challenging smirk, asking if he plans on taking them all out alone again. Seung-gu scoffs at that. He admits that Sergeant Seung-ho is a famous rival of his, so he cannot afford to be too careless. But then he adds with a swagger, "But who do you think I am? In a solo fight, you would not even be able to touch me." That provocation has Seung-ho grinding his teeth. Seeing Minjun's calm face, Seung-gu shifts his psychological attack, leaning in to whisper with pure malice. "I wonder if you would make a more interesting face if I crushed your girlfriend. Are you just going to keep staring at me like that?" That question leaves the whole group stunned. Minjun frowns, asking what he is talking about. "Girlfriend? You mean the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion? She is over there waving and cheering like crazy." Seeing Marie's enthusiastic shouting, Minjun is left completely speechless. What on earth? Suddenly, Minjun's gray-haired teammate explodes in a rage, screaming his denial. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? She is not waving to Sergeant Kim Minjun." He waves his hands in a panic, stuttering in desperate denial that it is not like that. "I refuse to believe it." To protect his ideals, he declares to everyone that his boss is only loyal to his virtual wife. Lock. From the game, the air goes deathly silent. Choi Seung-gu freezes for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into uncontrollable laughter. His whole squad joins in the mockery. Wow, hunters these days are desperate, falling in love with computer data? What an absolute idiot. While the opponents are doubling over, Minjun and his team are frozen in place, their faces turning pale from the embarrassment of their comrades' defense. Seung-gu is laughing so hard he has to hold his stomach, gasping for air while he mocks them. "I have heard the stories, but seeing it in person is a first. Dating an NPC in a game?" He laughs like it is the funniest thing ever. Unbelievable. Seriously. The tension thickens as the referee in the red hat loudly orders both teams to get ready. The match starts at the whistle. Seung-gu stops laughing, his eyes turning ice-cold and full of malice. Looking at Minjun, he promises to be gentle so he can return him to Lady Locke in one piece. The referee prepares his whistle. Seung-gu drops into a low, aggressive combat stance, his veiny hands ready to snatch his prey. "Come on, you NPC lover." The whistle screams through the air, signaling the official start of the fight. Both teams charge at each other like arrows. But amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Minjun remains perfectly still, his expression cold and unchanging. Like a flash, Seung-gu lunges in, swinging a powerful strike at Minjun. "Are you still asleep?" Facing the hand coming for him, Minjun stays terrifyingly calm, his gaze sharpening with a surge of killing intent. "Touch lack, and you are dead." The moment they collide, a massive impact erupts, sending a shockwave that makes the entire arena tremble. Right in the middle of the training grounds, Dongjin's group stands confused, watching their opponent suddenly clutch his face in agony. He stammers that he just tripped, and tells them not to be so serious. Feeling every eye on him, He growls in pure humiliation, telling everyone to just ignore it. Now, the referee has to step in, warning everyone. He firmly restates the rules. Striking the opponent is strictly forbidden. This reminder is like a bucket of ice water on Sungu's pride. He slinks away, a furious rage boiling inside him as he grinds his teeth and mutters to himself, "That little bastard. That move was cute." His face twists with murderous intent. "Do not expect any mercy now. You are finished." Minjun shot back with a sarcastic smirk. "Cute. Huh?" Before his opponent could even answer, he roared and leaped back into the fray. A chilling light filled Minjun's eyes. "From now on," he declared, "you'll see plenty more cute things." Choi Sung-gu could only stammer back. "What?" A black blur moved so fast that Choi Sung-gu lost him completely. He could only roar in frustration. "Huh? What was that? You just gonna hide?" But then, streaks of purple energy ripped through the air as Minjun unleashed a torrent of lightning-fast kicks, taking down soldiers before they could react. A soldier screamed in terror as he watched his comrade get sent flying. In a flash, another one collapsed, crying out helplessly, "Why me?" Minjun's absolute dominance forced a teammate to yell out in shock. "Why? Why are you eliminating members of your own team?" Choi Sung-gu stood frozen to the spot, sweat pouring down his face as he watched the others get brutally taken down. The bulldozer was coming, and it was time to log out. "This bastard," he snarled through gritted teeth. His fists clenched so hard they trembled with pure rage. But before he could even think, Minjun moved like a ghost, weaving between opponents at an impossible speed. Watching this absolute madness unfold, Sergeant Choi Sung-gu was paralyzed with fear. "This guy's insane," he thought in terror. "Is he trying to kill every single one of us?" Another soldier let out a pained grunt as Minjun grabbed and tossed him aside like a cheap toy. Choi Sung-gu couldn't help but shudder at the sight. This guy. Right then, Minjun stood in the center of the yard, wreathed in a dark purple aura that radiated pure, suffocating, killing intent. It felt like the very air around them had frozen solid. Up on the observation deck, the tension among the senior officers was palpable. "What in the hell does he think he's doing?" one commander roared. "Stop this match immediately." But the officer with glasses beside him calmly replied, "There's no rule against it. He's fighting perfectly within the regulations. You can't fault him." The commander's rage didn't lessen one bit. "Even so," he shouted, "are you telling me that eliminating your own teammates is perfectly normal?" Faced with that cold logic, the hot-headed commander stopped dead, his face twisting in shock. "Well," he muttered, slumping helplessly into his chair, "but how can this be? I can't even argue with it." Still, the worry for his soldiers' safety kept gnawing at him. He demanded, "Will you take responsibility if someone gets hurt?" The response was just a cold sigh. "The referee will handle it, just like in any other match." Officer Yunio observed in silence, her sharp eyes never leaving the field below. All the while, the furious commander simply gritted his teeth in defeat. Down on the field, Minjun suddenly lunged, grabbing Choi Seung-gu's belt from behind. The arrogant sergeant was now trembling uncontrollably, sweating bullets. "What's wrong with this guy?" he thought. "He's forcing a one-on-one. Does he really want to fight me head-on?" Minjun's hand tightened on the belt as he smirked to himself. "So naive." "You're wrong, buddy. I'll admit you're strong, but..." A triumphant smile spread across Choi Seung-gu's face. He declared, "You fight with your head. Got it, kid? A true battle is all about skill." Immediately, Choi Seung-gu grabbed Minjun from behind, trying to overpower him with sheer force. But no matter what he did, he just couldn't take him down. All of a sudden, Minjun spun around and lifted the massive sergeant clean over his head, stunning every single person watching. Without a moment's hesitation, Minjun executed a thunderous slam, smashing Choi Seung-gu's massive body into the ground and cracking the floor. Choi Seung-gu screamed in agony as his whole body shuddered from the impact. Minjun stood over him, coldly ordering, "Get up. We're not finished here." The sergeant lay flat on the ground, coughing uncontrollably. He realized with horror that his precious skills meant nothing against this rookie's overwhelming power. Looking up at Minjun's demonic smile and glowing eyes, Choi Seung-gu began to tremble. This guy, he realized, is seriously dangerous. Seeing Minjun approach, he pleaded in a panic. "Wait, okay, I'll admit defeat this time." But Minjun showed no signs of stopping at all. He lifted him up one more time and casually threw him into the air. Choi Seung-gu plummeted to the floor, letting out a pained grunt as he landed, severely injured. Minjun stepped behind the man crawling on the ground. "Who gave you permission?" he asked coldly. The sergeant just coughed, completely hopeless. Minjun roughly grabbed him from behind, roaring, You surrender? Choi Seung-gu shrieked in terror. Stop. I give up already. Just spare me. Minjun leaned close to his ear, speaking clearly. Listen up, Miss Lax. Choi Seung-gu, completely confused, could only ask, what? Minjun added coldly. She's not just a character in a game. And then he slammed him down again, the scene turning absolutely brutal. The soldiers nearby, including Lee Seung-ho and Sun Yunio, were frozen solid, their faces a perfect picture of stunned disbelief. Choi Seung-gu lay motionless, foaming at the mouth after the brutal beatdown. Minjun stared at his defeated opponent, his mind on one thought. She's my one true love. The massive cracks across the floor were proof of Minjun's terrifying power. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared, shattering the tense atmosphere. The match is over. Victory goes to second squad, second platoon. Minjun stood in the center, surrounded by the roaring cheers of the crowd. As he left the arena, Minjun saw his approaching teammates. He scratched his head with an awkward smile. Everyone. Sorry about my reckless behavior. Instantly, his entire team swarmed him, cheering wildly, King Sergeant Kim Minjun. They were all completely stunned by his incredible power. How is that even possible? He's not even sweating. Another soldier added in awe, there's never been a power gap this huge in the tournament's history. The gray-haired soldier came forward, his face absolutely beaming. I cannot believe you publicly humiliated Choi Seung-gu like that in a bare-knuckle brawl. Lee Dongjin gave a thumbs up. So good watching Choi Seung-gu get totally wrecked alone. He grinned. So you took us out to fight him yourself? Nice. Seeing them so happy, Minjun figured a win was a win, but his serious expression soon returned. No matter the reason, a fighting style that endangered his own teammates was completely out of line. And right then, a high-ranking soldier walked by. He uttered a single, cold phrase. How disappointing, Kim Minjun. A nervous Minjun watched the man's back as he walked away. This was bad. The soldier entered the forest, a calculating smirk on his face as he thought to himself, if I get careless, even my own successor could surpass me. His eyes flashed with a competitive fire as he glanced back. You won't fool me next time, Kim Minjun. The scene shifts to a formal ceremony at the Roka base, where a female officer stood on a podium. She pinned a gold medal onto a soldier's chest amidst the sharp, solemn salutes of the entire army. Over at the barracks, a soldier was rushing to get his gear in order. Someone called out, We're about to move out. Where are you going? He quickly replied, to the bathroom. As he walked, he grumbled about the ridiculous guerrilla march schedule they'd been getting lately. Why are hunters like us doing guerrilla marches anyway? When are we even getting to the core? Suddenly, a gentle, feminine voice called out from behind him. Excuse me, Mr. Hunter? He turned around and immediately went beet red, met with the sight of a stunningly beautiful female soldier standing in the bright sunlight. Talk about a pleasant surprise. After the short but intense tournament, the 104th Division's training program had finally come to an end. But standing before the base headquarters, a secret plan was already brewing. The blue-haired soldier insisted. We have to handle this very carefully. His comrade agreed. That's right. No matter how insane the results are, I think we'll definitely make a good impression with this. Seeing the younger soldier worried about being caught by the sergeant, the blue-haired one reassured him, Hey now, don't be scared. Once we lure them to the meeting point, what's the sergeant gonna do? It's way easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. They turned to encourage the youngest member. We're counting on you for this one, Minjun. You got this. But their words were met with Kim Minjun's strangely silent stare. The pain of their training hadn't even started to fade, but while shoveling snow, these guys were already scheming up their next move. The blue-haired soldier urged them on. We don't have much time, so find a location as close as possible. Hitting the rendezvous point is key. When asked where to go, Lee Dongjin suggested, the eastern part of Gangwon province should be our limit. Going any further would take too much time. Hearing that, the blue-haired soldier grinned. Niece, Lee Dongjin. I like your style. That's a great idea. All of a sudden, a notification bell chimed from a phone in his hand. The group huddled around the screen and cheered with excitement. Oh, it's starting. It was a text from Hunter Sun Yunio. She wanted to talk about coordinating their vacation leave. Yunio suggested both their squads take leave together next Sunday and promised to tell her team. Once it was settled, she'd handle the location. Then Yunio sent another message. By the way, can I get Hunter Kim Minjun's number? Can I get Hunter Kim Minjun's number? The question made the blue-haired soldier break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, this private contact could be seen as unauthorized dating. His buddy next to him also found it weird. The blue-haired guy hesitated. Should I just tell her I don't have his number? He felt that asking for a number privately like this was seriously strange. I don't know. This is crazy. I'm too scared. He decisively turned to leave, warning the other guy, "You're agreeing to this on your own. We don't know anything about it." He quickly urged the others to leave with him so they wouldn't get dragged into this mess, ignoring the blue-haired guy's protests. The other teammates just walked away with their shovels, calling back that the sergeant would probably want to join the fun. Meanwhile, in the common area, Kim Minjun casually pushed open the door to the break room. He walked straight to the water cooler, thinking to himself, "All right, should I check the results of my training?" Instantly, a status window popped into view. It had a hilarious title, "Lady Lax is my favorite character." His stats showed a significant change as his strength had jumped from 65 to 70. His agility hit 66, and his mana was now up to 30. Remembering his last fight, Minjun smirked, "Thanks for that, Choi Sanju." Lying on the weight bench, he quietly assessed his own progress. It was tough to raise stats once they hit 60, but his hard work had paid off, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. But my agility went up by 1, and my strength shot up by 5 points because of the skill level up. Minjun smiled, satisfied, savoring the feeling of power coursing through his veins. Right in the middle of his thoughts, Minjun was suddenly interrupted by an urgent, repeated call. "Sir Kim Minjun! Sir Kim Minjun!" The loud thud of a dropped weight startled him into sitting up straight as he asked, "Huh, what's wrong?" One of his underlings was communicating with him telepathically. "Boss, can I buy 8 rice cakes?" The absurd question made Minjun's temper flare. He snapped back, "I gave you the money. Buy whatever you want to eat." What a waste of breath to ask something like that. Hearing this, the subordinate just smiled brightly. "Thank you, Sir Kim Minjun." Minjun just clutched his head, annoyed by his troublesome aide. My God, why are you so happy about that? So annoying. Seeing his master's frustration, the aide quickly reported some important information. "Boss, there's a rare item." He really should have led with that instead of asking about rice cakes. After a tense silence, Minjun let out a breath and asked seriously, "Anyway, what is this strange energy? Is it dark energy?" The mysterious subordinate explained thoughtfully. "It's not dark energy, but it is some kind of rare energy. Something I've never seen before in Iska." But right at the critical moment, Minjun was baffled when his subordinate suddenly went silent. He asked, annoyed, "Why did you suddenly stop talking?" The reply from the shadow was unbelievably casual. "My rice cakes are here. Can I finish eating before we continue?" Cut off so ridiculously, Minjun could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger. In the gym, a sharp ping sound echoed. Minjun picked up his phone and completely froze when he saw the text from an unexpected sender. "Hey Minjun, this is Unio. This is your number, right?" Minjun's face immediately went blank. He numbly wondered to himself, "What in the world is wrong with today? What's with all these weird messages? And more importantly, how did she get his personal phone number?" Not wanting any trouble, Minjun muttered, "Whatever. Where's the block button?" He was just about to delete the contact for good. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, don't, please." A desperate scream rang out as a hand suddenly latched onto his arm. Startled, he whipped around to find his teammate staring at him with pleading eyes. "You just got a text from Hunter's son Unio, didn't you?" The soldier looked like he was about to lose it, shouting, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please, if not for me, think about our squad mates." Minjun frowned, clearly annoyed, but the guy wouldn't let up, pressing the psychological angle. A good leader has to look out for his men's well-being, right? "Just give me her number so I can finally get a date." Minjun shot back, completely fed up. "What are you even talking about?" But then a thought struck him. "Wait, did you give her my number?" "That's right," his teammate admitted without a shred of hesitation. He nearly fell to his knees, begging, "I just want to go on one date. Please be generous and understand where I'm coming from. We're all risking our lives every day in the military. Don't you think we deserve to relax and have a little fun?" Staring at the man's face, twisted with pure desperation to get a date, a vein bulged on Minjun's forehead. "What the hell are you even talking about?" The soldier looked back, confused. "What, you didn't hear what Miss Sun Yuna said?" Minjun absolutely snapped. "What did you say?" He flashed a murderous smile, letting out a terrifying aura that made the other man tremble. "You'd better start explaining right now. Congratulations, you just won a one-way ticket to the afterlife." Fast forward to the next Sunday, at the vibrant entrance of Thunderland Amusement Park. Their footsteps hit the ground with military precision. But instead of casual clothes, a full squad of soldiers stood in perfect formation, wearing their uniforms. They looked ready for a full-blown military march right in the middle of a theme park. "Thanks, Sergeant Kim Minjun. I can't believe we actually came here." Han Yongyong exclaimed with pure excitement as the team stopped in front of the Thunderland Gate. In stark contrast, Sergeant Guangsik just gritted his teeth in fury. He clenched his fists tight. "Oh, you traitors. You are not worthy of his grace. I've had to endure so much to make today happen." The gray-haired sergeant glared at his casually strolling teammates. "Do you really think we came here for you? This is all because Chunho wanted to come, so you'd better be thanking our youngest member." Han Zhongyong shot a smug smile at the senior officer up ahead. "That's right. And by the way, I didn't realize Sergeant Lee Seung-ho agreed to come hang out. You know how to have fun after all, huh, sir? It's better than staring at us guys all day, right?" Hearing the snarky comment, Lee Seung-ho just quietly closed his eyes and kept walking, his expression cold and completely annoyed. Han Yongyong scanned the area for the main event of their little trip. "So, where's the 4th platoon anyway?" A moment later, his face lit up. He spotted the figures of female soldiers in the distance. There they are, over by the ticket booth. But the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced with pure horror. A massive, menacing shadow was looming directly behind the girls, completely dwarfing them. Seeing the man's wrinkled face and the long scar running across his eye, Han Zhongyong stammered out, "What is that? A gangster?" Guangsik couldn't hide his own outrage. He was about to charge forward, yelling, "What? A gangster? How dare he?" But Lee Seung-ho immediately recognized the formidable man before them. He quickly stopped his teammate and barked an order. "Wait! Everyone, attention! Loyalty!" A sharp salute echoed as the entire team snapped to attention. Han Yongyong was completely stunned as he realized who this important figure was. "That's the division commander of the 107th. I've seen him on TV." The daughter beside him could only blush and plead, "Dad, no, Daddy. I thought you were just dropping me off at the entrance. Please go back home." The powerful commander's entire attitude shifted, and he smiled gently to soothe his daughter. "I just want to see your friends' faces for a second, then I'll leave right away, I promise." Even so, his daughter was still worried, but then the commander's smile suddenly disappeared. His expression became incredibly stern as he scanned the line of soldiers. He silently advanced toward Kim Minjun, his steps thudding with authority. He stood towering over Kim Minjun, his height completely overwhelming. The division commander gritted his teeth and growled, Are you Kim Minjun?" Standing at the park's colorful entrance, a female soldier with stylish pink hair waved everyone over with a bright smile. She announced, "Time's up. Let's go party, people. Let's move." Before anyone could react, she grabbed a teammate's hand and pulled him along, yelling, "Hurry up!" This sudden intimate act left the other male soldiers frozen in place. Their faces flushed bright red with a mix of embarrassment and jealousy. Seeing the mood finally picking up, Sergeant Dong joined in enthusiastically. "We should hurry up, too." He confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry, I have the master map to this place. Just follow me for guaranteed fun." The guy's energy got the female soldiers totally pumped. They all cheered in unison. Thank you." The group then rushed into the park like a hurricane. But even in the middle of that loud crowd, there were still some people who felt out of place. The blonde hunter quietly observed her teammates before sighing. This really isn't my kind of scene." Beside her, Private Lai nodded in agreement. "I can definitely relate to that." They shared a knowing look, and the girl asked quietly, "Right?" Instead of joining the mob, they quietly broke off from the group, walking together toward the Ferris wheel. "Weekends are best spent alone, training in peace and quiet." The other person smiled back. "Oh, of course. I knew you would think that way." They wondered what kind of fun the others were having, then walked on in a rare moment of peace. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was having the time of their lives. They all piled onto the Viking ship ride, screaming like crazy as the ship swung high into the air. The lovely female soldiers excitedly picked out cute bunny and cat ear headbands for their pictures. Laughter echoed from the roller coaster as the entire team raised their hands, enjoying the thrill. They even held intense arm wrestling matches right in the park to settle who was strongest, which drew a huge, cheering crowd from onlookers. Their next stop was a carnival shooting gallery with a sign that read, 10,000 won for 10 shots. A hunter stepped up to the booth. He silently picked up the model rifle, his form looking perfectly professional as his eyes narrowed. His focus was absolute, his eyes locked on the target as if in a real battle. Sharp cracks echoed continuously as he decisively pulled the trigger. With the elite marksmanship of a true soldier, he quickly dropped the targets, winning himself an adorable tomato-shaped teddy bear. Holding the tiny tomato plushie in his hand, the young soldier sighs as he accepts his consolation prize, completely stunned by his own bad luck. Seeing this, a guy with a ponytail nearby scoffs and mocks him. "Hey, You are a soldier, and that is the best you can do? He confidently steps up and grabs the gun. Throwing out a cocky challenge, he tells him to watch a pro at work. Taking a highly professional stance, he immediately makes the female soldiers around him swoon in admiration. With a pose like that, everyone expects him to sweep the prizes, but reality is harsh, and the arrogant sergeant's final score ends up being just as pathetic as the first guy. Talk about style over substance, everyone. He stands there frozen with that same tomato plushie consolation prize in his hand, sweat dripping down his face in pure embarrassment. His teammates do not let him off easy, reminding him of their bet. Hey, remember our deal? The loser pays for everything. And guess what? You are officially the loser. To save face, he just blames the gear, claiming the gun felt weird. Right then, Kevin Minjun quietly approaches the stall. His eyes lock onto the prize rack and he suddenly freezes. Between the top prize of mushrooms and the third prize banana, the second prize makes the former Dark Mage's heart skip a beat. It is exactly what he was looking for. It is a keychain featuring the goddess's bracelet he loves so much. Kevin cannot believe his eyes, and they light up with pure excitement as he stares at the legendary item. A limited edition, Level Up Legends Anniversary keychain? How did a legendary item like that end up here? Without a second thought, Kevin grabs the gun, looking absolutely determined and slightly crazed. It will be mine. A hail of bullets rains down on the targets with absolute, pinpoint precision. His shooting skills are so insane that the owner just stands there, jaw dropped in shock. With one bullet left, the owner points out that he still has a shot, but Kevin just coldly puts the gun down and says he does not need it. He is done here. This move leaves the female soldiers watching totally confused. Wait, did he just stop? Why would he leave one bullet in the gun like that? It makes no sense at all. Little do they know, Kevin purposefully left that one shot so his score would land exactly on the second prize mark. Now that is a real pro gamer move. Accepting the keychain from the owner, Kevin is over the moon as he says thanks. Meanwhile, the crowd is still baffled, wondering what is so special about that little plastic thing. Kevin is lost in his own world of happiness. He cradles the legendary item in his hands, face flushing with joy. Seriously, coming out today was the best decision he ever made. He happily walks away, leaving his teammates' laughter behind. Just as he is soaking in the win, a familiar voice calls out to him, cutting right through his excitement. Hunter Kevin Minjun. He turns around to see Stella, Sunyun Seo, waiting with a serious expression. She looks him dead in the eye and asks a very pointed question. All right, spill it. What did you whisper to my dad to make him look so strange? Kevin pauses for a moment before casually replying that it was just a small thing. In the distance, two men are standing by a luxury black sedan, and they seem deeply connected to this conversation. You can practically smell the parental tension in the air. The general with a long scar over his eye speaks politely, apologizing for interrupting his fun. Kevin immediately responds with respect, telling him it is no trouble at all, sir. Does he have something private to discuss? Suddenly, the man narrows his eyes and grips Kevin's shoulder. He squeezes so hard his veins bulge, clearly testing the young man's physical limits and resolve. Feeling the solid strength coming from the kid, the general lets go and flashes a satisfied smile. He has passed the first test with flying colors. You are tough, no wonder you caught my daughter's eye. Kevin just offers a simple thanks. Letting out a satisfied breath, the general continues his conversation with the young hunter. Since my daughter owes you a debt, I have something for you. He leans into the car and pulls out a small black box, handing it over to Kevin personally. This is a dungeon item, specifically for high-ranking military generals, and now, I am giving it to you. Consider it a token of my personal gratitude. Seeing the rookie's shock, he explains that while military appraisal is not perfect yet, this is a rare item that can randomly boost your stats. It is a total game changer. Opening the box reveals a shimmering silver bracelet. Kevin is internally screaming at his insane luck. He bows deeply in thanks as the general gives him some final instructions. He tells him he is giving it as an incentive to keep training and growing stronger, so he had better make good use of it. Do not let that power go to waste. Closing the car door, he adds one more serious command. And do not you dare tell a single soul about where you got this from. Keep it a secret. But a split second later, his face turns terrifying as a massive killing intent explodes from him. Also, if you ever mess with my daughter, I will personally end you. Watching the car disappear into a cloud of dust, Kevin just smiles confidently. That is never going to happen. He walks off into the sunlight, thinking to himself that the boss can relax. I am only into my 2D wife anyway. Stella asks worriedly if her dad did anything wrong, but Kevin reassures her it is fine. He just offered to buy dinner in Daejeon. He calmly pulls out a business card, leaving Stella wondering why on earth her father would offer to buy him a meal. It seems a bit suspicious to her. Kevin guesses it is probably because he is worried about his daughter being indebted to him. Remembering how Kevin saved her in battle, Stella blushes and lowers her head in embarrassment. She apologizes for the random encounter with her dad. Kevin just smirks, tucking the card away while planning to order the most expensive item on the menu. Talk about a win. Meanwhile, back at the park, the two squads are having a blast. Sergeant Sam Kim Kwang-sik blushes and asks Mary Cha why she invited them all out together today. He is secretly worried that his question might come off as a bit rude or awkward. He just wants to know what is really going on here. Mary explains that since they got crushed by Sean Choi Si-woo in the last dungeon battle, they wanted to thank Kevin for giving that guy a beatdown. This meal is their treat. The blonde hunter next to her chirps in, saying lunch is on them so the guys should eat as much as they want. It is the least they can do. The male soldiers immediately freeze. Their faces fall as the cold reality hits them. They were just the +1 so the girls could see Kevin. That has gotta hurt. Realizing they were just an excuse to get close to the squad leader, one soldier nearly cries. Plus, they are calling it a revenge mission for Rumi. Talk about being ignored. Same time over in Yongsan, the military has a dungeon area on lockdown. A glowing blue gate has appeared, pulsing with a strange and dangerous energy that fills the air. A crow with eerie purple eyes watches from above. Colonel James Lee Sangjin looks at his tablet in total shock. 100-kilogram mana stone? That is absolutely impossible for a gate like this. The female soldier confirms, yes sir, just one single stone. Mana crystals were discovered embedded within the cavernous dungeon walls, weighing in at 100 kilograms. Staring at the swirling blue energy, Lee Sangjin smirks. 100 kilograms? The Thunderland theme park trip is finally over. He bids his comrades a safe trip home after their fun outing. The men respond with equal enthusiasm. They had a blast too. Next time, they promise it is their turn to treat him to dinner. In the lively atmosphere, Sun Yunio shyly offers to pay. Another soldier chimes in, promising to cover the next meal. Minjun stands back, lost in thought. The group shouts a final goodbye before dispersing after a memorable day off. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Duran. As Minjun walks, his summoned familiar calls out, Master Kim Minjun! Master Kim Minjun! We have a massive problem. Despite Minjun's clear annoyance, the familiar continues its urgent report. The dungeon's atmosphere is completely abnormal. Minjun snaps, what now? If this is another waste of time, you are dead. He worries about his ruined rest. What? Isn't that dungeon still under investigation? My leave starts tomorrow. Is the dungeon exploding just to spite me? Meanwhile, a crow with mystical purple eyes watches the street-side dungeon from above. Violent sparks fly from the glowing blue portal, creating a heavy tension. Guards try to stay calm, claiming it's just a routine check, but reality tells a different story. Soldiers are frantically moving heavy equipment toward the dungeon entrance. As things spiral, the commanding officer curses under his breath. The higher-ups look absolutely furious and stressed. Talk about a deadline hitting right on a day off. A stern, decisive order is finally barked out to the troops. I need detailed status reports until I arrive on site. The next afternoon in Duran, a blue bus stops under the scorching sun. Minjun steps off and immediately sees the chaos. The military has completely cordoned off the entire urban area. Looking at the massive energy gate burning in the street behind heavy barricades, Minjun mutters, this is a total mess. While soldiers rush to transport carts full of glowing blue mana stones, Kim Minjun watches silently from a distance. He pulls out his hunter license, wondering if they would kick him out for a peek. Suddenly, a pink-eyed pigeon speaks. Surprised by his assistant's new form, it reports faithfully. Boss, don't worry, I have been watching this place like a hawk. Not a single second was missed. Minjun sighs. All right. So, it is 100 kilograms of mana stones? He heard they were rare, usually only found in Asgard, but the truth here is actually much more terrifying. What they found is actually 100 times more than that. The pigeon panics, flapping its wings in pure shock. Minjun muses. If that is true, we are looking at an absolutely massive source of raw power. He knows the world is desperate for this material to upgrade everything from ancient swords to modern artillery. Suddenly, blue electricity surges violently. His assistant, Li Bonggu, screams, that energy I mentioned. This is it. It is a power source I cannot even identify. The creature trembles under the overwhelming pressure. Even without seeing the monster, this energy is insane. Minjun narrows his eyes, his aura turning cold. I have only encountered this once before. The assistant is shocked. You actually recognize this terrifying energy? He simply grits his teeth and says, "Yeah," before sprinting toward the gate. A massive explosion of blue lightning rips through space. Giant, dark, purple tentacles erupt from the portal, smashing everything in their path with mindless rage. Pure chaos breaks out as guards flee the gate in terror. The commander's voice booms over the wreckage. What is happening? The soldiers have all abandoned the entrance. Forget the stones, just run for your lives. Honestly, I would be running too. Our teammates are still trapped inside. They didn't make it out. A soldier screams in desperation amidst the panic. As Kim Minjun prepares to dive in, someone tries to stop him. "Don't go in there, kid. It is suicide." Ignoring them, Minjun commands, "Move." He vaults over the barrier, certain this is a camouflaged hidden dungeon. Charging into the storm of tentacles and blue lightning, Minjun roars at a panicked soldier. "Everyone, get back now. Do you want to die here?" He announces himself loudly. "I am Sergeant Kim Minjun of the 104th Division. I am going to reopen this gate from the inside by killing the boss. Report this to the division immediately." The soldier freezes, stammering in disbelief. "Reopen it from inside? Kill the boss? What are you even saying?" Ignoring the protests, Minjun vanishes into the blue vortex. The soldier just screams, "Wait, who even are you?" Before the blast pushes everyone back, the magical vortex swirls like a violent purple hurricane. The soldier cries out as the gate shuts. Oh man, he is done for. Then, a system notification pings. Dungeon entry confirmed. Minjun lands in a dark, jagged cave. Looking up, he immediately spots a group of stranded soldiers. Kim Minjun stands dazed, looking at the shattered mana stones in his hands. He quietly observes the soldiers. Privates Lee Soo-hoon, John Jong-di, and Kim Seong-won are here, along with Corporals Choi Tae-hyun and Im Da-song. Seeing a stranger appear, one soldier warily asks who he is. Minjun calmly prepares his reply. He identifies himself as Captain Kim Minjun of the 104th Division, just passing through. The group gasps in shock. He cuts them off, telling them to focus on surviving rather than asking questions. Then he scans them to see if anyone is hurt. Minjun orders everyone to check their gear and physical state immediately. In the dark cave, they look at their pathetic gear, 3 swords, some rations, and 2 daggers. A blonde soldier breaks into a cold sweat, questioning if this is all they have. His comrade explains their dire situation. They are just a transport team, so their armament is light. The investigation and defense teams have already withdrawn. Minjun internally criticizes the command structure for sending a transport team on a suicide mission. What were their superiors thinking? He pushes those thoughts aside and orders everyone to grab their gear. His face turns deadly serious. He lowers his voice to reveal a terrifying truth. They have unknowingly walked into a camouflaged dungeon. The soldiers freeze in terror. Bad news, Minjun continues. They are actually inside the stomach of a massive monster. He explains this death trap lures victims with treasure before swallowing them whole. Minjun's gaze shifts to the blue mana stones scattered across the cave floor. Those stones were the bait. Noticing their trembling faces, he gives a confident smile to ease their fear. He vows to lead them out of this hell, giving the soldiers a desperate flicker of hope. He commands them to follow his lead as they begin capturing monsters to bring to the dungeon center. One soldier looks confused, asking if they only need to catch the main dungeon monster. Minjun's eyes turn cold. He feels the space shifting. It has already begun. Suddenly, black sludge erupts from the ground, swirling violently throughout the entire cavern. Grotesque, giant entities emerge from the mud. As the soldiers panic, Minjun vanishes like a lightning bolt. He unleashes his power, a purple energy punch that completely shatters the sludge monster body. Minjun stands his ground calmly, telling them to stay back. Corporal Im Da-song finally recognizes their savior. He wonders if this is really the famous Captain Kim Minjun from the 104th. His comrade remembers the rumors. It seems he is the one the hunter community has been buzzing about lately. Minjun continues his onslaught, moving too fast to track. To the soldiers, they are witnessing a living legend in action. The man who became captain faster than anyone in history, the terrifying monster of the invincible hunter army. Outside, a roar like thunder makes Lee Songjin jump, his face turning pale with fear. High-ranking officer Sun Taek, marked by a long scar, glares at him with pure rage. Sun Taek grabs Sangjin's collar, lifting him off the ground and demanding to know what he is doing. Sangjin claims he thought the dungeon was empty, but Sun Taek snaps back, asking who gave him permission. He berates Sangjin for deploying troops without an experienced raid team leading the way, especially in an unverified dungeon. Sangjin cries, explaining that after 2 weeks, he assumed it was safe to grab the stones. But the excuses only make Sun Taek more furious. Only 2 weeks? No expert report. And he sent men in without permission? He exposes the selfish motive, knowing Sangjin risked lives just to gain an achievement. Suntae shoves him away, telling him to shut up and prepare a resignation letter. He turns toward the gate with a final threat. If even one person is hurt, Sungjin is going to prison. He tells him to pray for their safety. Inside, Minjun is tearing through the sludge monsters alone. His powerful strikes protect the transport team, shattering every creature that gets too close. Instead of being happy, Minjun looks annoyed. He snaps at the soldiers for trying to interfere when he told them he would handle it. A young soldier looks at him with awe and confusion, stammering that they just wanted to help. After catching his breath, Kim Minjun reminds the group of the plan to head to the dungeon center. The three soldiers nod in total trust. He explains the grim reality. This dungeon absorbs anything that moves inside it. That means them. The danger is only going to get worse from here. The deeper they venture toward the dungeon's center, the more these things will begin to swarm them in overwhelming numbers. Minjun's face was stern as he gave a firm command. Save your strength for running, because if you get hit here, no one can save you later. The soldiers were deeply moved by his responsible words. They roared in unison, full of determination. We can do it. But contrary to his righteous exterior, Minjun was hiding a deeply calculating smile. Too right. But I'm only saying that because I truly care about you guys. His eyes burned with greed as he glanced at his personal status window. He had no idea who these guys were, but he knew if they stayed safe, he would farm a massive amount of experience points from this place. Minjun's face flushed with excitement. He thought with glee. And all those experience points will be mine. So all you guys need to do is protect yourselves. Get ready. The master is about to clean house. He instantly wiped the cunning look off his face and shouted, All right, let's keep moving. The entire team drew their swords and daggers, ready for a fight. The cry of "Let's go!" echoed through the cave as they began their march into the core. Minjun followed from the rear, a sinister smile on his face, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. Their footsteps stomped through a layer of viscous slime in the darkness. The deeper they went, the more disgusting the space became. Massive chunks of slime clung to the cave walls, contracting like a living entity. At the end of the path, a brilliant purple orb shone on a stone pedestal. It was surrounded by countless mud monsters emerging from the ground, their slimy arms reaching out from the earth. By now, the soldiers accompanying Minjun were starting to show clear signs of exhaustion, panting heavily with sweat pouring down their faces. Minjun watched them, realizing a harsh truth. It was a matter of stats. For someone with a low strength index, just being inside a dungeon was enough to drain their stamina. Looking at his comrades struggling on trembling legs, he told himself, if I had ordered them to fight with me earlier, some of them wouldn't have even made it this far. Minjun pointed to the glowing purple orb surrounded by hideous mud monsters and cheered them on. Forward! Smash that rock, and we get to go home for dinner. The closer they got, the more ferocious the monsters appeared, their yellow eyes glowing with menace. Minjun turned back to instruct the soldiers behind him. Your job is to ensure your own safety. He looked them straight in the eyes, his voice low and serious. No matter what, do not let yourselves get injured or killed. Flashing a confident smile, Minjun cracked his knuckles and said, For your safety. Whatever. Just step back and let me clean this up quickly. Receiving the order, the team immediately drew their swords and roared, Yes, sir. Minjun silently observed the target, his eyes burning with determination. He suddenly burst forward, rushing toward the swarm of monsters, leaving the soldiers behind in a defensive posture. Minjun launched himself into the air, diving right into the encirclement of slimy creatures. A powerful impact followed, but he quietly reminded himself, if I use my skills here, someone will see. I need to hold back a bit. Minjun moved as fast as a phantom, continuously delivering powerful punches and slashes that ripped the mud monsters' bodies apart. He leaped high and brought down a thunderous blow from above, creating shockwaves of purple magic. Minjun shot down like an arrow, aiming straight for the swarm's center. He grabbed a monster's head and slammed it hard onto the floor, sending sticky fluid splattering everywhere. Surrounded, Minjun maintained a cold, murderous expression. A thrilled smile spread across Minjun's face as he roared loudly. Come on, you walking XP bags. Don't even think about running. Witnessing his overwhelming killing intent, the mud monsters could only tremble in fear. However, the brilliant purple orb on the pedestal suddenly began to shake violently. It emitted mystical electrical charges, and Minjun immediately realized something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes in horror. That thing is poisonous! Without hesitation, he shouted a warning to his comrades. Everybody fall back! The soldiers fled in panic as an explosion of dark purple gas suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire room. Standing amidst the dense poison cloud, Minjun calmed himself since he had poison immunity, but he couldn't help but worry about his teammates. I have poison immunity, so I'll be fine. But whether the others make it out of here alive depends on the poison's strength. He gritted his teeth, gathering dark energy into his hand, and made a resolution. There's no more time. I'll clear the dungeon first and deal with that later. Suddenly, a system notification flashed brightly. Item is reacting to dark energy. Immediately after, the hidden ability of the item was unlocked, as the silver bracelet on his wrist began to glow brightly. He recalled the words of the general from before. It's an item from a dungeon. It should be used by a general class. But here, you can have it. The general had revealed that the army's assessments weren't entirely accurate, and this item was thought to increase stats by a random percentage. Minjun had planned to wait until his stats were harder to raise before using it, but the dire situation made him remember, but I think he mentioned it had some kind of hidden ability. Was that right? Instantly, the item information panel appeared. Replication bracelet. It allows the user to use any one skill they know of. This included skills not yet owned, and the item would disappear after use. Minjun was ecstatic. An item this good, and I'm only finding out now. What a massive win! With a confident smile, he exclaimed, "Perfect!" In his mind, the perfect technique for his current reality immediately appeared. A skill perfectly suited for a situation just like this one. A powerful stream of purple-black energy erupted, covering Minjun's entire body like dark lightning. It created an incredible pressure that left the soldiers behind him staring with wide-eyed amazement. Just a rental, but it looks insane, guys. Minjun firmly gripped the giant shadow sword. He called upon the unique skill of the Shadow Knight, a monster he'd remember for the rest of his life because beating it before was incredibly difficult. Minjun steeled himself for the challenge. Instantly, he decided to activate the Demon Sword Summoning Exile skill. Minjun roared with absolute conviction, "Have a taste of this." A massive spatial rift, burning with purple-black energy, suddenly appeared, creating a terrifying suction force that tore through the darkness. The mud monsters screamed in horror. Their slimy bodies were mercilessly ripped into the void. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm of hideous creatures was completely wiped out. A terrifying silence filled the space. After unleashing a skill that drained so much energy, Minjun collapsed, his hands still glowing. The faint purple magic slowly faded as he took a deep breath to steady himself, then quietly got back on his feet. Outside, the situation had grown incredibly tense as the army moved in with trucks and heavy equipment, closing in on the dungeon gate. A soldier, having just finished installing a massive device, yelled out, "The mana bomb is set." Immediately, an urgent evacuation order was given. Only essential personnel stay, everyone else get back and observe from a safe distance. Lieutenant Saintess grimly watched the glowing mana bomb. Looking at the bomb crackling with blue energy, he muttered, "A bomb?" His subordinate continued to report with extreme anxiety. "They're saying they've planted a mana bomb, do you copy?" But deep inside the dungeon, Minjun was walking calmly. It was as if he could see everything that was happening outside. In front of him, the purple energy core began to show massive, spider-webbing cracks. A confident smile spread across Minjun's face as he thought, "Don't worry." He channeled all his power into one fist, smashing the magic sphere. Crushing the core into 100 pieces, Minjun declared, "Who needs a bomb? Open the gate. We're coming home." Mana bomb installation complete. The loud report echoed next to the dungeon gate, which was now pulsing with a deep purple energy. On the display, a countdown clock ticked over to 54 minutes and 50 seconds. If that were me, I'd be running for the hills. Division Commander Saintess stood watching intently, his hand tightly gripping the red detonator as he calculated his options. It would be great if this could open the gate, but it could also trigger an abnormal reaction. He knew the risks all too well, but the entire team's only hope now rested on a completely unexpected name. What? Kim Minjun? From the 104th Division, Saintess was stunned by the report from his subordinate, who confirmed it without hesitation. "Yes, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. He is currently inside the dungeon." Fury erupted. Saintess roared. "What? How does a kid on patrol end up in there? How in the hell does a routine patrol lead him straight into a dungeon?" The surrounding soldiers quickly explained that, while on patrol, Minjun had rushed directly towards the gate the moment he confirmed the emergency. Saintess suppressed his anger and asked about backup. "Have you contacted the 104th Division?" The officer reported that the commander of Minjun's 2nd Battalion had already received the news. They're on their way to the scene. Staring at the intense energy vortex, Saintess thought to himself, "I see. So, Kim Minjun is inside." After receiving the report that all troops were evacuated, Sun Tessiok gave a cold, hard command. All right, he looked at the bomb, his mind torn. They had been in the dungeon for 4 hours with no equipment. I want to put my hope in Kim Minjun, but we're out of time. Suddenly, the entire area began to shake violently. Dry, cracking sounds echoed from the gate's center as blue electrical energy shot out. A terrified soldier screamed, "Division Commander! The gate is breaking!" Wasting no time, Sun Tessiok bellowed an order. "Get the medics ready to treat any survivors. Get the entire army ready to move in." He charged toward the crumbling gate as a blinding light exploded from within. The scene outside descended into chaos as military ambulances and police cars swarmed the area around the magically charged gate. A female medic reported loudly. "Medical team is standing by." Spotting a figure inside, another soldier yelled out, "Wait!" Division Commander Sun Tessiok's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as fragments of the dungeon exploded outwards in a brilliant blue flash. 3 figures slowly emerged from behind the gate. It was the members of the transport team. They walked out, completely stunned. They emerged to the absolute shock of the entire rescue force. Seeing his subordinates safe, Sun Tessiok's face lit up with pure joy. He cried out, "You guys!" Unable to contain his emotions, the division commander rushed forward to hug the lead soldier, firing off questions. "Are you all alive? Is anyone hurt?" The young soldier, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Sir, we're all safe." He pointed towards the fading gate and announced, "The dungeon has been cleared, sir." Kim Minjun walked out last. With an incredibly calm demeanor, he was escorted by the medics, surrounded by the admiring gazes of everyone present. Standing before the powerful division commander, Minjun stood at attention and gave a sharp, decisive military salute. Sun Tessiok smiled faintly. He smiled with satisfaction and returned the salute. That evening, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, 2 high-ranking officers sat in an office. They sat opposite each other on a sofa, sipping hot coffee after a truly chaotic day. One placed his porcelain cup down. With a soft click, the commander spoke thoughtfully. "So, you're on vacation?" Division Commander Sun Tessiok began, sounding surprised. Seeing Minjun hand over a report with a cheerful smile, he asked, "So why are you here?" The young man answered casually, "The boss promised me a meal. You said you'd treat me, so I used magic to come get it." The answer left the division commander speechless for a moment before he exclaimed in disbelief, "You used your vacation time for this?" Sun Tessiok rubbed his temples, recapping the bizarre turn of events. "So, as soon as you arrived, you ran into the gate, an accident happened, and you just decided to jump right in." Minjun thought to himself, the situation back then was a bit unusual, but with no other choice, he squared his shoulders and confirmed it. "Yes, that's right. The moment I saw that gate, my body just moved on its own." His body simply acted before he could even think. Staring at Minjun for a long moment, Sun Tessiok suddenly erupted in laughter. While he was feeling disappointed, Minjun's gaze suddenly froze on an object displayed on a bookshelf. He was shocked to see an extremely rare crystal of pure mana that he had somehow completely overlooked until now. Noticing the rookie's intense interest, Lieutenant Colonel Cook narrowed his eyes and asked, "What, you want it? You know what that is?" Staring at the deep purple crystal, Minjun was in awe. "This is the first time I've ever seen a blue jade ghost soul." The commander admitted he had no clue what it was but wanted it for his collection anyway. What a strange hobby, Minjun thought to himself. The commander explained that since it came from a dungeon, it couldn't be taken outside, and after a robbery at his home, this was the only piece he had left. "If I ever catch that bastard." Humph. Unexpectedly, he pushed the crystal toward Minjun and ordered, "Take it. It's just taking up space. Consider it payment for the dungeon." Minjun was ecstatic as he accepted the precious gift. "Thank you, sir." Internally, the commander smiled to himself. "Strange, I'm getting tangled up with this kid again. But for some reason, I don't hate it." As Minjun was happily whistling, the commander cleared his throat and asked a very pointed question. "By the way, what's your relationship with my daughter?" Minjun immediately snapped back to a serious expression. He stated firmly, "We're comrades, nothing more and nothing less." Seemingly satisfied, the commander waved a hand. "You're on leave, aren't you? I've taken up enough of your time, you can go now." But before Minjun left, he added, "Can you tell your battalion commander to come see me?" Minjun immediately executed a crisp military salute. "Yes, understood, sir. On my way." That night, in a quiet alley, a kid was ecstatically munching away, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is top-tier stuff. The boss is the greatest." Minjun quickly hushed him to avoid attention. "Shut up and eat. You want to wake the whole neighborhood?" What is this, kid? Immediately after, a series of bright blue system notifications appeared. You have absorbed sufficient mana. Mana has increased by 1. Watching the stats climb, Minjun thought. So it's reached its limit? This is way less efficient than my own mana zone. All of a sudden, a critical notification popped up. Because your mana is sufficient, you have unlocked the Mana Whip skill. A sinister smile spread across Minjun's face. He clenched the new energy in his hand and declared with excitement, "Perfect. With this, I can go all out." Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters in Gyeonggi, the meeting room was thick with tension. A furious shout shattered the silence. "Saintess, what the hell are you doing? Are we just going to let these accidents keep happening?" Facing the thunderous rage, Saintess could only bow his head in submission. "I apologize, sir." Lieutenant General Kim Trang-mo slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted in fury as he roared. "Start writing your resignation. If the 107th Division gets involved, you're finished." Another officer added his own harsh threat. "I'll strip that uniform off you myself." Kim Trang-mo continued with a sharp command, "And bring that kid, Lee Sengen, to headquarters tomorrow." "Understood?" Saintess quietly replied, completely resigned. "Yes, sir." Just when the atmosphere couldn't get any heavier, the door swung open and a high-ranking officer entered, making everyone snap to attention. They saluted sharply. "Sir," it was General Gu Hachian, who spoke calmly. "Settle down, Lieutenant General. The entire headquarters can hear you." Seeing his superior, Kim Trang-mo immediately reined in his aggression, quickly replying, "I'll keep it down, sir." General Gu sat down, his demeanor perfectly calm. He flipped through a stack of documents and quietly said, "Good, I've received the report." Kim Trang-mo let out a weary sigh. "Here we go again." The general's eyes showed a clear spark of interest. As he scanned the report, a knowing smile appeared on his face. He asked, "Is this about Kim Minjun again?" A car sped down the road, braking sharply in front of the Hunter Squad base. A high-ranking officer with 3 stars on his collar stepped out. With a grim and murderous expression, he strode with absolute determination straight into the building. In the commander's office, the wooden door was suddenly thrown open. The commander's abrupt arrival shocked the officers inside, who scrambled to stand at attention and salute. "Greetings, sir." Wasting no time, the commander scanned the room and barked, "Where are they?" Facing his superior's rage, an officer stammered, "About that." The commander's eyes narrowed as if he already knew the answer, and he asked in a low voice, "It's what I'm thinking, isn't it? He's the target, right?" The officer bowed his head, confirming with a worried tone, "Yes, sir, yes." Hearing this, the commander collapsed onto the sofa. He let out a tired sigh, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his hands while he muttered, "Those fools. Did they really use the fact that I was gone to pull this stunt?" An hour later, the air in the office was more suffocating than ever before. This whole situation was becoming a real headache. 2 new figures appeared with an incredibly imposing and pressuring presence: Master Sergeant Yu Tae-wan and Master Sergeant Kang Min-soo from the Hunter Special Task Force. Standing opposite them, the unit's officer tried to stay calm and negotiate. "You guys are going too far. You're trying to bully my soldier the moment he gets back from leave?" He emphasized just how unreasonable their demand was. Seeing the firm opposition, Master Sergeant Yu Tae-wan suddenly stepped closer. "You know who ordered us here, right? Please, just this once." But despite the immense pressure, the officer fiercely refused. "But our battalion commander and unit leader are both absent right now. This is against regulations." However, his weak resistance was met only by an arrogant laugh from the Special Forces agent. A sinister grin spread across Yu Tae-wan's face as he stared down the officer and issued a direct challenge. "You need it in writing? We can get that for you right now." He immediately whipped out a flip phone. Ready to make a power call, the Special Forces team put the soldier, Kim, under incredible stress. Yu Tae-wan calmly stated his case. "We'll leave after a quick chat, that's it." He then gave a cold command. "Tell Kim Minjun to get over here." Knock, knock. A sound at the door cut through the tense atmosphere. The door swings open, and Kim Minjun enters with perfect military bearing, snapping a sharp salute. "Sir, Sergeant Kim Minjun reporting," he announces, but trails off. "I heard you were looking for." He freezes upon seeing the 2 strange visitors in the room. Minjun's eyes narrowed, studying the insignia on their uniforms. He noticed something was off. Strange. That emblem looked way too fake, definitely not the real deal. Seeing Minjun, Yu Tae-wan shot up, absolutely beaming. He called out, "Minjun, over here." Minjun just watched quietly, sizing the 2 of them up. Yu Tae-wan got closer to confirm, "So you're Kim Minjun, right?" He then gave a formal introduction. I'm Yu Tae-wan, from the Special Forces Hunter Corps. Then he went for a powerful handshake with Minjun, praising the rookie's recent accomplishments without holding back. You're the one who saved all those hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon in Daejeon, aren't you? That was incredible. He gestured warmly. Sit down, let's talk for a bit. Minjun replied politely. Thank you, sir. Once everyone was seated, Yu Tae-wan cut straight to the chase. The Special Forces Hunter Corps needs people like you. Looking at the sergeant's smile, Minjun instantly understood the purpose of this visit. So this is a recruitment pitch, huh? He silently continued to evaluate his guest. After all, unlike regular hunters, Yu Tae-wan began to describe his elite unit. We are a force for special cases. Things like high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, and overseas missions. Hearing about these dangerous assignments, Minjun's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. However, the real reason for his excitement was completely different. Minjun thought to himself, none of that matters, as long as I get a huge promotion. Yu Tae-wan continued his pitch, his expression deadly serious. When we're dealing with criminal hunters outside the military, combat ability is everything. Yu Tae-wan looked straight at Minjun, his voice heavy with importance. Your performance has been noticed by headquarters, so I'm here to offer you what you deserve. He paused for dramatic effect before dropping the bombshell. A special promotion. Hearing those two words, not just Minjun, but everyone around them gasped in shock. A special promotion? Yu Tae-wan smiled, confirming it. That's right, Lieutenant Kim Minjun. My team doesn't accept regular soldiers. He then made an incredibly tempting offer. Join my squad, and you'll be a sergeant today. How about it? Jung Min-soo, sitting beside him, chimed in to sweeten the deal. The achievements stack up fast in here. Promotions come in a flash. Faced with the prospect of a rapid promotion, Minjun was ecstatic, cheering on the inside. I see absolutely no reason to refuse this. Just as the atmosphere hit its peak, a phone suddenly rang, shattering the moment. Minjun quickly reached to silence it and bowed his head slightly. My apologies. His eyes then froze on a strange device sitting on the table. Minjun pointed curiously, asking, Is this a phone? Jung Min-soo picked it up to explain. This is a special forces device. It's not a phone, it's a secure comm. After all, there are many things that can't be made public. Hearing the word secure, Minjun fell silent, his face becoming unusually serious. He stared directly at them and asked a question that would change everything. Am I allowed to use the internet and a computer if I want to? Minjun's bizarre question left the two Special Forces sergeants completely stunned. Yu Tae-wan explained the unit's strict regulations in a stern voice. Security is critical on our team, so using the internet and personal devices is banned in the barracks. We also recommend you don't use them on vacation. Jang Min-soo added a reassuring smile. It's just a small inconvenience compared to our mission. This is a great chance to serve the country, and you'll get plenty of other privileges, so don't worry. But they had no idea that for a hardcore gamer like Minjun, the internet was life itself. His face fell in disappointment as he scoffed internally. Well, that's a deal breaker. You guys just blew it. Though he noticed Minjun's change in attitude, Yu Tae-wan still pushed a business card towards him, trying to persuade him. We don't offer this to just anyone, so please reconsider. Before he could finish, Minjun stated decisively, I'll be staying here. The blunt refusal left the two agents so shocked they were speechless, only managing to choke out a stunned, What? Yu Tae-wan's eyes narrowed with disbelief. He couldn't believe someone would turn down this golden opportunity. He pressed for a reason, and Minjun began to explain his choice. If I join the Special Forces. A furious roar suddenly ripped through the air. What did you just say? What? Mighty dungeon fighter? Sergeant Jung Min-soo bellowed in disbelief, his face twisting in rage. Even as his partner Yu Tae-wan tried to restrain him, he just kept shouting, You're throwing away a chance like this for a game? The Lieutenant General held a meeting for you, and you're turning it down for Mighty Dungeon Fighter? Are you kidding me? Facing the absolute storm of anger, Kim Minjun remained perfectly calm. He replied with a cold, simple statement. Gaming is life. The rookie's unshakable attitude left Jang Min-soo completely stunned. He glared furiously at Minjun, fuming with frustration. After a long, tense silence, Jang Min-soo let out a sharp sigh. He stood up and said with clear disappointment, I get it now. This is the biggest issue for you, so we'll be leaving. As the two walked to the door, a guard quickly greeted them with respect. Oh, are you leaving already, sirs? The door is always open. Minjun remained seated, watching the uninvited guests walk away. Striding down the hall, Jang Min-soo was still seething, veins popping on his forehead. He suddenly spun around, spitting a sharp, venomous insult. I bet your talent has been seriously overhyped. You're just making up that stupid excuse because you're scared everyone will find you out once you join the team, right? Jiang Minsu stalked right up to Minjun's face, his eyes blazing with a threatening aura. Without this opportunity, a guy like you would never pass the entrance exam. You understand? At the blatant provocation, Minjun's gaze turned ice cold. He asked quietly, "How can you be so sure? Looks like we're about to see a serious showdown." The unexpected question made both sergeants freeze. Yu Taewan turned to Minjun, worried. "What now?" Jiang Minsu whipped around, his face dark with killing intent. "What? Say that again." Minjun didn't flinch, clearly stating his point. "I don't know what this entrance exam is, but how are you so certain that I would fail it?" Jiang Minsu slowly walked back, closing the distance to Minjun. In an atmosphere thick enough to choke on, he leaned in close to his ear, a challenging smirk on his face. "Want to prove it?" Facing the massive agent and his overwhelming pressure, Minjun held his head high, meeting his gaze without a single blink. Just as tensions hit a boiling point, Second Lieutenant Kim Chun-min frantically rushes in to intervene. "Is this it? Are these two about to tear down the entire base?" But Yu Taewan was quicker, placing a hand on Kim Chun-min's shoulder to calm him down. He gave a sly smile and made a proposal that stunned everyone. "Let's just borrow the training yard for a sec, and see if this genius is the real deal or just full of hot air." Soon after, the group moved to the assembly ground, where a showdown between the rookie and the Special Forces vet was about to ignite. Sergeant Yu Tuan smirked confidently, while Lieutenant Kim Chun-min couldn't hide his anxiety. Sergeant Jiang Min-su strode into the center of the field, announcing the upcoming challenge. The entrance exam would be a freestyle match against an old member of the Special Forces team. "If you don't think you can do it, you should say so now." Minjun stared right at his opponent, his face unchanging as he laid out his own condition. "I have no intention of joining the Special Forces, so if I pass this test, you will have to apologize for your words." This arrogant declaration really started to get on Jiang Min-su's last nerve. His eyes burned with anger, fixed on the magic whip in Minjun's hand. Jiang Min-su sneered in contempt. "Are you planning on herding cattle with that little rope? Let me teach you some manners." Lieutenant Kim Chun-min stepped in as the referee, announcing the rules. "We'll fight 3 rounds in 3 minutes. Get ready." The bell to start the match rang out. Jiang Min-su immediately shot forward like an arrow, swinging his club in a relentless assault. This forced Minjun to constantly retreat to maintain his distance. Moving like a phantom, Minjun easily dodged the powerful, lunging strikes. Seizing a momentary opening, Minjun was sent flying backward. His feet skidded across the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust under the force of the attack. Witnessing this, Private Kim couldn't help but panic. Meanwhile, Sergeant Jiang Min-su flashed a smug and sinister grin, as if victory was already in his grasp. But Kim Minjun showed no signs of faltering. He stood with his back to the wall, arms outstretched, his face hidden in shadow. And then he revealed a wide, eerie, and confident smile that sent a chill through the air. Seeing that terrifying expression, Private Kim could only freeze in place. He couldn't help but remember their earlier conversation. "Minjun, what are you planning to do?" Minjun had calmly replied, "The plan is to win, of course." Hearing that decisive answer, Private Kim nervously swallowed. He quietly assessed Minjun's strength. "Right, if it's him, he might have a small chance. But that's what worries me more." Meanwhile, Minjun put a hand to his chin, deep in thought about the consequences. "If I win, will it cause any problems?" Private Kim stammered in response, "Well." Behind them, Jiang Min-su and his buddies were still laughing arrogantly. "If it were me, I'd give him a crown for his delusion." Minjun quietly observed his opponent, thinking to himself, "This unit is pretty arrogant, so if their pride gets hurt, I'm a bit worried about how they'll react." He narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out a solution that would work for everyone. After some thought, Minjun suddenly broke into a bright grin, raising a finger and declaring, "I'll just pretend to take a beating to make them happy." "Defeat!" the shout echoed, signaling the end. Kim Minjun lay motionless on the ground, while Sergeant Jiang Min-su casually turned and walked away, rubbing his shoulder, like he'd just finished a light warm-up. Seeing this, Lieutenant Kim Chun-min was stunned by the rookie's incredibly swift defeat. Sergeant Yu Tuan coldly declared, "We'll end the training match here." He immediately ordered his subordinate, "Take him to the infirmary right now." Kim Chun-min silently watched Minjun, worried about his condition. But Yu Tuan couldn't resist a condescending remark. "You got cocky dodging that first blow, but by Special Forces standards." And just like that, Minjun shot up with terrifying speed, stunning them all. He flashed a sinister smile and stated firmly, "It's not over yet." Jiang Min-su whipped around in shock, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. Minjun was completely unharmed and was casually picking up his whip. Jiang Min-su thought to himself, no way, that was definitely a direct hit. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with confusion. How is that possible? Seeing Minjun's fighting spirit, Yu Toan asked, do you want to continue? He then gave a serious warning. Stop now. If something happens to you here, we'll be in deep trouble with our superiors. Minjun just kept that confident smirk on his face. Scared? Come on then. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. This cocky attitude infuriated Jiang Min-su, who stomped towards Minjun and growled, you're being ridiculously stubborn. That's not bravery, and I'm about to make you regret it. Minjun's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Is that so? He immediately activated his unique magic, turning his mana colorless, imperceptible, and completely hidden from the environment around them. Minjun focused the energy into his hand, forming it into a powerful, E-rank magic whip. Seeing this mystical power, Jiang Min-su gritted his teeth and roared, you arrogant bastard. He put all his strength into a single swing, lunging toward Minjun at lightning speed. Minjun's whip moved so fast it created dozens of afterimages, trapping his opponent in a furious storm of attacks. He narrowed his eyes, preparing to land the final blow. He swung the magic whip hard. Jiang Min-su tried to fight back but couldn't hide his shock at his opponent's unpredictable speed and movement. He swung his sword, trying to regain control, but Minjun remained terrifyingly calm. The magic whip expertly wrapped itself around Jiang Min-su's weapon. In that instant, a brilliant purple light erupted from the point of contact, completely dazing Jiang Min-su. Minjun delivered a lightning-fast strike, disarming the Special Forces operative in a single move. Jiang Min-su's sword flew through the air before clattering to the ground. Witnessing this, Sergeant Yu Tuan was frozen in place, a look of pure shock on his face. A wave of dark purple energy followed Minjun's whip across the training ground, forcing Jiang Min-su to brace for impact. Despite the barrage, the arrogant sergeant kept a smug look on his face. He scoffed. Was that a mosquito bite? What's that little rope supposed to do? But just then, Jiang Min-su's expression changed, his face turning a twisted dark purple. A sudden, sharp pain makes him gasp in shock. What? A blood-curdling scream echoes across the training grounds as Jiang Min-su collapses. His entire body convulses, trembling in absolute agony. Sergeant Yu Tuan's eyes go wide with horror, his mind screaming, what is happening? One hit. That's all it took to bring Sergeant Jiang to his knees. He crumples completely, lying motionless on the ground as his teammate watches in shock. A dark energy from the whip slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust right next to Yu Tuan. Across from him, Jiang Min-su is completely down. He can only crawl helplessly on the floor. Kim Minjun quietly grips the handle of his magic whip, his posture calm, almost arrogant, as a wicked smile spreads across his face. His eyes glow with killing intent, fixed on his trembling opponent. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Sergeant Yu Tuan is frozen stiff with pure terror. Jiang Min-su struggles to get up, his face twisted in pain and fear. Wait, he screams in a panic. Wait a minute. But Minjun has no intention of stopping. He swings the whip again, a dark arc tearing through the air and slamming right into the man's chest. He's not cruel, he's just teaching his elders a lesson. A sharp crack echoes through the room. Jiang Min-su screams in pain. Ag! A bright red welt appears on his uniform from the brutal attack. He collapses, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Kim Minjun stands over him, coldly stating, that's right, it was an unstoppable attack, a mocking smirk on his face. You've got some skills, but you picked the wrong guy to mess with. Minjun raises the whip again, vibrant purple energy swirling around his body. He asks with a taunting voice, first time feeling a magic-infused whip? How's it feel, big brother? I use this on orcs, so it's kind of a waste on you. He remembers the power of this weapon in the other world, where even the toughest orc warriors fell with a single strike. And with that thought, Minjun calmly steps forward. The sound of his combat boots echoes on the stone floor. Jiang Min-su is now trembling like a leaf, drenched in a cold sweat, his teeth chattering in absolute terror. Seeing the pathetic state of the Special Forces agent, Minjun's voice drops to a menacing growl. Don't you dare get cocky, he says before letting out a wild laugh. His eyes blaze with contempt. Just because you managed to land one hit on me? Overwhelmed by the rookie's killing intent, Jiang Min-su screams in desperation. Enough, that's enough. Sergeant Yu Tuan also rushes forward, trying to intervene before things get any worse. But Minjun unleashes one final, powerful strike. A shocking blast of energy echoes through the training facility's hallway as Jiang Min-soo hits the floor. He's foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Kim Minjun stands silently, looking down at his defeated opponent, the confrontation ending as quickly and brutally as it began. Sergeant Yu Toan rushes to his fallen comrade's side, yelling, "Min-soo!" He quickly tries to support Jiang Min-soo, who's completely out cold with a face twisted in pain. Witnessing this scene, Yu Toan can't help but feel a sense of disbelief. This was a man who didn't even flinch when facing down a horde of orcs. So why was he now passed out from the pain of a single whip strike? His eyes drift to Kim Minjun and the weapon in his hand. Can a training whip really be this powerful? Deep down, Yu Toan knew the truth. That's right, we absolutely cannot let this guy go. He silently stands up, adjusts his uniform, and makes a formal declaration. A subordinate's mistake is their superior's responsibility. May I apologize on his behalf? Seeing the senior's serious attitude, Minjun awkwardly scratches his head, thinking, about that. I think I might have poured a little too much magic into that whip. Looking at Jiang Min-soo on the floor, he feels a pang of guilt and immediately softens his tone. Well, since you put it that way, I'm also sorry for knocking your buddy out. Recognizing the rookie's incredible skill, Yu Tuan looks Minjun straight in the eye and holds out a business card. If you change your mind, contact me. Minjun quietly takes the card, which bears the skull insignia of the Special Forces team. Just then, another soldier approaches. "Oh, are you leaving, sir? If you're in a hurry, you can stop by our medical unit." Yu Tuan replies while helping up his unconscious comrade. "It's all right. Please excuse the inconvenience today." Watching the Special Forces team leave, Minjun smirks, holding up the card and thinking, well, that ended nicely. Meanwhile, in the commander's office, a hearty laugh echoes through the room. Company Commander Lee Junbayam can't hide his excitement as he asks with a grin, "So, where is our Private Kim Minjun?" He was absolutely thrilled his soldier had put the other unit's guy in his place. Lieutenant Kim Chun-min reports sharply. He has returned to his duties and is currently conducting personal training. Lee Junbayam nods, satisfied. "I'll make the report. Regarding his refusal of the Special Forces offer today, I will speak directly with the division commander about it." He was confident in his decision. He knew his superiors would be pleased with Minjun's performance, but he couldn't help but worry. After today, even though he refused the invitation, his reputation has definitely spread throughout the Special Forces. They wouldn't let go of Kim Minjun that easily. Hearing this, Kim Chun-min suggests with concern, "If that's the case, shouldn't we do something? We need to make the conditions here worthy of keeping Minjun." Lee Junbayam reassures him with a confident smile. "Don't worry about that. The division commander is already involved." He wondered just what kind of powerful figure the division commander was. What kind of tempting offer would he make to this special new soldier? Back on the training ground, Minjun continues to swing his whip. Each crack of the whip carries immense power, shattering the practice targets into 100 pieces. He grips the handle tightly, eyes shining with anticipation. "This is all I can count on." A triumphant laugh rings out through the commander's office. The mustached officer couldn't hide his excitement, praising him profusely. "Just as I expected from Kim Minjun, well done." He was absolutely delighted thinking about his rivals getting humiliated. Serves those arrogant punks right. Seeing their faces when Minjun whipped them must have been priceless. In reality, he had been terrified Minjun would leave, no matter what special privileges he promised. But if Kim Minjun had decided to become a hunter for the STF Corps, there would have been nothing he could do to stop him, he admits. So yeah, I was pretty worried. With that incident handled, he was finally at ease. The high-ranking commander across from him nodded, agreeing it was time to show their division's true strength. Fired up, the goateed officer shot to his feet. "That's right," he thought. "I need to show them how I really feel." He immediately grabbed his phone, barking out orders with absolute authority. "He's here." He asks if they have what he wants. Receiving a satisfying answer, a sinister smile spreads across his face. "Good. Bring me all the related data immediately." Back at the military base, the air is thick with an unusual buzz. A group of soldiers gathers in a room, their faces etched with pure disbelief. They exchange confused glances, wondering what in the world is going on, while Kim Minjun stands calmly in the middle of the crowd. He seems completely ready for a new position. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho steps forward, preparing to drop a bombshell announcement. "All right, everyone, listen up. From now on, Squad 2 will officially be led by Sergeant Kim Minjun. You'd better listen to your new captain." The surrounding soldiers just stare blankly at Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. "Did you get promoted?" they ask. Lee Sung-ho quietly replies, "No, but the truth is I'm trying out a new role as a staff sergeant. I already have enough points to get promoted, so I'm passing my current position to Sergeant Kim Minjun. No questions, I assume? Faced with Kim Minjun's well-deserved promotion, the soldiers erupt in a unified, excited cheer. Of course not, sir. Who else could possibly replace you? All right, boys, the Sergeant Kim fan club is now officially open for business. Lee Seung-ho raises a hand, asking Kim Minjun directly. I have a question. Kim Minjun calmly turns back to him. Go ahead and ask. Lee Seung-ho continues with a curious look. I heard a rumor that someone from the 104th Regiment cleared a mutant dungeon. Alone. Wasn't that you, not long ago? Sergeant Kim Minjun, you were on vacation at the time. Kim Kwang-sich excitedly chimes in. Is that true? The entire hunter community is buzzing about that incident. Surrounded by his squad mates, Kim Minjun finally has to admit it. Yes, that was me. I was on my way to Daejeon when it suddenly happened. The soldiers let out a collective gasp. So it was real. Another mutters. That's incredible. Were you injured at all? Kim Minjun replies curtly. I'm fine. Kim Kwang-sich immediately jumps in again. Does that have anything to do with you becoming our squad leader? Did you get any other rewards? All Kim Minjun can do is stammer, caught off guard by their intense excitement. A few days later, in the Goblin Colony dungeon, the team begins a new hunt. But even mid-battle, the gossip about Kim Minjun just won't stop. So did he really get an offer to be a scout for the STF hunters for a short period? His teammate confirms it while swinging his sword. Totally true. He apparently blew off a Special Forces sergeant major and told him he was busy gaming. Can you believe that? They marvel at the story. I mean, none of this sounds even remotely convincing. Who outside of our military would ever believe this stuff? The story kept going. Anyway, the division commander personally appointed Sergeant Kim Minjun as our squad leader, and he even promised to help him get promoted to an officer within a year, as long as he has enough points for it. The gossip in this army travels faster than a 5G network. It turned out Sergeant Lee Seung-ho was completely on board, since he hates the STF Hunter Corps anyway. Out of nowhere, a thunderous roar shakes the entire forest, snapping the squad to high alert. A massive green hand slams against a tree trunk. It reveals the hideous face of a hulking monster, its glowing eyes fixed on them with a threatening growl. There in the dark forest, a giant goblin with bulging muscles looms large. It grips a massive log, and upon seeing the two soldiers, it lets out a ferocious scream. Kim Minjun and his comrade just watch the creature, completely unfazed. Without giving them a moment to think, the monster swings the heavy log down in a devastating, thunderous strike. Instantly, Kim Minjun unleashes his magic whip. It cracks right across the goblin's face, making it howl in agony as it drops its weapon, its entire body trembling from the impact. The whip lashes out, again and again, with lightning speed. The monster screams in absolute despair, struck repeatedly in its weak spots. Witnessing this overwhelming power, the other soldiers can only stand there, completely frozen in shock. Kim Minjun calmly strides toward the defeated foe, now whimpering on the ground. He casually retracts his whip with an air of absolute calm and confidence. Seeing the weapon, the soldiers start whispering. That's personal equipment the division commander gave the sergeant. What? Another soldier says in awe. That thing is incredible, isn't it? Even the regiment commander doesn't have personal gear. Talk about special treatment. Kim Minjun continues to swing the whip, creating powerful energy explosions that wipe out the surrounding goblins in the blink of an eye. The soldiers were still wondering, but why a whip, of all things? A teammate explains, well, obviously the division commander could have given him any weapon he wanted, but this was Sergeant Kim Minjun's personal choice. Getting privileges like this, I guess I understand why he turned down the STF Hunter gig. Standing among the monster corpses, Kim Minjun quietly surveys the battlefield. The soldiers continue to marvel. It's so rare for a sergeant to get a personal weapon, and the division commander had to sign a mountain of paperwork just to make it happen. A sly smirk plays on Kim Minjun's lips as he looks at the whip and thinks to himself, you can tell it's top tier. It has a solid feel to it, every strike landing with serious impact. You really do get what you pay for, he muses, admiring the mana stone embedded in the handle. He realizes he doesn't even need to use his demonic energy to unleash its maximum power. The whip cracks through the air, creating a chain of powerful explosions. His nearby teammates can only stare, their jaws hanging wide open in disbelief. A confident smile spreads across Kim Minjun's face. He thinks to himself, 1 year? With this baby in my hand, I'll probably be sitting in an officer's chair in just a few months. That Saturday in Chuncheon, the delicious scent of sizzling meat fills the air outside a BBQ joint. Kim Minjun sits across from the grill with a look of pure resignation on his face, while the energetic Sun Un-seo eagerly asks, "Can we eat yet?" He just frowns back, annoyed. "Why are you asking me that? And more importantly, why are you having dinner with me?" Ignoring his cold shoulder, Sun Un-seo simply beams and exclaims, "Wow, this looks so delicious." The meal begins in a rather awkward atmosphere. When the server wishes them a nice meal, Sun Un-seo happily thanks them back. She digs in with obvious delight. She chews enthusiastically, marveling at how amazing the food is. Noticing Kim Min-jun is just sitting there motionless, she asks mid-chew, "Aren't you going to eat?" Kim Min-jun lets out a sigh. That's not the issue here. His gaze suddenly turns sharp and suspicious as he crosses his arms. "How did you know I was on leave today? And that I'd be in Chuncheon? How did you know I would be at this specific restaurant?" A sudden thought cuts through his mind, making him freeze. Wait a second. But then something clicks, and his face instantly darkens with rage as he glares at a text revealing his private schedule. Minjun grinds his teeth in fury. Was it that bastard Kim Guangchul? Faced with his intense questioning, Son Yung-seo could only stammer out an excuse. No, it was just a coincidence. But Minjun's expression had turned completely black, his killing intent so thick it sent a shiver down her spine. Sensing his genuine fury, Yung-seo quickly bowed her head to apologize. "It's my fault. I was too curious. Don't blame him. Just take it all out on me." But Minjun was still seething, veins popping on his forehead as he snarled. "That's my decision to make. Besides, isn't this weird? Do you like me or something?" He wasn't just good with a whip, he was a master of dropping bombshells. His direct question completely shocks the staff into dropping a whole stack of plates. Meanwhile, Yung-seo was seeing red, shouting out in pure embarrassment. "What are you talking about? And why are you suddenly speaking so casually to me?" Minjun kept his cool, completely unfazed. "What's the big deal? We're the same age. It's friendlier this way, or would you prefer I just call you my girlfriend?" All Yung-seo could do was turn beet red, trying to save face by yelling back, "Get over yourself. I followed you for work, not because I care about your stupid face." Ignoring her flustered state, Minjun cut right to the chase. "Then why did you come here to eat with me? I'm guessing you also took leave the moment that little snitch told you I was heading out." Faced with his sharp deduction, Yung-seo had to admit it. "That's true. But there's another reason." She began listing off a series of incidents that all involved him, the sealed dungeon, the red pig gate, and the mutated fake dungeon not too long ago. Minjun just stared at her blankly. "What are you talking about?" she explained. "It just seems like wherever you go, trouble follows. I was curious if something would happen this time too." After saying it out loud, Yung-seo wanted the ground to swallow her whole, realizing how bizarre she sounded. Hearing her reason, Minjun just burst out laughing. "Are you saying I'm some kind of walking disaster?" He was laughing, but his hands were shaking and sweat was pouring down his face from the anxiety. Minjun looked at Yung-seo's skeptical face, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. He couldn't help but wonder, did she somehow figure something out? In the quiet of the restaurant, Minjun suddenly noticed the change on her uniform. "Oh, so you've been promoted to corporal." Yung-seo blushed, confirming with a shy nod. "I passed the promotion test last week." At that, Minjun immediately started to tease her. "Wow, that was fast. But that's just what I'd expect from you." Our Yung-seo is making a name for herself. She narrowed her eyes, annoyed by his tone. "Are you making fun of me?" Then, thinking of his own rank, she added a sarcastic jab. "You're already a sergeant, after all." Suddenly, Yung-seo snapped. "Wait a minute. Why are you speaking to me so informally?" Minjun, however, remained completely unbothered. "Can't you drop the formalities too?" Faced with his challenge, Yung-seo gritted her teeth. "You think I can't do it?" Minjun just smirked. "Good, then do it." The air suddenly thickened as a sinister purple aura exploded around him. It seems Jada-Du, the Demon King's monster, had officially been unleashed. His eyes flashed, sensing crackling blue lightning in the distance. Minjun was floored, realizing a gate was opening at the absolute worst possible time. Yung-seo just stared at him, her face a mask of utter confusion. Minjun suppressed his rage, that familiar, annoying feeling. A memory of his little assistant's instructions flashed through his mind. Minjun quickly remembered his mission. He was here because a gate was supposed to open. His eyes darted around anxiously. "Where is it?" Realizing the urgency, Minjun quickly ducked his head to hide the tension on his face and made an excuse. "Hold on. My stomach is suddenly acting up. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." He left a bewildered Yung-seo in his wake, walking silently down a deserted park path under the night sky. Seeing blue lightning crackling at the base of a tree, he knew this was the spot. Suddenly, his tiny assistant Bongu appeared from behind a bench, startling him. Ah! He quickly shot Bongu a thumbs up. Nice work. I didn't think you could get this done so fast on your own. Bongu pointed ahead excitedly. I can feel the magic here. Minjun's expression turned serious again as he squinted in thought. Where the hell is Dongjin? How could he just disappear at a critical moment like this? The electrical discharges intensified, signaling the arrival of a massive gate. Minjun let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good thing there's no one around. Before him, a swirling vortex of blue energy was ripping a hole in reality. He watched the scene unfold with deep concern. Why would a gate like this appear right in the middle of the city? There are way too many people living nearby. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the malevolent energy. Do you monsters have any conscience at all? Minjun broke into a dead sprint, hurtling toward the gate. He steeled his resolve he had to destroy it fast, for the people's safety, and for his promotion. A magic gate ripped open in the night, spewing arcs of blue lightning as a colossal shadow began to take form within it. From inside the vortex, a massive entity with rippling muscles started to emerge, its presence bringing a crushing, suffocating pressure. Witnessing the spectacle, Kim Minjun could only stare in pure disbelief. What the hell is this? Looks like a real monster is finally taking the stage. Instantly, his phone buzzed wildly with an emergency alert. Emergency disaster alert. Hunter Corps, 2022. A gate has been detected near Ganjaicheon, Chaicheon City. Evacuate according to emergency protocol. Minjun stared intently at the gate, quickly trying to assess the unfolding situation. Who knows what's coming? But if it's too strong, I have to get its attention. Keep it away from all these civilians. He began gathering his power, dark purple energy swirling around his hand. The army must know by now, he thought. I just need to buy them some time. Suddenly, a massive, razor-sharp blade sliced out from the gate. A gray-skinned monster with jagged teeth and glowing red eyes stepped out, unleashing a roar that shook the entire city. Minjun takes a defensive stance, his sharp gaze fixed on the enemy. And just like that, the monster swings a massive blade arm, slamming it down. Minjun flips away just in the nick of time, already analyzing its moves. Just one monster? He could feel immense magic pouring from it. This thing was strong. That arm looked dangerous as the monster continued its frenzied assault. A whirlwind of slashes cut through the air, aimed right at Minjun. But he just glided across the ground, dodging the deadly blades with a defiant smirk. A little faster, maybe? Such a sharp blade is wasted on peeling fruit, you monster. Dark magic erupted from Minjun's hands as he activated his dark arrow skill. A blinding explosion erupted as the attack slammed into the evil creature. It roared, trying to break free from the chains binding it. And then, Minjun appeared, holding a brand new weapon glowing with a ghostly blue light. He took a solid stance amidst the dust and smoke, his eyes narrowing as he calculated his next move against the foul entity. The monster was completely stunned, wondering where this guy learned such moves. Minjun moved like a phantom, launching a barrage of attacks from midair. He slammed a devastating blow into the ground, unleashing a wave of brilliant pink energy that shattered the creature's defenses. And yes, folks, even when you're fighting monsters, you gotta pick pink for that extra masculine touch. The creature collapsed in the rubble, but Minjun didn't let his guard down for a second. He watched quietly, wondering if that was really enough to finish it. And just as he suspected, the creature stirred, got back up, and let out a hideous, deafening roar. Minjun gripped his weapon, ready for another round, just one more blow. But suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the air. Hey! Kim Minjun! Startled, Minjun whipped around, his face a mask of pure shock. He yelled out in disbelief, "Why are you here?" In the distance, Sanunseo was charging towards them at full speed, wielding a traffic sign as a makeshift weapon. The monster swung its blade, but Minjun was faster, grabbing the chain to block the attack. He shot his opponent a cold glare, as if to ask, "What do you think you're doing?" The creature shrieked in pain as it was overpowered. Just then, Unseo rushed in, yelling at Minjun, "What are you doing here without a weapon?" She was furious. "Did you seriously run away from dinner to come here?" Minjun shot right back, yelling, "How did you even know I was here?" Gripping the traffic sign, he prepared for a decisive final blow. As Unseo landed, she shouted, "The disaster alert messages were blowing up my phone. What else was I supposed to do? Come collect your body." A wicked grin spread across Minjun's face as he crouched down, then launched himself into the air with terrifying speed. Gripping the traffic sign tightly, he spoke with cold finality. And in that instant, a brilliant violet energy exploded from him, activating the skill Magic Whip. Minjun stared down the monster with a challenging look. Let me give you a taste of traffic laws, Demon King style. A thunderous strike with the magic-infused signpost shattered the creature's hideous teeth. The monster was slammed into the ground, sending out purple shockwaves that tore through the area. As the smoke cleared, Minjun stood tall over the completely defeated creature's corpse. Unseo walked over, panting, staring in horror at the traffic sign, which was now bent like a piece of wire. She stammered in shock. You. I never thought you were an actual hunter already. Unseo simply couldn't believe the power her teammate possessed. Facing a monster that dangerous, he handled it all by himself? Hearing her, Minjun nonchalantly replied, "Well, I still needed a little help." A sarcastic smirk played on his lips. "If you hadn't jumped in and gotten in my way, that thing would have been logged out ages ago." Unseo thoughtfully surveyed the scene and noted, "This gate is a bit unusual, isn't it? A monster that could throw blades and also had chains, yeah, that was definitely a little unusual." Minjun noticed the strange detail too. "It is weird that it appeared alone," he added sternly. "We need to talk about this later." Just then, the glowing blue magic gate suddenly shook and expanded once more. Unseo gasped in terror. From inside the swirling vortex of energy, a horde of similar monsters charged out, their grotesque mouths wide open as they let out an earth-shaking roar. 5 of them? Unseo screamed in panic as she saw more monsters emerging from the gate. She frantically urged Minjun, "We need to fall back and regroup with the Hunter Corps when they arrive." But Minjun just calmly walked forward, smiling in agreement. "Good idea. You should fall back and regroup with the Hunter Corps first." Unseo was stunned. "What? What about you?" Seeing Minjun's back crackling with energy in front of the gate, she screamed, "Are you going to face them alone? Are you insane?" Ignoring the roaring horde, Minjun just smirked, his eyes glowing with killing intent. "Let's go." Witnessing his recklessness, all Unseo could do was let out a cry of sheer terror. "What?" "That's right, folks. This is the classic "I'll handle this, don't get in my way" moment. Immense violet magic erupted from Minjun's entire body. He gripped the bent iron pole with its heavy stone block, ready for a massacre. At an incredible speed, Minjun shot forward, leaving white after images streaking across the ground. His face was a picture of pure ecstasy as he roared with absolute determination. "Showtime! Let's see which one of you can handle this swing." Under a strange night sky with 2 moons, a figure in a black cloak moved silently through a dense forest. Their steps were firm on the dry grass as they approached a giant rock, where a secret passage leading underground suddenly opened. After a series of intense tremors, the dark figure calmly descended the stairs, heading deep inside an ancient structure lined with majestic stone pillars. In the center of a vast circular hall, the cloaked person stood motionless before a huge relief sculpture of a goddess. After respectfully clasping their hands, the person slowly pulled back their hood, revealing a cascade of brilliant red hair and an incredibly sharp face. The girl looked forward with a determined gaze and whispered a silent message, "Wait for me." Meanwhile, on a deserted island by the sea near Nagasaki, a helicopter slowly landed on a white sandy beach. Waiting below were 2 men dressed in full combat gear. A tall officer with a thick beard and an overwhelming presence stepped off the plane. The man on the ground approached, extending his hand. "Thank you for coming. I'm Enzo Masaru from the Japanese Hunter Association." The officer politely replied, "I'm Duseo Kion. Your Korean is excellent. I hope our cooperation is as smooth as your speech." After receiving the compliment, Masaru led the general towards a glowing blue portal that had opened in the middle of the island. Back in an office, Masaru looked over some documents, a satisfied expression on his face. More importantly, the plan seemed flawless. Everything looked absolutely perfect. It was incredibly thorough despite the short prep time. Duseo Kyung calmly took a sip of tea before he replied, "That's all thanks to the skilled fighters you provided from your team. Thank you again." But then, the Major General cut right to the chase. "I'm certain the Japanese Hunters Association is worried about the increasing number of irregular dungeons. This one is no different. Appearing on a deserted island made it tough to detect." He slammed the report down, his eyes turning sharp, and this was clearly a high-difficulty dungeon, even for an irregular gate. "However, I highly doubt you proposed a joint operation just because you were short on manpower. What is your real objective? And you know how it is, folks. There's no such thing as a free lunch." Faced with the direct question, Masaru paused for a moment. He then explained Japan's situation. While they weren't lacking in numbers, the insane rate of irregular dungeon appearances in recent years was a huge issue. They desperately needed a more structured system for hunter education. Masaru looked his opponent straight in the eye and laid it all out. "I'll be direct. We're interested in your corporation's training system, the Korean Hunters System." I hope we can forge a strong connection through this joint operation. Hearing this, it all clicked for Du Seokyung. He realized the true reason that old Fox Hachion sent in his ace to put the Japanese hunters in their place. A knowing smile crept across the Major General's face. At that moment, Masaru picked up a file and remarked, "This hunter is quite remarkable, especially for someone who only joined recently." Du Seokyung followed his gaze and added, "Ah, him." Masaru couldn't hide his awe as he looked over the file on the mentioned hunter. The speed of his promotions was unreal. He was also a major topic of discussion within the Korean Hunters Association. Seeing the proof, he had to admit his shock. Compared to the profile you sent, the rumors must be true. How in the world did he get so strong so quickly? What a surprise. Just you wait. This kid is about to put on a magic show starring disappearing monsters. The man at the center of this conversation was none other than Sergeant Kim Minjun. Right now, he was on the battlefield, looking completely calm. A giant, red-skinned monster suddenly swung a massive wooden club straight down at him. Seeing the immediate danger, a soldier beside him screamed, "Dodge it, Sergeant Kim!" However, Minjun stood his ground, not even flinching. He faced the suffocating attack head-on. Watching from afar, Jen from Japan's Danzo Guild noted, "This guy's better than I expected." As Ken started to ask about their next move, a girl with long, dark hair stepped forward decisively. "Let me handle this." It was Suzuki Mio of the Japanese Hunters Association. She calmly rested her hand on the hilt of her sword. Her ice-cold eyes locked onto the target. The moment the monster roared and charged, Mio drew her blade in a blinding flash of crisscrossing silver streaks. The creature fell in an instant. Witnessing such mastery, a soldier exclaimed, "That swordsmanship is insane!" Mio sheathed her blade and coolly checked on her team. "Is anyone hurt?" Jen walked over, smiling in admiration. Suzuki is basically a monster herself. He didn't miss the chance to try recruiting her again. "You could be a team leader." But Mio ignored the offer from Danzo and walked straight toward Kim Minjun. She looked at him and asked with concern, "Excuse me, are you okay?" Caught off guard by the beautiful hunter's question, Minjun could only stare back with a baffled expression. Suzuki Mio looked him dead in the eye, her face grim as she made a cold assessment. "You don't seem focused at all. We can't afford any injuries or deaths, especially since we were the ones who proposed this joint plan." Minjun remained silent. She continued with a condescending offer, "If you're nervous, you can handle the rear lines. More importantly, please stay out of the fight." Faced with such blunt words, Minjun was completely frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. A moment later, though, he forced a strained smile. "Yes, ma'am." But inside his head, he was silently amazed by her fluency. Her Korean is perfect. Meanwhile, back at the rest area, Major Hyundo of the 104th Division's medical unit was observing the battlefield. He noted grimly that these monsters were much larger than the red Dakebi in Korea. It looked like Japan wasn't having an easy time either. Don't you think? Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped short, spotting a tense situation up ahead. Captain Kim Sang-deok from the division command was storming over. He furiously grabbed Minjun by the collar and roared, "Are you trying to disgrace the entire army, you brat?" Despite the aggression, Minjun just calmly replied, "Not really." That answer only made Sang-deok angrier. He kept yelling, "What kind of connections do you have to get this special treatment? You're a real eyesore." Seeing things escalate, Major Hyundo quickly stepped in to de-escalate. "Captain Kim Sang-deok, let him go. Don't be too hard on him. He doesn't have much experience yet." But Sang-deok wouldn't back down. He turned to his superior and argued, "But Major, this is completely out of line. Did you hear what that Japanese hunter said to him?" Meanwhile, Minjun quietly looked away. He'd just been observing to gauge everyone's skill level. But he guessed that had caused a massive misunderstanding. Looking over at the Japanese hunters fighting with expert skill, Minjun made a silent evaluation. "Still, the Japanese hunters are even better than I thought. Especially her." His eyes drifted to Suzuki Mio, who was displaying superior sword skills. At that exact moment, Sang-deok got right back in Minjun's face. He pointed a threatening finger. "Get your head straight. I'll be watching you." Minjun could only give a sarcastic reply, "Yes, sir." As the captain walked away, Minjun sighed in frustration. What's this guy's problem? He hasn't done anything to help so far. Oh yeah, karma is coming for him. In another part of the dungeon, Jen was trying to talk to Mio, but she completely ignored him. Suddenly, Mio felt an immense killing intent, and her eyes shot wide open. Without a single second of hesitation, she yelled, "Something's coming," while simultaneously drawing her sword. A gigantic scythe suddenly swung down from above with terrifying speed. Mio instantly parried with her sword, the powerful impact sending sparks flying everywhere. The force was so great it cracked the ground around her as Mio gritted her teeth. She held her ground against the surprise attack from a hidden foe. Out of the deep darkness of the cave, heavy footsteps began to echo. A giant shadow slowly emerged. It was a blue demon with rippling muscles, glowing yellow eyes, and a terrifyingly sharp-toothed grin. Its presence made the air feel thick and heavy. One horrified hunter screamed, "We're screwed! The final boss is here!" But even in this desperate situation, Suzuki Mio quickly regained her calm and gave an order. "I've shared our location with the other 5 teams. We defend here and wait for the others to gather." She emphasizes their fallback plan to retreat if needed. But the monster lets out a deafening roar, cutting her off completely. It charges straight at the hunters. The impact is devastating, scattering the team and throwing their entire formation into chaos. Without giving them a second to recover, the boss unleashes a storm of powerful attacks, kicking up clouds of dust. Mio decides to go on the offensive. She swings her sword straight for the beast's chest. But instead of piercing its flesh, her blade is stopped cold by skin, as hard as steel. Mio's eyes widen in absolute shock as the monster flashes a mocking grin, as if her powerful attacks were nothing. It's clear her strikes didn't leave a single scratch. Just then, Captain Sangdeok steps forward, brimming with confidence, slowly drawing his sword to introduce it. A mana sword, a specialized anti-monster weapon that maximizes destructive power by absorbing the user's mana. A blue aura begins to glow from his blade. It's brilliant and incredibly powerful. He boasts loudly that the aura everyone sees on his sword is proof of its immense power. He tells them to look closely. This is a high-end weapon, not some cheap knockoff. With his soldiers watching in awe, Sangdeok puts power into his legs. He shoots forward like an arrow, right toward the monster. He roars with smug satisfaction. "I am Sangdeok, Mana Sword Warden of the 104th Division. Watch this." The top-tier gear makes the boss disappear, but the second he says it, he gets kicked straight into a wall. The situation looks grim. Suzuki Mio immediately unleashes her power and rushes to help. She lands a mighty slash that shakes the ground, then orders her teammates to fall back. Turning around, Mio quickly explains, "I'll buy some time, so get Jen and Ken." But she freezes, stunned by what she sees. Kim Minjun had already moved his 2 injured comrades out of the danger zone. Mio stammers, "When did you?" Seeing he had handled the rescue, she continues, "If you've got them, then get to safety." Hearing those words, "get to safety," he slowly puts his hand on his sword's hilt. With a sharp click, he makes an insane proposal. "Why don't we just kill it?" Mio immediately shoots him down. "Are you crazy? Take on the boss alone? We need to regroup." But Minjun just cuts her off with a cold smile. "Oh, is that how it is?" In an instant, Minjun moves at terrifying speed, becoming a blur that zips right past Mio before she can even react. Even the monster is stunned. It's caught off guard by this sudden pressure. Just then, Minjun's sword erupts with a massive blue aura, burning so bright it completely dominates the area. The boss sees this and launches a desperate attack. But he moves like a ghost. His sword strikes so fast they're impossible for the naked eye to follow. The monster is left looking around in confusion, having completely lost sight of its target. Minjun then activates his weapon, creating an explosion. A massive blast of blue energy sends the creature flying. He lets out an excited smile. Oh. Faced with this sudden power, the boss's eyes go wide with shock. The mana flowing from Minjun's weapon is so intense, even he has to focus. Nearby, Suzuki Mio is completely frozen, her eyes wide. She can't believe what's happening. A blazing blue light tears through the air with terrifying pressure, blasting everything back. Even a veteran hunter like Mio struggles to stand against the massive aftershock. Captain Sangdeok is rooted to the spot, his face twisted in horror at a power far beyond his own. Amid the rubble, Minjun casually relaxes his stance and smiles. "Ah, my bad." His eyes glow with a wicked blue light, his sword now covered in a pillar of fire. "A huge and powerful aura," Minjun mutters to himself. "I was a little off. Let's try that again, shall we?" The monster feels death approaching, its pupils shrink in absolute terror. "Now then," Minjun roars, rushing forward with an ecstatic look on his face, his aura-clad sword ready. He slices through the boss's wooden club like it was a piece of paper. A vertical/carrying destructive force comes down, tearing through space itself. The monster screams in agony from the massive wound on its arm. But under the immense pressure of the aura, the sword in Minjun's hand shatters into pieces, overloaded with power. Even top-tier gear breaks, it seems. The demon boss collapses, trembling as it clutches its devastating injury. Witnessing this, Mio thinks in total disbelief. A mana weapon couldn't withstand his aura. Meanwhile, Minjun looks at his broken hilt with a regretful expression. I probably shouldn't have put all my power into it. Too bad. He silently approaches the monster cowering at his feet. Staring at the broken shards on the ground, he clicks his tongue. Well, well. Then, with a sinister smile, Minjun pulls out a jet-black cable, his eyes glinting with a plan. Guess the boss reward will have to make up for it. Under the clear blue sky, the hunter team enjoys a rare moment of rest, right on the construction site. A team member looks up at the sky and sighs. How long has it been since we got a break like this during work hours? Immediately, another laughs loudly and blames their absent leader. It's all Minjun's fault. All he ever says is get to work, no exceptions. I'm sick of hearing it. The red-haired guy continues complaining, worried about his future. And now we have to work like hunting dogs for the rest of our careers. We better rest while we can. A teammate pats his shoulder and warns him, hey, watch your mouth. Right after that, the biggest guy on the team leans into Dongjin's ear and teases, we've got a spy here. This sends him into a panic. I'm innocent. The big hunter keeps grumbling about taking orders from someone who got promoted way too fast, like Minjun. Ever since I made sergeant, he's been with us instead of in the barracks. What can I do? The guy's a monster. He made sergeant in just 1 month. I have to follow his orders, period. And now, he's the vice commander. However, another member speaks up to defend him. He's not wrong. The guy is a dark lord, for sure. Still, you have to admit, thanks to him our skills have skyrocketed. Hearing this, the red-haired guy just sighs. Yeah, whatever. I just hope he stays in Japan for a while. It'd be even better if he comes back after I'm discharged. Just then, over in the cleanup area, a soldier yells out, Hey, Lee Dongjin! Corporal Lee Dongjin rushes over, rake in hand, but his teammate is confused. Now that you're a corporal, why are you still working so hard? Dongjin just scratches his head with an awkward smile and quickly changes the subject. Any news about Sergeant Kim Minjun? The other guy just scoffs. You're his #1 fan, aren't you? You miss the boss so much you could cry, don't even deny it. Dongjin gets flustered, saying, Well, I don't know, but I did just get some news. As everyone curiously gathers around, he drops a bombshell. Yesterday, they completed the dungeon raid when Sergeant Kim Minjun killed the boss. Seeing their blank stares, Dongjin keeps going. I don't know exactly what happened, but it looks like he took down the boss all by himself. The entire group of hunters shouts in disbelief. What? By himself? It's already over? Dongjin continues with the updates. So he's coming back today? Since it ended way faster than planned, they all get a break. He's going to rest in Japan for a day and return tomorrow. What? A vacation? In Japan? Another hunter yells out, overflowing with jealousy. Just 1 day? Give the guy a year off. A few others are more optimistic, though. Oh man, that must be nice, and the weather is great, right? I wonder what he's doing right now. One member of the group thoughtfully remarks, who knows? He's always training, getting stronger, or playing games. I honestly can't imagine what he'd do with free time. Suddenly, the long-haired guy gives a sly grin. Maybe he's conquering a dungeon in Japan? The whole group erupts in laughter. Haha, are you serious? You know, he'd totally do that. But then, a chilling silence falls over them as they realize Minjun's workaholic personality. Oh no, one of them mutters with genuine concern. He wouldn't, right? Meanwhile, on the quiet streets of Japan, Kim Minjun walks with a completely relaxed air. Out of nowhere, a black crow swoops down. It perches on his shoulder and squawks, Sir Kim Minjun. Completely unfazed, he glances over. Hey you, did you bring the goods? The crow immediately reports with pride. Done and done, boss. I found a prime nest of demonic energy. Hearing this, a satisfied smile spreads across Minjun's face. Good. We can't waste a trip all the way out here. Just then, the roar of an engine rips through the quiet air. A high-performance motorcycle tears down the street, taking the corners like a professional racer. The bike screeches to a halt, leaving a long skid mark right next to Minjun. Mio slowly takes off her helmet, revealing a sharp face as she asks a question. What are you doing here, planning on going solo? At her sudden appearance, Minjun looks genuinely surprised, thinking to himself, What? Is she following me? Mio immediately clarifies to clear up the misunderstanding. I think you've got it wrong, but this area is uninhabited. There was a dungeon break here a while back. It's not forbidden to enter, but this whole place is under 24-hour surveillance by the association. As she speaks, she points up to a nearby telephone pole. Minjun follows her finger and spots an active surveillance camera, its red light glowing brightly at the very top of the pole. And perched right on that camera is the Black Crow, looking incredibly guilty and trembling with fear. Seeing this, Minjun's face darkens as he curses the bird in his head. You useless piece of feathered garbage. The crow starts stammering, trying to make an excuse. No, I just sensed some demonic energy in this area. Minjun threatens him through gritted teeth. You and I are having a talk later. Back in the moment, Mio repeats her question, her tone firm. Let me ask again. What are you doing here? Minjun hesitates for a second before giving a completely unbelievable excuse. I'm lost. I was just trying to take a walk. With that, he casually turns his back and starts walking away, whistling while faking confusion. Where am I anyway? This stunt leaves Mio completely frozen, staring after him with an annoyed expression. Watching Minjun's retreating back, she thinks to herself, this guy is nothing like the other Awakeners. Something's off, but I just can't put my finger on it. Remembering his mysterious smile during their last battle, she steels herself. That's why I came here. Even though it wasn't necessary. All of a sudden, a heaven-shaking roar echoes from behind, making Suzuki Mio whip around in shock. A gigantic, bull-headed monster with glowing pink eyes is roaring furiously, smashing the surrounding rocks to pieces. Mio is absolutely stunned by the sudden appearance of this ferocious creature. From a distance, Kim Minjun maintains his calm demeanor, muttering quietly, what is that? But little does she know, that monster is actually one of Minjun's own subordinates. How is my acting, boss? The great Botot has entered the stage. Realizing the plan is working perfectly, Minjun gives a thumbs up. Nice one, Li Bonggu. Seeing Minjun just standing there, Mio screams a warning. Get out of here, and stay away from the underground area. There are unstable spots down there. You'll die for sure if you go in. In stark contrast to her panic, Minjun just flashes a bright smile and replies, That place, you say? Thanks for the tip. Mio tries to stop him again. Don't go in there. If you pass out inside, it's game over. But ignoring her warnings completely, Minjun dashes toward the dangerous zone, leaving Mio standing there utterly confused. She quickly draws her sword, her mind racing with questions. Why did a monster suddenly appear? If a gate had opened, there's no way our surveillance system wouldn't have detected it. Could it have been hidden here this whole time? Did we only just now discover it? Shaking off the thoughts, she tells herself she needs to deal with the monster first. Mio charges forward at incredible speed, her sword erupting with a brilliant blue aura. She leaps high into the air, bringing down a powerful strike on the monster's head. A flurry of sharp, lightning-fast sword strikes follows, relentlessly battering the giant creature. Mio grits her teeth, pouring all her strength into a slash aimed right at the enemy's face. After the massive impact, the monster is thrown back and collapses. Mio lands decisively, but her eyes immediately widen in pure shock. The huge monster from just a moment ago suddenly vanishes. In its place, a tiny creature is waddling away, trying to escape. Mio is dumbfounded, blurting out, "What the heck?" Not letting her target get away, she immediately gives chase with a determined look. Minjun stands before the sealed-off area, complete with a danger sign, and casually casts his dark arrow skill. After the shot, he lets out a sigh, then suddenly notices something strange behind the barrier. Without a second thought, Minjun vaults over the caution tape, entering the restricted zone. Warning signs are merely suggestions for this guy. The moment he steps inside, system notifications begin flooding his vision. Magic stat +1. Minjun is absolutely ecstatic, laughing out loud. Oh man, this is even better than I imagined. The next notification confirms his dark energy is now full. At the same time, because his dark energy has hit its limit, a whole bunch of new skills are unlocked, like Demonic Hell Explosion and Reign of Corruption, while his older skills get a boost. His Magic and Demon Strike skills had both upgraded at the same time. Minjun excitedly opened his status window, exclaiming, "Nice, these stats are insane." His numbers were seriously impressive. His strength had reached 77, and his magic was at 30, followed by a ridiculously long list of skills. But despite this incredible power, he thought to himself, even with all this muscle, I still can't afford to mess with Li Bonggu. He glanced to the side, a small spark of hope igniting within him. Hope that guy gets away. If he gets caught, it's game over. Meanwhile, in another desolate, ruined area, Suzuki Mio was walking in complete silence. Surrounded by craters and rubble, the sound of her footsteps echoed on the cracked ground. Suddenly, she stopped, her gaze turning sharp and wary. Mio quickly drew her weapon, ready to face whatever danger was hiding in the shadows of the ruins. From her high perch, Suzuki Mio watched, her sharp eyes locked onto a strange figure hiding below. The person wore a black cloak, had messy white hair, and a look of pure panic on their face. Well, it's game over now. The boss lady is here to collect. Without giving her target a chance to react, Mio unsheathed her sword for a series of lightning-fast slashes. They created streaks of blue light that tore through the space. But when the dust finally settled, Mio's expression twisted in shock. In front of her wasn't a dangerous enemy. It was just a tiny black cat with bright purple eyes, meowing in terror. Mio froze, letting out a soft, "Oh." She slowly lowered her weapon, completely confused. All of a sudden, the cat's fur stood on end, and with a wary hiss, it darted into the rubble, leaving Mio all alone. Standing stunned in the desolate ruins, Mio raised a hand to her earpiece to report to her superiors. "Yes, this is Suzuki. I'm still on its trail. I'm focusing the search in the area with no surveillance cameras." The person on the other end asked doubtfully, "Even the surveillance team lost the trail?" Mio confirmed it. "Yes. All right, I'll join the reinforcements when they arrive." Suddenly, another voice cut in over the comms. It made her pause. Yes, the underground-level corruption skill. Back at the command center, a man watched a giant gemstone emitting a strange purple glow. He explained, "The gem changed color. Looks like some contraband might have leaked. We're pretty stumped, unless it's an issue with our own equipment. Then there's a high chance the corrupted materials have leaked." He pressed on. "Anything unusual?" Mio scanned the rubble one more time and replied, "No, I don't see anything strange here." Hearing that, the man in glasses sighed in relief and made a call. "In that case, I'll report this to ITV as an equipment failure. We'll send a support team to handle it." He let out an arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha, there's no way the corrupted materials could all disappear at once." Suzuki Mio calmly turned and walked away. Her hand never left her phone, but she couldn't shake the suspicion growing inside her. Looking back at the ruined street at sunset, she muttered, "Did that guy just lead me on a wild goose chase?" Over at the airport, which served as the hunters' temporary base, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A few soldiers from the Korean hunter force looked especially ticked off. While the high-ranking officers were busy with formal handshakes, one soldier couldn't hold back his rage, screaming, "What are you people going to do about my sword?" He stared down at his broken weapon with a look of pure agony. In the middle of the chaotic crowd, Kim Minjun remained strangely calm. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head slightly. In the distance, a familiar figure was approaching none other than Suzuki Mio. But this time she wasn't in combat gear, instead wearing a very professional black business suit. Minjun was stunned, wondering, what is she doing here? Mio's appearance was not a welcome one for everybody. A soldier snarled at her, "Hey, what's a Japanese person doing here? Get lost." Ignoring the hostile attitude, Mio simply walked right past him. "Did you enjoy your walk yesterday?" "It was fine, thanks to you." Hearing this, she moved closer to Minjun, her expression suddenly turning dark and intense. She asked him in a suspicious tone, "Do you know anything about one of the underground entrances being destroyed?" Seeing Minjun start to break out in a sweat, she pressed on. "All the nearby surveillance cameras were damaged too. We honestly have no idea what's going on here. Did you happen to see anything suspicious on your way?" Minjun struggled to keep his cool. He fumbled for an excuse. "How would I know? Was I supposed to be picking flowers?" Seeing him sweating buckets, Mio just smiled knowingly and spoke softly. "All right then. I'm glad you had a safe trip." She casually turned to leave. "See you." The soldiers nearby couldn't help but start whispering, "What? What was that about?" While Minjun was still standing there completely dazed, a high-ranking officer suddenly shouted, "Sergeant Kim Minjun." He snapped around, a confused look on his face. On the other side of the crowd, Mio glanced back one last time, leaving him with a cryptic message. "See you again." As night fell over the forest, a full moon lit up the dense trees. In the darkness, the sound of heavy panting echoed again and again. A figure was running for their life, their breaths coming in painful, ragged gasps. The person, with stark white hair, collapsed onto the grass. At that moment, Kim Minjun appeared in the unit's training room late at night. The sounds of screams and painful moans echoed down the hall. Inside, Kim Minjun stood over the soldiers scattered across the floor, a look of utter disgust on his face. He watched the hunters gasping for breath. He snapped, "Did you all go soft on your break? You look like a bunch of useless chickens. I told you to train on your own while I was gone." He pointed out their obvious weakness. They had all rushed him at once and couldn't even last 30 seconds. Minjun asked sarcastically, "Why haven't any of you gotten any better? How are you supposed to do your part in the Corps like this?" The soldiers were all silently complaining that it hadn't even been a week, and their instructor had already turned into a demon. One soldier worked up the courage to beg, Sir, please give us a few minutes to catch our breath. Minjun's eyes turned to ice. He growled. I had high expectations for all of you, but you've let me down. He noticed a corporal huddled up with a sad look on his face. Minjun showed zero mercy, roaring, You think I'll go easier on you if you pout and look sad? Get up, now. The soldiers scrambled to their feet, trembling under his fury. Minjun started cracking his knuckles with a dangerous smile. Just look at you all. He was about to set them all straight. But right at the climax, Minjun suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking in shock. He'd felt a strange surge of energy flash past him. What was that feeling, he wondered, suddenly on high alert. Ignoring the baffled looks from his trainees, Minjun abruptly changed his mind, ordering, Train by yourselves today. In an instant, he shot out of the room at terrifying speed, slamming the door shut. The group of soldiers let out a collective sigh, like they'd just been pulled back from death's door. One of them couldn't believe their luck. We're alive. Thank heavens. The boss spared us. As he ran, Minjun desperately called out to his partner inside his mind. Lee Bonggu, where are you? Was that strange energy blast I just felt you're doing? What in the world is happening? Answer me. From the other side, Bonggu's faint voice finally echoed back. Minjun pressed him anxiously. What? What's going on? What's happening over there? Bonggu only man. From the other side, Bonggu's faint voice finally echoed back. Minjun pressed him anxiously. What? What's going on? What's happening over there? Bonggu only man. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes locking onto purple wisps of energy drifting in the air. He recognized Lee Bonggu's bizarre power. It was fading fast. He quickly pinpointed the source, looking to the horizon where streaks of light guided him. Got it. Kim Minjun finally locked onto the source of the chaos. He then bolted into the night, tearing through the dense forest at an unbelievable speed. As he moved, he quickly analyzed his partner's situation, the shock of jumping dimensions. Then his figure simply vanished into the deep darkness. Minjun roared a haunting name into the void. Iska! Meanwhile, in a completely different dimension, one that reeked of ancient warfare, a brutal conflict was raging. A figure in a gray cloak moved like a phantom among the heavily muscled warriors. They were armed to the teeth, but without a shred of hesitation, the cloaked figure launched into the air, delivering a devastatingly powerful high kick. Aimed squarely at a helmeted soldier's head, the precise strike sent the massive warrior flying backward, dropping him to the ground in an instant. The mysterious figure then spun around, dodging a sneak attack from behind and countering with a flurry of masterful combat moves, closing in on another soldier. A hand shot out, grabbing the soldier's helmet and using raw strength to slam his head into the hard ground, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Surrounded by a field of defeated bodies, the cloaked figure stood tall, their breathing perfectly steady. But that brief moment of peace was about to be shattered. A colossal shadow loomed forward. It was a warrior of immense size, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of a massive sword. He was ready for another massacre. But suddenly, a giant wooden door was blasted to smithereens, sending splinters flying through the smoke and dust. A figure in a gray cloak tumbled through the opening, sliding across the cold stone floor. The intruder pushed themselves up, one hand still clutching a dagger defensively. The huge man stood over them like a mountain, his cold eyes staring down at the figure below. He growled, "You've got some serious nerve, sneaking into the goddess's temple to steal her key." The sound of heels clicked steadily on the stone. From behind the warrior, a woman with flowing blonde hair and a noble white dress approached them. She gazed down on the intruder with a look of pity and announced, "If you surrender now, I will spare your life." Facing this powerful goddess, the cloaked figure slowly looked up, their crimson eyes revealing a sharp, calculating mind. They were completely unfazed by the situation. Under the hood, the red-haired girl broke into a defiant smirk. "Ha! That word isn't in my vocabulary." Instantly, a wave of pink and purple energy exploded from her. It completely enveloped her as she raised a glowing divine artifact, firing back, "Is that so? Then take this." She clearly wasn't bluffing, but the goddess remained perfectly calm. She simply remarked, "Trying to escape with a bootleg item? You think you can get very far with that, little girl?" In response to the taunt, the red-haired girl amplified her magic, causing the very space around them to distort. She declared with total confidence, "Now I'm certain. I've successfully activated a trans-dimensional teleportation circle. As for the coordinates, far beyond this reality, I got them from that annoying little parasite." This revelation actually startled the goddess. "Stop her!" the warrior roared as he charged. Facing the assault, the red-haired girl calmly reached out and touched the artifact. The cross-shaped relic erupted with a brilliant pink light. A world-shaking explosion of energy blasted away all her pursuers, creating an immense pressure that made the very ground tremble. Amidst the rubble, she flashed a triumphant smile, her escape plan apparently a complete success. On the other side, the goddess just watched. The blonde-haired goddess observed everything with a knowing, cryptic smile, her sharp eyes seeing through the entire charade. The scene then cuts to a quiet forest. Under the full moon, Bongu held a mystical purple orb of energy. He casually presented it to a small, dark creature and chirped, "Surprise! Here's a gift from your uncle." The little monster, perched on a branch, could only gasp, "Oh." Its eyes were glued to the unexpected treat. He watched the creature gobble it down before asking, "Is it good?" He then added with a patronizing tone, "This came from very far away, you know? You should be grateful I'm sharing it. You should be grateful, you hear me?" The little monster just mumbled through a full mouth, "Well, Sir Kim Minjun gave me something for doing a good job, but he wouldn't let it go. But I'm still sharing this with you, am I not?" Suddenly, the dark creature flashed a wicked grin, a defiant glint in its purple eyes, revealing its true plan. He absolutely exploded with rage, shouting, "Spit that out, you greedy thing. That is not candy. Stop right there." He saw the monster was about to swallow the entire orb. He lunged forward, roaring, "Get over here, you little monster." Their chaotic chase began to warp the space around them, the air distorted with flashes of dark lightning. A massive pillar of light erupted, tearing a hole in the night sky and creating deadly cracks in reality itself. The immense power tore through the forest. It left an aftershock of dark energy consuming everything in its path. Li Bonggu collapsed on the ground, his breathing ragged and painful as he whispered, "What is this?" In his delirious state, Kim Minjun's frantic calls echoed in his mind. "Where are you? Was that energy explosion I just felt you're doing? What happened? Answer me." Bongu struggled to respond, his voice barely a whisper. "Sir, Kim Minjun, what's happening? What's going on?" Bongu only had time to explain the shock of crossing dimensions before he completely passed out. Just then, a girl with fiery red hair stepped out of a strange light, looking at Bongu with horror. "Still this pathetic, huh? See ya, you annoying little stalker." Bongu looked up at the newcomer, stammering, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. The red-haired girl looked up at the shadow covering her, terrified. "That's right, it's Lord Mino." Just as she was about to fall, a steady arm caught her in time. It was Kim Minjun, his face dark with killing intent. The red-haired girl looked at him with adoration, whispering, "Lord Mino." Minjun held her, then looked toward Bongu, who was lying motionless, and then roared in absolute fury, You're all insane bastards." Seeing both of them severely injured, Minjun couldn't hold back his anger. First him and now her, both of them beaten down. "I can't take these scumbags anymore." A torrent of purple magic erupted around him. As his demonic energy hand skill activated, huge energy arms lifted Bongu's body into the air. He just snatched his disciple up like a claw machine prize. Minjun gritted his teeth, his burning eyes fixed on the enemy. "I'll make sure you live long enough for me to beat you myself." The girl's crimson eyes opened, tearing up at the familiar sight. Kim Minjun was seething with anger, veins popping on his forehead as he suppressed an incredible rage. The red-haired girl, Kim Seheon, tearfully called his name, Lord Mino. "So it wasn't a dream, it's really." But she stopped mid-sentence, her face turning bright red with embarrassment when she realized where Minjun's hand was. It was placed in a very sensitive spot to catch her. Minjun seemed to notice the blunder too, and awkwardly wrapped Seheon in demonic energy, leaving her floating in midair, stunned. The moment she landed, Seheon immediately knelt in a respectful ceremony. "I, Kim Seheon, your loyal servant, offer my greetings." She couldn't stop apologizing for making her master use precious energy to save her, and then made a solemn declaration. "One day, I will repay this favor with my own life." Hearing this, Minjun lost it, shouting, "All right, that's enough. You're always talking about this. About repaying me with your life and all that. What's all this about dying? You'll live a long life and work off your debt to me, you hear?" Faced with her master's harsh words, Seheon could only bow her head and accept the blame. Minjun sighed, tired, and began comparing her to his idiotic subordinate, Li Bonggu. To him, Seheon was the brains and the pride of his sect, someone he'd spent a whole 10 minutes thinking up a proper name for, not like the careless way he'd named Bonggu. Looking at the girl still kneeling at his feet, Minjun asked, "So what are you doing here? Why?" Seheon kept her head bowed, explaining that she came, not for a foolish reason like that parasite Bonggu. Hearing about his other subordinate, Minjun sneered. For a different reason? He never had a brain to begin with. However, seeing Sehyun's serious expression, Minjun's tone suddenly changed, becoming cautious. Wait a minute. You saw something, didn't you? Sehyun looked up. One of her eyes suddenly glowed with an ethereal blue light, a clock symbol inside. She slowly confirmed it. That's right. With the phantasmal demon eye. It was a super rare item Minjun had given Sehyun after she lost an eye in a battle to the death. Its energy contained a terrifying power. The imperfect prophecy. Minjun held his breath, waiting. He pressed her. So, what did you see? Sehyun's eyes glowed with intense power. What I saw was the destruction of Earth. In Sehyun's mind, a catastrophic vision appeared, with towering skyscrapers engulfed in flames. Smoke and fire consumed the entire city. The lonely figure of Kim Minjun appeared, and above him, a black crow flew over the scene of a horrifying apocalypse. Minjun looked at her with pure skepticism. He quietly repeated her warning. It's really collapsing? This isn't a funny joke. I haven't even retired yet. Faced with her master's doubt, Sehyun kept her head bowed and explained respectfully. Yes, the demon eye doesn't usually show me when, but I definitely saw you on what was left of the planet. With the parasite, Lee Bonggu, by your side. Hearing this, Minjun began to walk around slowly. He smirked sarcastically. So you came here just to tell me that? By using the tracking spell I placed on that troublemaker Lee Bonggu for surveillance? Just because he and I were together in your little prophecy? Inwardly, he was shocked by this girl's sharp mind, thinking to himself, this kid put a tracker on Bonggu just to follow me? However, a much bigger question appeared in Minjun's mind. He asked with a stunned expression, but how did you even get here? You don't have the power to travel between dimensions. Did you steal a holy relic from the temple or something? Minjun's eyes widened when he noticed the glowing cross-shaped artifact on her chest. That was what helped her make this impossible journey. Minjun put his hand to his forehead and let out a long, helpless sigh. After regaining his composure, he got straight to the most important question. What's the cause of this apocalypse? Sehyun looked away, her voice dropping with worry. I think it's war. I can feel the conflict of a great feud, like the one in Iska right now. The moment he heard the name Iska, Minjun's pupils shrank in shock. He yelled, What? His fury exploded as he clenched his fist, punching the air in anger. What the hell? I just finished cleaning up one war, and you people are already itching for another fight? Who are the bastards this time? Sehyun looked up at him with a determined gaze, and gave an answer that made the very air freeze. The Nova Empire has returned. Rewinding time. One day before Kim Minjun returned to Earth, in the northern part of the Nova Empire, a gloomy scene covered the Rocky Mountains in a mysterious mist. An ancient castle with sharp towers appeared, shrouded in mystery. Amid the rubble and the bodies of his enemies, a figure in a black cloak walked silently. Kim Minjun glided past the defeated foes like a god of death, leaving a battlefield behind him. It was desolate beneath the gray northern sky. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dark castle. A giant in black, horned armor. His muscles were a web of stitches, standing like a mountain blocking the path. Facing this terrifying creature, Kim Minjun, in his black cloak, looked tiny. Looking at the pile of dead test subjects at Minjun's feet, the Duke let out a casual, mocking laugh. Don't get cocky, Minjun, he said, pointing to the giant guardian. They were just test subjects for creating this thing. Hearing his name called out, Minjun's expression changed slightly as he asked, Huh? You know my name too? Which fan club are you from? Knowing things is normal for him, but he claims it's a shame to kill someone with Minjun's skills, who's being used like a common hunting dog. He then makes a recruitment offer, asking Minjun to join his side for more important work. However, Minjun couldn't care less and coldly cuts him off. We're not friends, so why the small talk? Get straight to the point. But the Duke keeps trying to persuade him, talking about knowledge that could make him shine. Minjun stands his ground, completely firm. I don't have time for this. He looks his opponent dead in the eye with a final, chilling statement about his last words. Realizing Minjun's stubbornness, the Duke sighs in disappointment. My, what a pity. Instantly, the giant is ordered to attack, lunging forward with terrifying speed, its eyes glowing a deadly purple. Facing the suffocating attack, Minjun remains perfectly still, his hand clenching into a fist. He mutters to himself as a whole series of A-rank skills activate simultaneously. From magic release to magic arrow, magic claw, and tail whip, they all power up. Purple energy explodes around his fist as Minjun flashes a wicked smile and strikes back. A real shame, indeed. Kim Minjun's footsteps echo through the castle's deserted hallway. Slung over his shoulder is a massive sack. He looks completely relaxed, as if he just finished a nice walk instead of a death match. Is he coming back from a battle or a shopping trip? At the end of the hall, a tall figure has been waiting for him, an old man with a full head of white hair and a beard, whose simple robes can't hide his overwhelming aura. Recognizing the man, Minjun smirks. Were you so impatient that you had to come here yourself? He silently sizes him up, figuring this must be the big boss. Truly ambitious. He looks straight at the old man and asks, "Or do you have business with me, Archmage Isaac?" At the mention of the legend's name, the air becomes heavy. Isaac offers a gentle smile and speaks slowly. The soldiers are busy capturing the castle. Are you injured anywhere? Minjun casually spreads his arms, showing he's completely unharmed. Well, as you can see. Isaac glances deeper into the castle and then asks, "Is the Duke still alive?" As he walks past, Minjun gives a short reply. "Of course, he's sleeping. You can go find him." The Archmage watches his retreating back, deep in thought. He's curious about the defeated enemy. How was the Nova Empire's artificial monster? Minjun shrugs with a disappointed look. Just a cheap knockoff, barely a workout. That casual answer makes Isaac fall silent for a moment. He looks toward the wreckage and explains. This was a laboratory of the Nova Empire. It held knowledge the outside world was never meant to see, including proof that they experimented on monsters. Isaac's tone is heavy with calculation. All of this should be buried beneath our victory in this war. Understanding the mage's desire for a cover-up, Minjun walks past him casually. "Yeah, don't worry, I have no intention of saying a word. I'm leaving now." But after just a few steps, Isaac's serious voice calls out, "Minjun!" Minjun pauses, listening to the unexpected question from behind him. "How much do you trust the Saintess?" At this, Minjun can't stop a dark, sinister smile from spreading across his face. He turns his head back, his eyes burning with suspicion, and gives a definitive answer. "Well, of course, I don't trust her one bit." Meanwhile, another shocking truth is unfolding that will change the entire continent. A terrifying rumor spreads that the Emperor of the Nova Empire was killed by the hero, Minjun. He scratches his head in total disbelief. What the hell is this? These monsters are like cockroaches that never die, and now they're back in even bigger numbers. Looking at his two subordinates kneeling at his feet, he clenches his fist worriedly. What about our side? Are our followers okay? Se-yeon hangs her head in guilt, while Bongu eagerly reassures his master. "Don't worry, boss. We train only the best, there are no weaklings in our group." Se-yeon quickly agrees. "He's right. That's not what I wanted to hear from him, but you don't need to worry too much about our followers." Minjun lets out a sigh of relief. "All right, it's not like I can't do anything here. I won't think about it anymore." Immediately, a blue system notification window appears. Lee Bongu and Kim Se-hyun have jumped across dimensions. With only you on their minds, the loyalty of Lee Bongu and Kim Se-hyun has deepened. Lee Bongu and Kim Se-hyun are zealous followers of the sect. When you use your magic on a zealous follower, you will recover a portion of that energy. Seeing the useless text, Minjun clicks his tongue in annoyance. But when he sees the sparkling, hopeful eyes of his two subordinates, he can only sigh to himself. "All right, if I'm not the one to take care of them, who will?" He stands tall, his aura immense, and declares with resolve, "An apocalypse? We'll just power up and end it all." Se-hyun and Bongu cheer in unison. "You're right." Minjun flashes a sinister grin. "So, what we need to do now is..." A few days later, at a normal apartment building, Minjun stands with his arms crossed, smugly behind enormous, towering stacks of cash. Kim Se-hyun, in a red tracksuit, stares with her jaw dropped at the mountain of 50,000 won bills. The crow Bongu beside her can only gasp, "Oh." Seeing the massive fortune, the crow's eyes gleam with greed. Instantly, Se-hyun lands a solid punch right on its head. Staring at the massive pile of cash, Se-hyun speaks hesitantly. "Master Minjun. Master Kim Minjun. Giving us a place to stay was already amazing. You don't have to do all this." Minjun replies coldly. "Amazing? Your continued support is essential to me. Unlike Lee Bongu, you don't have a transformation skill, so just do as I say." Se-hyun's eyes remain fixed on the stacks of 50,000 won bills. She worries, but this is too much money. Minjun crosses his arms confidently. "Money is meaningless. I can earn this back easily." He looks straight at his subordinate and makes a firm declaration. "I couldn't do anything when you were living in poverty in Iska, but I refuse to let you live like that in my homeland." His master's words deeply move Se-hyun. Her eyes well up with tears as they shine brightly, while the crow Bongu beside her also looks excited. She bows her head, pledging her loyalty. "Thank you, Master Kim Minjun. I guarantee I'll get the ID you mentioned with this money." Minjun nods, giving her careful instructions. That's right. The Duke of the Nova Empire smirks smugly. I am a Duke of the Nova Empire. He looks straight at his subordinate and declares his intentions. I couldn't do anything while you lived in poverty back in Iska, but I won't let you live like that in my homeland. His master's words touched Sehyun's heart deeply. Her eyes shone, welling with tears, while the crow Bongu also appeared thrilled. She bowed her head, expressing her loyalty. Thank you, Master Kim Minjun. That's illegal, so my hands are tied. Don't get tricked, and make sure you send me regular reports. Sehyun and Bongu shouted in perfect unison. Yes, sir. But a second later, Sehyun's temper flared. She grabbed her partner's collar and roared, Shut your mouth! Despite Bongu's struggles, she gritted her teeth, forcing him to calm down. Watching the chaos, Minjun could only let out a weary sigh. All right, whatever. Who could possibly survive trying to scam these two, he thought. Raising these two monsters was a genuine headache. He silently admitted that while Sehyun always mocked Lee Bongu, they were both incredibly skilled. Sehyun then approached Minjun, her face dead serious, placing a hand over her heart and asking hesitantly, Master Kim Minjun, once I get my ID card, can I join the Hunters Guild too? The military bus sped along the winding mountain road, carrying a pensive Kim Minjun who stared out the window. Sehyun's desperate question about her ID was still echoing in his mind. Can I join the Hunters Guild? Minjun sighed softly, answering in his head, That's impossible. He began to break down the situation. If he paid for her foreign citizenship and handled the paperwork, with her talent as a mage from Iska, joining the guild would be an absolute breeze. But the real headache was the question. Why would she even want to join the military? He shivered at the thought of someone who had lived her entire life as a dark sorcerer. If she got into the army and caused trouble, the consequences would be catastrophic. An image of Sehyun being dragged away by military police for her extreme actions made Minjun's stomach clench. Wouldn't that just bring more trouble right to his doorstep? Minjun raised a hand to his mouth, biting his nails. His face was a mask of tension. Tisk. Can I even stop her before this all goes sideways? The more he thought, the more he realized Sehyun was, in some ways, even harder to manage than Lee Bongu. He was torn between the complex, costly paperwork and just letting things play out. A flash of hope ignited when he recalled a rumor that if you successfully joined the Hunters Guild, they handled all the naturalization procedures for you. Minjun leaned back wearily in his seat, deciding to give up for now. Let it be. He closed his eyes. He was so sick of the troublemakers surrounding him. Let them do whatever they want. He was just too tired. It was his fate to raise vipers. The bus finally pulled into the Oryx station. Minjun stepped off the bus with a heavy expression, thinking to himself, I'm too stressed. I need to find something to punch. He walked silently, deeper into the deserted forest. The dry crunch of his footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Minjun stopped. He quietly asked the dark creature on his shoulder, That place is nearby, right? Getting a nod of confirmation, Minjun broke into an excited grin, patting the little monster's head as he mused. Let's see which unlucky monster falls into my hands today. He leisurely made his way deeper into the wild, rocky mountains, enjoying the quiet atmosphere. But then Minjun froze, a puzzled look on his face when he spotted something unusual up ahead. Standing on a high cliff, he looked down. To his shock, he saw a group of fully armed people gathered near a dungeon that was pulsing with bright blue energy. Minjun wondered, Someone's already here? He took a closer look at their gear. He realized they didn't look like they were from the Hunters Guild. Minjun's presence was quickly spotted, and a masked hunter let out a small gasp of surprise. Immediately after, a huge man with a thick beard turned his wary eyes toward him. The giant loomed closer, standing menacingly right in front of Minjun. With a grim face, he growled, Why are you here? Minjun remained perfectly calm, casually explaining his reason for being there. I heard the dungeon was acting up, so I dropped by to check the registry. Hearing this, the hunter narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I thought the survey was completed a long time ago. He then began to assert his group's authority. We're a clearance team from a private hunter company, and we've been licensed to clear this dungeon. To prove it, the big guy pulled out his phone, showing Minjun the paperwork. The Hunters Guild themselves gave us the intel on this dungeon. Do you need to see our permit? Minjun waved a hand, politely refusing. No need, thanks. I don't mean to get in the way, but the hunter wouldn't let it go, continuing to press him. Not on a date this weekend, but sneaking into the forest alone? You trying to solo the whole dungeon, buddy? Faced with this aggressive attitude, Minjun quietly considered how strange the situation was. He knew very well that the Hunters Guild managed all the dungeons in South Korea, and most were handled directly by members of the guild. It's incredibly rare, Minjun thought, for the military to give clearance rights to a private company like this. Seeing Minjun's silence, the hunter's patience ran out. He yelled, "Spit it out. What are you really here for? We don't have all day." Looking at the man's tense expression, Minjun instantly understood the problem. It would be a real shame to lose this rare opportunity. It was no wonder he was so on edge. Understanding the greed of private hunters, Kim Minjun thought, greed will be your downfall, guys. Who wouldn't be frantic with a gold mine right in front of them? A sinister smile appeared on his face. Minjun told himself with absolute determination, "But no matter what, I have to get inside that dungeon." He put a hand to his chin, thinking for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Wait a second." Minjun looked straight at the hunters and made an offer. "I won't interfere with your clear, but another survey is unavoidable." He then held up 5 fingers with a radiant smile. "I'll go into the dungeon first. You all can follow in 5 minutes." This surprising proposal made the big team leader stop in his tracks, his face full of suspicion. Seeing the other man hesitate, Minjun continued his pitch. "I really need to check something inside the dungeon. Relax. I'm just going to take a look. I won't touch any of your junk. Let me discuss it with my teammates first." He turned and walked away, leaving Minjun waiting. The private hunters immediately started whispering. Sungjin admitted, "I have no idea what he's planning. If we don't have to share the profits, we don't lose anything, right?" Another member agreed. "We don't even have to spend a dime, and we get an army sergeant as an assistant. Sounds good to me." However, Sungjin brought up a worrying question. "But he came here without a single weapon." As the team debated calling the Hunters Guild, their leader, Park Chan-bai, shut it down. "No need. Did you forget there are more than 10 of us on this sweep?" He then explained the problem with reporting it. "Report what?" "Reporting this means we lose our cut. Just keep quiet and do it. 10 of us can take him, no problem." Minjun, meanwhile, was starting to get impatient. He crossed his arms in annoyance, wondering how long this would take. On the other side, the group of hunters was finally coming to a decision. Fair enough, they were in the weaker position anyway. One of them conceded they should just go along with his plan. Seeing everyone on board, the leader, Park Chan-bai, made the call to just get it over with. While the private hunters were still busy hashing things out, a cool-looking blonde girl suddenly appeared, observing Kim Minjun from a distance. She casually walked closer, ignoring everyone else around her, and stopped right in front of Minjun. She then asked him a question with absolute certainty. "You're Sergeant Kim Minjun, right?" Caught off guard by this stranger's sudden appearance, Minjun could only stare back, completely bewildered. In that instant, the girl broke into a brilliant smile. She waved enthusiastically and declared that she was his fan. Faced with her cheerful expression, Minjun could only manage a stiff and awkward reply, saying, "Oh, I see. What a surprise." As they were about to enter the dungeon, the group leader noticed Minjun was empty-handed and couldn't help but ask if he really didn't need any gear. Minjun just calmly confirmed he didn't. Right on cue, his smartwatch activated, starting a countdown from the 5-minute mark. The leader reminded him that they had set the timer for 5 minutes. "Just as you said," he added. Minjun closed his eyes to focus, calmly replying, "Okay." But just as he was about to move, he suddenly paused, saying he forgot something. The leader stared, confused about what was happening, when Minjun's eyes suddenly flared with a menacing blue light. A wicked grin spread across his face as he casually added one more thing. "I forgot to mention, I'll destroy every single monster I meet on my way. Is that okay?" Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps command, a grim and tense atmosphere had fallen over the building. Inside an office, the air was heavy. Lieutenant General Song Byomji, commander of the Special Task Force, was present. He stood reporting with an incredibly serious expression on his face. Opposite him was General Gu Hechian, the supreme commander of the Hunter Corps, who was intently studying a file. General Gu slowly raised a hand to his temple, coldly questioning his subordinate. "So, you're telling me you can't handle this, is that right?" The general's sharp gaze was piercing. Lieutenant General Song couldn't help but tremble, sweat pouring down his face. He could only stammer out an explanation in fear. "Reporting, sir. I'm making calls non-stop. Please calm down." Before he could even finish, General Gu angrily slammed the file down on his desk. "What's the problem? Is it Lieutenant General Du?" He continued to voice his extreme dissatisfaction. "Lieutenant General Du is strongly against this, yes. But even the person we invited flat out refused." The general's gaze turned sharp and full of pressure as he shouted, "And you expect to climb to the rank of lieutenant general doing work like this? Get out of my sight." Faced with his superior's absolute fury, Lieutenant General Song Byomji was drenched in sweat. He desperately pleaded, "Please, let me try one more time. I'll go find Colonel Lee Junbyo myself and give him a piece of my mind. But Gu Heshian completely ignored his plea. He coldly repeated the order with a stone-cold expression. I said, "Get out," with no other option left. Song Byomji quietly left the room, looking utterly defeated and exhausted. As he walked, he clutched his head and groaned about his headache. Just then, his phone began to vibrate insistently. Just as his headache was fading, a golden opportunity appeared. Seeing the caller's name, Song Byomji's expression instantly changed. He excitedly answered the phone. "Oh, is this my dear daughter? What's up?" He started complaining to his daughter about the situation he just endured. "Yeah, that's right. I got chewed out because of that sergeant." However, what his daughter said next made him freeze. "What did you just say?" A smile, full of excitement and calculation, suddenly spread across the lieutenant general's face. He urged her, "Tell me all the details." Back at the dungeon area, a brilliant green energy was radiating outwards. As Song Jun held her phone to her ear, she smiled victoriously as she revealed her news. "It's just that I happened to run into Sergeant Kim Minjun." In the deep darkness of the dungeon, heavy footsteps echoed on the damp stone floor. A massive reptilian monster with gray-green scales was searching the area. Its long tongue flickered in and out, sensing for prey. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. It made the beast freeze, instantly on alert. But before it could even turn its head, a dark figure shot forward like a whirlwind. Kim Minjun appeared out of nowhere, aiming a powerful kick straight at its head. He casually commented that the monster was surprisingly good at hiding. Surrounded by a horde of ferocious beasts, Minjun moved with incredible agility. He effortlessly dodged their attacks by a hair's breadth. Noticing something unusual, he muttered to himself that the demon's energy was getting weaker and weaker. He quietly realized why the military would so easily grant access to civilian hunters. So, the army was just offloading their leftovers onto the private sector? No wonder these monsters are so pathetic. As he delivered decisive blows to finish them off, Minjun thought that it was a good thing he was here. Otherwise, things would have gotten messy. Not wanting to waste any more time on these small fries, he roared, "I don't have time to play around with you guys." Minjun then vanished in a blur of motion, leaving the monsters behind. They were completely bewildered by what had just happened. He stopped in a quiet corridor and carefully surveyed his surroundings, thinking this must be the place. But after searching for a bit, Minjun grew visibly frustrated, unable to find any sign of the secret passage. Where is the entrance? Now I have to look for it? What a pain. His gaze suddenly turned ice cold, his eyes glowing with an intense, violet light. Deciding to solve the problem with brute force, he sneered. "No entrance, huh? Then I'll just flatten this entire place." Minjun unleashed a devastating kick, the violet energy around his leg tearing through the dungeon space itself. After landing solidly on his feet, he casually strolled toward a brilliant light at the end of the dark tunnel. There, a giant reptilian monster with glowing pink eyes awaited him. It was lurking in the shadows, growling menacingly. Facing a creature many times his size, Minjun just stood with his hands on his hips. He stared right at the snarling beast and flashed a challenging smile. "You're the one who got in my way, remember?" Then, in an instant, Minjun dashed forward at an incredible speed. He dodged its attack while a powerful violet magical energy swirled violently around him. He stood at the center of the swirling energy trails, a look of pure excitement on his face. "I recently learned a pretty interesting new move." Minjun raised his finger, and immediately, a massive vortex of dark energy formed right above his head. It radiated an insane pressure that enveloped the entire chamber. The system quickly displayed a notification for the skill, Black Rain Incineration. He looked at the monster trembling under the dark shadow. Minjun smirked. "Consider yourself lucky. You get to be my guinea pig." This is a skill that allows him to project energy down onto a specific area. It creates a magical rain that can corrode anything it touches. Minjun decisively lowered his finger, commanding the dark rain to pour down upon his enemy. "I guarantee I'll get that ID you mentioned along with this money." Minjun gave a firm nod, confirming the deal. That's right. Thousands of sharp purple energy needles rained down like daggers, piercing straight through the monster's tough scales. The giant creature roared in absolute agony. As its body began to corrode from the heavy damage, it desperately tried to retreat into the cliff wall, but it was no use. The deadly rain of attacks kept pouring down. It pinned the monster to the ground, leaving it completely unable to resist. But faced with this brutal assault, Kim Minjun simply stood with his arms crossed, looking bored. He commented casually, "A D-rank item. Huh? Is that supposed to tickle it? Don't believe the ads, folks. It's weak." Suddenly, Minjun's gaze turned razor sharp. He focused intently on every single one of his opponent's movements. Then, out of nowhere, a streak of white light tore through space, aimed directly at the monster's tail. A single, clean slash sent the massive tail flying, and it crashed to the ground, leaving the reptilian beast in a state of shock. The monster roared in pain, struggling to move its now incomplete body. Minjun, however, was already moving, tossing out a taunt, "Just lightening the load for you." He flashed an excited grin, noticing his speed had improved dramatically. "I'm even faster than before." Without warning, the monster opened its mouth and spat out a thick cloud of green poison gas, completely enveloping Minjun's entire body. The sticky, toxic liquid covered him from head to toe, leaving him completely paralyzed. The triumphant monster charged forward, ready to swallow its poor prey whole. But from within the mass of poisonous slime, a hand suddenly shot out, grabbing the monster's long tongue in a vice grip. The reptile's eyes widened in sheer terror, completely unable to process what was happening. A blazing purple aura then exploded from Minjun's body, incinerating all the poison around him. He stood defiantly amidst the wreckage and coldly declared, "You think this poison can stop me? Take it back and use it for a health boost. For a dark magician, this is just a light drink." The system immediately displayed a notification: Demonic Energy Mastery skill activated. Minjun used his overwhelming strength to yank the tongue, distorting the monster's face in agony. He raised his finger. Minjun gathered blazing purple magic at the tip, activating his black feather fire skill. Instantly, a world-shaking energy explosion rained down. It devoured the monster in a heartbeat. Among the ruins, Minjun stood casually, his muscular frame visible through the smoke and dust. Once the enemy was completely wiped out, a series of system notifications popped up one after another. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Once his demonic energy hit the required level, a new skill called Raging Charge was officially unlocked. Looking at his status window, Minjun let out an excited smile. "Oh, so it's this kind of skill. Although it lowers his defense and stamina when activated, it boosts his speed and damages any enemy he collides with." He thought to himself, "Most dark magicians aren't strong enough to even use this skill." But then Minjun confidently declared, "But I'm different. I was already strong to begin with. Haha." Walking over to the monster's corpse, he muttered quietly, "Now then." Minjun raised his hand, cast the decay skill, and gave the order, "Time for a cleanup." Purple flames erupted, completely incinerating the monster's last remains. He calmly watched his smoking hand, and then made a remark. "This skill is perfect for a cremation service." After the fight, Minjun stretched his back. "Oh, my back." He then casually walked towards the glowing cave entrance. He didn't forget to wonder, "Has it been 5 minutes yet, guys? Just one small fight and my back is already complaining." Outside the dungeon, the private hunter team was still waiting. One member checked his watch and said, "It's probably been more than 5 minutes by now, right?" The team began to ready their weapons. "Well then, let's go in." However, the goateed captain suddenly stopped, a worried expression on his face. "But wait, something doesn't feel right." When his teammate asked why, he explained, "I didn't say anything since that guy is from the Hunter Corps, but how can anyone possibly scout a dungeon in only 5 minutes?" The other hunters started whispering in agreement. "That's true." The captain continued his analysis. "In the worst-case scenario, even if that guy was telling the truth, this dungeon could be hiding some kind of incredible danger. If that's the case, he could be dead in there." He gritted his teeth, completely stressed out. That's not wrong. 2 members of the private hunter team looked at each other with faces full of despair. One of them cried out, "We're finished. We're really, truly finished." Captain Park Chanbai sat stunned next to a pile of equipment. He immediately began thinking of a way out of taking responsibility. "This mission has gone south. We'll just say we were waiting outside. If anything happened to that old guy, we're totally innocent." Hearing this, his teammate asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chanbai's face grew incredibly tense as he growled, "I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario, that guy died in there." Another person quickly tried to calm him down. "That's not going to happen." Seeing how calm Jihoon was, Chanbai turned to ask her, "Ah, that reminds me. You know that guy, right? You even said you were a fan of his. Don't you guys know him? He's the one who cleared the fake dungeon in Daejeong a few months ago." Another hunter still couldn't believe what he was hearing. "That was him? I thought he was just a regular sergeant from the 104th Division, not first class or anything." His teammate continued to explain the rumors from the news. "That's right. The media just reported that High Command hadn't approved it, but someone below sent him into the dungeon anyway. Did he get a promotion or something? And how do you even know him? I thought the Hunter Corps kept identities secret. with no faces or names made public. Ji-hoon let out a mysterious smirk. I have my ways. All you need to do is grab your weapons, get up, and start the cleanup. Just as the countdown ended, Ji-hoon decisively strode toward the cave entrance. We've waited the 5 minutes we promised. Now I'm going in myself to check why that guy was so insistent on going in. As she walked, a sly smile crept across her face. Who knows what might happen, right? Maybe we'll find some evidence to blackmail him with. Ha ha. Suddenly, one of the soldiers yelled out, "What is that thing walking out of there? A shape-shifting monster?" Ji-hoon and her team were stunned, watching a figure casually stroll out from a brilliant blue light. It was none other than Kim Minjun, shirtless, revealing a chiseled physique and a completely relaxed expression, a sight that would make any gym bro jealous. Seeing this, Ji-hoon couldn't help but blush, rushing over to check on the sergeant. Anything wrong? Minjun just scratched his head and replied casually, "Nah, we're good. You can all come in now." The team was still frozen in shock. He flashed a bright smile and made a surprising offer. "But first, can I borrow a t-shirt from someone?" Meanwhile, in a modern apartment, Kim Se-yoon was buried under a pile of books, studying Korean with deadly seriousness. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, eyes glued to the screen, with beginner textbooks spread across her desk. Just then, a black crow flew through the window carrying a plastic bag as purple smoke surrounded it. It transformed into a silver-haired young man with a cheerful look on his face. He casually pulled out a bag of snacks and started digging in. Seeing this, Se-yoon's face darkened. "Where did you go without saying a word?" The silver-haired boy just mumbled through a mouthful of chips. "I went to get snacks. And to check our ramen supply, what's the big deal?" He went to the kitchen, opened the cabinet and whined, "We're out of ramen," then grabbed a golden pot. When he turned around, Se-yoon was looming right behind him, radiating pure killer intent. Before he could even ask, "Do you want some?" Se-yoon made her move. She landed a massive punch right on her subordinate's face. Se-yoon stared down at him on the floor and scolded, "You could have just walked instead of transforming for somewhere so close." He cried out in pain, "Ouch, can't we just talk? Why do you always resort to violence?" But Se-yoon showed no mercy and continued to lecture him. "You damn fool. All you ever do is eat and fly around in your transformed state." "Why?" she demanded, absolutely furious. "Do you really think Master Kim Minjun gave you mana just to go on leisurely strolls?" He pouted and muttered defensively, "Well, I still managed to find a lot of dungeons." Se-yoon's expression suddenly darkened with worry for their master. "The boss is pushing himself to the limit to support us. If I'd known, I'd never have accepted his mana. I'm worried sick." But in complete contrast, the silver-haired boy just grinned confidently. "Don't worry, our master. We'll definitely raise his magic stats faster than anyone. Plus, I'm sure I'll get a key roll right away." Se-yoon lunged forward, grabbing his collar and shouting, "How dare a warlock say that?" She snapped, "Raising stats only increases your max mana reserves. Once you use it, it's still gone." Se-yoon gritted her teeth, giving him a harsh dose of reality. "Besides, collecting even 10 mana here is much harder than in Isgar, and you dare say something so reckless?" She glared at him, her expression a clear threat. "I'm starting to doubt your loyalty." He just laughed nervously, trying to make an excuse. "Haha, Master Kim Minjun always has a plan. Sharing his mana with us must be part of it." But before he could finish, Se-yoon landed another punch while yelling, "That means you're being way too complacent." Seeing the situation escalating, Bongu had to step in to calm her down. "All right, I'll stop." Even after letting go, Se-yoon couldn't hide her anger. She looked away and muttered with grim resolve, "I swear, I will." Just then, the door opened and Minjun walked in. He casually held a paper bag of food and asked, "I was gone for a little while and this place became a fighting ring? Who started a fight this time?" The moment they saw their master, both Se-yoon and Bongu paled. Bongu frantically waved his hands. "No, sir." He immediately bowed with an overjoyed expression. "Welcome back, master." Minjun entered, handed the food to Bongu, and got straight down to business. "How are the preparations?" Bongu reported eagerly while taking the food. "In 3 days, the black market dealer will secretly meet the parasite, Lee Bongu." Seeing the smug look on his subordinate's face, Minjun sighed and warned him, "Just don't make up any more ridiculous identities." He then turned to Se-yoon with a stern look. "Also, don't let Bongu do everything. You need to watch carefully. Understand?" While Bongu was distracted by the food, Minjun suddenly noticed the books on the desk. He wondered to himself, "What's all this?" His gaze grew thoughtful as he asked, "Kim Se-yoon, are you really planning to join the Hunter Corps?" Hearing the question, Se-yoon immediately stood tall, proudly showing off her progress. It hasn't been long, but I can already write basic Korean. I'll be perfectly prepared for enlistment. Seeing her fiery spirit, Minjun could only marvel at the Korean alphabet. He then asked, bewildered, is there a written test to enlist? Suddenly, a notification pinged from the computer. Seyun quickly excused herself. It's time. I'll show this online world the true speed of a warlock. In an instant, her eyes began to glow with a mystical purple light as she dived toward the computer. Her 10 fingers flew across the keyboard at a terrifying speed, creating a constant storm of clicks. Standing behind her, Minjun was completely shocked by the scene. On the screen, a flood of hateful comments from netizens targeted the Hunter Corps and Minjun personally. Accounts like Rua, Hunter and Hunjong were constantly posting insults, calling Hunters a waste of taxes and Minjun's achievements fakes. Under the username Kim Minjun Fan, Seyun was furiously replying to every single comment. She hammered the keyboard like she wanted to break it, her face filled with murderous intent. Minjun broke out in a cold sweat reading her scathing replies. You keyboard warriors just sit there typing and dare to insult him? He stammered out of pure shock. Yeah, your Korean has really improved. Internally, he shivered, thinking, she's practically a native, but he still had to warn her. Just don't use my name in your user ID. Ignoring his warning completely, Seyun remained lost in her rage. Die, you bastards. My poor keyboard. Seeing that she was unstoppable, Minjun decided to move on and make an important announcement. Anyway, starting tomorrow you won't be able to reach me for a week, so try not to cause any trouble. Bonggu looked up mid-chew, looking puzzled. You're going somewhere? Minjun sighed wearily and clicked his tongue. It's a pain. I got dragged into 24/7 combat standby duty. For the next week, don't any of you cause trouble so I can get some peace. The 5-minute rapid response team, also known as the 24/7 standby force, is always the first unit to arrive on scene when an emergency situation arises in their designated area. Within the Hunter Corps, each squad rotates this duty at the battalion level. Being an elite hunter is tough, but the constant alert duty is famously brutal. Here is why everyone hates it. Enter Sergeant Kim Minjun, the deputy commander of the 2nd Platoon. He bursts into the room roaring, "Red alert! Wake up, everyone! Stop dreaming!" The soldiers just groan. Not again, right? Is this another drill? Minjun does not care if it is real or not. Move it. Find out later. Get going. Complaints echo down the hallway. 9 times out of 10, it is just a test. This is ridiculous. The hunters are fuming because drills every hour make no sense. Move! The deputy is waiting. It is an endless tradition of training, where even a 5-minute alert is part of the grind. At headquarters, the military truck is ready to roll. The radio crackles, rapid response team. This is Central Command. Position 3310, move it now. Minjun confirms the situation while the soldiers scramble into their seats. After the signal confirms everyone is loaded, Minjun glares at the rearview mirror and coldly orders, "Let's go." The truck blasts off, leaving a massive trail of dust. Hold on tight, the boss is driving like a maniac. Minjun watches the road. He rests his chin on his hand, eyes narrowing. Something feels off. It is tenser than usual. Maybe this one is real. As the truck speeds toward the target, a voice suddenly shouts, "Sergeant Kim Minjun, look ahead." Minjun gasps, "What?" He stares forward, eyes widening in total shock at the scene. The military truck screeches to a halt before an obstacle. A soldier stands in the road, waving a red flare to stop them. Out steps an officer with a goatee and an intimidating gaze. His name tag reads Kang Min-soo, from the South Korean Hunter Corps. Seeing him, Kim Minjun cannot help but gasp. This is the guy Minjun once absolutely destroyed in a duel. Boots stomp against the ground, shattering the heavy silence. Suddenly, Kang Min-soo shifts his tone. He spreads his arms wide, shouting, "Oh, Sergeant Kim Minjun, it has been a while." Minjun steps forward, suspicious. "Why are you here?" Kang Min-soo just points to a smoking truck behind him. He explains, "As you can see, our truck broke down. Busy? Sorry to bother you. Is it broken or just acting, old man?" Minjun checks his watch and nods. "Okay then." But the moment Minjun turns his back, Kang Min-soo sports a sinister, calculating smirk. Suddenly, he roars at his men. "Second squad, get out. We are running to the target." The sound of heavy boots thundering through the forest fills the air. Minjun's team has to sprint through the thick brush. Soldiers groan in pain while running. Damn it! Watching them from behind, Kang Min-soo sighs with a look of pure annoyance. What a nuisance. It is a brutal race against time. Minjun leads the pack, constantly pushing his team. Keep going. Almost there. Pick up the pace. An excited grin spreads across Minjun's face. Things are getting interesting. They burst from the forest. A blinding light awaits them. Standing there in a majestic line is a group of elite Special Forces officers. A soldier in Minjun's squad gapes at these legends. From the crowd steps a tanned general with a powerful beard. This is Major General Song Byamji, commander of the Hunter Corps Special Forces. He casually checks his watch and speaks. 4 minutes 55 seconds. 5 seconds more, and your whole team would be finished. Minjun barks. Gather up. Attention. Salute. He executes a perfect salute, eyes locked on the general. In response, General Song Byamji lets out a hearty laugh. Minjun narrows his eyes, thinking, so the Special Forces want to play like this? A wicked smile creeps onto his lips. Moments before the standby team arrived, the base was tense, as high-ranking officers gathered in the training yard. Song Byamji, Lee Junbayum, Seo Jungun, and Han Borum are deep in discussion. Colonel Lee Junbayum looks visibly stressed. Song Byamji reassures him, don't feel bad, we are just doing our jobs. Lee Junbayum forces a very awkward smile. Sweat beads on his forehead as he replies, it is an honor to have you at this remote battalion. Song Byamji laughs loudly. His laughter echoes across the yard. Is that so? Then I guess I will visit more often. Standing behind them, Captain Seo Jungun watches silently. He knows managing a hunter corps full of awakened ones is absolute chaos. Standard military ranks are not enough to control them. He glances at Major Han Borum, an officer overflowing with confidence. Jungun figures only Special Forces hunters have what it takes to act as military police over such talented individuals. Still, he wonders, coming here just to watch the standby team? Song Byamji slaps the colonel's shoulder, laughing despite the tension. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approach. Song Byamji tenses up immediately. He grabs his radio and smiles. They are here. By day 2 of the standby alert, the barracks are exhausted. Soldiers slump in the hallways, faces pale from zero sleep. One soldier groans, another drill. I would rather fight monsters than pull another all-nighter. His buddy gasps, all night, man. Have we ever dealt with this many high ranks? Someone whispers. This isn't a drill, it is a personal vendetta. Is the Special Forces chief really that petty? Totally. He is definitely hunting Sergeant Kim Minjun. Because of that old drama, his teammate nods in agreement. It is the only explanation. But why would a high-ranking official come here for this? He snaps. I didn't know the STF was that bored. The man is truly petty. Seeing the exhausted crew, one man mutters, in that case, we cannot lose. Instantly, their morale begins to skyrocket. All they had to do was survive 1 week. One soldier declared, I'll take care of Chonho. They tried to reassure themselves what's the STF compared to their own leader. Captain Minjun was the real master of torture. Just thinking about him sent the whole group collapsing to the floor in mock terror. One of them whimpered, oh, now I remember. He's a complete demon. Maybe we should just fail this 5 standby mission on purpose. But a harsh reality hit them. Failing would only mean even more brutal training. Yeah, better to just give it their all. 2 soldiers whispered to each other during the march. Isn't he just being a psycho? Are you trying to get me killed? Another one chimed in. I'm seriously about to report you. In response, their commander just gave them a knowing smirk. Suddenly, an alarm blared across the entire base. Everyone assemble and move out to the military training grounds. The music's on, time for a party. The entire unit immediately grabbed their rifles and sprinted out amidst the urgent calls. One soldier asked Sergeant Lee Dongjin while running, is this a drill? I've never had to deal with suspicious individuals before. Dongjin just calmly observed the situation. Don't worry, the base we're heading to has been abandoned for years. There won't be anyone to report to even if we do find suspicious individuals. The young soldier lit up. Oh, so it's really just A? Dongjin confirmed his thoughts. Yep. This is probably a simulated scenario from the Command and Coordination Center. All of a sudden, a soldier froze. His sharp eyes had spotted something unusual. Halt! The entire team instantly snapped into combat positions, surrounding a questionable target in the middle of the abandoned base. The soldiers paused, looking uncertain as they heard a strange noise from above. 2 figures in black Spec Ops gear were moving stealthily on the rooftops. They moved with professional grace across the roof of the abandoned building. Immediately, the entire team raised their weapons, focusing their fire on the targets with extreme caution. With a radio in hand, the commander reported with a confident smirk, Command, this is 5 standby. We've spotted 2 suspects at base X-20. We're moving in to capture them now. Over. Famous last words. On the other end, command immediately responded with a firm and clear order. 5 standby, this is command. Capture them alive, over. Watching the two strangers walk away as if to challenge them, Minjun turned to his squad. You all heard that, right? He slowly cracked his knuckles, his eyes burning with determination, and gave his order. Lower your rifles. We're going to beat them black and blue with our bare hands. The entire squad charged forward like a pack of wild beasts hunting their prey. But their opponent was no pushover. He stood unshakable, like a mountain. He radiated an incredible pressure that made everyone hesitate. The brawl then exploded into a chaotic mess of lightning-fast exchanges from both sides. The other stranger, the one with blue hair, proved to be just as dangerous. He unleashed a series of deadly spinning kicks, taking down multiple soldiers in a heartbeat. Witnessing their teammates fall one by one to this overwhelming power, the remaining soldiers were stunned, and their resolve began to crumble. One soldier tried to throw a punch, but his face was a mask of pure tension. The difference in skill was just too vast, leaving the soldiers completely on the defensive against the blue-haired man. He moved like a phantom, relentlessly dishing out punishing blows that sent the soldiers flying completely out of the combat zone without a chance to fight back. Getting some much-needed support, the soldier breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Min Sung. Dressed in his uniform, he quickly urged his comrade on. I've got this. Go save the other guys before they all get wiped out. Watching his men get thrashed, Minjun finally stepped forward with an ice-cold stare. He looked right at the stranger. He issued a stern warning. I'm not going to hold back, you understand? A suspect cracked his knuckles and immediately snapped into a professional fighting stance. He charged in wildly, throwing a relentless barrage of punches straight at Minjun. However, Minjun remained incredibly calm, effortlessly weaving around the attacks. He dodged every single blow with absolute mastery. Before the suspect even knew what was happening, Minjun unleashed a devastating strike that slammed him to the ground. The heavy impact left him writhing on the floor, coughing and gasping in pain. The other soldiers arrived just in time to see it, frozen in awe at Minjun's sheer power. Let's show him a good time. Minjun and his teammates flashed sinister smiles, closing in to give the suspect a lesson he would never forget. The entire group rushed in. They rained down vicious kicks, leaving the enemy collapsed in a thick cloud of dust. At this point, only one enemy combatant was left standing. He revealed a powerful physique with bulging muscles. Minjun walked closer, looking at his opponent with a mocking gaze. Well now, care for a round? He pointed at his own face, taunting him. Take the first shot, if you're feeling lucky. The suspect smirked, cursing him under his breath. Arrogant little punk. He poured all of his strength into his arm and threw a monstrous punch right at Minjun's head. The impact was so powerful it made the helmet smoke. But Minjun stood his ground like a mountain. The man's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw Minjun was still smiling back at him. He spoke slowly. My turn. After a long exhale that turned to mist in the air, Minjun suddenly threw an explosive punch. The fist drove straight into the suspect's stomach. It created a shocking impulse that literally drove him deep into the ground. Minjun looked down coldly at his defeated opponent and ordered his team. He's done, boys. Go take care of him. With a crazed, ecstatic glint in their eyes, the soldiers immediately swarmed their prey. Terrified, the suspect began to beg for his life. Wait a minute. Okay, stop. The training is over. Can you hear me? I'm from the STF. But no matter how much he screamed and explained, the group still charged. They attacked so fiercely that his pleas for help were completely drowned out by the sound of the beatdown. So tough a minute ago, what happened? I cannot agree with this. The furious shout echoed throughout the command building. Inside an office, Colonel Lee Jun-Beom stood before Song Beom-ji, his face beet red with absolute rage. He roared with conviction. Please, rescind the order. In his entire military career, he had never heard of something so completely absurd. Lee Jun-Beom gritted his teeth, warning him that this could lead to a serious conflict between the regular soldiers and the Special Forces Command. At the same time, he declared, I will definitely be filing a formal complaint. In stark contrast to his fury, Song Beom-ji just casually leaned back in his chair. He cracked a sarcastic smile and slowly reminded him, Calm down and cool your head, Colonel. All that stress will make you old. Lee Jun-Beom was practically trembling with rage. He clenched his fists so hard the veins on his hands bulged, but all he could let out was a choked sound of helplessness. Right now, all he could do was swallow his fury. Just as the tension in the room was about to snap, a knock echoed on the door. Beom-ji casually ordered, Come in. The door swung open. Seo Jung-gun entered and snapped into a crisp salute. Battalion Commander, sir, he reported. The members of the rapid response team have returned. Watching his subordinates return, Song Byomji lets out a smug smirk. Jun Byom rushes over, frantically asking questions out of concern for the soldiers' safety. Is everyone all right? Any injuries? Jung-gun rubs a tiny scratch on his chin and hesitates for a moment before answering. His vague response sent Jun Byom into a panic. What? 2 people? Who are they? Are their injuries serious? Seeing his commander's extreme worry, Jung-gun quickly held up 2 fingers to explain. Sir, the 2 suspects are out cold. Our guys are perfectly fine. This information left Jun Byom completely floored. He stammered, asking, What? Unconscious? How could the 2 suspects be unconscious? He couldn't believe his ears. Huh? You mean to tell me STF soldiers got beaten unconscious? Are you mistaken? Jung-gun proudly nodded. That's correct. The rapid response team has apprehended 2 suspects. He then continued with the team's condition report. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho and a few others sustained minor injuries, but they're healthy enough to run. A bright smile spread across the young soldier's face as he revealed the true reason for their energy. They ran straight for the mess hall. It's sausage day. The man flashed a sinister, smug smile before casually turning away, his expression utterly vile. On the other side of the room, a hand clenched into a tight fist. Veins bulged as it trembled with absolute rage. Seeing the scene before him, the commander roared in his mind. That bastard Kim Minjun! Meanwhile, our main character was just casually stuffing his face, his cheeks puffed with food, completely oblivious to the chaos he had just unleashed. Back at the base, an atmosphere of pure horror took over as everyone muttered in disbelief. There's no way. In front of the command building, 2 military ambulances stood waiting. Inside, 2 titans of the Special Forces, Major Han Boram and Major Jong Heejun, were lying motionless on stretchers. Their faces were swollen and beaten completely beyond recognition. Witnessing the tragic state of his men, a mustached officer cried out in horror. This can't be happening. Major Han, are you okay? He frantically tried to wake them. Major Jong, open your eyes. Watching the disaster unfold, Song Byomji just clicked his tongue in disdain. His expression darkened as he stared directly at Kim Minjun, who stood at attention in the office. His gaze was sharp, filled with enough killing intent to tear him apart. Song Byomji's voice dropped. He ordered the others in the room. Battalion Commander, Company Commander, give us a moment alone. Under the crushing pressure of the STF commander, the 2 junior officers quickly snapped a salute and replied, Yes, sir. They quickly left the room, leaving Kim Minjun standing alone in the dead silence. Song Byomji began to walk toward him. The heavy thud of boots echoed on the floor. The footsteps stopped. Song Byomji stared Minjun down and then suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're really something else. He didn't hold back his praise for the young sergeant. Taking down 2 of my majors by yourself. You've got guts, kid. Seeing Minjun's indifferent expression, Byomji continued to mock him. A man with your talent is still just a sergeant? Guess the commander of the 104th Division has a bad eye for talent. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Minjun's shoulder and making a very tempting offer. I'll promote you to 2nd lieutenant, so just join the special task force. Byomji leaned in close to Minjun's ear, a calculating smile on his face. Want more than that? I can make it happen. Just tell me what you want. In response to this recruitment attempt, Minjun just smirked back defiantly. He looked the STF commander dead in the eye and fired back a simple but loaded question. Are you sure? Outside the office, a worried CO Jung-gun peeked through the crack in the door and asked Colonel Lee, Junbyom, sir, are you sure this is okay? He's trying to recruit Sergeant Kim Minjun. If we leave them alone in there. In contrast to his subordinate's anxiety, Lee Junbyom was completely calm. Don't worry. Kim Minjun is far more incredible than we think. Before Jung-gun could understand, a furious roar erupted from inside the room. It shattered the silence. What the hell did you just say? A loud slam on the table echoed, followed by Byomji's enraged cursing. Say that again, you bastard, I dare you. Witnessing the chaos that shook the entire hallway, Lee Junbyom simply broke into a satisfied smile. See? I told you so, he really is different. He looked at the stunned Jung-gun and affirmed his belief with total confidence. That guy has never known how to hold back. Standing outside, Colonel Lee and Lieutenant Seo couldn't help but worry about their troublemaking subordinate's personality. Colonel Lee muttered, We're done for. That brat must have just slapped a superior across the face. The whole battalion is going down. Lieutenant Seo tried to reassure him. No way he wouldn't. But they both went quiet, sweating bullets from the sheer lack of confidence in his own words. Colonel Lee frantically ran a hand through his hair. What do we do now? Should we go in there? But then he hesitated. But what would we even do if we went in? Right then, a calm voice cut straight through their rising panic. Rank and titles don't matter. What's important is that I don't become a commander. Turns out, the source of the fury came from a completely unexpected reason. Commander Song's eyes shot wide open as he roared in utter disbelief. Dungeon, what? What you want is guaranteed time to play video games. He got right in his face, screaming through gritted teeth, "Are you out of your mind?" In contrast to the commander's rage, Kim Minjun's face remained a perfect blank. He calmly replied, "I've brought this up before. The ban on personal electronics and restricted internet access are conditions I simply cannot accept." He even raised a single finger to correct him with dead seriousness. Also, the name of the game is Warrior's Dungeon. That specific answer was like throwing fuel on the fire, sending Song over the edge. Nobody asked for the name of the game, he bellowed about military discipline. Faced with threats against his team, Minjun just bows his head in silence. Seeing this, Song taunts him triumphantly. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Ah, so you just don't care if your comrades suffer because of you, do you?" He crosses his arms with a sinister grin. Well then. Song leans in close, whispering his poison. That illegal mercenary job for the civilians. "I think we need to have a little chat, don't you?" Minjun visibly flinches. With his secret exposed, a flicker of panic crosses his eyes. Song's smirk widens as he lands the final blow. "I think this warrants an investigation. What do you say?" But just as Commander Song moves to crush Minjun with his authority, he's cut off by a loud slam. The door to the room is thrown open. Another high-ranking officer storms in, roaring with fury. "Investigation, my ass." The sudden entrance leaves Minjun and the other soldier completely stunned. The officer with the goatee marches forward, shouting, "I was the one who gave him that order." His face is pure rage, glaring at Commander Song like he's his next meal. Heavy footsteps echo as he gets closer. The two senior officers now face each other, and the tension in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Seeing his own superior, Song starts breaking out in a cold sweat. He stammers, "Sir, what are you doing here? I thought you were at the main headquarters." But karma is swift. The officer raises an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "That's a funny question. Did you come here on purpose because I was away?" The question hits Song like a punch to the gut. He can only sputter out a denial. No, that's not it." Before he can explain, the officer forcefully shoves a brown envelope into Song's chest. "I got an interesting tip, so I came the second I heard you were in my division, just so I could show you this." Song takes the envelope, his hands trembling with doubt. What kind of information? The moment he opens the file, all the color drains from his face. His eyes go wide in absolute shock at what he's reading. Meanwhile, Minjun watches it all with a quiet, knowing smile. A calm voice suddenly echoes inside his head. "Sergeant Kim Minjun, am I right? I'm a fan of yours." Minjun turns his head slightly, his gaze landing on a blonde woman standing in the distance. He mutters to himself, "A fan? Heh, my fan club is full of some pretty impressive people, huh?" Minjun's eyes suddenly flare with an eerie purple glow, a mysterious smile on his face. "Ah, a fan." At that same moment, the blonde woman is on the phone. "Dad, it's me. Is now a good time to talk?" She continues calmly into the phone. "Has your number one recruitment target changed?" A calculating smirk appears. "Don't move on him yet. I just checked the merchandise. Kim Minjun is the real deal." Down at her feet, a tiny shadow creature looks up curiously. "You don't really seem like much of a fan." It's Kim Minjun's first day at the 5 standby unit. The time is now 11:28 at night. The combat-ready area is dead silent under the full moon. Inside, 5 soldiers in full combat gear are sprawled across the floor, leaning against lockers, every single one of them looking completely exhausted. The doorknob clicks, and Kim Minjun calmly walks in, taking in the scene of his worn-out teammates after a long day. A few are already dead asleep. One guy is out so cold it looks like his soul has left his body. Minjun silently observes the sleeping soldiers with a stern face. Noticing someone came in, a soldier forces his eyes open. "Sir, you taking the watch?" "I'm wiped." Minjun calmly replies, "No need. You just rest." Seeing his deputy commander just standing there, the soldier warns him, "You need to get some rest, too." Minjun just leans against the door, his voice cold. "Don't worry about me. Just rest. At least until tomorrow morning." The door clicks shut, leaving the soldier inside looking completely and utterly confused. He mutters to himself, "Tomorrow? But today is our first day." Meanwhile, Minjun walks silently down the dark corridor, his boots echoing with each steady step. Suddenly, a sinister smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself, "That's right, tomorrow. Because tonight, I'm going to deal with all you little problems." Minjun's eyes burn with pure malice. He gives a firm order. "Cue the music, Bongu." At the towering red building, the wind howls. A man with long silver hair stands looking up at the lit windows. On his shoulder sits a tiny, dark creature with glowing purple eyes. He gives a confident smile and answers simply, "Got it." Inside the red headquarters, silence hangs heavy over the empty desks. In one brightly lit room, a female employee with blonde hair tied high is typing away furiously. The constant clacking of the keyboard echoes, showing her intense focus. But then, all of a sudden, her hands just freeze. She warily looks around the room, a suspicious feeling washing over her. Something is wrong. She gets up and walks out into the darkened hallway. At the far end of the corridor, a janitor is silently mopping the floor in the dim light. She approaches him and asks, "What are you doing here?" This area is off limits to the cleaning staff. Hearing her voice, the man stops his work. His hand tightens on the mop handle. She continues to walk up right behind him. The janitor smirks slightly, adjusting the cap that hides his face. He answers casually, "Looks like I'm already making trouble on my first day. I'll be out of your hair in a second." His relaxed attitude just makes her more suspicious. She crosses her arms, demanding coldly, "Oh really? Let me see your face, and your ID card." The man stays completely still, his back hiding any expression he might have. A sudden, cold gust of wind blows past, making the woman feel uneasy. She snaps, her voice sharp and decisive. "Don't make me repeat myself. Give me the ID and turn around." He finally speaks, his voice slow. "All right, sure. Just try not to get obsessed, boss." As the man starts to move, she immediately puts a hand out to stop him, her face full of caution. "Wait, don't come any closer. Stay right there." The janitor slowly takes off his cap, revealing long silver hair and the face of Li Bonggu. He smiles brightly and complains, I know. Stop yelling, you're hurting my ears." Seeing his face, the woman suddenly blushes, freezing for a moment. Bonggu just keeps smiling and repeats, "I told you it was my first day, but you're really making it tough on me." Though still flustered, the woman tries to keep her cool and asks for his ID again. Suddenly, Bonggu's eyes flash with a mesmerizing purple light as a system window for hypnosis appears. Instantly, glowing purple rings appear in the woman's eyes. She completely falls into a trance, her mind controlled, and begins to walk towards him with a blank expression. "You are in the most secure building in the country without an ID card? Is it just because today is your first day?" Seeing his awkwardness, she softens her tone and acts sympathetic. "That must be so inconvenient." She smiles, handing over her own ID. "Use mine for today. I will tell security to be more careful tomorrow." Talk about being a total pushover for a handsome face. Bonggu takes the card and thanks her. The moment he turns away, a tiny shadow creature snatches the ID card and scurries off in pure excitement. Bonggu turns back to the dazed girl and asks if she needs anything else. Under that silver-haired gaze, the hunter girl turns bright red. Bonggu leans in close to her ear and whispers, "Since you asked, let me ask you one thing." He flashes a truly wicked smile. Amidst the fake romantic tension, he makes an unexpected request. "Can you help me clean? I am actually quite good at cleaning. It starts right here." While Bonggu distracts the 8th floor security near the elevators, a chime signals someone has finally arrived. Kim Sehyun steps out in a bright red tracksuit. On her shoulder, the shadow creature wears the stolen red ID card. Sehyun strolls down the silent hall. She stops at a secure door, coldly swipes the ID, and sits down at the computer. Her fingers fly across the keys with insane speed. Her eyes burn with determination. "Don't worry, boss. This higher up is finished." But as vital data flashes on the screen, Sehyun's eyes widen. A triumphant grin spreads across her face as she stares at the monitor. "Found it." At that same moment, Kim Minjun, decked out in tactical gear, lets out a sinister smirk of his own. "Recover everything, and send it to the designated spot." He holds up his powerful hunter identification card. "Roger that," comes the reply. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Lieutenant General Song Byomji is shaking. Sweat pours down his face as he clutches the new documents. Major General Du Sokyeon stares him down with ice-cold eyes. How did he get this? Byomji starts to panic internally. "If I admit it now, I am dead." He stutters out, "What is this? Why are you showing me this?" Du Sokyeon remains unmoved. He glares deep into the man's soul and demands, "Denying it? Dare to swear your innocence right to my face?" He points to the list of officers like Lieutenant Kim and Captain Song. An anonymous report says our data has been leaked. It went straight to civilian hunter companies. The general continues. Information on elite soldiers and lower-tier officers was all exposed, along with some very sensitive personal details I shouldn't even mention. Byomji grinds his teeth, drenched in sweat. He realizes just how bad this is. Of course it is bad. That was their top-secret tracking report. He curses his daughter, June, in his head. Sokyeon delivers the final blow. Your daughter works at that company. She is called Red. Strong enough for a raid, yet she chooses to be a scouting leader. Awakening. We know she has been contacting promising young officers within the Hunter Association for a while now, recruiting them for her own raid team. Byomji's hand tightens, crushing the file in pure rage. Sukyeon leans in and growls. Let me ask you one more time. You really knew nothing about any of this? Byomji finally snaps, slamming the table. He stands and screams. Are you threatening me? Dragging my daughter into this? Do you even have proof for these accusations? Sukyeon remains perfectly calm and ironic. Keep it down. You want the whole Legion to know about your dirty laundry? As the drama concludes, Kim Minjun quietly walks away. Exposed and cornered, Song Byomji grinds his teeth in sheer hatred. His face twists with humiliation. He shoves past Minjun, intentionally slamming into his shoulder as a final warning. I will be leaving now, he growls. Minjun watches the Lieutenant General walk away, lost in thought. The Special Task Force is on this. Why won't he just give up? He wonders what the old man's next move will be. Is he going to investigate his own crimes? Suddenly, a hand stops the door. Major General Do Sokyeon speaks up. There isn't much left for him to do. Isn't that right, Commander Guhakyeon? He reminds Byomji of his audience. Too many people are listening. Don't say anything misleading. The door slams shut. Now that is a savage exit. Seokyeon turns to Minjun and grins. I am the only one who heard, right? He laughs at Minjun's stiff expression. How embarrassing, ha ha ha. Minjun shouts to keep up appearances. Sir, I didn't hear a single thing. The general waves. Stop overreacting. Your info was definitely in those files. Your intervention in that dungeon raid was fully recorded, just like Song claimed. But then, the general makes a surprising move. I am not going to pursue this any further. Just tell them it was my direct order. I already told Song as much. Minjun practically beams with joy. With the boss backing him, what more could he ask for? Do Sokyeon stopped walking, his expression turning incredibly stern. I want to ask you something. He began listing a series of strange occurrences. The collaboration between STF Commander Song Byomji and a private company's raid, plus his personal intervention in their dungeon attack. The STF's unusual obsession with him, on top of these anonymous reports. He stared deep into Minjun's eyes. Is there anything else I need to know about all these ridiculous coincidences? Minjun was silent for a moment, then looked up with a determined gaze. Actually, I'll tell you everything. From now on, please act as if you don't notice any of these coincidences. Hearing his bold proposal, Yu Sukyoung just smirked, intrigued. I'm looking forward to it, she says. The scene cuts to the 104th Division. Inside Colonel Yu Jihei's office, she's focused on a mountain of paperwork. A knock at the door. Come in, Jihei orders without looking up. The door opens, revealing a soldier with striking blue hair who snaps into a sharp, picture-perfect salute. Sergeant Sun Yunio reporting, Ma'am, I'm ready for anything. On the desk, 2 steaming cups of hot coffee sit waiting. Colonel Yu Jihei casually picks up her cup and takes the lead. Congratulations on your promotion. That was incredibly fast, you know. Facing the compliment, Sergeant Sun Yunio bows slightly, flustered. Yes, thank you. Seeing her subordinate's awkward reaction to her meteoric rise, Jihei smiles and sips her coffee. Actually, I feel a little strange calling your promotion fast. The real reason I called you in is a rumor that the Special Forces team approached you. Is that true? Yunio meets her gaze directly. Yes. It seems they wanted to recruit you. Jihei remains composed. I want to know what you're thinking. Of course, I'll respect your wishes. Yunio smiles, her decision firm. I already sent those Special Forces guys packing, so you can rest easy. I'm not leaving you. Yu Jihei visibly relaxes. A warm smile appears as she replies, I'm relieved. Thank you. However, the colonel's curiosity wasn't quite satisfied. There's still something I'm curious about. First, you turned down your father's division, and now the Special Forces. Why are you so determined to stay here? Yunio falls silent for a moment, considering the question. She touches the emblem on her chest. It's Minjun. He's too good. I have to stay to surpass him, and he's in this division. Seeing her determination, Jihei smiles. Then I'll be cheering for you. Yunio beams. Thank you. Suddenly, the colonel's voice turns friendly. So, you're on leave next week, right? Any plans? The question makes Yunio blush a bit. Yes, she quietly responds. With my team in Sokcho. But as they start their vacation, Yunio's group suddenly freezes in disbelief. Across the street stands Kim Minjun, looking exhausted and lugging a huge backpack with his noisy squad. The two hunter teams have just collided. Yunio points and yells, "Stop haunting me, why do I see your face everywhere?" Minjun, not missing a beat, snarls back, "I should be asking you that. What are you doing here?" He runs a hand through his hair, totally stressed. Of all days, what is this? With the tension stretched tight, a deep, intimidating voice suddenly cuts in from behind. "Oh, look who we have here." Minjun flinches, his face paling as his breath hitches. The stranger slowly approaches, his voice mocking. "What brings a busy person like you here?" The sound of heavy footsteps, a veiny hand gripping a suitcase handle. Before them stands a man with an impossibly muscular, powerful physique. Muscles ripple, ready to explode from his white shirt. Were those forged in a dungeon? A fiery aura makes him look like a volcano. He glares at the young soldiers and roars, "What's going on here?" At the resort overlooking the gorgeous blue beach, the members of Minjun's squad, on the other hand, are thrilled to see some familiar faces. One of them cheers with pure joy. "I can't believe it. The 4th Battalion is here." His face is bright red with happiness as he clenches his fist. "This has to be fate." The hunter with the ponytail and leopard print shirt laughs excitedly. "Of course! 5 shifts in 2 days instead of a week, and the whole team gets leave? This is insane." He and his comrades share a wicked grin, unable to hide their excitement. Just getting to the resort was great, but having the 4th Battalion here too? A stark contrast to all that energy, Kim Minjun stands quietly by the window, looking completely drained. "Oh, you're back? Major General Sonteho wants to see you again. That old man definitely set this up to push his daughter on me." He buries his face in a pillow, gritting his teeth miserably. "Yeah, I had a bad feeling about this place from the start. I'm so jealous the youngest didn't have to come. Come on, we're on vacation. It's a waste not to look at this beautiful ocean." Suddenly, the door to the room is thrown wide open, making Minjun jump. His 2 teammates from before suddenly appear, decked out in shiny red and blue suits, striking a confident pose. "That's right. We should be enjoying the summer. We don't have much time." They rush over to their teammate who's still lying on the bed, grabbing his collar and shaking him hard. "How long are you going to lay around?" Annoyed at being disturbed, he explodes, sending them both flying with 2 powerful kicks. "How did you guys even bring those outfits?" he yells. Under the bright blue sky of the beach, Kim Minjun and his crew stand proudly, showing off their muscular physiques in swim trunks as they gaze at the clear water. He can't help but sigh in admiration. The ocean really is beautiful. On the other side of the beach, Sun Yunio's group has just arrived. The blue-haired hunter suddenly gets shy, her face turning red. After accidentally meeting the gazes of their male colleagues, the atmosphere quickly heats up with a dramatic game of beach volleyball. Yunio shows off her incredible skills. She leaps into the air and executes a powerful spike. But the fun doesn't stop there, as Minjun is constantly messed with by his friends, no matter how much he tries to run. Dongjin and the other big hunters still manage to catch up, grabbing him together and lifting him up into the air amidst roars of laughter. In the middle of all the playful chaos, Minjun lets a small smile slip as he sees both teams of hunters fully enjoying their vacation. The sight of Yunio's radiant smile under the sunlight makes the whole atmosphere feel sweeter than ever. Let's be real, even the sun can't compete with that smile. Finally tired out, the guys sit down to rest under the beach umbrellas, quietly watching the vast ocean. The big hunter with gray hair nods in approval, blushing slightly. Perfect. Then he can't help himself and shouts out in pure bliss, "The ocean is so beautiful." But the peace is suddenly shattered by a stray ball rolling across the sand. A little boy toddles after it to pick it up, making his mother call out worriedly from behind, "I told you not to go too far." But then, the boy suddenly stops. He pointed to the distance and asked, "Mom, what is that?" The mother squinted in the direction her son was pointing, muttering in confusion, "Huh? What is that? Steam?" Far on the horizon, a rocky island was suddenly engulfed in a strange and dense white mist. Then, black smoke began to billow out, obscuring a huge patch of the sea. Under the bright beach sun, Kim Minjun stood quietly, just enjoying the fresh air. Not too far away, Hiju and her pink-haired friend were walking on the sand when they suddenly stopped at a pile of luggage under an umbrella. Curious, the pink-haired girl bent down to check a backpack, exclaiming, "Huh? Is this?" She picked up a tiny cartoon character keychain and excitedly called out, "Hiju, look at this." Seeing that tiny little toy, a memory suddenly flashed through Hiju's mind. It was a vision of Minjun during his military service, holding that exact keychain with a happy smile. The pink-haired friend hugged the backpack, blushing as she shouted, "He still has it. Is he really that in love?" In stark contrast to her friend's excitement, Hiju just gave her a skeptical look. Get real. He probably just found it somewhere. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Minjun's group was approaching, led by a guy in a leopard print shirt laughing his head off. "Ha ha ha, Sergeant Kim Minjun, it's you again." Turns out the group had just settled a bet with a game. A teammate slung his arm around Minjun, teasing, "Nothing's fairer than rock, paper, scissors. A real man always throws rock." Minjun stood there frozen with a look of utter defeat after being forced to lose. The other teammates piled on, shouting, "Hurry up and go buy us some ice cream." Looking at the results, his paper versus their rock, Minjun still couldn't accept it. He mumbled in confusion, "That's weird. My scissors should have cut through rock, right?" Immediately, his two teammates yelled back, "Stop lying, boss." Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Hiju and her pink-haired friend could only cover their mouths to hide their laughter. Hiju walked over and reminded him, "You still have to buy us ice cream." Just then, a muscular guy with gray hair picked up the backpack and handed it to Minjun. Seeing this, Minjun panicked and tried to stop him. "It's not in there. Give it to me." But it was too late. The secret keychain suddenly slipped off the strap and fell to the ground. The entire area fell into a terrifying silence. Minjun was frozen to the spot, his face pale with absolute shock. The gray-haired guy also froze when he saw the item now resting in his hand. The truth about the sergeant's secret hobby was exposed for everyone to see. The guy in leopard print and the two girls stood there, not believing their eyes. Minjun trembled with humiliation as a terrifying wave of killing intent washed over them. Someone was about to die over a keychain. Minjun lunged forward like a phantom, his face contorted with rage. He roared, "Get over here, you little punks." Terrified, his two teammates took off running for their lives as the leopard print guy tried to explain. "Ah, it was an accident." He tried to justify himself. "Wait, I didn't mean to." But Minjun was like a monster hunting its prey, forcing them to scream in terror. "Ah!" With no way out, they both desperately jumped into the ocean to escape. Only one thought ran through their minds. If he catches us, we're dead for sure. Standing on the shore, Minjun gritted his teeth in fury. How dare they? Watching the scene unfold, the pink-haired girl clasped her hands to her face, moved. He's going crazy to protect our precious memories. So cool. Standing right behind her, Hiju could only sigh in exasperation. I really don't think so. Out in the ocean, the two culprits were treading the blue water. The gray-haired guy panted, "Phew, that was close." Immediately, the leopard print guy turned and started yelling, "What were you thinking? I almost died because of you." The gray-haired guy whimpered an excuse. "It was an accident. I didn't mean to break it." The leopard print guy mused, "You better pray. The best thing to do is get back on shore and beg the boss for forgiveness." Hearing this, the gray-haired guy trembled. "I'm too scared." Suddenly, the leopard print guy stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He muttered, "Wait a minute." Seeing his friend's strange reaction, the gray-haired guy asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" The leopard print guy's voice trembled as he answered, "I think something cold just brushed past my leg." The gray-haired guy tried to calm him down. "Hey, don't say things like that." But right after, they both felt a massive presence directly beneath them. From below the surface, a monstrous red fish with horrifyingly sharp teeth shot upwards, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow them whole. The two of them just stared at each other, their faces pale with pure terror. Under the brilliant golden sun, Soksho Beach was still wrapped in a peaceful atmosphere, with waves gently lapping the shore. In the middle of the sand, Sergeant Lee Seung-ho was pouring all his effort into building a massive and intricate sandcastle. Lost in his creative work, he was suddenly interrupted by a colleague's call. "Sergeant Lee Seung-ho." Seung-ho looked up at the newcomer. The man reported worriedly, "I can't find petty officers Kim Kwang-sik and Dong Han-gang. Have you seen them?" Acting as if nothing was wrong, Seung-ho casually pointed into the distance and replied, "Huh? I thought those guys went to bum some ice cream money off Boss Minjun." However, the quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by panicked whispers from the people nearby. The crowd started to get restless, everyone's eyes fixed on the water with looks of horror. "Huh? That person's hurt? What? What's happening?" The human rumor mill was working at full speed. Out of the water, heavy footsteps were slowly making their way to shore. The scene turned grim as two team members appeared, looking absolutely devastated. Both were panting heavily, their faces pale with exhaustion. The moment their feet hit the hot sand, they collapsed, completely out of strength. The severe wounds on Guangxik's leg made everyone who saw them shudder. Realizing the critical situation, Seunho immediately shouted, "Get Hangang to the medical tent." Right after his team got the order to rush the victims to the hospital, Seunho dashed over to the survivor, frantically asking what happened. The guy was still in total shock, gasping for air. Just then, Minjun walked up in his white swimwear, looking completely unfazed. The moment he saw Minjun, the injured man's eyes nearly popped out in terror. Still haunted by breaking that keychain earlier, he started trembling and begging for mercy. Minjun just stared at him with a confused look. "What is it? You got a toothache or something?" He leaned down to check his teammate's mangled arm. The poor guy was dripping with sweat, his mouth twitching in a complete state of panic. Monsters. Looking at the wound, Minjun's gaze turned sharp and cold. He identified it as a red anglerfish. The noise soon brought Hiju's group running. She asked if he was okay, then froze the second Minjun mentioned that creature. Wait a second, a red anglerfish? Hiju started piecing it all together. Fish-type monsters? She shared that she had actually heard quite a few terrifying stories about them before. They probably came from the Samchok dungeon that popped up last month. How many are there? Did you manage to take them down? Slumped on the sand, the survivor's face was still pale and haunted. He whispered that he saw two, and they barely made it out alive. Since Hanjiang was hurt before they even saw them, they couldn't fight back. Yunseol bowed her head in shame, but Minjun immediately cut her off. He told her there was no need to apologize. Then, he barked out orders for Sung Ho and Wang Sik to get everyone to the medical room. Now, here's where things get serious. He sent the others to evacuate the resort and call in the division's special forces. Talk about a boss. Turning to Yunseol, Minjun asked what she knew about red anglerfish. He wanted a report, and she was quick to lay out the facts. These things are fire types and absolute beasts in the water. They're like living furnaces. But she noted the heat wouldn't matter much during an underwater fight. Minjun nodded. They're so aggressive they don't even hunt in groups, often resorting to cannibalism. He started wondering why they were acting so strange. Why show up 10 kilometers away from Samchok? And why attack people together? It was bizarre, but Minjun's gaze remained sharp and focused. He decided to head down and pay them a little visit. Unsol was worried it was too dangerous, but Minjun didn't even flinch. He told her they were running out of time. Plus, he felt it was better to handle this on his own for now as he walked away. Yunseol was left speechless by his confidence. He reminded them to do what they could. There was absolutely no time to waste here. Faced with their commander's resolve, the team saluted in unison. A confident smirk flickered across Minjun's face for just a second. Suddenly, Minjun sprinted across the sand with incredible speed. He kept wondering why these cannibals were suddenly working together like a coordinated team. Something was definitely wrong. Meanwhile, Sung Ho and the others scrambled to coordinate the evacuation, moving everyone far away from the danger zone. Behind the offshore cliffs, white steam hissed among the crashing waves. Deep beneath the dark water, a truly horrifying sight began to emerge. Thousands of glowing red eggs covered the seafloor, with tiny creatures squirming inside. The atmosphere was thick with pure, suffocating tension. Things peaked when the evacuation order went out. Sergeant Sun Yunseol grabbed her phone, reporting the situation to the 104th Division. Her face was tight with worry as she confirmed the threat. Red anglerfish. Behind her, the resort staff were frantically trying to coordinate. Yunseol kept directing the evacuation efforts. While the resort descended into chaos, all hope now rested on the vast, unforgiving surface of the sea. That's where Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun was heading, diving deep into the ocean to face the monsters alone. He sank further down. Minjun watched the monsters' strange behavior closely. He realized that if these things kept breeding, they would never be able to stop them all. That was one worry, but something else was worse. He looked down at a dark crevice where hundreds of eggs emitted intense heat. Minjun saw the true gravity of the situation. He knew these things weren't just hot, their behavior was becoming completely and utterly unpredictable. If those eggs explode, the whole resort is toast. He had to stop it. Memories of their destruction in Iska flooded back. Back then, their eggs were used as weapons of mass destruction, leveling entire fortresses. As he swam deeper, Minjun started to have doubts. Are these even living things? He feared that a blast wouldn't just kill the monsters, it would take everything else with it. Blowing up the eggs would be great, but the scale of the explosion was the problem. If it reached the resort, everyone was dead. Suddenly, Minjun froze. A massive shadow was looming in the abyss. He gasped out, thinking, there it is. Without a second thought, He took a deep breath and lunged straight toward the glowing, deadly red waters of the deep. Below the surface, his aquatic power-up kicked in. Diving into the darkness, Minjun felt the environment shifting around him. He grew very quiet. He could feel their heat even from there. Watching the red glows under the depths, he reminded himself he had no idea when they'd hatch. No time for distractions. But before he could reach the eggs, 2 red anglerfish spotted the intruder and charged with deadly intent. Minjun clicked his tongue. They weren't going to let him pass easily. Fighting underwater was proving to be a massive, frustrating pain in the neck. This was harder than he expected. He tried to tap into his strength, but his energy just dissolved in the cold water. Even his physical strikes were losing their impact. These things were just way too fast for him to land a solid hit. With the monsters dodging everything, Minjun decided it was time to switch tactics. He let out a confident smirk. A notification window instantly appears. Skill, Super Strike, movement speed up, defense and stamina down. Minjun shoots forward like an arrow, tearing right through the water. He quickly guesses their motive. They're protecting those eggs, aren't they? He taunts the grotesque monsters without hesitation. Come and bite me. What are you doing just hanging around? Try to touch a single hair on my head. Let's see if I don't rip you to shreds. But then, something completely unexpected happens, making Minjun's eyes go wide with shock. What the hell is this? The red anglerfish suddenly work together, unleashing powerful shockwaves from their mouths. The attacks come at him, one after another, relentlessly. Minjun could only throw up his hands to block, gritting his teeth and wondering when fish learn to gang up on people. Trapped by relentless shockwaves, his oxygen was running dangerously low. He needed air. With every ounce of strength, Minjun kicked off, blasting toward the surface. He broke through the water, gasping for air before letting out a furious roar. You bastards, you're messing with me. But his shout died halfway. Minjun froze, a nervous sweat beading on his face. What are you doing here? A voice asked. Was I supposed to stay home and watch a movie while my boss was in trouble? That answer only confused him more. How did you know I was in danger? And when did I ever tell you to rest at home? Without a second thought, the pink-haired woman gripped her spear and dove straight into the ocean to help. Please, leave these anglerfish to us. And get out of this area, it's way too dangerous. Seeing their confidence, a small smile formed on his face. Yeah, with your skills, you're right. He dove back into the deep, a plan already taking shape in his mind. He knew exactly what these things wanted. A little trip down memory lane. Time to give them a taste of an XGA hunter. He released the lure. It was a special creature from Iska known as a red-scaled squid. And just as he predicted, the red anglerfish went into a frenzy at the sight of their favorite meal. They charged mindlessly after the bait, completely oblivious to the trap that was waiting for them. Standing on the rocks, he watched them come. He had a bad feeling a major disaster was coming, one big enough to completely alter the future. Is this where it ends? Is this where he would die? Sweat streamed down his face as the gravity of the situation hit him. So this explosion, it's really going to happen, isn't it? That's right. Staring at the massive energy pulsing inside the cave, he grew worried. This volume of power was insane, far too much. He knew he'd die if he didn't get out of there. Immediately, it had been so long since he'd been to the beach, and look at this mess. Minjun stood still, hand on his forehead, lost in thought. Yeah, if Kim Se-yun hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have threatened an STF colonel and I wouldn't be here. A new truth clicked into place, one that could change everything. The future was his to rewrite. Let's see who's really going to die today. His eyes blazed a menacing purple as dark smoke coiled around his hand. Without hesitation, Minjun activated his skill E-Alteration. A dangerous smile spread across his face as he decided to go all in. He was about to do something he never normally would. An enormous burst of purple energy erupted. It completely enveloped his body. Meanwhile, in the silence of the deep ocean, the red-scaled squid was leading the monsters right on schedule. 2 red anglerfish charged in, brutally fighting over the delicious prize. One snapped up the squid, only to be immediately attacked by its partner trying to steal the meal. A fresh delivery, and it's already getting stolen. The fight was vicious, carrying on until they rocketed out of the water and into the air. The red-haired woman dove down like a missile tearing through the wind. She gripped her spear, pouring all of her power into a single, decisive strike. The sharp tip gleamed. It plunged straight into the monster's mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, causing a massive waterspout. The red anglerfish, critically injured, was sent flying back, unable to resist. After the powerful impact, the red-haired woman surfaced, gasping for breath from exhaustion. She looked in horror toward the distant cliffs, where a purple light was flashing erratically. Something was very, very wrong. Realizing the danger, she screamed out in desperation. Master Kim Minjun, she began swimming wildly in his direction. She couldn't stop yelling warnings. Get out of there, sir. Don't just stand there and take it. But it was already too late. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the cliffside, instantly swallowing everything around it. All she could do was scream his name one last time in pure shock. Master Kim Minjun. Blazing purple flames consumed the entire surface of the sea. The sound of frantic footsteps on sand broke the tense silence. Sun Young-seo was running at full speed. Just then, she received a call from her father. On the other end, Major General Sun Taeho's worried voice came through. I heard what happened over there. Are you okay? Young-seo, panting, quickly gave her report. 2 from the 2nd Battalion are injured, but they'll be fine. Worry was etched all over her face. Looking at the chaotic resort area, she explained to her father, most of the guests are civilians, so we don't have enough people for the evacuation. But for now, no civilians have been injured. The team from the 110th Division will. Before she could finish, Major General Tae-ho cut her off sharply. Wait! He was driving the car himself, his expression incredibly serious, a headset on for constant communication. His voice was grave. Scrap the report. Listen to me, retreat now. That place is about to get wiped off the face of the earth. Young-seo was stunned, unable to understand why her father would issue such an urgent retreat order. Tae-ho revealed some shocking classified intel. I just called the commander of the 110th Division. These red anglerfish are different this time. We haven't made it public, but last month, during their raid, there were fatalities. Young-seo's eyes went wide with shock, sweat starting to run down her forehead as she listened to what her father said next. A large number of red anglerfish eggs were discovered in the dungeon. While our people were trying to remove them, a massive explosion went off. He emphasized the extreme danger. If there are eggs where you are, that location is not safe. And right as his warning ended, an apocalyptic explosion detonated far out at sea. A colossal pillar of fire shot up between the sea and sky, incinerating everything in sight. Young-seo and her team were frozen in place on the sand. They stared in absolute shock at the horrific scene unfolding before them. She couldn't help but remember her last encounter with Minjun. He had been explaining the creature's nature. These fish are ugly, greedy, and they like to swarm. They stink, frankly. But now there are 2 of them here, miles from Samchok. And they're attacking people together. That's just strange. Realizing there was something more sinister behind the monster's appearance, Minjun had clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. I'm going to find out what's going on with them. The phone lay discarded on the sand. On the other end, her father's worried voice was still audible. Young-seo, are you listening to me? Young-seo completely ignored his calls. Young-seo ran madly toward the explosion, her face a mask of pure horror. She kept telling herself over and over, no. The image of Minjun flashed in her mind. He was standing there, looking out at the open sea. His voice had been low. So now, we have to do what we can. Young-seo's face was covered in sweat and tears. She choked out his name, heartbroken. No, Kim Minjun. Just as Young-seo was about to run straight into the danger zone, her blonde teammate suddenly tackled her to the sand, stopping her. She screams at her, are you crazy? You want to get grilled alive in there with him? Wake up! But despite her pleas, Yunio just shuts her eyes and sobs. Yunio summons all her strength for one last scream, Kim Minjun. And in that moment of pure despair, a familiar voice echoes from behind them. There are other ways to call for me. Yunio freezes, her tear-filled eyes looking up toward the shore. The rest of the team can't believe it either, as a figure slowly emerges from the water, his bare feet hitting the wet sand. It's Kim Minjun. He's a mess, his clothes torn to shreds from the massive explosion, but he's alive. Seeing him safe and sound, the entire group just bursts with relief. One of his teammates yells out, ecstatic, Sergeant Kim Minjun. They all rush toward him, a stark contrast to the chaos on that same sunny beach just hours before. In a quiet room, Young-seo is working at her desk when a black crow suddenly slams right into the glass window. The impact is so hard it sends shards of glass flying everywhere. The crow is sprawled out on the floor, completely dazed. As it comes to, it frantically tries to explain. It was my eyelids. They kept shutting while I was flying. I swear. Young-seo, absolutely furious at this display, storms over and kicks the bird. Do you always have to cause trouble? You're so annoying. Despite its pleas to wait, she keeps yelling at it for being so clumsy. Appearing in a puff of mystical purple smoke, her gray-haired teammate proudly declares, I have them right here. Our passports. Young-seo just stares at the passport, a look of pure exasperation on her face. Her partner gives her a confident thumbs up. From now on, you can call me Donald. Hearing that ridiculous name, Seo can only sigh in disbelief. What the hell? That sounds like a cartoon duck. Still annoyed, Seo presses him. Have you forgotten all the trouble you've caused? Every single time? He just casually walks away, tossing a smug, yeah, over his shoulder. Utterly defeated, she mutters under her breath. I am never calling you that, you parasite. She looks down at the passport in her hand and asks suspiciously, is this thing even real? Did you even check if it was legit? The gray-haired guy just shrugs, giving the most irresponsible answer possible. Who knows? How am I supposed to check? That response makes Seo snap. You spend a fortune on a useless piece of paper? Do you want to get punched? As he sticks a bandage on his nose, he retorts, hey, with this thing, even you couldn't tell the difference. Seo falls silent, thinking, he's right. I'll just ask Master Kim Minjun when he returns. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy erupts from her, bursting from her mouth and eyes like a magical flame. This incredible power completely engulfs Seo's entire body. The sheer force of it makes the very space around her tremble. Back in the present, out on the vast ocean, a lone figure struggles against the violent waves. It's Kim Minjun. He's using every last bit of his strength to swim back to shore after that insane explosion offshore. In the chaotic waters, a red lure fish suddenly darts up from behind him. Kim Minjun has no time to react as it sinks its teeth deep into his shoulder. The scene then abruptly shifts to a desolate beach. Rows of bodies lie motionless under gray shrouds. Heart-wrenching screams fill the air as soldiers restrain a man who is crying out in pure despair over his devastating loss. This is fake, right? At that moment, the red-haired girl jolts awake, panting in absolute terror. What's wrong? Did you receive a prophecy? Her face is covered in sweat as she announces. The script has changed. Minjun is about to die. Where is he now? We flash back to the scene of the massive explosion at sea. A colossal pillar of fire burns away any hope of survival. The red-haired girl, submerged in the water, stares at the deadly sea with a look of utter hopelessness. She chokes out his name, Master Kim Minjun. But right then, a gasp for air comes from just behind her. Kim Minjun has just broken the surface. The moment she sees Minjun floating in the water, Seo frantically swims toward him, shouting, Master Kim Minjun, are you okay? Minjun looks completely ragged, breathing heavily from exhaustion. He looks at the wreckage and says grimly, this was my mistake. Seo immediately shuts that down. It's not your fault. You saved this entire beach. Look around. Her eyes well up with tears of relief. And thank you. Thank you for surviving that. It wasn't me, he replies. Lee Bonggu, he's the one who saved me. A flashback to that life-or-death moment plays out as the monster eggs began to detonate. Bonggu charged straight into the epicenter. Surrounded by burning purple energy, he braced himself, gritting his teeth and thinking, just a little more. Damn it, what is this tentacle? Then the explosion hit with full force. With his remaining strength, Bonggu shoved Minjun clear of the blast radius. Minjun could only look back in shock as Bonggu's body disappeared beneath the waves. He gave one last smile and a defiant thumbs up. Back on the beach, Seo looks at Bonggu's motionless body. He did what had to be done. She quietly admires his courage. There is no death more glorious than that. Rest in peace, Bonggu. But before she can finish, Bonggu's eyes snap wide open. He's just casually floating there. Minjun shouts with joy, you bastard, you're still alive. Are you okay? He laughs, unable to resist mocking his ridiculously tough teammate. You're harder to kill than a cockroach. Bonggu raises his badly injured hands, looking at them and replying calmly, I don't think I'll be able to use my hands for a while. I'm just glad you're okay, Master Kim Minjun. He flashes a bright, satisfied smile. Overjoyed, Minjun rushes over and slaps Bonggu on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. Seeing her two comrades safe after the disaster, Seo smiles, her face lit up by the brilliant sunshine reflecting off the sea. Soldiers from the 110th Division arrived shortly after. Thanks to them and Major General Son Tae-ho, who returned immediately, the situation was quickly brought under control. The moment the scarred Major General saw his daughter, the shock was written all over his face. He rushed forward, pulling a sobbing Seo into a tight, comforting hug. With her dad on the scene, who would dare mess with them now? To investigate the explosion's survivors, the authorities quickly secured the area. Minjun figured most of it would get handled without him needing to do anything more. Meanwhile, in a secure military office, Major General Dusek Kion takes an important phone call. With a stern face and ice-cold eyes, he confirms in a low voice, of course. Standing on the beach in his tattered clothes, Minjun puts his hands on his hips, confidently looking out to sea. Even though the signs of the battle were still everywhere, he already had a plan forming. Looking over at his teammates recovering in the hospital, a calculated smile spreads across his face. All the credit for taking down that red demon fish at the Socho HF resort was definitely going to be his. Their Socho getaway was officially over. As a fiery sunset bled across the sea, the group quietly started packing their bags. They were leaving much earlier than planned, the sound of their suitcases dragging heavily across the floor. Walking out of the resort, one of them lamented how they'd saved up for nothing. They didn't even get to swim. Sibun was on the verge of tears, whining that they hadn't even visited the TT temple. Hiju could only sigh and try to console her. We have to. They're closing the resort until it's safe. The group trudged miserably toward their ride. Yunseo took one last look back at the resort, her expression lost in thought. She pulled her heavy suitcase, following the rest of the evacuees. A heavy silence surrounded Yunseo, each step echoing her solitary walk away from the horrifying incident. Meanwhile, on a windy balcony, Sehyun stood gazing at the horizon when Minjun approached her. "What are you doing up here?" he asked. Sehyun turned slowly to explain. "He's recovering his demonic energy, boss. Don't worry, a guy like him will be back in action by morning." Speak of the devil, there was Bongu, in the form of a black crow, completely passed out. Even on top of a moving bus, he could still manage a peaceful nap. Minjun watched him from a distance, muttering with a hint of admiration. He must have been far from the blast, but to escape with such light injuries is impressive. He pieced things together and continued his thought. "I've always had this feeling, but that guy is really something special. His survival skills are just..." Sehyun immediately shot down his admiration with a blank face. "There's nothing special about him. It's just Lee Bong-gu." Minjun started sweating. "I thought you two were getting along now," he mumbled. Noticing her tattered clothes, he switched topics. "But why are you always wearing that same outfit? I gave you money to buy anything you needed." Sehyun just stood there, calmly replying, "This is good enough." Minjun eyed her suspiciously. "Do you even wash it?" She lifted her sleeve, took a sniff, and declared with confidence, "Still smells great, boss." Minjun sighed in defeat, trying one last time. "Go buy some clothes." But Sehyun stood her ground. "No need. Your money is too precious." At that exact moment, a small, black creature zipped toward them like a whirlwind. "All right, I get it. Calm down," Minjun said, steadying the overly anxious little creature. "I'm fine, so relax." He then cracked a small smile. "Were you worried about me?" Seeing its happy reaction, he began to tease it. "What? Worried you'd starve without me?" But suddenly, the creature signaled something that wiped the smile right off his face. He dropped to the ground, his voice suddenly sharp and urgent. "What are you doing here?" "What? A gate? Where?" That's the face of a man who knows his day off is over. Hearing the name Gangnung, Sehyun gasped in surprise. "What? Gangnung? That place is pretty close by." Minjun noticed her startled expression and called her name. "Kim Sehyun." She stammered, flustered, "Huh? No, I was just a little surprised." But Minjun just sat there with a knowing smile. "Do you still want to join the Hunter Legion?" Without a shred of hesitation, the girl looked him straight in the eyes and answered with a firm, "Yes." A satisfied smirk played on Minjun's lips. "All right then, let's do something together." The very next day, the two of them were in the city of Gangnung, standing in a busy store where Sehyun looked completely overwhelmed. Her hand was trembling over her chest. Minjun folded his arms. "What is it? Are you sick or something?" Sehyun replied sheepishly, "Boss, this price tag is scarier than any monster I've ever fought." Minjun's expression turned serious. "I have a plan, so just stand still." Touched by his unexpected concern, Sehyun blushed and bowed her head. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Kim Minjun." Minjun scanned their surroundings intently, while Sehyun began to activate her special power. Seeing the brilliant blue light burning in her eyes, he asked with concern, "Is it okay to use your demon eye that much?" Sehyun tried to remain calm. "I'm still fine for now." Minjun knew that the demon eye of the Seven Walls was an item that showed the future at its own whim, but, if certain conditions were met, a user could force it to see a future they wanted. Those conditions were simple. Be within 10 meters of where the event will happen, and never, ever look too far ahead. Above all, using it consumed a point of demonic energy. Sehyun started to pant, sweat pouring down her forehead from the strain. That's why, Minjun thought grimly, they couldn't use it often. Sehyun's eyes glowed with brilliant light as she poured all her power into seeing what was coming. She was focusing with everything she had. Her gaze pierced the future through the shop's glass window. She yelled with urgency, "Boss, it's happening. The gate is opening right here. Get ready. Minjun calmly asked about the monsters inside. Saheon confirmed they were lycanthropes, the lycanthor variant. But when Minjun asked for their numbers, she suddenly clutched her head in pain from the demonized side effects. She pushed through the agony to report, a special one. Looks like their leader is coming out. That's all I could see. Seeing how accurate her vision was, Minjun couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. Now that was a truly broken skill. Immediately, a burst of blue electricity exploded in the street, forming a massive magic gate. The civilians around them started panicking, screaming at the top of their lungs. Run! A monster gate just opened in the middle of the city. But Minjun remained perfectly calm. He glanced at Saheon and said, I think we can proceed with the plan. How about it? Can you do it? Saheon didn't even flinch. She took a determined step forward. Yes. Not a problem. Minjun pulled on a mask to hide his face, carefully repeating the important rules. You remember what I said, right? First, make sure no civilians get hurt. Second, don't let anyone see your magic skills. Saheon gripped the strap of her weapon bag, silently vowing to remember his commands even in death. Her extreme loyalty made Minjun let out a small sigh. Suddenly, a massive wolf's foot covered in crackling blue energy, with razor-sharp claws, tore its way out of the portal. Minjun crossed his arms and stepped back to observe. He added one last instruction. I'll intervene if it looks bad, so don't push yourself too hard, and don't get hurt. A colossal lycanthor monster, rippling with pure muscle, emerged fully, letting out a terrifying roar directly in front of Saheon. Facing a creature many times her size, the red-haired girl just coolly replied, Leave it to me. A horrifying set of teeth let out a booming roar, ready for battle. But Kim Saheon just stood there, bat slung over her shoulder with a confident smirk. Her eyes burned with excitement as she faced down her opponent. Watching from a distance, Minjun knew he couldn't let what happened in Soksho happen again here in Gangnam, and that was exactly why he'd come up with a plan B. His gaze sharpened, completely focused on the scene unfolding before him. He had definitely made the right call, choosing Saheon, a mage who preferred to just bash monsters over the head. And just like that, Saheon charged, starting the fight with the giant lycanthrope. With her baseball bat in hand, she moved with incredible agility, rushing straight into the hideous creature's attack range. On the sidelines, Minjun calmly watched with his arms crossed as a curious crowd began to gather. The fight was insanely fast and intense. Saheon unleashed a non-stop barrage of powerful swings, slamming her bat against the creature's thick, rippling muscles. She slid across the pavement, dodging lethal pounces only to counter with vicious strikes. The lycanthrope roared wildly, but Saheon was in complete control of the fight. Watching her performance, Minjun gave a slight nod. Just as he expected. The monster postured, baring its fangs and claws to intimidate the smaller girl. But Saheon was completely calm. She executed a perfect slide, slipping right underneath its belly. It was almost like she was telling it to focus. Using her momentum, she spun around, preparing for a devastating blow. Minjun watched her every move. His trust in her was clearly paying off big time. Seizing the opening before the lycanthrope could turn, she landed a crushing blow right on its head, the impact stunning it senseless. Saheon's gaze remained ice-cold and focused, completely unfazed by the sheer ferocity of her enemy. The creature charged forward in a mad frenzy, but she was faster, effortlessly flipping backward to maintain a safe distance. She landed perfectly, resting the bat on her shoulder with total swagger. The lycanthrope clutched its shattered jaw, growling in pain at the mangled mess inside its mouth. Looks like someone needs a dentist. Stat. From his spot, Minjun watched on, his arms still calmly crossed. A confident smirk played on his lips. Everything was still perfectly under his control. Backed into a corner, the monster threw its head back, letting out a deafening roar that shook the entire street in a final show of power. Unfazed, Saheon gripped her bat, getting ready for the final blow. She launched herself high into the air, aiming a powerful downward smash at the monster's head. The redhead's eyes blazed with determination. She put all her strength into one brutal swing, sending the were-creature flying backward before it could react. But she wasn't done. She brought the bat down again from above for a final, fatal blow, leaving the monster completely defeated and unable to resist. Watching from a distance, Kim Minjun realized he hadn't needed to lift a finger. Yeah, he probably didn't need to worry about her at all. Just then, authorities and military vehicles started to swarm the scene. As of right now, no awakened beings with actual skills had been officially recorded. In other words, only those with superhuman physical abilities were known. If someone with real skills was discovered, they'd attract worldwide attention. Minjun gave a slight nod, That was exactly the kind of unwanted attention he wanted to avoid. Even though she'd used a bit of power, she finished it with a baseball bat. He was confident nobody would suspect her of being a skill user. But contrary to Minjun's confidence, a strange man was firmly insisting that was a skill. The atmosphere in the Y Cafe grew tense as he sat across from a woman. He was sweating, explaining hesitantly, "I've never seen anything like it, so I can't be sure, but that's just what I think." Staring at his own reflection in the coffee cup, he made his declaration. Sergeant Kim Minjun used a skill. The coffee was bitter, but his boss's life was about to get sour. Songjun leaned in with a curious smile, her eyes locked on him as she spoke. "Can you give me more details?" On the table sat her business card. "Read strategic planning, Songjun." The man's mind flashed back to that day when the team was deep inside a dark mock dungeon. They had finally reached its center. There, they were completely surrounded by countless grotesque liquid monsters, trapped in an incredibly dangerous situation. The creatures charged, their yellow teeth bared. Right behind the horde, a purple orb on a pedestal began to radiate an immense and sinister dark energy. The orb shook violently before exploding in a blinding flash of purple. And that's when a pitch-black sword slash with devastating power tore through space itself. The other soldiers could only stare wide-eyed in utter shock at the horrifying scene. A giant, demonic slash tore forward, slicing through the liquid monsters in an instant. The creatures shrieked as the dark energy completely devoured them. Thanks to Sergeant Kim Minjun, not a single person was hurt, and the dungeon was cleared. Minjun turned back to his team with a confident smile, purple magical energy still crackling around his hand. Seeing the dungeon cleared, the soldiers erupted in pure joy, screaming with relief. "We're alive, everyone!" Minjun walked over, dusting his hands off with a smile. "All right, calm down. As you can see, the dungeon is cleared. The exit will open soon." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the soldiers cried out in unison. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You're our savior." But Kim Minjun's smile turned into a sly, calculating expression as he raised an eyebrow. Minjun looked at the soldiers he had just saved and asked, "Is that right? Am I really your savior?" When they all nodded enthusiastically, he made his proposal. "So, you can do me a small favor, right?" Without hesitation, the entire group agreed. "Sir, just give the order. We'll do anything." Minjun's face suddenly turned dead serious. He lowered his voice, instructing them, "If you saw anything unusual, just pretend that you didn't. Please." At his request, the soldiers, though still trembling with fear, quickly confirmed, "Yes, sir, we understand. Don't worry about it." Back at the cafe, Songjun slammed her hand on the table in fury. "What? What kind of nonsense is that?" she demanded, her attitude sharp. "Is this going to get him in trouble?" the timid soldier asked. Ji-hyun clutched her head in frustration, stressing one critical fact. He's a current first sergeant. Kim Minjun is a first sergeant. At this, the soldier could only stammer. "Ah, yes." Ji-hyun shot to her feet, hands on the desk. "Have you told anyone else about this?" He bowed his head, dripping with sweat, and admitted, "No one." Even during the investigation after the incident, not a single person talked. He began explaining why it was kept under wraps. "We swore a blood oath to keep silent to repay him, but you were so persistent." Hearing this, Ji-hyun's voice turned grave. "Then it's best you don't tell anyone, including the fact that you met me today." The soldier nodded obediently. "Understood." Ji-hyun stood up to leave, not forgetting to offer her thanks. "Anyway, thanks for your time during your vacation. I'm leaving now." But then, he suddenly hesitated, calling out after her, the promise you made." Ji-hyun turned back with a knowing smile. "Yes, this is definitely the crucial intel you said it was." She left him with one final message before walking away. "Don't worry, this information was valuable. Send me your resume when you're discharged, you're hired." The soldier stood there, watching her go with a completely stunned expression. Stepping out of the office, her mind was a complete mess of problems she couldn't solve. Her thoughts drifted back to that day. Every single dangerous document we had in the office was stolen. The security server was fried, so we don't even know for sure when it even happened. Clutching her phone, Yoon Seo bit her lip, worried. She realized she was genuinely a suspect, and she had no way to defend herself because she had amnesia about that day. A sudden suspicion flashed in her mind. All of this started to happen in the moment she got involved with that man. She immediately called Songbeng, but only got an automated message. "The person you are calling is unavailable." Unable to hold back her rage, Yoon Seo screamed in the street, "Pick up the phone, you old geezer." She gritted her teeth, phone creaking in her hand. "We definitely messed with the wrong people." Her face went numb as she realized just how serious this situation had become. A few days later, at the unit's headquarters, a door swung open. First Sergeant Kim Minjun stood at attention, giving a sharp salute. "Sir, First Sergeant Kim Minjun, reporting back to the unit." Seeing Minjun, Lieutenant Kim Chun-min, the platoon leader, greeted him with a beaming smile. "Oh, Sergeant Kim Minjun." He walked over, clapping him on the shoulder. "Good work. I'm sorry about everything that happened on your vacation. You all right?" Minjun answered sharply. "I'm fine, sir." Lieutenant Chun-min explained the next task. "The division ordnance room wants us to run an investigation. It should just be a formality." He glanced over at Minjun and continued. "But you're going to have a few more things to do." Minjun accepted immediately. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind them. "Sergeant Kim!" They both spun around, startled, to see a burly man in sunglasses charging at them. It was Master Sergeant Kim Minji, the supply officer. He roared with concern. "Are you okay?" Minjun quickly saluted. "I'm fine, sir." But Kim Minji wasn't convinced, rushing forward like a hurricane. "Where? Let me see my boy. Let me check if anything's broken." Lieutenant Chun-min could only sweat nervously at his colleague's extreme enthusiasm. He cleared his throat and tried to continue. "Right, there's also another document from the ordnance room." Lieutenant Chun-min's face turned completely serious. He stared straight ahead and announced, "Next week will be restriction training." Under the blazing sun, a squad of soldiers marched in full black combat gear. They were moving through an old, dense forest. Corporal Lee Seong-gu walked with an exhausted look, sweat pouring down behind his glasses as he panted for breath. He thought the suit felt heavier than last time. The sweltering heat was overwhelming him. Seong-gu muttered, "Actually, the heat's worse than the weight. It's a free group sauna tour, guys." A teammate walking beside him asked, "What's the name of this training?" Seong-gu replied wearily, "Restriction training." From the back, another soldier struggled to lift his feet, panting in agreement. "Yeah, restriction. This suit definitely makes you feel restricted." Through their exhaustion, they felt this wasn't training, it was torture inside a mobile microwave. The commander barked his orders. "We're almost there. Nobody passes out now. Hold formation." Though completely exhausted, the entire team shouted back with determination, "Yes, sir." In reality, the power suits they had to wear for this so-called restriction training weighed over 10 kilograms. Now, for an awakened person, that weight might not have been so bad. But the real reason this armor was the absolute worst was because it had absolutely no air circulation. Combine that suffocation with the harsh weather and the exhaustion from a long-distance march, and the suit that seemed manageable at first suddenly started to feel like it weighed a ton. Minjun's eyes narrowed with cold realization. The real enemy in this training was the environment itself, especially when it was this foreign and unpredictable. At the assembly area, a glowing blue magic gate pulsed. It was radiating a powerful energy in the middle of the jungle. Soldiers hurried to transport military crates under tight security. From a distance, the female soldiers of the 4th Battalion watched with curiosity. A pink-haired woman gasped when she recognized a familiar silhouette. "Oh, it's the 2nd Battalion." A squad in black combat gear was heavily marching down the trail, every soldier's face soaked in sweat. They were clearly in pain, completely exhausted from the long march. Seeing their colleagues struggling, the female soldiers looked on with shock and pity. The pink-haired woman thought to herself with concern, "My God, did they really climb through the jungle in those iron coffins? I'm impressed." An officer from the 2nd Battalion tiredly encouraged his troops. "Thanks for all your hard work." Right then, Lieutenant Jian from the 4th Battalion approached to greet them. "I'm Lieutenant Jian, from the 4th Battalion." She offered a professional handshake. The other officer returned it, his face exhausted. "Hello. Lieutenant Kim Chun-min, 2nd Battalion." While the officers were talking, the other soldiers started worrying about the team's condition. One of them gave an order, "Check and see if anyone's showing signs of dehydration." "Yes, sir," another quickly replied. In the midst of the chaos, Sid Bi-hoon tried to rush over to Minjun, but was immediately stopped by Jian. "Whoa there, Min, you almost blew the boss's whole plan." Ji-yoon approaches Minjun herself, smiling as she holds out a hand. "Long time no see." Sergeant Minjun replies with a polite handshake. "Thank you for what you did back at Wacheon." The lieutenant looks at him warmly. "Honestly, we should be the ones thanking you." But she couldn't resist poking fun at his growing reputation. "Either way, you've definitely become the division's resident troublemaker." Getting back to business, Ji-yoon looks him dead in the eye and asks seriously, "Have you been briefed on the mission?" Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dry, barren desert. Under the scorching sun, Military convoys are parked along the endless yellow sand. At their feet, the bodies of tiny creatures lie scattered everywhere. This is the job for the corpse disposal unit of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, all undergoing restricted training in this desert wasteland. Soldiers in black tactical gear hurry to load crates filled with monster corpses onto military trucks. One soldier sets his heavy container down. He lets out a weary sigh. Seeing his exhausted comrade, the man next to him asks, "You don't look so good. Are you really that tired?" The young soldier responds grimly, "I can take the heat and fatigue, but my morale is pretty shot." He looks down at the tiny monsters on the sand and mutters to himself, "Are these things really monsters? They look so small." All of a sudden, another soldier slams his crate down with a loud thud. He yells at the rookie, "Don't be an idiot." With a stern face, he continues his reminder, "You should be grateful we're only on support detail because we're doing restricted training." Realizing his mistake, the young soldier bows his head in apology. "Ah, you're right. I'm sorry." The experienced soldier walks on. He explains just how dangerous the mission is. "I'm sure the 4th Battalion is struggling, since they're the ones hunting them. They're small, but they always move in packs. That's what makes them so hard to deal with." He emphasizes their aggressive nature. Plus, they get extremely hostile around food, probably from living in the desert. That's why we have to eliminate them before they spill out of the dungeon. Hearing this, the young soldier looks horrified, hesitantly asking, "Wait, when you say food, you don't mean us, do you?" Looking closely inside a crate, those supposedly small creatures are bearing rows of gruesome, sharp teeth. Their fangs are long and razor-sharp. Seeing the horrifying sight, the young soldier swallows hard. His face turns pale with absolute terror. Meanwhile, on a high cliff overlooking the desert, 2 other soldiers are monitoring the mission's progress. One reports from a tablet. "The 4th Battalion is moving faster than expected. We've fallen behind a bit. Judging by the corpses left, they've only faced small packs. That's why they're moving so fast. But considering the behavior of these red-eyed desert rats, something isn't right. If there's a main nest with a massive population in the area, the difficulty of this raid could change dramatically." The tension in the air thickens. Then sandstorms begin to whip up violently, making it impossible for the raid team to use their guns. The soldier's eyes show his stress. Guns are jammed with sand. Close combat with 1,000 rats? This is an absolute nightmare. And just like that, the ferocious red-eyed desert rats charge, launching their attack without a moment's hesitation. The members of the 4th Battalion's raid team immediately draw their swords to fight back. In the middle of the battle, a call comes over the radio. "Thanks for the information, we'll check it out." Another female soldier asks curiously, "What's going on?" She's holding a tablet. She replies with a grave expression, "The guys in the 2nd Battalion said the number of rats is unusual." To the confused look, she explains, "What does that mean? There are too few of them in each pack," she clarifies. Looking at a dead monster on the ground, another soldier nods. "I agree. High probability there's a much larger pack somewhere." The final assessment comes out full of dread. This is not good. A soldier points ahead, shouting a warning to his team. A pack of desert rats, straight ahead. The Special Task Force immediately gets into a battle stance, weapons at the ready. A female soldier is drenched in sweat. Her face is pure shock as she takes in the scale of the monster swarm. She reports frantically, "Reporting, it's a waterfall of rats. Too many to count, and they're flooding towards us." But in the middle of this rising chaos, Minjun remains unnervingly calm, analyzing the situation. "The 4th Battalion said they'd investigate, so we wait. We can provide support, so we should probably prepare for a fight." A teammate next to him hesitates, but Minjun gives him a sharp, cold look. He offers a grim hypothesis. What if there are other reasons? At that exact moment, the female commander of the 4th Battalion roars an order. "Prepare for battle!" In front of them, thousands of desert rats are stampeding forward. Dust and sand cloud the entire sky. The soldiers draw their swords in unison, ready for a bloody, close-quarters brawl. The confused teammate from before still doesn't get it, asking, "What other reason would make them run for their lives like that?" Minjun stares at the fleeing swarm. Then he answers in a low voice. "For example, a natural predator." Immediately, the ground shakes violently and then explodes. From beneath the sand, a giant purple creature, with rough, leathery skin, it bursts into the air, sending the rats flying everywhere. The hideous monster reveals its circular, gaping mouth. Hundreds of sharp teeth line its maw as it lets out a deafening roar. Witnessing this horror, a female soldier turns pale. She stammers, Deathworm? Realizing the threat is beyond them, the commander screams, waving her arm at the entire team. Run, now, forget fighting. Your life is what matters. The Deathworm roars again, an earth-shattering sound, while the soldiers can only run for their lives, trying to escape the deadly desert. The situation descends into pure chaos as the Deathworm opens its massive, tooth-filled mouth, wildly attacking the soldiers trying to flee. An urgent message goes out over the radio. This is the raid team. A Deathworm has appeared in the mission area. Retreat to the rendezvous point with the entire 4th platoon immediately. The commanding officer grits her teeth, screaming into her comms, "Retreat." As the monster lunges to devour them all, her soldiers can do nothing but run for their lives. He fights to survive against their overwhelming power. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, a top-level emergency meeting is already in session. The commander of the 110th Division silently studies a report on his tablet, his expression severe. An officer named Choi In-seok jumps to his feet. "Let me dispatch soldiers to retrieve the body immediately." Commander Q's gaze turns ice cold as he looks down his subordinate and lets out a harsh critique. "The incidents in Sokcho and Gangneung were both on your watch, yet your division did nothing but clean up the aftermath." Under pressure from his superior, Choi In-seok bows his head in shame and mumbles, "I apologize." The commander coldly remarks, "The civilians are safe, that's what counts. But let this be the last time." "Understood?" Choi can only bow his head in obedience. "Yes, sir." On the screen, a news report pops up about an awakened civilian. She protected the people in Gangneung, a pink-haired girl named Kaka. She has expressed her wish to join the Hunter Corps after becoming a citizen. Her father is Korean, after all. Commander Q reflects. She wants to be naturalized? He immediately issues an order. Have the Special Task Force verify this. Brigadier General Moon Ekan smiles brightly as he accepts. "Yes, sir." The meeting seems to be over as Q announces, "That's all." But then he stops everyone with a serious tone. "There is one more thing I need to tell you all." The atmosphere in the room instantly freezes as he drops a bombshell. A few days ago, Major General Song Byung-gu was arrested by the Special Task Force. Seems greed finally caught up to him. Facing the shocked expressions of the other officers, Ku continues, "We are investigating the matter right now. He is suspected of having worked with a corporation, a civilian hunter corporation. He confirms he will report the results once all the facts are clear. However, he immediately makes another decision that leaves everyone stunned. Regardless, the position of Special Task Force Commander is now vacant. I plan to appoint Brigadier General Moonakan to that role." He then adds another piece of shocking news. "You're due for a promotion next month anyway, so I'll just appoint you around that time." This incredibly fast and unusual promotion causes General Do Seok-young to erupt in fury. He slams his hand on the table, startling everyone, while Moon Ekin just shrugs with a smug look. Promised a new rank of Major General, Do Seok-young grinds his teeth with suspicion. Climbing the ladder before the investigation is even over? What a blatant backdoor deal. Just then, an officer enters the room and whispers something in Commander Q's ear. A sly smile creeps onto Q's face as he turns to General Do Seok-young. He reminds him that the 104th Corps just resolved the incident in Sokcho and asks, "I suggested you accompany them here today. You remember, don't you?" Do Seok-young looks his opponent straight in the eye, firmly refusing. "I told you I couldn't, due to a training schedule and a dungeon raid." Commander CU watches him with a deep, penetrating gaze, then drops a chilling sentence. "Unfortunately, the platoons involved in that incident are currently in the same dungeon right this moment. One is a training team, and the other is the raid team." To that, Do Seok-young just offers a cold, "Yes, great. The dungeon you picked just went boom. What a coincidence, huh? Was your investigation thorough enough to approve it for training? Why were you in such a hurry to send them in?" He continues his scathing mockery. "You're like a child, afraid someone will take away your favorite toy." Do Seok-young clutches the documents in his hand, his face twisting with suppressed rage. He growls in protest. "I don't think this is something I can just let slide. You don't need to worry. The investigation was more than thorough." Amidst a blinding sandstorm, a blue-haired soldier panics. She dodges the monster's attacks. She screams to her teammates, "I see the goal, guys. We're gonna live." Immediately, a decisive command rings out. "Attack!" The Deathworm opens its massive, sharp-toothed maw and charges furiously, aiming to crush the scattered soldiers as the ground shakes. Do Seok-young's eyes burn with fierce determination. He declares, "Did you think I came unprepared? Light it up." Instantly, a heavy Gatling gun is moved into position. Two muscular soldiers take a firm stance, shouldering the massive weapon. With a murderous expression, the deathworm rears its head and lets out an earth-shattering roar, revealing its threatening, dark throat. The barrels begin to spin at a dizzying speed before simultaneously spitting fire, raining a storm of bullets on the monster's giant body. A relentless downpour. The bullets slam into the giant deathworm's thick hide. A series of explosions create blazing fireballs all over the hideous creature's body. The monster opens its mouth full of sharp teeth and roars in agony. Amidst the heavy fire, soldiers from afar pour all their power into the machine gun, relentlessly firing to pin the target down. The commander grits his teeth, concentrating on directing the firepower to tear through the monster's flesh, piece by piece. At his feet, spent casings fall to the ground, forming large piles that prove the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Seizing the opportunity while the beast is suppressed, a female hunter raises her spear. She focuses all her spiritual energy, creating a brilliant, deep blue light. She stomps her foot for momentum and shoots forward like a flash of lightning, executing a thunderous, piercing strike. A loud explosion rings out as the spear hits its target. The blue energy expands violently, tearing apart the deathworm's defenses. The monster shrieks in pain from the spear. It's lodged deep in its body. The other soldiers don't let up. They keep running and firing to provide cover for their teammate. Witnessing the overwhelming power of their superiors, a female soldier can't help but be shocked, thinking, "Damn, if the bosses fight like this, the rest of us might as well retire." Through the thick smoke and dust, the soldiers stand their ground, seamlessly coordinating between ranged and close-quarters combat. The commander's voice cuts through the monster's roar. "Platoon leaders, status report, now." Tense faces are everywhere, sweat dripping, but eyes burn with determination. The commander barks, "Stay sharp. Do not let your guard down. Everyone is ready for battle." Suddenly, a spear glowing with massive energy is launched straight into the air once again. It slams into the giant deathworm, making it roar in agony. Follow-up energy slashes tear into the creature's deep purple hide. This hideous beast is badly hurt. From high above, the soldiers coordinate perfectly, unleashing a rain of lead and massive explosions. A Gatling gun roars against the monster's back, its heavy fire pushing back the enemy. As the empty clip hits the dirt, he yells, "Reload!" Responding to the call, a female soldier grabs a heavy ammo crate, sliding gracefully across the sand to lock the magazine into place. The gun spins again, and red-hot lead begins shredding the earth. Seizing the opening, the female commander leaps, focusing her spirit into a blue spear. The spear drives deep into the ground, causing a massive explosion that sends a huge wall of dust and sand flying everywhere. As the smoke clears, a chilling silence takes over. One soldier clicks his tongue. "Man, I missed. What a waste of an energy toothpick." His teammate stares into the empty space and realizes the beast escaped. Still, they stay calm while holding the high ground. One of them points out that they are standing on solid rock, so it cannot possibly ambush them from beneath their feet. But the danger is still there. Another soldier worries about when it might return. The plan they discuss next sounds incredibly risky. An officer confirms the move, saying they must trust the plan and have faith in their comrade's strength. He adds that the guy is confident, so it is worth a try. But they agree to stop immediately if things go south. With the green light, the commander smiles into the radio. "Start your plan." Instantly, a military truck launches off a desert cliff. The truck zooms off at a terrifying speed, leaving a massive trail of dust in its wake. In the back, a soldier with fire in his eyes laughs like a lunatic. "Here is your dinner, you filthy beast." Inside the truck, dozens of iron cages filled with desert rats huddle together. The vehicle tears across the dunes, kicking up sand. The soldier on the back grins arrogantly. He thinks to himself that just taking off that stupid suit makes him feel twice as strong. The power surge is an absolute rush. It feels like a temporary drug boost, but he is sure he can crush a deathworm now. He grips the side of the truck until his veins pop, throwing his head back and laughing like a madman. He screams a challenge. "Come out, you worm. I'm ready for your whole family." His teammate watches, sweating. Is he totally insane? The man cannot help but remember their earlier talk about the natural enemies of desert rats. He had asked Minjun if there was really a giant predator lurking around this area. There was nothing in the reports. Then, the radio crackles. "Unit 10, Battalion 2 Commander here. We have confirmed a deathworm in the dungeon. The news is shocking. It is underground." The radio continues. "Strike teams are retreating to the rally point now. Hold your positions. Training is cancelled. They must stay put." Amidst the tension, Minjun quietly puts on his gloves, eyes burning. "Deathworm." He calmly picks up the radio and asks to share an idea. His teammate is stunned, wondering what he is up to. Ignoring the protests, Minjun tells the boss to sleep easy. He'll handle this worm like it's nothing. His partner can barely breathe from shock. On the other end, the commander is baffled. Minjun, what are you saying? He responds formally. This is Staff Sergeant Kim Minjun. He calmly explains the monster's habits. The death worm tends to hide underground once it takes enough damage. If that happens, his plan is to lure it back out. The officers are completely speechless by his confidence. Suddenly, the commander of Battalion 4 breaks in. Just kill it before it digs. Everyone hold your positions. That is an order. Minjun stays relaxed, adding that they should be prepared just in case something goes wrong. They will be ready. The female commander is silent for a moment before asking him to explain the plan. Minjun just gives a mysterious smile. Seeing how bold he is, his teammate panics. The commander is listening. Minjun, if you mess this up, we are dead. But the response from the radio is a surprise. Copy that. Ambush near the rally point. Minjun confirms, leaving his friend confused. The boss actually agreed? This world is crazy. Suddenly, Minjun turns to the driver and calls out to him. With a bright but haunting smile, he asks the driver if he actually has a valid driver's license. The driver thinks it over. If they use desert rat bait and create enough vibrations, the death worm will definitely react. It is not an illogical plan. The driver grinds his teeth, focusing hard as sweat pours down his face from the pressure. He fears a hit from below will kill them. Suddenly, the ground shakes. He grips the wheel as the truck slams down, kicking up dust. Minjun stands tall on the back of the truck, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon behind them. He stomps hard on the floorboards, creating massive vibrations to bait the predator hiding beneath. The truck speeds through the wasteland, but nothing appears. Minjun wonders why there is no reaction. Is the smell of the dead rats not enough? He decides to switch tactics. Minjun leans over, touching the truck's frame. A system notification pops up. Demon Energy Singularity, deactivated. It's the skill that was hiding his power, making it completely undetectable. The moment he switches it off, a deep violet energy erupts from his hand, spreading out to engulf the entire vehicle. The effect is immediate. The ground behind the truck cracks and shakes as sand billows up, marking the path of something massive burrowing underneath. Seeing the sign, Minjun lets out a sinister smirk. There you are. He glances back at the cages of desert rat corpses, completely ready for the fight. From a high cliff, Unio and his teammates watch with bated breath as the truck is relentlessly pursued by some kind of colossal entity. It surfaces and dives beneath the sand, the ground surging violently behind them. The enemy is right on their tail. A decisive shout rings out. It's showtime, boss. Let's get him. Minjun immediately springs into action, launching himself into the air just as a world-shaking explosion of sand erupts. Right behind the truck, a gigantic death worm with a massive body and a maw full of razor-sharp teeth bursts from the ground. It's so big it blocks out the sky. Minjun just smirks through the dust cloud, while the driver's eyes roll back in pure terror as he screams. With death just inches away, the death worm opens its grotesque mouth, lunging forward to swallow the entire truck whole. It's now or never. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light streaks across the sky like a shooting star, a powerful blast of lightning energy. It slams directly into the monster's enormous body, causing green blood to fly everywhere and sending shockwaves through its form. Standing on the speeding truck, Minjun gives a thumbs up and yells with excitement, "Nice shot." But he's also quietly analyzing the attack. Still too weak, though. That aura isn't strong enough. He clicks his tongue in disappointment, thinking that if the attack were just a bit more stable, the monster would already be dead. All of a sudden, Minjun's eyes lock onto a strange object half buried in the sand below. In the middle of the desert, his eyes light up with excitement. An item drop. What a score. With a wicked grin, Minjun leaps off the truck to claim his loot. Amidst the swirling dust clouds, the officer on the clifftop grits his teeth in frustration, Gatling gun at the ready. I can't even get a clean shot with them in the way. He turns to the female commander. I think you'll have to finish it yourself, 2nd Battalion Commander. Looking at Minjun causing chaos down below, he asks thoughtfully, what kind of person is Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun? The commander watches in silent contemplation. After a moment, the officer sighs. Well, I'm not really sure anymore. He's way beyond anything I can comprehend. He lets out a small smirk, admitting to himself. Now I get why Sergeant Sun Yunio sees him as a role model. Down on the ground, Minjun now has a spear in his hands and lets out a triumphant shout. The panicked driver yells, "What are you doing out there? It's dangerous. Get back in here. Now." In response to the worry, Minjun just turns back with a wild, radiant smile and asks a question of his own. How about we just kill this worm while we're at it? The driver's eyes go wide with terror. What? The giant death worm rises again, blocking out the sky. It prepares to strike a fatal blow, but before it can even move, Minjun hurls the spear, impaling it straight through the body. The truck lurches violently. The wheels spin uselessly in the sand as the driver struggles to keep control in this life-or-death situation. The two officers on the hill just stare, stunned. They watch the unbelievable scene unfold. Surrounded by dust and bloodlust, Minjun sits calmly on the truck's railing, gripping his spear with burning eyes. He's determined to fight to the very end. Inside the cabin, the driver is completely broken, his mouth wide open in a desperate scream. Get that freaking lunatic out of here. Witnessing this insane display, the commanding officer points and roars. Who's driving that thing with so much fighting spirit? Are they trying to get themselves killed? From behind, the female soldiers watch the impossible unfold, a shocking realization dawning on them. It seems like they're trying to kill the monster all by themselves. Charging straight at the worm, the driver grinds his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He clings to his last shred of hope, telling himself, I can do this, I can do this. But then he comes face to face with the monster. That massive maw filled with sharp teeth is right in front of the windshield, and pure, absolute fear seizes his heart. He trembles, questioning himself in total helplessness. I can't do it? Why did I ever agree to this? A pained groan escapes his throat. Just as death is about to strike, in that final split second, Minjun's commanding voice rings out, now. The driver snaps back to reality. He grits his teeth and roars with all his courage. Let's go all out. My life is in your hands. He slams his foot on the gas, throwing the truck into a massive power drift. Kicking up a storm of sand, Minjun uses the incredible momentum to launch himself high into the air. His comrades watch the reckless stunt. The commanding officer's jaw drops in disbelief, while the other teammates are just as stunned, a mix of shock and worry on their faces. But in contrast to the panic, one soldier just smiles, thrilled by the absolute insanity unfolding. Minjun tightens his grip on the spear. He announces coldly, I don't plan on dragging this training out any longer. Leaping high, Minjun aims for his target with blazing eyes. He mutters a complaint about his gear. This equipment is trash. With a murderous grin, he yells one last warning. So don't get in my way. Instantly, an intense blue energy explodes around Minjun's body as he dives like a meteor, the spear piercing through the monster's thick hide. Green fluid erupts from the deathworm. Minjun stomps down, adding more force, driving the spear deeper and creating a spiritual explosion that shakes the entire desert. One hand grips his weapon, the other stretched out defiantly. He stands proudly amidst the flickering blue flames that still dance around him. Countless spears of blue spiritual energy now pin the massive deathworm, causing it to roar in absolute, agonizing pain. A massive shockwave erupts, obliterating everything in sight, as this hideous beast is shredded by overwhelming magical power. Watching the carnage unfold, the soldiers stand frozen in pure awe, completely stunned by the terrifying strength displayed before their eyes. One soldier can only gasp in shock, clutching his head in relief while whispering in utter amazement, "That is just insane. Fight like that and the boss is getting promoted tomorrow." Meanwhile, at Hunter headquarters, the high-level meeting room is thick with tension. Around the table, General Du Seok-yong glares at his opponent, his voice tight with rage. What are you trying to say? But Moon Ekin just keeps that cryptic smile. He calmly laces his fingers together and replies, exactly what I said. Let's use this opportunity to continue the mana weapons project. For the entire Hunter Corps. Du Seok-yong's eyes narrow in suspicion, his voice a low growl. Why this topic now? An opportunity? What do you mean by opportunity? Fury erupts. Du Seok-yong slams his hand on a stack of documents, roaring, Are you joking? The gear from Baeksan is utter trash. Are you trying to use my soldiers as cannon fodder? He stands his ground, declaring his position loud and clear. We will have to start over from scratch, and that includes choosing a different supplier. Du Seok-yong continues to shout over the silence of the other officers. If we don't, we'll just be wasting a ton of money instead of boosting the Corps' morale. Witnessing this outburst, another officer steps in to de-escalate. That's enough. Calm down. He has a good idea, you know. I agree with Major General Du. This issue needs to be reconsidered. But right in the middle of the tense meeting, an officer speaks up, backing Du Seok-yong's plan. But Moon Ekin dismisses it with a cold finality. End of discussion. I've made my decision, and no one will argue. When questioned for a reason, a calculating smirk plays on his lips. Moon Ekin casually drops a bombshell. We received a report just a few minutes ago. Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun from the 104th Division single-handedly eliminated a death worm using a mana weapon. The image of Minjun's heroic kill flashes, providing undeniable proof as he looks around and asserts his point. Everyone here heard about it. He just proved the usefulness of mana weapons. With a sharp glint in his eye, he delivers the final blow. I think that's more than enough reason to proceed with the project. Hearing this, Du Shuk-young loses it, slamming the table and roaring. The problem is the quality of the supplier. He confronts him directly. A Bexon sword would break cutting butter. Are you sending my soldiers on a suicide mission? But contrary to his rage, Moon Ekin replies calmly. They've promised better quality control. They're also launching a new weapon. Then he makes a cunning proposal. First, we'll use their weapons for training, just to raise our soldiers' proficiency. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he wins their approval. A very good idea. In the suffocating meeting room, Du Sok-young squints at his opponents, a deep sense of dread rising within him. A single thought runs through his mind. Those guys are plotting something. 1 week later, the atmosphere at the Hunter Corps base is a bit more relaxed. Inside his office, Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min is all smiles, holding a training performance report. Excellent. The praise comes with a certificate of commendation. It recognizes Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min for becoming a shining example to others in the Hunter Corps. Signed by the 104th Division Commander, Major General Du Sok-young. Officer Seo Jong-un offers a hearty congratulations. Kim Cheon-min scratches his head, embarrassed. Thank you, sir. I really didn't expect to be rewarded. Look at this guy. Seeing his humility, Seo Jong-un insists. No, you deserve it. Everyone worked well together. But Cheon-min is quick to give credit where it's due. Honestly, it was all thanks to the deputy platoon commander. If it wasn't for Minjun, Seo Jong-un glances at his colleague before asking a loaded question. By the way, have you heard anything about Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun's promotion? He adds thoughtfully. I bet he's got his hopes up, considering everything he's done recently. After a thoughtful silence, Seo Jong-un continues. It's true he accomplished a lot during training, which made the battalion commander very happy. But then, his expression turns serious. This promotion just got tricky. The higher-ups added a new rule. Kim Cheon-min is stunned. So suddenly? Seo Jong-un rubs his head, explaining wearily. They're saying it's because of Minjun. General Guhak-joon made the decision after hearing about him killing that death worm. Cheon-min asks in shock, What? What's the new condition? Seo Jong-un announces the new directive. To enhance the combat capabilities of the Hunter Corps, they will issue everyone mana swords. He emphasizes, from now on, mana weapon proficiency will be part of the criteria for promotion. Hearing this, Kim Cheon-min clenches his fist, completely confident. For a guy like Minjun, these toys will be a piece of cake, sir. But contrary to that optimism, Seo Jong-un stares out the window with a look of pure dread. I know. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried. His eyes darken with concern. He speaks a dreaded name. That the instructor assigned to our battalion is Kim Sang-deok. Kim Cheon-min flinches in horror. Kim Sang-deok? You mean Captain Kim Sang-deok? He can't hold back his fury. That bastard. The words earn him a death glare from his superior officer. He startles. I'm sorry. The only reply is a cold. It's fine. Outside the training hall, the massive shadow of Kim Sang-deok looms. Deok is cast over the door. All the rumors about him come rushing back. That guy is a real piece of work. For years now, he's consistently ranked last among the 104th Division's trainers due to his abusive language and unfair training methods. Suddenly, the doors fly open. Kim Sang-deok strides in with a sinister smile, calling out, Hey, Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun. His eyes gleam with a triumphant malice as he looks right at Minjun, his greeting dripping with hidden meaning. Long time no see. Minjun, though startled, immediately snaps to attention with a sharp salute. Yes, sir. Captain Kim Sang-deok returns it with a smug grin, raising his hand. How have you been? This is the man from the 104th Division headquarters. His mere presence fills the room with a tense, calculating energy. Staring at the massive back of his senior, Minjun keeps his composure. He replies, I've been well. But why are you here, sir? Sang-deok puts his hands on his hips, scanning the training room. Then he leisurely reveals his purpose. Well, the 2nd Battalion starts mana weapon training next week. I'm here to discuss it with the commander. He begins to brag endlessly about the new weapon's power, his face a mask of pure arrogance, the aura that covers the blade, and this was proof of its destructive power. Sang Daok's weapon was leagues above the standard gear issued to soldiers, a memory from his golden days. He was the mana sword trainer for the unbeatable Hunter team, Division 104. Inside, he was screaming with pride, thinking, how cool am I? Huh, funny. Since last time you got kicked across the dungeon before even drawing your sword. Sit down. He mocks his rival with a smirk. Finally, we get to see your signature move, sir. The sarcasm sends the captain into a fit of humiliated rage. Sang Daok coughed awkwardly, sweat pouring down his face as he desperately tried to save face. Well, like I already said, my condition wasn't good that day. Seeing Minjun's easy smile, he quickly got serious and changed the subject. Anyway, Sergeant Kim, you know you're scheduled for this training too, right? Minjun paused, his face a giant question mark. That sinister smile crept back onto Sang Daok's lips. Not only that, but your mana weapon proficiency score directly impacts your promotion. His eyes turned sharp, practically radiating killing intent. It doesn't matter how many achievements you have. Without a positive evaluation from the mana weapons instructor, you're not getting promoted. You think you can handle this? Faced with the arrogant instructor's pressure, Minjun coolly shot back, what are you trying to say? Sang Daok's lip curled into a sneer. He had to admit his opponent had skill, but the jealousy was obvious. I'll give you that. You broke my mana sword back in Japan. Still, I've never heard of a first sergeant shattering a mana sword with just aura alone. Kim Sang Daok then pointed directly at Minjun, his voice a low threat. And that is the problem. Are you planning to hog all the attention for yourself again this time? He glared, challenging him in front of all the new recruits. Yeah. Sang Daok's warning was ice cold. You should remember that a rookie who stands out too much is never welcome, just like stupid rookies. But through all the taunting, Minjun's expression remained eerily calm. Sang Daok smirked, putting on a mask of fake concern. Anyway, I'm only telling you all this because I'm worried about you. He turned and walked away with an arrogant wave. See you next week. Standing alone, Minjun watched him go, deep in thought. Was that really concern? No, that was pure suppression. He realized a harsh truth. His promotion was completely in that man's hands. Was that what he was trying to tell him? Finally, the day of the mana weapon training arrived. At the assembly ground, soldiers stood in 5 neat rows before a colossal black steel pillar that dominated the field. A powerfully built instructor stepped forward, gripping his katana with a murderous look. His hands tightened, focusing his spiritual energy until the blade began to pulse with power. With a single, decisive cry, the instructor unleashed a lightning-fast slash straight into the steel pillar. It created a shocking explosion of spiritual energy. As the dust settled, the incredibly durable steel block had a deep, diagonal cut slashed into it. The instructor casually sheathed his sword, then began explaining to the stunned recruits. This is a reinforced version of the steel we use to build the barracks. It's about twice as strong as that stuff. He pointed to the gash. Normally, it's hard to even scratch it with a conventional weapon, but if you master the mana sword, you can do something just like this. Witnessing that overwhelming display of power, the soldiers erupted in applause. Amid the roaring cheers, Minjun calculated his options. So, to get promoted, I have to score points in this training session? Meanwhile, the other soldiers started whispering nervously. Do we have to do the exact same thing? Others were hesitant. I heard just maintaining your aura is difficult enough. The instructor stood with his arms crossed, smugly observing the reactions of the young soldiers below him. And among that gossiping crowd of recruits, Minjun quietly scanned his surroundings and made an assessment. This whole atmosphere feels strange. His gaze landed on the wooden swords prepared for them, his brows furrowed in suspicion. And what's with these swords? I know they're for training, but they look incredibly shoddy. He wondered if a fair evaluation was even possible using these cheap toys, especially as he glanced over at the instructor. Sang Daok, getting a promotion is looking pretty tough. Minjun narrowed his eyes, seeing through the facade. Is this really the best they could come up with? A sense of dread stirred within the former Dark Mage. He was certain of it. There's something shady about this training. Standing on a high platform with a prideful smirk, Instructor Sang Daok issued a challenge. Does anyone want to give it a try? If you think you've got what it takes, now's your chance. The soldiers below just shuffled their feet, intimidated by the steel pillar. Seeing their hesitation, Sang Daok pushed them further. Yeah, I get that you're hesitant. First, we should start by channeling aura into the sword too. But before he could finish, Minjun broke into a bright, knowing smile and yelled, I'll try. His sudden appearance completely shocked the arrogant instructor, who stammered, Sergeant Kim Minjun, you? Internally, Sang Daok was screaming in panic. He's trying to mess with me again, isn't he? Do you really have to do this? But contrary to his instructor's pale face, Minjun looked incredibly excited. Yes, I really want to. His teammates immediately started cheering wildly. Whoa, it's the vice commander. Show us what you've got. We believe in you. Pushed by the crowd's pressure, Sangdeo could only grit his teeth and say, Get up here. As Minjun stepped onto the platform, Sangdeok leaned in close, his voice a cold, threatening whisper. I'm not kidding. Don't overdo it. In response to the warning, Minjun just gave him a prideful, dismissive smirk. In that moment, memories of his time in Iska flooded his mind. He thought, There's one thing I learned in Iska. While dealing with all kinds of despicable behavior and constant pressure, he walked confidently to the center of the field, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the souls of his schemers. It's that the world is full of scumbags, and they exist no matter where you go. Minjun's hand tightened around the wooden sword's hilt. He confirmed a cruel but simple truth. And if you play by the rules those scumbags set for you. Suddenly, a colossal torrent of deep blue aura exploded from him. When a roar like that echoes across the training grounds, you will not find anyone offering praise. A silent scream echoes in his mind as his blade strikes the black steel pillar. One lightning fast slash shears through the solid metal in a single heartbeat. Seeing the impossible feat, Instructor Sangdeok is rooted to the spot, his face twisted in fear as sweat pours down his forehead. The surrounding troops, including Li Dongjin, are left jaw-dropped and speechless by Minjun's overwhelming display of raw power. Guess it is every man for himself then. Minjun lets out a cold smirk as the dust settles around him. His training sword is shattered, but the hilt still burns with a deep blue aura. Sangdeok grits his teeth, his neck veins bulging in silent fury. The broken blade clatters onto the dry earth at Minjun's feet. He looks at the trembling instructor and makes a bold declaration. I think these swords are defective. Holding the broken hilt high, Minjun smiles defiantly. So, can I use my own personal gear from now on? Back on the field, the soldiers are buckling under the intense pressure, their pained cries echoing through the training grounds. To maintain this kind of power, they need absolute focus and unbreakable stamina. From the balcony, the instructor watches his men struggle with their glowing blue mana blades. 1 minute of this hell feels like an entire hour. Seeing them falter, Instructor Kim Sangdeok barks out an order. Do not you dare start struggling over something as small as this. Keep going. He smirks, thinking everything is going to plan, until the sudden vibration of his phone catches him off guard. Captain Kim Sangdeok speaking. He quickly answers and slips away from the balcony to find a private spot to talk. A low, heavy voice comes through the line. Yeah. Give me the status report. Sangdeok's expression tightens. He hesitantly reports on the new wildcard, admitting he broke 3 swords using nothing but his raw aura. He even sliced the training equipment right in front of the whole squad. Sangdeok breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he has no valid excuse to kick the guy out. He is barely managing to block his gear request. You idiot. An angry voice cuts him off. It is Major General Mun Yichang, the commander of the Hunter Special Forces. He paces the hallway, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If this was easy, do you think I would waste my time sending you there? Were not you the one bragging about how confident you were? Terrified, Sangdeok can only mumble an apology as Mun barks out orders. Listen carefully. We do not want Kim Minjun to be promoted in the 104th Division. Understood. He threatens Sangdeok's own future directly. Or would you like to lose your promotion too? Sangdeok stammers, No sir, I. The line goes dead. He stands frozen on the training ground, clutching his phone while his face contorts with resentment and anxiety. Kim Sangdeok gnashes his teeth, drenched in sweat. He growls under his breath in a fit of rage. That bastard, just you wait. Elsewhere, a sharp-looking man in a gray suit clicks his tongue at his phone. He straightens his tie and knocks on a luxury door. Once he is told to enter, he steps inside, standing tall and delivering a crisp, perfectly executed military salute. Seated across from him is the powerful, white-haired General Mun. The man in the suit bows deeply. Honored to meet you, General Mun. The general nods and tells him to sit. This is a calculated meeting between Baeksan Heavy Industries CEO, Jong Daesan, and the general. There is a heavy scheme in play here. The next day, an air of solemnity fills the 104th Division Command. Behind the commander's door, General Du Seokyung sits at his desk, his signature beard giving him an imposing presence. Kim Minjun enters with a sharp salute. Du Seokyung gives a friendly nod and tells him to come in. Take a seat, Sergeant Kim Minjun. Minjun obeys, sitting across from the general while feeling a growing sense of suspicion in his gut. I heard there were no special promotions this time, he thinks to himself, his eyes narrowing. So what is this about? Could it be? General Du starts the conversation, pushing a long box toward him. The reason I called you. Open this. Minjun curiously opens the box and freezes. Inside lies a katana radiating a mesmerizing deep blue mana light. He picks it up with trembling hands. What is this? The general smiles knowingly. The second-generation mana sword prototype. Unlike that first-generation trash you destroyed, this was made by a different company. Well, what do you think of it? Minjun examines it closely. If this is standard issue, I am worried about the weight and the massive stamina drain. In terms of durability and balance, it's even better than an officer's personal weapon. But it's 5 times heavier than Baeksan's mana sword. The man explains that because it uses purer magic stones, it's a massive drain on stamina, but he believes Minjun can handle it. He makes an offer. I'm thinking of assigning it to you as a test user. Minjun immediately shoots back, totally hyped. Not a problem. He sizes it up. There's no doubt this sword is a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Minjun is confident he could pour a huge amount of aura into this thing without worrying about it exploding. Having this is like hitting the jackpot, right? But suddenly, Duseo Kyung asks a question that makes Minjun flinch. Are you disappointed I didn't mention a special promotion this time? Minjun breaks out in a cold sweat, practically shouting, No, not at all, sir. Yeah, right, we all know he's a little bummed. The general calmly explains, Your performance was enough for a promotion, but I've decided to postpone it for now. When Minjun hesitantly asked why, he received a profound answer from Duseo Kyung. There's much about the military you have yet to understand. The general looked straight at Minjun, declaring a much grander plan. I intend to commission you as an officer, but for now, you'll remain deputy platoon leader. This was a far faster path than climbing the ranks as a sergeant. General Duseo Kyung locked eyes with Minjun, making an offer with some serious weight behind it. He was candid about his motives. We also need to reduce the army's excessive focus on you for a while. Duseo Kyung admitted it frankly. From your current position, the road to becoming an officer won't be easy, but I'm confident you can do it. So, will you meet my expectations? Faced with the veteran general's convincing words, Minjun cracked a slight smile, thinking to himself, Damn, he's way too persuasive. It seems experience like that isn't something you just pick up. Minjun shot to his feet, clearly affirming his resolve to get promoted within the Hunter Corps. I believe the only thing I need to do is prove myself with my own power. He flashed a confident smile and sealed the deal. I'll give it a shot. Seeing the young man's fiery spirit, Duseo Kyung couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. You really are the man for the job. Oh, by the way, the general suddenly remembered something. Reaching into his pocket as he spoke, General Sun Tae-ho asked me to give this to you. Seeing Minjun's blank expression, he explained, It seems he's taken quite a liking to you since that whole heatstroke incident. Duseo Kyung handed him a small, black box. Minjun accepted it with a polite thank you. But the moment he opened the lid, his eyes shot wide in disbelief. This is a rune stone. Minjun stared, stunned at the gray stone etched with a strange, ancient symbol. He couldn't believe he was receiving such a precious item. A new sword and now this stone, talk about a double jackpot. Night fell. A full moon shone brightly over Gangwon Chirwon. In a restricted zone cordoned off by the military, Minjun walked silently through desolate streets, carrying a long weapon case. He scanned his surroundings. This area had been ravaged by monsters before. All the residents were evacuated, leaving it completely deserted. Stopping in front of a ruined building, Minjun nodded to himself. This looks about right. He stepped deep into the shadows, his boots echoing in the silence. Minjun pulled the runestone from its box, his eyes burning with excitement and a wicked smile. The reason I'm here is for this. Minjun held the gray runestone, studying the bizarre symbol carved on its surface. Suddenly, the stone began to emit an eerie pinkish-purple glow, signaling the start of an energy resonance. Instantly, a system message popped up. The runestone has sensed a powerful source of energy. Minjun narrowed his eyes in concentration, feeling the power surging in his palm. He assessed the situation. Runestones were known to grant random stat boosts when absorbed. With his experience as a former Dark Mage, he understood the rules of this world. Earth was no different, with its constant stream of system notifications. Confirming the powerful energy from the stone, Minjun stared at the precious item, his face a mask of determination, already hatching a bold plan. He thought to himself, but what if I use the method I accidentally discovered back in Iska? Right then, a special system notification appeared. The runestone will react with extreme energy to open a growth gate. An intense explosion of dark purple energy erupted violently. It completely engulfed Minjun's body. At the center of the transformation, the runestone shattered into tiny pieces, dissolving into nothing but ash in his hand. Done. He'd done it. Minjun's lips curled into a sinister, arrogant smirk. He was certain of his secret method's outcome. The effect will be far beyond what simple absorption could ever achieve. His face lit up with triumph as he felt the new power merging perfectly with his body. A system notification appeared just as Minjun stepped through the eerie mist. You have entered a dungeon through the growth gate. Minjun stood in a dark space, shrouded in purple energy, his face radiating confidence and excitement for the new challenge ahead. He walked quietly through the ruins, where a thick fog covered everything. Minjun internally analyzed this unique space. This was a hidden dungeon, only opened by pouring a massive amount of mana into a runestone. Even with all his battles in Iska, he acknowledged its value. They were incredibly rare even back there, so I hardly ever got to enter one. Every footstep was heavy, deliberate, and on high alert. Minjun knew that each entry meant a completely different environment with entirely new monsters, and today was no exception. However, he was certain of one unchanging rule. There's only one thing in this dungeon that never changes: the danger that's always lurking in the darkness. From a high cliff, a crimson ape-like monster watched its prey with intensity. It bared its fangs with a snarl, revealing a long, vicious facial scar and glowing feral white eyes. Immediately, dozens of other red shadows began emerging from the dead trees, surrounding Minjun from every direction. The horde of monsters shrieked, ready to tear the intruder to pieces. Facing their aggression, Minjun calmly drew his mana sword from its sheath. A cocky smile spread across his lips. If you're that hungry, then come and get it. He knew the price of this gamble. If he could conquer this place without dying, the growth would be absolutely insane. A monster roared, its mouth full of sharp teeth, and charged straight for him. The swarm of red monsters rushed in, swarming Minjun from all sides. He calmly swung his sword, cutting them down one after another. With a confident smirk, Minjun executed a lightning-fast spin, unleashing blue shockwaves that wiped out every enemy in his path. A ferocious monster leaped forward but was immediately crushed by a thunderous overhead strike from Minjun. Amid the carnage, a system notification suddenly appeared, confirming he had activated the Black Arrow skill. Minjun stood silently among the corpses, having dealt with them in an instant. He continued deeper into the dungeon, analyzing the situation. The clear condition for this hidden dungeon was to defeat every monster inside. Looking at the endless swarm of monsters still pouring down from the cliffs, Minjun reminded himself, I don't know how many are left, so I have to be careful with my mana and stamina. He watched every small movement, preparing for the next assault. As another wave of monsters leaped down from above, Minjun tightened his grip. He decided it's best to save his magic skills for now. Suddenly, a mysterious smile crossed his face as an even larger horde of demon monkeys surrounded him. So, what's the kill count now, everyone? An intense, deep blue spiritual power suddenly erupted from Minjun's body, creating a massive explosion that wiped out everything nearby. For a moment, the terrified monsters froze solid, trembling before his overwhelming power. But Minjun calmly thought he just got a fun new toy. He gripped the hilt of the new mana sword from the general. A stream of brilliant blue energy began to radiate around his hand. Looking at the sword blazing with power, Minjun smirked. He had a gift for them, and it would be a waste not to play. Instantly, he swung the blade in a thunderous slash. The red monkeys charged wildly, but in a single breath, a horizontal slash swept through their ranks, cutting them down instantly. Minjun quietly observed the new sword, impressed by its function. Witnessing its overwhelming power, a satisfied smile spread across his face, and its durability was just unbelievable. The crimson monsters fell one by one at his feet. But from the dungeon's darkness, dozens of white eyes stared back. A monster roared, signaling the next attack. Surrounded, Minjun casually rested the sword on his shoulder. He smirked arrogantly, thinking their numbers meant nothing. He wasn't even trying yet. Can anyone even count how many there are? A monster leaped from above, but Minjun just shot it a cold look. He felt something unusual. Oh, this feeling. In the middle of the chaotic battle, his focus was suddenly drawn to a strange, faint energy source. But he could definitely feel it. It was mana. His eyes narrowed, searching for the source of that presence. Where was it coming from? Seeing a monster he'd already killed suddenly move, Minjun exclaimed in shock, "What? You're not dead?" Immediately, the other red monkeys began to twitch, staggering to their feet in a sinister purple mist. Witnessing this bizarre scene, he realized what was happening. Oh, look at them, turning into zombies right now? Are they being possessed? Minjun gripped his sword, his eyes sharp as he analyzed the fight. This means a necromancer has to be nearby. It must be connected to that mana signature from before. From the shadows, A huge, black-furred figure emerged behind the red monkeys. It was a mutated ape with glowing yellow eyes, holding a skull staff that radiated a thick, dark aura. Seeing the real mastermind, Minjun smirked with amusement. "Oh ho, so it's you. You're the main event, right?" He casually sized up his opponent. "For a monkey, you're not half bad." Instantly, two streams of dark purple energy began gathering around Minjun as the system window announced the skill Dark Arrow. Before the enemy could react, he attacked, firing shadow arrows that tore through the air toward the undead legion. A series of dark energy explosions erupted as the arrows slammed into the red monkeys, blasting them away and disintegrating them in an instant. The necromancer roared in fury. It raised its skull staff, pouring all its mana into controlling its minions to keep charging forward. Despite their heavy injuries, the white-eyed red monkeys kept crawling forward, creating a deadly crimson wave that surrounded Minjun. Minjun muttered, "I see." He finally understood the gimmick here. Time to get serious. Dark purple energy began gathering in his palm. As the monkeys closed in, Minjun realized it was no longer time to save his mana. He was done holding back. He unleashed a massive amount of mana. A black skull cloud formed above, unleashing a purple toxic rain. The toxic raindrops slammed into the monsters' bodies, causing them to howl in agony. However, watching their reaction, Minjun quickly saw the skill's limit. This isn't very effective against zombies. He switched tactics immediately. A new skill activated called Hell's Firestorm, a move that attacks by summoning flames from hell. Purple fireballs rain down from above like meteors, sticking to the bodies of the red monkeys like superglue. A sinister smile crossed Minjun's face. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a world-shaking magical explosion erupted, crushing all evil entities in a single moment. The power was basically a nuke with a different name. When the dust settled, only monster corpses remained. Minjun stood firm in the wreckage, his sword still radiating a cold, sharp energy. But from the shadows, a massive creature with black fur and glowing yellow eyes slowly emerged. Facing the pack leader, Minjun's arrogance didn't waver. He smirked, asking mockingly, "What, you think you can actually beat me?" The monster roared in fury. It clenched its massive fist, pouring mana into its necklace to unleash its power. Streams of dark purple energy began to swirl, enveloping the mutated ape's entire massive body. The sinister power exploded so violently the smaller monkeys trembled in fear. Despite the insane pressure, Minjun just watched silently, thinking to himself. He'd seen plenty of monsters use skills or demonic power-ups, but never one that could do it all by itself. The monster finished its transformation, standing tall in the purple haze. Its muscles bulged, ready to crush him. "I'm honestly very curious." Minjun smirked at the hideous creature. He continued mockingly, "But I guess you can't answer me anyway." The monster roared furiously. Raising its skull staff, it charged straight at him, radiating an intense killing intent. Against the ferocious charge, Minjun calmly drew his glowing blue mana sword. He stated firmly, "Right now, that doesn't matter." A thunderous crash echoed as Minjun's sword blocked the attack from the monster's bone staff. The monster swings with the force of 1,000 tons, but Minjun moves like a ghost, executing one perfect parry after another. The sound of their weapons clashing echoes endlessly. Every single one of his sword strikes carries a chilling spiritual energy. Spotting a tiny opening, Minjun spins into a massive horizontal slash, pushing the battle to its absolute climax. As they charge at each other for a head-on collision, they decide to go for close-quarters combat. Minjun suddenly reaches out, grabbing the monster's staff and stopping the attack mid-swing. He braces himself, channeling all of his power into his sword, getting ready for a decisive counterattack. Against the monster's ferocious resistance, Minjun just smirks, a cocky grin spreading across his face. He grips his weapon tight and begins to overpower his enemy in a raw test of strength. Activating his rank C skill, Corrosion, Minjun channels a sinister purple aura directly into the monster's arm, causing its flesh to immediately begin to rot away. Smoke pours from the wound. The mutated gorilla roars in agony. After shoving the enemy back, Minjun stands tall, his ice-cold gaze fixed on the panting creature. He smirks, letting out a taunt. "Fighting you the Hunter Core way is interesting, but let me show you something else. After all, I'm a black magician." And just like that, an intense burst of purple energy explodes from his body, completely engulfing Minjun. He activates the skill Brutal Rush, shooting forward like a bolt of violet lightning and delivering a thunderous impact right into the monster's face. The immense magical power creates a massive explosion. The shockwave of spiritual energy sends the giant ape flying backwards, leaving it completely stunned. Without giving his opponent a single moment to rest, Minjun unleashes the skill Demon Claw. The mutated gorilla can only scream in despair. Kyo! It's caught tight in the magic claws, completely helpless against his overwhelming power. It's game over. A cruel smile spreads across his face as he activates the skill Dark Arrow. A series of magic circles appear around Minjun's arm. The magic arrows slam directly into the monster's chest. The giant ape roars in pain before collapsing to the ground, its body unable to resist any longer. That's all she wrote. Minjun stands tall amidst the dust and smoke, silently looking down at the defeated enemy lying motionless at his feet. A dark purple energy burns in Minjun's hand. Immediately, the system announces, "Your Demon Chi stat has increased by 1. He's stunned. He only came into this dungeon to raise his normal stats. He never expected to gain Demon Chi too. Once it hits a certain threshold, Minjun officially unlocks the skill Demonic Desire. This allows him to consume Demon Chi to temporarily boost all his stats, while also strengthening his other demonic skills. Abilities like Brutal Rush and Multi-Walker just got a massive power-up. The system chimes in. It's time to receive your reward for clearing the stage. Among the rubble, the few remaining red apes can only tremble behind the rocks, terrified of his killing intent. The system confirms, you have defeated all monsters in the dungeon. He calmly sheathes his sword as another notification pops up. You have received your reward. This system is basically a high-tech security camera, isn't it? Minjun opens his status window to check on his progress. Let's see how much they went up. Suddenly, the system announces he killed more monsters than the dungeon was supposed to contain and will receive an extra reward. Minjun is stunned. What? More than the original number? After thinking for a moment, it suddenly clicks. Wait, is it because the monsters I killed turned into undead? So they got counted twice? Instead of questioning it, a thrilled smile spreads across his face. Oh well, the important thing is I'm getting extra rewards. Double the fun, right? A special reward appears, allowing him to choose one of the skills of the Monkey King who dominates death. Minjun is curious. Monkey King who dominates death. Is that the monster's name? And I get to take one of its skills? Before him are 3 choices. 1. Monkey King. 2. Lord of Death. And 3. Eternal Engine. Minjun is stoked. You have got to be kidding me. He decides to check out the Monkey King skill, which gives him the ability to command all monkey-type monsters to obey him. Seems kind of useless, doesn't it? Minjun skims over the next skill, called Lord of Death. The description is powerful. This skill would probably let him control the dead, but it's obvious he'd run into some problems walking around Korea with an entire army of corpses. So yeah, that one's not going to work either. Immediately, his focus shifts to the third and final option, Eternal Engine. Minjun stares into the void, lost in thought. He wonders, is this what I think it is? The scenery suddenly changes, leading him into a dark hall where monster corpses are piled up like mountains. At the very top of the pile of bodies, a disheveled blonde man sits. He has a completely miserable look on his face. Minjun stops right in front of him, his voice cold as ice. Hey, let me ask you something. His face is shrouded in shadow, revealing only his sharp eyes as he asks, the monster you created. It was enhanced with Demon Chi, wasn't it? Minjun leans in close and demands, how did you do it? Hearing the question, the blonde man lets out a chilling laugh. Hey, as a fellow black magician, you're curious too, aren't you? That's right. I know you are. Injecting Demon Chi into monsters when they don't naturally have it is no different than forcing them to drink poison. Minjun's eyes narrow with seriousness, but the other guy has no intention of cooperating. He just smirks back at him. And you think I'm going to tell you? Minjun coldly approaches the man lying on the ground and says, it's fine if you don't talk. I'm leaving this world soon anyway. But first, I'm going to finish what I started. So just take a little nap. All of a sudden, the blonde man smirks, revealing a shocking secret. All monsters that carry Demon Chi have a certain skill. Minjun freezes, stunned by the revelation. What did you say? With a sinister grin, the man continued, revealing they had discovered a skill that let monsters generate endless demonic energy inside their bodies. He stared right into Minjun's eyes, shamelessly confessing to a horrific crime they were researching how to implant that very skill into other subjects. Minjun was completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock at the words he had just heard. He quickly analyzed the information if what the man said was true, then creatures like the Dark Hounds must have been born with that ability. Looking at the wreckage, a harsh truth hit Minjun. The monsters he once thought were mere anomalies had likely acquired this power somehow. And then, a bold idea sparked in the former Dark Mage's mind. Now, what if a Dark Mage got this skill? The blonde-haired man smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm as if he'd read Minjun's very thoughts. The man taunts him, "I know what you're thinking, but for a human? Impossible." He then casually explained their horrific experimental methods. It only works when it's implanted in the flesh and blood of a monster. Pure rage. Minjun snaps, grabbing the man by his collar, his face darkening. "You experimented on humans?" His grip tightened as he roared in absolute fury. "On all the Dark Mages you've abducted?" Staring at Minjun's enraged face, the blond man merely closed his eyes, dropping one last challenge. "Looking at you now, I think I'd better not answer." Minjun stared down, his voice cold as ice. "No, you already answered my question. And with that, we're back in the present." Minjun stood frozen before a system screen, which was glowing with a faint blue light. He was connecting the pieces from his past if this perpetual engine is the very power he mentioned. His eyes blazed with determination as he reached for the screen, vowing to shatter the limits of a Dark Mage. Instantly, a chime confirmed his choice. A brilliant system notification popped up. "You have acquired the skill, Perpetual Engine." A vicious storm of purple, demonic energy exploded, engulfing Minjun's body and sending shockwaves through the air as his body began its agonizing transformation. The notification blinked repeatedly. "The Perpetual Engine skill is adapting to the user's body." Minjun screamed, bracing himself inside the swirling fog. Magic was swirling violently. "Yeah, you can tell this is pure agony." The skill was still adapting to the user's body. Minjun's eyes flew wide, glowing with an intense purple light through the thick dust. He collapsed to his knees, focusing all of his power. He was absorbing the new strength surging through his veins. Instantly, the system confirmed it. The Perpetual Engine skill had been activated. Minjun looked up with a sinister and arrogant smirk, feeling the incredible transformation as the final notification appeared on screen. The Perpetual Engine was now generating demonic energy. The next day at the military base, Minjun strolled into the common room, looking completely nonchalant. He raised a hand in a friendly greeting. "Hey fellas, how's everyone been doing?" But his sudden appearance made the soldiers cleaning the room suddenly snap to attention. The soldier with gray hair immediately stood ramrod straight, delivering a sharp salute. "Sir, 2nd Platoon is conducting one-on-one inspections." Witnessing this overly formal attitude, Minjun couldn't help but look completely baffled. "What? Why are you suddenly acting like this?" The soldier replied. "We won't be seeing each other much anymore. I'm just doing my best while you're still here. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion to Sergeant First Class. Even though you're leaving us, please don't forget about us." But contrary to everyone's emotional state, Minjun just stared back with a deadpan expression and replied bluntly, "But I wasn't promoted." His answer sent a wave of shocked silence through the room. The gray-haired soldier froze, question marks practically popping up over his head. He stammered, "But you went to the division command yesterday. Wasn't that for your promotion?" Minjun casually confirmed. "Nope." Immediately, his teammates mobbed him like he was some kind of celebrity. They bombarded him with questions. "Then why aren't you moving into the officers' quarters?" Another chimed in, his face full of concern. "Isn't it inconvenient here? You'd get a private room over there." Minjun just sat down on his bed, a slight, sarcastic smile on his face as he explained. "I only didn't come back last night because it was late," he teased. "You guys must really want me to disappear, huh?" At his casual tone, his teammates completely broke down. They were crying their eyes out, totally moved. Minjun watched them and muttered, "I was just messing with you. What's the big deal?" He then sat comfortably on his bed. Looking at his gloomy squadmates, he said matter-of-factly, "If I were in your position, I'd hate me too. I get it." A soldier looked up, his eyes filled with hope. "You mean?" "Nope, that's not it." Before the bewildered squad could ask why, Minjun broke into a sly grin, revealing the real reason he refused the promotion. "The internet connection over there is crazy slow. If I moved, my gaming rank would plummet, so I'm just staying here." Hearing this absolutely ridiculous reason, and had to do with his gaming rank, his teammates just screamed in frustration. "Not letting it go," a friend asked. "So why'd you go to division command?" Minjun bent down to adjust his shoelaces and casually replied, "Oh, I was given a new mana sword for testing." The entire group just stared at each other. "That's it? Aren't you disappointed?" "You must feel terrible." Despite their concern, Minjun remained calm. "Not really. It wouldn't have changed anything anyway." This casual attitude made his reaction seem strangely calm to his teammates. In fact, they thought he actually seemed happier about not getting the promotion. As they whispered behind him, "Is that really the only reason?" Minjun stood at his locker, a triumphant smirk appearing on the former Dark Mage's face. He thought to himself, Of course I'm happy. I got something way better. Just then, his status window popped up, showing off some massive growth. His strength jumped from 77 to 84, stamina hit 76, and his magic power surged to 45. Many of his skills leveled up, especially Multiverse Walker and Demonic Singularity. Both skills had ranked up, granting him an insane amount of power. A level up like this? Way better than any promotion or pay raise. Suddenly, the base's loudspeaker blared to life, ordering all personnel to prepare for combat and immediately assemble at the company training grounds. The atmosphere snapped with tension as soldiers scrambled for their gear. A man shouted a warning. "This isn't a drill, I repeat. We've got a situation. Move out." What is going on? Minjun noticed the announcer's voice sounded incredibly urgent. Night had fallen over the sprawling mountain range. Beneath a full, bright moon, a team of hunters in dark combat gear moved forward, weapons at the ready. They marched in silence through the dense woods. Their movements were cautious and stealthy, ready to close in on their target in the quiet darkness. In the silent forest, a hand shot up, signaling the squad to halt. "We'll rest here for 5 minutes. Recover your stamina." The soldiers quickly dispersed. Some opened their canteens, others sat down to fight off exhaustion from the long march. One soldier quietly muttered, "It's way too quiet." Had the others found them yet? The tension was thick. The search area was just too massive, even with 2 entire companies scouring the land. This was taking far too long. A veteran soldier mused, "It's been a while since monsters poured down from the north, and this time, it's an orc." He turned to Minjun, saying, 4 years I've been stationed here, never seen one. This is your first time against an orc too, right, Sergeant? You haven't been enlisted that long." To Minjun, this soldier was painfully naive. He let out a small smirk, thinking to himself, "Yeah, I guess so. At least, it's my first time on Earth." The soldier continued sharing intel. "Hey, you know, the Hunter Corps has never captured an orc alive. They're too damn tough, we always have to use guns. It's nearly impossible. During the last major outbreak, they even had to use an HK-9 mana cannon." Hearing this, Minjun's eyes lit up with a dangerous excitement. "Is that so? Then capturing one alive would be a legendary feat, wouldn't it?" The soldier laughed back. "It's never happened before. So yeah, it would definitely cause a massive stir. But if we run into one, we have to share its location immediately, and the whole company engages together." Without warning, Minjun raised a finger to his lips, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "Is that so?" Seeing that unsettling look, his squadmates trembled. "We're so dead. This lunatic." A sudden noise sent birds scattering from the trees. Minjun immediately stood up and gave a firm order. "First Sergeant, you wait here. I'm just going to check something out." He then vanished into the shadows, moving with masterful grace through the brush towards the sound. Minjun hid behind a large tree to observe. Up ahead, a massive orc with bulging muscles was brutally tearing its prey apart. The gruesome scene was clear under the moonlight. But facing this beast, Minjun felt no fear. In fact, a thrilled smile crept onto his face. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light. "You're not getting away this time, my little prey." The orc suddenly froze, its golden eyes flaring. It was stunned, sensing the stranger's presence. Not giving it a second to recover, Minjun casually stepped out from his hiding spot. With his hands on his hips, full of arrogance, he strode towards the giant monster and asked in a superior tone, "Who gave you permission to eat here?" In response, a suffocating killing intent poured from the monster's huge body. But facing the immense pressure, Minjun remained perfectly calm. In his mind, he was already plotting a bold strategy, how to capture it without killing it. The orc charged like a phantom, but Minjun dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. His eyes turned ice cold as he closed in on its flank. Instantly, his hand began to glow with a dark, violet energy. The system flashed, activating the skill, Demonic Energy Fist. Minjun immediately poured every last ounce of his strength into that attack. His face twisted into a crazed, ecstatic grin as he roared, "This is the absolute best." A thunderous punch slammed right into the orc, sending shockwaves ripping through the forest. The overwhelming power left the monster completely dazed, its massive body trembling from the devastating blow. Minjun stood firm, repeating his arrogant claim, "This truly is the best." Watching the creature stagger, Minjun clenched his fist, a sinister smile spreading as he offered one final piece of advice. "So don't you die on me. I plan on taking you alive." The monster's earth-shattering roar tore through the night, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. Shock was plastered on every one of their faces. One soldier instantly recognized that sound. Panic ripped through the squad as they gripped their weapons, yelling, "Damn it!" Seeing Minjun standing right in the path of the beast, One soldier screamed out, "Platoon Vice Commander, get out of the way!" They couldn't believe their eyes when he didn't even move. Another soldier demanded in disbelief, "What are you doing out there alone?" Ignoring them all, Minjun held up a hand and roared, "No, don't shoot. If you shoot it, how am I supposed to capture it alive? Don't you dare shoot my achievement, you idiots." While the squad stood there, completely baffled, Minjun leaped to dodge the monster's crushing swipe. He declared his goal without a hint of doubt. "I am going to capture this thing alive." Witnessing his madness, one soldier wearily muttered to another, "Should we just shoot him too?" Someone else yelled in fury, "What? You didn't even share the creature's location with us?" The only response they got was the former Dark Mage's pure, arrogant selfishness. "Of course not. It's mine. All mine." The soldiers could only cry out, "You're being too reckless." The orc, now completely enraged, let out a threatening growl, and then suddenly, it swung its arm down in a thunderous overhead smash. Facing the devastating attack, Minjun remained terrifyingly calm, simply observing and assessing. He stood there casually, hands behind his head, looking utterly relaxed as his squadmates aimed their guns at him, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. His bizarre calm left the soldiers completely stunned. They had absolutely no idea what the hell their teammate was even trying to do. All of a sudden, a world-shaking roar created a shockwave so powerful it launched the entire squad of soldiers backwards. The scene became pure chaos as soldiers were tossed into the air, totally helpless against the monster's overwhelming power, their screams echoing through the forest. One by one, his comrades fell, no longer able to fight. But amid the bodies, Minjun stood his ground, his battle stance completely unbroken. A sinister, almost demonic smile began to creep across his face. The monster's glowing yellow eyes stared him down as it let out a furious roar. "How dare you!" Before it could finish, Minjun shot forward, smashing a fist wrapped in dark purple energy right into the monster's face. The massive blow left the beast stunned. It clutched its throat, coughing up a dark, foul liquid in pure agony. Watching his enemy struggle, Minjun's grin became even more unhinged and terrifying. Fear. Absolute fear. The monster shrieked in desperation. Reacting instantly, Minjun summoned a rope of dark energy that tore through the air toward it. The rope coiled tightly around the creature's neck like a hangman's noose. Minjun gritted his teeth, using immense power to drag the monster down, sending it crashing to the ground, roaring in pure desperation. Approaching the dying beast, Minjun stared down with cold, murderous eyes. He declared flatly, "You don't get to just walk away after taking down one of my men." With that, Minjun poured all his mana into one fist, crushing the giant monster's last bit of resistance. Through the swirling dust and debris, he stood defiantly atop the massive body of the now completely unconscious orc. Looking down at the tough opponent at his feet, Minjun let out a smirk. "Just as I thought, you really were a tough one." The shocking news instantly reached the battalion command office. The officer on the phone was stunned, shouting, "What? You captured it alive?" His face was a mask of pure disbelief as he listened to the report from the field. Instantly, a thrilled Captain Lee Jun-byam gave a decisive order. "All right, get them assembled and pull back." Standing beside him, a still-dazed Lieutenant Songjun-sik asked, "Captured alive? You mean the orc?" Lee Jun-byam's confirmation was rock solid. "That's right. Report it to division headquarters immediately." He rushed out the door but didn't forget to add, "Tell them it was Kim Minjun who captured that orc alive." The lieutenant could only think to himself, "Ha, Kim Minjun again?" The man was truly something else. The very next day, the atmosphere at the base was more electric than ever before. Under the bright sun, a massive barbecue party was in full swing right in the middle of the courtyard to celebrate their victory. The soldiers laughed and joked around, some grilling huge slabs of meat over charcoal pits, others posing for celebratory photos. It looked less like a military base and more like a school picnic. Watching the chaotic scene from a distance, an officer simply clicked his tongue. What in the world are they doing? Meanwhile, Minjun strolled through the crowd with a bright smile, thinking, "Good, it looks like everyone is all right." But suddenly, a sharp voice called out his name. "Hey, Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun." He immediately snapped to attention, giving a sharp salute. "Yes, sir." Captain Kim Chun-min approached, clapping him on the shoulder in approval. "Thanks to you, the entire battalion is having a feast tonight. Everyone's fired up. You really did an amazing job." Minjun replied politely, "Thank you, sir." As they walked, Kim Chun-min asked curiously, "I bet that orc is worth a ton of money. Have you heard anything about the bounty?" Minjun casually dropped an unbelievable number. "I heard it's 200 million. 200 million. The number was just insane. The captain was floored by his answer. I've never heard of a reward that high for a single monster. That's incredible. Kim Chun-min then continued, looking relieved. I'm glad this happened when the battalion commander was feeling sensitive about promotions. The battalion's performance has been better than ever, so he's been in a great mood these days. The two of them walked into the main command building together. Kim Chun-min kept on praising their leader. Of course, he's not the type to let his mood affect his command, but you can tell the whole atmosphere in the battalion has gotten better. But the moment the door swung open, they were met with the complete opposite scene. Inside the meeting room, officers sat frozen in a grim and incredibly tense silence. It was dead quiet. Lee Junbeom, especially, was staring into nothingness with a face that was both serious and murderous. Before they could process this sudden shift, Instructor Kim Sang-deok spoke up with a stern expression. I think Sergeant Kim Minjun's decision to act alone was completely wrong. He launched into a harsh critique, arguing that given the situation, instead of fighting the orc alone, Minjun should have waited for the other scout teams to coordinate an attack. He droned on and on like some kind of sleazy salesman. Hearing the biased lecture, Minjun could only narrow his eyes in annoyance. He cursed internally. Here we go with this guy again. Does he only exist to find fault with me? But Kim Sang-deok didn't stop, continuing his fear-mongering about how they were lucky no one died this time. Just then, Lee Junbeom's voice cut through the air like ice. Instructor. The single word made Kim Sang-deok jump in terror, sweat pouring down his pale face. The battalion commander's eyes were sharper and scarier than ever as he pressed him. Corporal Kim Sang-deok. What was the result of yesterday's orc hunt? The instructor stammered. Sir, about that. The orc was captured alive. Lee Junbeom stared directly at the flustered man. And you think you can capture an orc alive with just luck? He admitted Kim Sang-deok's points weren't entirely wrong, but his tone was laced with menace. So at this party, which I personally organized to reward my soldiers for their success, you thought this was the right time to say all that? Utterly panicked by his commander's fury, Kim Sang-deok just waved his hands frantically. That's not what I meant at all. If there was a misunderstanding, then I apologize. Looks like there's always a bigger fish. Lee Junbeom crossed his arms, staring down the instructor as he declared, I trust my subordinates, and I respect their judgment in the field. He stressed that reality is full of variables you can't prepare for with a textbook. Looking at Kim Sang-deok's sweaty face, the commander mocked him. You must not know much about the field, spending all your time just teaching, huh? He proudly reminded him that he'd been in the dungeons too, and was deployed during the Japan campaign. Ah yes, the campaign where you only made it back safely thanks to Sergeant Kim Minjun, right? The comment made Kim Sang-deok freeze, his face twisting in humiliation. All the while, Minjun knew exactly who was pulling the strings and ordering Kim Sang-deok to give him a hard time. He warned him coldly, you should really learn to read the room. At that, the instructor finally backed down. A loud call from the party suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Sergeant Kim Minjun is here. Get over here and sit down. Minjun answered loud and clear, Sir, and quickly joined his waiting comrades. Looking at the bright, familiar faces all around him, he broke into a confident smile, thinking to himself with certainty, everyone here is on my side. Meanwhile, at the Hangar Corps Command Headquarters, the mood was the complete opposite. Brigadier General Moon Yekin of the Special Task Force stalked down a corridor with a grim expression. Feeling a vibration from his pocket, he silently pulled out his phone to check the message. It was a defeated report from Kim Sang-deok. I am sorry. With the battalion's current mood, finding fault with his training was impossible. The man's performance was just too damn perfect. There was absolutely no excuse to give him a hard time, leaving Moon Yekin completely humiliated. He gritted his teeth in fury as he read the report. He growled a curse through his teeth. Useless! His rage stopped him dead in the empty hall, a dark aura radiating from him. He whispered, Things aren't much better on my end. What leverage do I have left? He realized bitterly that once Kim Minjun captured a live orc, not even the commander could block his promotion. The whole plan to use that advancement as bait to get Minjun into the special regiment was now on hold. Maybe forever. He ground his teeth, muttering, Damn it, that troublesome bastard. Deep down, Moon Yekin couldn't stop wondering why the commander would ever choose a guy like Minjun. Suddenly, a low voice rumbled from right behind him. It made him jump. Who are you talking about? Turning, he saw the stern face of General Du Suk-yong. Moon Yekin was startled. General Du? What brings you to headquarters? Du Suk-yong narrowed his eyes, hitting him with a sharp jab. Seems like someone's really getting under your skin, huh? Ahem. I was just mumbling to myself. Don't mind me, he said. What brings you all the way out here, sir? The general answered calmly. The commander of the Hangul Corps' special regiment hasn't heard? The commander summoned me, of course. It's about the promotion for Sergeant Kim Minjun of the 104th Division. Seeing the sly grin on the general's face, Moon Yekin felt a knot of worry. The commander is making a move personally? What's he planning? He realized that no matter what, this was not going to be good for him. This meant the commander wasn't leaving the job to him anymore. The general held out a hand. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion. Congratulations. Moon Yekin hesitantly shook his hand and mumbled, Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Du Seokyong leaned in close. With eyes that could pierce right through a man's soul, he warned him, Continue to devote yourself to the nation. After he replied, the general turned and walked through the door. Standing alone on the rooftop, General Du Seokyong gave a sharp, loyal salute. Commander Gu returned it quietly and asked, You've arrived? Without wasting any time, Commander Gu got straight to the point. He was planning to grant Sergeant Kim Minjun a special promotion to second lieutenant. What? Du Seokyong nodded. That's right. I need your approval. Commander Gu thought it over. He'd been getting constant reports on Minjun's amazing feats, but he was still stunned that the kid managed to capture an orc alive. He admitted that while the reports on his talent were useful, and his record was impressive, he never expected him to capture a live orc. A rare talent like this must be utilized, he continued. He's been a huge asset to the army. I have no reason to block this promotion. Du Seokyong bowed slightly. Thank you, sir. I'll begin the official paperwork. But then, Commander Gu threw up one final obstacle. There is one condition. Du Seokyong's eyes narrowed with suspicion. A condition? The commander stated coldly. The condition is that Sergeant Kim Minjun must participate in the Special Regiment's dungeon raid. It's scheduled for next week. He gave a calculating smile, adding, The promotion will happen after the mission is over. Getting ahead in this army was no easy task, so this was why he was summoned. The commander wanted to test Kim Minjun's true abilities himself by having him fight alongside a direct subordinate unit. Du Seokyong recognized this as a classic Commander Gu move, but then, a sudden doubt sparked in his mind, making him pause. If it was the dungeon the special regiment was targeting. Could it be? As if reading his mind, Commander Gu confirmed it with a sinister grin. That's right. They had discovered a double dungeon. Night fell, blanketing the entire military base in a deep silence. Inside a dark room, Kim Minjun sat silently on the floor, concentrating on his breathing to train his power. He was completely absorbed in his meditation. He had no idea that from the cracked open door, a mysterious figure was secretly watching his every move. What are you doing here? Whatcha looking at? Two curious soldiers were peeking through the training room door, absolutely shocked by what they saw. Even on the night of the battalion's party, Minjun hadn't skipped a single training session. That's next level, one of them whispered in awe. It was an extraordinary effort. They wondered how much someone had to train to reach that level. When did Minjun even sleep, while still maintaining his high rank in Dungeon and Fighter? Inside, Minjun sat perfectly still. Sweat poured down his focused face. He knew he had to master the 9 perpetual motion engine quickly, even though its current mana output was slow. He was sure it would get faster as the skill level increased. Minjun began an image training exercise, picturing the engine as an organ in his body. He channeled his mana into it. And in his mind's eye, magical gears began to turn smoothly like a machine. The method seemed to be working. The system immediately announced. 9 perpetual motion engine is responding to the user's mana. Mana generation speed has increased. Minjun let out a sigh of relief. All right, that's enough for today. Even though the amount of mana generated was still tiny, he was hopeful for what it could do at a higher level. Just then, urgent shouts shattered the quiet atmosphere. Sir Kim Minjun! Sir Kim Minjun! Wiping his sweat with a towel, Minjun asked, Yeah, Li Bonggu. What's up? Bonggu frantically reported finding something cool, but it was followed by cries for help. A total mess. Ah, help me, are you crazy? Minjun snapped, annoyed. What are you talking about? Where are you? Walking into the dark forest, Minjun yelled, I told you two not to fight. Before him, 2 of his summoned beasts were snarling at each other. The little imp protested. He tried to steal my credit, so I had no choice. Sir Kim Minjun, here was the cause of the entire brawl. He had found a brilliant purple magic crystal. His crow companion argued angrily that the other beast just found it, but the crow was the one who stole it. Minjun picked up the crystal. His face suddenly became terrifying, shrouded in a dark aura. So, you both brought it back, right? The pressure coming off him was absolutely crushing. Both spirit beasts immediately changed their story, trembling as they confessed. Yes, that's right, we brought it back together. Minjun simply said, "Good job." With nothing left for them to argue about, he crushed the crystal in his palm. A violent explosion of magical energy erupted. Then, the system notifications started rolling in. Magic power increased by 1. Minjun's eyes began to glow with a powerful blue light as he felt the new strength flowing into him. He was shocked, asking himself, what is this skill? A bright system notification popped up. The skill Darksider had been created. And that's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit like so. Go can bring you more great series. Thanks, and goodbye everyone.